Ryan Staub stepping up as he was being dragged down. The ball wasn't picked off. It was batted into the air. Ty Robinson says it's Nebraska football. I think that's Jamari Butler at the bottom of the pile. And yes, it is.
The ruling on the field is a fumble and recovery by the defense.
And this will be victory number 2 for Nebraska.
Second down and short for the Rams. Colorado State up 24-14. Led 24-7 at halftime. Airing it out. Has a man caught. Touchdown. Caleb Goody. His first career touchdown catch. And it's 30-14. A strike of 40 yards.
What a crazy opening day matchup here in Seattle as the Seahawks win it 26-20 to get the Mike Macdonald era off with a Week 1 win. Final line on Bo Nix, 27-43, only a $135 arch, the 2 picks. And a lot to think about for him on that flight home to Denver.
As fun as the opening week of the NFL season was, and a big weekend in college football was not fun from a results standpoint, as CU gets worked by Nebraska on Saturday. No other way to put it. They get crushed. And the Broncos, who hung in there against Seattle, gave themselves an opportunity, didn't get the game from Bo Nix that you wanted to see. And that's kind of where I want to start here, is that Broncos opener, a 26-20 loss, a very odd feel to the game. You know, the Broncos actually led at halftime thanks to 2 safeties, which I don't know if I've seen 2 safeties and a half in a long time in the NFL, but it did happen. So kudos to the defense. If there's one positive to take away from this, it's that the defense played well. But secondly, we went into the game, and I discussed this point, that if the Broncos were to lose that game, but Bo Nix looked great, that is something that is preferable to me than if they won and Bo Nix looked bad. Unfortunately, you got a little bit of both. It was very obvious, and I mean very obvious, that Bo Nix was a rookie playing against a first-string defense for the first time in his NFL career. You know, the preseason stuff where he found open receivers and didn't make mistakes, that going against the backups did not show itself in this game yesterday. Now, didn't get a lot of help from a rushing game standpoint, didn't get a lot of help from, some wideouts, especially the ones that you count on dropping some easy passes. Even a guy like Cortland Sutton, he's wide open over the middle and has the ball hit him right in the hands, drops it. Little Jordan Humphrey had a ball right in the hands, dropped it. You weren't giving him the help on offense that you wanted either. And it felt like the Seahawks defense was just sitting back and waiting for him to make a mistake. Thought the offensive line held up okay in pass protection. Couple of times that Bo Nix actually, I would say the biggest compliment I would give him is a couple of moments where he was under pressure, found some open space, and tried to make a play. Now, did the plays happen? Not that often, but bought himself some time. I think just overall, though, you leave that game disappointed. It looked like a lot of the same, right? A lot of offense struggling, nothing really working, and you were waiting for a big play to happen on offense that just never came. Your leading receiver in that game was Josh Reynolds, who had 45 yards on 5 catches. Devon Vele had 8 catches for 39 yards. He caught every target thrown his way, but just didn't go that far. Cortland Sutton had 4 catches for 38 yards. Marvin Mims had a single target the entire day. It was a lot of the same thing from last year. And I'm not going to be as disappointed because this is a work in progress and this is going to take time, so I'm not going to judge it too harshly right now. but certainly would have liked to seen more. And just didn't get it. You know, it's funny. We'll get to see you in a little bit, but you leave the first week of CU in North Dakota State, and the first thing that hit me was it looks like a lot of the same from last year. Like, not a lot changed. All the issues that you pointed out from last season kind of were still there. All the things that you knew were good were still there. And so you wondered, okay, well, how much from that first week carrying into week 2 is going to match up? And like I said, we'll get to see you in a bit, but the answer was a lot. And I kind of got the same vibe from the Broncos. Like, despite a quarterback change, and again, I'm going to cut him some slack. It's a rookie in his first game in a very loud place to play. I'm going to give him a little bit of grace on that. But you averaged 3 yards a throw. And what really, I guess, got to me again is you went in and it was very obvious you wanted to go in and establish a rushing game. They ran the ball a lot to start the game off. But much like a lot of last year, it just dissipated as the game went on. And all of the running game stuff that you wanted to establish went out the window, and Bo Nix ended up throwing the ball 42 times in what was a 6-point loss. That's the stuff I don't understand. I know they got a late touchdown to kind of like make the score look a little bit better than what it actually was. But still, at the end of 3 quarters, it was a 6-point game. And it just, like I said, the rushing game just went out the window. You know, you start the game with an interception from Alex Singleton. You get in, you start that drive in the red zone. And then 3 plays later, it's a field goal, and you're up 3-0, which is great. But it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out to start the game. The 4th drive, you get a little bit of momentum going. You finally get a first down. You pick up another first down. You drive all the way down into the red zone. And then you get a ball picked off on what was just a bad throw. And Bo Nix had multiple bad throws. Just ill-advised decisions. Trying to work the ball into a spot that it shouldn't have been. But after that pick, it's another 3 and out. And then a field goal. And then a 3 and out. You know what I mean? Like, it was just kind of the same type of story that we were used to telling over the last couple of years. And I just wish there was something more tangible and better about that I could say about Bo Nix. But I just think this is one of those, you got to have patience with it. Like, it's week 1 of a 17-game season. Did not play well, but it was an odd first start. Now he gets to come back home. He gets to play against a Steelers team that really struggled in week 1. And you get to go with a different direction. Like, hopefully, him being back at home, you get a little bit more comfortable. You got another week to kind of learn off of some of the things that you saw this past weekend. Seattle's defense, their secondary is pretty good. Their defensive line is pretty good. You know, everybody talked about Mike Macdonald and his ability to drop some very confusing blitz schemes. You know, he brought the corner multiple times, which was a different look for Bo Nix. And again, I think he handled it okay, but there were some moments of panic where he put the ball in a place where he shouldn't have. And ultimately,
the Steelers did struggle offensively. They never found the end zone. It was a kicking show. But defensively, Steelers were dialed in.
They were.
I mean, if Dwayne Wade was talking about TJ Watt, you know what he'd say?
He, him? Yeah.
That guy, I don't know if you saw, there was that one play where TJ Watt, he was watching the center, and the second the ball was snapped, he hopped off the line, and he timed it with the center's cadence and ran back and sacked and sacked the quarterback,
Right.
but they said that he jumped off sides that didn't count, and he was livid. That guy usually keeps his cool, but he was steaming because he was saying, I watched it, I read it, I was legal. So I'm saying, yeah, maybe the Steelers' offense is anemic, but this is not going to get any easier for Bo Nix in terms of a tough defense that he's playing.
Not to mention, I don't know what's going to happen next week, but Justin Fields obviously wasn't taking the bulk of the snaps in practice this week, and then he just got thrown into the starting spot. Justin Fields didn't look great, but he did what Justin Fields does, which is I'm going to throw the ball for about 150 yards, I'm going to run it for another 60, and then we're going to hope that's enough for a W. I don't know if that's enough to where if Russell Wilson is cleared to play next week, if he's going to get the start or not. We'll get to that in a bit as we go on throughout the week. But can I hear one thing? Can you go to cut 8, please, from Sean Payton? And this is just quick, as a lot of these answers are. Sean Payton was getting a little bit more in a rhythm throughout the course of training camp. So we have these cut sheets here on this paper, and they always tell you how long the cuts are. And during training camp, it was it's about 50 seconds. This one's about 1:20. This one's about 40 seconds. A lot of these, after a loss, are 5 or 6 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. But here is the question of, does he want Bo Nix throwing the ball 40 times a game?
No, that's a byproduct a lot of times of, you get into the fourth quarter and heck no.
Yeah.
No.
No is the obvious and proper answer.
Come on. No.
But it's if you had to pick out a couple of different things here, the Broncos really struggled in times where their defense steps up and makes a play, give them a short field, give them an opportunity to go and I don't want to say close out the game, but put a gap between you and the Seahawks, and they just couldn't do it. I mean, you had 2 different moments in which, 3 actually. You get the interception to start the game, and you start the ball in the red zone. That's as ideal as you can get. Secondly, you have 2 safeties, which not only does that put points on the board, it gets you the ball back in very positive field position because you're kicking off from deep and you're getting the ball probably around the 35 to 40 yard line on each of those. Couldn't ask for anything better. But then you don't capitalize on the short fields and you're then in the second half playing catch up. I think there's another lack of commitment to the run game that happened late because they kind of started to panic. And I get it. The last thing you want to do is go out and burn clock when you're trying to catch back up in the game. But it felt like a lot of throws. Turnovers killed you. Not taking advantage of short fields killed you. And that's how you get Seattle coming away with that win, because Seattle did not play well. Their offense compared to your offense was really no different with the exception of one thing. They had a rushing game that worked. Kenneth Walker had a lot of big runs that mattered in that game. That extended drives, got him in the end zone, all that stuff. The one that killed you late, though, you're down 3. You feel like you got a decent opportunity to get it into field goal range and at least tie the game up. You're around the 50-yard line. You're past the 50, you're in plus territory. And the ball that was thrown to Jaleel, he coughs it up, recovered by Seattle. They go down, they get a field goal drive the next time down, hold the Broncos to a 3-and-out, get a touchdown the following drive, and then it's game over. But 303-504-0925. A lot more audio from Sean Payton. I want to hear from you guys, by the way. So shoot us a text. Chomp Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot to get to with the Broncos opener to the season as they start the year 0-1. And we got to talk about CU and what was a complete and total embarrassment, I think, on Saturday. And I knew the game was going to go that direction basically after the first offensive and defensive drive from CU. I'll explain next.
tough game for us. Came out on the short end of the stick, obviously. Starting out, felt good about matchups. We felt good about the competition. We felt good about what we brought to the table today. Game started. Usually we always start out positive. We started, I think the first ball was deflected. The second ball, we didn't bring that in, and it just was just not a rhythm. Then we came out and Shedeur did something very uncharacteristic of himself. Never makes a bad decision, especially in that part of the field, which they got a pick six. After that, we were just trying to play catch up.
It's Deion postgame in what was it was an embarrassing game. And I knew from the end of the first offensive and defensive drives for the Buffs that it was going to be bad. It was clear as day. You know, we went into that whole weekend, and I said the concern that I have about CU in this game is that they're going to have a lot of trouble with Nebraska's defensive line. And there's two guys in particular that I'm sure you saw during the game on Saturday. Those giant dudes up front, Natch Hutmacher and Ty Robinson, two beasts of human beings. They had no answer for him.
That Nash Hutchmacher, that's how you say it?
Yeah.
He honestly looks like if you went to any AI and you said, generate what a football player from Nebraska looks like,
Yeah.
He looks like what would come out. That's a bad man right there.
Both of them. Him. So it's just like keep your eye on number 0 and number 9. In the entire game, they were in the backfield. The first drive starts with, I forget which one. I think it was Robinson getting a sack to hold him to a 3-and-out. And then, right after that, you watch the defensive line for Nebraska dominate that first possession. And I said, uh-oh. And then CU went out to play defense and couldn't stop the run because their CU's defensive line was being dominated by Nebraska's offensive line. And you said, uh-oh. And I knew immediately right there. I looked to a buddy of mine. I said, dude, this game is not going to go well. Because I couldn't figure out if that's happening already. I don't know what answers you have for I am less physically gifted than the guy lining up in the trenches opposite of me. And when you have that problem, there is no fix. It's just you lose. That's it. You lose. And so you're like, okay, what are the things that CU does well? All right, well, they can drop back. They got Shedeur Sanders, who's a really good quarterback, and he can throw the ball deep and maybe catch him on a couple of big plays. Well, those take time. You want to hit somebody on a big play? You want to throw the ball 40 yards downfield? It takes a minute for that to all develop and occur. And they just didn't have the time to set any of that up. And, Deion said an uncharacteristic mistake. 100%. That's the worst ball that I've seen Shedeur throw. That pick six. You're backed up in your own end zone. You're throwing on the long side of the field on a short comebacker route. That ball has to be timing on point and on the money, and it was late and a bad throw, which leads to a pick six. And the second that happened, it was like, all right, well, that's it. Game's over. That's how it felt. Crowd went insane in Lincoln. They were loud as hell, and it just felt like that was it.
And Brett, you remember after the North Dakota State game, we were talking about the defense, right? The defense for CU looked shaky in the first half, and then in the second half, they came out and they were much calmer, and I don't think North Dakota State scored in the entire second half. And I said, if the defense starts slow again against Nebraska, you're not going to be able to fight your way back. And that's exactly what happened. The defense, they didn't allow a single point in the second half.
Right. I don't know, it's a good observation, Nelly, because that entire second half was ugly on both sides. It was just a bad watch for a college football game in that second half. And I'll give the defense a lot of credit for settling down, but I'll give you a number that shows the real difference in this game. 6 sacks for Nebraska. They had 7 last year, remember. 6 sacks for Nebraska. How many did CU have? None. If you got pressure on a freshman quarterback in a big game, maybe things change. And let's be honest, Raiola looked okay. Give him a year or two. I'm sure he's going to be very, very good. But he did one thing really well. He didn't make mistakes, right? Like, he just went out there and he took what the defense gave to him. 185 yards is totally something that you live with, especially on 30 attempts. So it's not like he really hit you for deep balls over and over and over again either. But he just took what the defense gave, made sure not to make a mistake, and that was enough to win that game. You know, Travis Hunter gets 10 catches for 110 yards. Did it feel that way to you? You know, the offense was just largely absent. And it was, I had two things to look for in the game heading into this. It was, can you handle the Nebraska defensive line? And the answer was absolutely not. Because not only did you sack Shedeur 6 times, and God, he got beat up. Everybody's giving Shedeur some heat because he walked off the field with 2 minutes left. I don't know this, but right before that, he took a shot right to the chops. Could be concussion protocol, and that's what happens when you get hit a million times in a game. But secondly, it's another week where we're sitting here talking about no running game established. Like, you couldn't run the ball at all. It's always wonky the way that college football does their stats because sacks are rushing yard statistics. They aren't passing yard statistics like they are in the NFL. But even with that removed, you ran the ball 14 times for 46 yards. Doesn't cut it. It's not enough.
And what you're saying about the offense, that's the most frustrating thing to me. If I told you that CU went into Nebraska and the defense only gave up 21 points and did not allow Nebraska to score in the second half, would you say that you thought CU had a shot in that
28
game?
28 points, but yes,
no,
go ahead.
The defense.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, one of those was a pick six.
Yep.
CU's defense only gave up 3 touchdowns. That's it.
Right.
And if I told you everything, would you think that CU had a chance in that game?
Oh, if the defense only gave up 21 points, you'd think that CU wins the game.
And didn't let Nebraska score in the second half.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I mean, at no point in this game did it ever feel like CU had any. They didn't even have a puncher's chance. It just seemed like if the offense did half their job, you would have had a chance. But they didn't.
Well, here's Shedeur after the game, and this is kind of what we're talking about here. He makes a direct sort of comment towards his protection and offensive line play where he answers a question with a question, which is, how many times did Raiola get touched?
Shedeur, how important do you think it is for this offense to continue to, develop, a running game and continue to be balanced, to, try to be more balanced? How do you think that can kind of help, your game and obviously this offense as a whole?
I mean, how many times did Raiola get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Raiola get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
So I kind of get what he's talking about. Why run the football when you're not good at it? At the same time, you weren't good at much of anything. Like, throwing the football wasn't working either. You got blanked in the first half. This had a similar type of feel to last year's game, with the exception of Nebraska's quarterback didn't put the ball on the ground 5 times. Remember, last year, there was a couple minutes left in the first half. The score was 3-0. CU was up. And then Nebraska's QB last year put the ball on the ground over and over and over again, and that gave you short fields and opportunities to capitalize on those, and then you extended this big lead. But I'm telling you, if you thought that CU was going to roll into Lincoln on Saturday and just start waxing them for 500 yards through the air, I don't think you're paying attention very well. This was going to have to be a tough, grinded-out game where you had to do some stuff that maybe you're not good at it, but you need to stick with a running game to protect your quarterback. Like, the entire season is going to revolve around Shedeur Sanders playing well and staying healthy. And if you can't establish a rushing game, a lot of games this year are going to look like that. A ton of them. Where he goes out there, maybe makes a couple of throws, but the offense doesn't put up goo-goo gaga numbers, and he's going to get hit in the mouth over and over and over again. And then you're going to be wondering at the end of the game, he's leaving the field early. Is that disappointment or is that injury stuff? Like how many hits can he take? And I give Shedeur Sanders the ultimate credit. He is a battler and a warrior. Like he will stand in the pocket and take hits to make a throw. And I think that's a super admirable quality in a quarterback. But if you do that for 12 consecutive weeks, he's going to get killed. And your season's going to go down the tubes. Like you need to be able to have some sort of changeup, man. It's like they're the MLB pitcher that throws 102 miles an hour, and when it works, it's great. But Nelly, if they get that 102-mile-an-hour fastball timed up, you better have an off-speed pitch, and CU has none. They have nothing else that they can go to other than Shedeur hit somebody 30 yards downfield. And I've had questions since the very beginning about Deion in this sense. I knew Deion was a elite-level recruiter. I knew Deion was an elite-level hype man. But I had questions about the coaching stuff. And I said, if you don't want to be an X's and O's coach, that's totally fine. There's plenty of those guys in the league that are like that. There's plenty of really good coaches that are like that. The one I point to all the time is Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's not out there scheming things up on game day. He's not calling plays, but he hires amazing assistant coaches that execute his game plan to an elite level. And you have to be able to do that. And I looked on the sideline during that game, and it's Pat Shurmur calling plays. And they stuck with it. And I wonder if that's more pride than anything else. Because I'll tell you this. Last year, when Sean Lewis was the OC, maybe things weren't going great, but they were putting up 35 to 40 points a game. Pat Shurmur took over, and all of those big games from the offense disappeared. And for 2 consecutive weeks now, they put up some numbers, box score-wise, against NDSU. Point total was still, like, pretty marginal for their standards, which was 31. And then you get this game, and I'm like, where's the counter? Where is your ability to look at what the defense is doing and say, all right, I got an answer for that? Because I'll tell you right now, Nelly, I watched that late first half especially close to see what CU was going to do as far as play calling goes. Because one thing was very obvious and clear, right? You couldn't stop Nebraska's pass rush. You couldn't line up hat on hat with your offensive line, their defensive line, and say, we're going to win that battle. That was obvious from the very start. So I was like, all right, so how are you going to handle that? And you know what I saw for a lot of the rest of the game? You're lining up 3 and 4 wide. And I go, where's the extra guy to help protect Shedeur? Where's that guy at? Where's the tight end staying in to help? Where are you keeping a big running back in to help pass protect? Like, where's that stuff? Because it never happened. And I'm like, you have a very obvious problem that you're facing on offense. You cannot stop the pass rush, and you refuse to run the football. So it's a pretty important detail. And there was no help. Like, this whole thing, it was, for a lot of last year, it was this. Shedeur's on an island by himself, and you're like, hey, play hero ball and win the game for us. It's like, that's not a strategy, man. He's very, very good. He might be the best quarterback in college football, but he can't be if he's on his back half the game. You got to bring him help. So here is Shedeur, by the way, on the play calling on 4th and short.
Are those kind of like 4th and 1 conversions that haven't gone your guys' way in the last couple? Is that kind of play into everybody's mind? Is that kind of something on your mind when thinking about, advancing the ball and whatnot?
No, I'd rather, if we're going to go down, I'd rather go down swinging, honestly, because I know I can throw the best punch.
Don't blame him. Got to have that attitude. It's funny, 4th and short early in the game, they run the football and it gets stuffed, which not a lot of people are surprised by. And that's one of the moments where I'm just sitting there and I'm going, okay, if it's 4th and 1 and you need to make a play, that's not the time I'm running the football. You know what I mean? Like, that's the time I'm just call up and dial up something quick to get the ball. Shedeur takes a snap. 2 seconds later, it's out of his hands. You eliminate the opportunity for pressures and sacks. You call something quick. but you also get the ball in your best playmaker's hands and allow him, the smartest guy on the field at that time, to make a decision. Like, there's just a lot of stuff I disagreed with Pat Shurmur. And I think this season kind of hinges on Pat Shurmur running the offense in the proper way. And I just didn't see it last week. And, you know, for anybody, and I'm not saying that this happened on Saturday or the last couple of days or whatever, I'm just saying in general, if you don't have some concerns and questions about CU right now, then you're being blind. And Deion should fully acknowledge that the skepticism should be healthy right now. So let me ask you guys this. Nelly, you answer the question. You're a CU fan. What's your confidence level that they make a bowl game this year after seeing what you saw on Saturday?
I need the magic 8 ball. I'll just shake a magic 8 ball and it says outlook not good or don't count on it or whatever. I'm never gonna doubt the Buffs, man. I wanna believe. Do I believe? Maybe, but I just at no point during that game did it ever seem like the Buffs even had a shot. And that's what bugs me. And when they went down 14-0 after that pick six, that weird mistake, one of my buddies, another marching band survivor, former roommate, he just texted me, "We are bleeping cooked."
Yeah.
It was the first quarter, Brett.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at here. I'm like, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Again, this isn't hoping this happens. I'm just acknowledging what I'm seeing as reality. If that's how they're going to play, North Dakota State and this Nebraska game, if that's the best that they got, this team is not making a bowl game. They aren't. Because that style of defense, or I'm sorry, that level of play from offensive linemen, that level of pressure being given up on Shedeur, that's not getting better when you play against Kansas States and Iowa States. It's not getting better when you play Kansas. It's not getting better when you play Oklahoma State. It's going to look like that over and over and over again. You better find a way to counterpunch.
Let's do it, Brett. I have one right here. I have a magic 8 ball.
All right, give it a shake.
This will give me as good of an answer as anything.
All right, magic 8 ball. Will the Buffs make a bowl game?
Let's see. It said, oh, wow. It is decidedly so.
Okay.
The 8 ball's feeling high. Okay, maybe the Buffs turn it around with a win against the Rammies to get the course settled.
Is the magic 8 ball also nervous to doubt Deion before he gets yelled at? Is that part of the problem?
Let's see. Magic 8 ball. Are you going to get banned from asking questions in a CU press conference? Let's see. Are you going to get banned? Ask again later. All right, we'll see. Jury's
see.
Still out on the 8 ball.
Got to do it later. 303-504-0925. I mean, as much as the two games of the teams that we cared about stunk, it was still a fun weekend of football and a lot of things to get to. Stick around. All right. Opening weekend of the NFL come and gone, and we'll break down some of these scores in more detail from over the next couple hours. But just a couple of surprises off the bat. The Patriots beating Cincinnati, and I'm not buying this, okay? I've seen this happen too many times with Joe Burrow where it's like the first couple of weeks of the season, they stink, and it makes you feel like, oh, maybe they're terrible. And then they come back and they win like 8 straight later in the year. But the fact that New England goes on the road at Cincy and wins that first game, pretty insane. That Friday game between the Packers and the Eagles was a fantastic football game that ended awfully. Packers with a chance just to try and get a heave up in the air. And what ends up happening is, have we seen Nelly, do we know the actual sort of diagnosis here on Jordan Love? Is it a sprained MCL, I think is what it was?
Yeah, it wasn't an MCL tear. I believe it was just some sort of MCL injury that's going to keep him out. I saw some estimates of like 3 to 4 weeks. Some said 4 to 6. Maybe we have an update from Adam Schefter when we talk to him today at 8 o'clock.
That's right. We talked to Shefty at 8 o'clock today. But it looked ugly. If you saw the zoomed in slow-mo replay on that, it looked like something popped in his knee. So it's good news that Jordan Love has suffered something more minor than maybe what was feared initially. By the way, no Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh. He was declared out. And I have a question about this in just a second, but he was declared out with an ankle injury. So Justin Fields got the start. And I don't think Justin Fields did himself any favors by whoever's going to play in Pittsburgh next week. Let's say that Russell Wilson's healthy. I don't think that despite winning 18-10 over Atlanta, that 6 field goals and no touchdowns is going to guarantee you another start. So we'll see about that. But did you notice this? Russell Wilson was out, and he was still in full pads. Like, he was inactive, but still in full pads. I don't get that. I don't know what's going on there. Is that the emergency quarterback thing, or what is that?
Full pads with the eye black and everything.
Yeah. It's like he's inactive for the game, but he's in full pads with eye black on. And I don't want to just go to the easiest thing that people do, which is, oh, that's Russell being a cornball.
You ever done anything dangerous?
But that does seem very corny. And I was trying to give him benefit of the doubt, saying like they have that emergency quarterback rule. Maybe that means that he could still possibly play. I'm just going to go there. But very, very odd. Also odd is I wake up in the morning waiting for all the football to begin, and I see that Tyreek Hill is face down on the pavement in handcuffs around a whole bunch of cops. I have no idea what's going on there. A total like Scotty Scheffler situation of driving to his place of work, and next thing you know, he's in handcuffs before their event starts. But he was able to play in that game, and 7 catches, 130 yards, and a touchdown later, Miami gets a close win, last-second field goal win over Jacksonville.
And did you see the touchdown celebration he did in the end zone?
Really, really funny. Really funny.
Yeah, if you missed it, he scored the touchdown, and then he put his hands behind his back, and one of his teammates came up and pretended to cuff him. That's a flex right there.
I mean, it's pretty great. I'll give him total credit. Like, if I were, you know what, Scotty Scheffler, once if he got a birdie or something like that, he should have done the same thing on the day he was arrested before. I think that was the PGA Championship, I think. But he should have done the same thing. So, a lot to get to here today. And I want to play some audio. This is Sean Payton on how Bo handled the pressure of his first game.
Yeah, look, I don't know how many balls we dropped. And so I've said this before, for any quarterback playing, we've got to be more effective running the football. We'll see the rushing. If you take away his scrambling yards, I think we're like somewhere 60 yards rushing to their 140. So not nearly good enough.
Exactly. Like, if you take away Bo Nix's rushing yards, because the Broncos had 25 carries for 99 yards, but 35 of those were from Bo Nix. So that takes it to 64 yards on 20 carries. Like, that's not sustainable. Javonte comes out of the gates and he runs the ball a whole lot to start the game and then just starts to miss his carries. Jaleel McLaughlin was the guy who led in rushing attempts. He had 10 on the day. Estime had a couple, although his one rush was maybe the most effective rush of the game, which was his little 12-yard burst. But you can't establish a rushing game. You can't get play action working properly. You need all of those things to happen if you want your rookie quarterback to be effective, especially on the road. And it just didn't happen. Like, do you know what helped the Seahawks? Is they had a 100-yard rusher on the day. And he was getting decent yardage every time he popped. You just didn't have that same thing. Because here's what, in the passing game, Broncos defense, I think, held up really well. I was nervous about that three-headed monster of DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith-Njigba going up against a rather unproven secondary outside of Patrick Surtain, but I thought the secondary played great. Lockett had a decent day where he had 6 catches for 77 yards, but DK Metcalf was 3 catches for 29. Jackson Smith-Njigba was 2 catches for 19. Like, you did your job. But the difference was they ran the football effectively. It's a big deal. When you're able to do that, it changes a whole bunch of the dynamic of what you can do offensively and what the defense cannot do, which is pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. Texture says, I think Bo did fine. That's a tough place to play, and that defense was feeling it late. Yeah, I am not like super down on Bo Nix after that game. I did, the one thing that I guess had an eyebrow cocked up in the air for me was a couple of really bad decisions made in double coverage where he finished the game with 2 picks. It felt like it could have been more. I thought the decision-making part from him was something that was going to be at an advanced stage for a rookie QB, and we still saw some of the same sort of rookie flaws that you would expect as he tried to force a couple into really bad situations where it doesn't feel like he has the arm talent to really thread the needle in that kind of way. No, again, didn't get much help from his wideouts. A lot of drop passes yesterday. But I'm not down on Bo Nix after one game. They didn't do the things that they had to do to help out your rookie quarterback. This isn't, Russell Wilson going out there who's a 12-year veteran and expecting him to make a couple of plays.
It's spicy.
Like, if that's Russ, then this is a super disappointing game because he's a vet. But this is a rookie. You need to do things to help him. And I know he's like a quote, advanced rookie, whatever, 61 college starts and all that different stuff. It's his first game against number 1 defense competition. And so I'm not expecting the world from him. And you got to be able to establish a rushing game, and the receivers have to make plays when he puts the ball in the money.
Brett, if you take away those 2 safeties, by the way, 2 first-half safeties for the Broncos defense. What a strange day in Seattle. But if you take away those 2 safeties, Broncos offense scored 16 points. Broncos football is so back, baby.
It is.
Oh, man. It's like Haxie never left, dude. We are so back.
Can I hear one more piece of audio before we get to a break here? Can we hear Sean Payton on an update of Garrett Bowles, who was hurt in the middle of that game? I feel like I saw this on the cut sheet earlier. Maybe not. If it's not on there,
I think he's going to be fine. Hit an MRI. I think the evaluation was fine. I think he's got a bruise.
That's the nervous sort of stuff that I worry about this year is if this is all about setting up Bo Nix for success. The Broncos were incredibly lucky last year to have all 5 starting offensive linemen healthy for virtually every single game. And it just feels like that luck is not going to carry over year. And so when Bowles was hurt, got super nervous because what are you going to do to replace Bowles? Left tackle, established guy, not a lot of depth. Could have been a huge issue. Now, luckily, it's just a, quote, bruise is what they think. But if anybody on that offensive line misses a significant amount of time, it's going to spell some trouble. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. If you guys want in, can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. And you can always watch the show live on Twitch. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can also watch on Altitude Television as well. But Safeway, did you know you can save 5% every day with Safeway Schedule and Save? Put your everyday essentials on autopilot. We do the shopping. You save 5%. Get started at Safeway.com. A lot to get to this morning. Broncos, their opener. CU, dominated by Nebraska on Saturday. Get to all of that. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Ryan Staub stepping up as he was being dragged down. The ball wasn't picked off. It was batted into the air. Ty Robinson says it's Nebraska football. I think that's Jamari Butler at the bottom of the pile. And yes, it is.
The ruling on the field is a fumble and recovery by the defense.
And this will be victory number 2 for Nebraska.
Second down and short for the Rams. Colorado State up 24-14. Led 24-7 at halftime. Airing it out. Has a man caught. Touchdown. Caleb Goody. His first career touchdown catch. And it's 30-14. A strike of 40 yards.
What a crazy opening day matchup here in Seattle as the Seahawks win it 26-20 to get the Mike Macdonald era off with a Week 1 win. Final line on Bo Nix, 27-43, only a $135 arch, the 2 picks. And a lot to think about for him on that flight home to Denver.
So pumped for the opening week of the NFL. You had a big game in Lincoln on Saturday, and then both games felt the same. Just complete disappointment, almost from kind of the jump.
Very rarely in sports, fellas, follow me on this one. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Very rarely in sports, and almost never on this show, does what happens in reality, in real time, is exactly what we expected to happen.
Yeah.
But when we last talked, when we last spoke on Friday, we all said Broncos are going to go through some growing pains. It's on the road in Seattle. Bo's going to look like a rookie. Good luck. We all said, ooh, Nebraska's going to come to play. If they don't get to it early, they're going to get beat pretty bad. It happened. Everything we expected happened. It doesn't make you like it. It doesn't make you say, yay. It still pisses you off. But exactly what we said, exactly what we expected took place.
I think we can all agree, though, Moj, the level of disappointment, because you're disappointed in both games. The Seattle one wasn't totally unexpected, though. Like, you were hoping to see, like, Bo Nix. Maybe he could be one of those rookies that lights it up in Week 1, but it wasn't a surprise that it was a struggle. I was surprised on Saturday at how bad that looked from the very start. Like, I was watching with a buddy of mine. It took me, Vic Moj, 1 possession on offense for CU, 1 possession on defense, and I go, they're done.
100%.
Like, I watched the way that Nebraska dominated the line of scrimmage on both sides on the first possessions, and I said, CU stands no chance.
100%.
No chance today.
It's it's 7-0, and they get the great return. They're in awesome field position.
Yep.
To say, you know what? Let's go punch this in. Let's get this thing tied up and get some mo. And all they did was go backwards. That's all they did. Just go backward. I mean, it was, there seemed just like a lot of ineptitude. And I'm trying to figure out if there's a huge talent gap or there's a huge coaching gap or both, because they weren't in the football game.
I think it's a little of both.
The final score was not indicative of how much of a blowout this game truly was. Matt Rule could have hung 50 on him if he wanted to, I think. And that's what was so frustrating, disappointing, is that it feels like they're not only the same, but perhaps they're even regressing.
Let me make my blanket statement about both teams.
Even regressing, Vic.
Both the Broncos and the Buffs in their defeats. Nothing's changed.
No.
That's the thing, man. Like, it looked the same as last year. In both games, it looked the same.
Like the same script.
Yeah.
Like the defense has bouts of greatness. Oh, my God, look at this. And then the Broncos go 3 and out, 6 out of 7 drives. Oh, look at the Buffs all shiny in their helmets. And then their offensive line can't block paper.
You know,
the offense, that's the thing about Deion and what Prime. You can't spend, this is where he gets into trouble, in my opinion. You can't spend an offseason from the mountaintops yelling about how improved you are in the trenches. You can't deride somebody when they ask, are you bolstered on the offensive line? And then you quibble with the definition.
It looked. This was my concern after the North Dakota State game. It's like, all right, good win against a pretty good team. But what did we say after Week 1? We said it looked a lot like last year still. It still looked like that. And the Nebraska game only compounded that thought, where it's, oh, it's still Shedeur and Travis Hunter and then a lot of nothing. And here's been the strategy for them. And I think this is what bothered me the most in that game because, Shedeur left the game early. He walked off with 2 minutes left. And I wonder if that hit that he took on the previous drive was like a concussion type of hit, so he's going to get checked out. I don't know if they said anything about it or not, but it's a bad hit. And here's my issue. Their game plan each week seems to be this. Shedeur, play hero ball. Make an insane play that keeps us in the game.
Now,
and he needs some type of help.
Is that a need or a game plan?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, I feel like that's a game plan.
I mean, they have NFL coaches galore across the board on that coaching staff. Why can't they designate a run game to support Shedeur?
And that's
Sanders
my point, Vic. I don't know that they have. I don't know they have.
I don't think they can.
They don't have the ability.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
you can want it all you want. You can scheme all you want. If you don't have the horses to pull it off, then what are you doing?
Okay, but Moshe, here's my issue. Okay, and I'm gonna say this again so that everybody's aware of kind of where I sit with this thing. Last year, they made a coaching change midway through the season. What'd they do? They fired Sean Lewis midway through the year, right?
Yes.
What happened to the offense immediately after Sean Lewis was fired?
They went down.
Well, no, they ran the ball a little more, but it still didn't work.
No, but they were putting up.
They weren't putting up. They were losing big time.
With Sean Lewis, they were putting up like 40 points a game.
Yeah, but they're also playing better competition later in the season.
They still whatever. Fine. But here's my issue, Vic, and this is where it's like you don't have the horses. Okay, I'll acknowledge some of that on the offensive line, although I'm also trying to take Dion and everybody at their word that they got better this offseason on offensive line play. Here's my problem. I was watching very intently towards the end of the first half, and it's like the game's coming off the rails. How do you stabilize this? They obviously couldn't protect because those giant dudes on Nebraska's defensive line, that Hutmacher and Ty Robinson kid, they're massive.
That was
they're
number
huge.
8?
Number 9 and number 0 are
the problem with number 0 is this. His number looks like a little tiny number because his jersey is so... It's like putting a sticker on a pup tent.
Those are missing link type players.
Yeah,
but they're huge.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he's as wide as he is tall, and the number looks like a little 0.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't block him.
I mean, like a
They
little...
couldn't block
like
him.
a little
Listen. This is what I'm getting at. Those two guys...
Well, how do you... I mean, dude, he's huge.
Hold on. Those two guys were living in your backfield.
Yeah.
Living. And I'm watching at the end of the first half. I'm like, okay, we've got a quarter and a half of you very clearly noticing that those two guys are in the backfield every single play. And what do they do on offense? They tried out 4 wide. 4 wide. I saw them empty set, 5 wide.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, you can't protect, and you're saying we're going to let our offensive line continue to go hat on hat, one-on-one?
Mm-hmm.
What's the strategy here?
Yeah.
Like, throw a counterpunch. Put a tight end in to protect. Keep a running back in the backfield. Don't go 5 wide.
Yeah.
Don't go 4 wide. Like,
Well,
I don't get it.
On the same page, we all said, what's a good number of passes? What's the volume of passes that Bo Nix should be throwing for the Broncos to have a chance? And we said, around 25 to 30. Well, they exceeded that in a hurry.
42 ain't going to cut
They
it.
exceeded that in a hurry. What happened to the Broncos' game plan to establish a run game? What is the strength of this team, guys? What is the strength of the team? We are told they pay for it.
Well, their offensive line.
Yes. Okay, that is the strength. They don't have the necessary playmakers on the outside. I think that's abundantly clear.
Yeah.
The strength is you got 3 running backs. 2 of them are battering rams. You have a highly paid O-line. Let's go to work. Why couldn't they go to work? Why didn't they go to work? Why did they give 42 chances for a young quarterback to make mistakes? I mean, Sean Payton talked about it afterwards. Got to establish a run game. Well, establish a run game.
Well, here's Sean Payton after the game when he's asked, does he want Bo Nix throwing the ball 40 times a game?
No, that's a byproduct a lot of times of, you get into the fourth quarter and heck no.
I get it.
No.
You're down. You got to kind of throw your way back into a ball game because you're down, I think 13, right? Was late in that fourth quarter. But I'm with Vic. You have strengths on this team. One of your strengths is not rookie quarterback on the road playing against first-team defenses for the first time in his career. That's not a strength in that game. Stick to your running game. And much like last year, again, I'm going to go to that common theme for both CU and the Broncos this morning. it looked a lot like last season where we get to the post game and you look at the box score and you go, why did they just abandon the run again?
Yeah.
Why did that happen? That was a close game.
They had the young quarterback, drinking out of a fire hose in this game. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we are here to say, let's develop him as quickly as we possibly can. Maybe he needs this. Maybe the early season foibles, the issues that he had throwing the ball downfield, my God, a couple of those throws, he could have easily had 5 to 6 interceptions. Easily.
Yes.
Right? So that's
He's
fine.
lucky to only have 2.
Hey,
no one here is
Nathan Peterman
surprised.
today is crying.
Yeah. No one, and this is where sometimes I struggle because no one is surprised by the way Bo Nix played. That's true. It's okay still to be frustrated by the way the Broncos play.
Yeah.
Right? Those are mutually exclusive. All right? Understand, those are 2 different things. 8 years of frustration. 8 years of 3 and outs. 8 years of nothingness on offense. Guess what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, we saw that exact thing, Vic.
Nothingness.
Exact thing.
And we're not blaming the rookie quarterback for that. It's not his fault. He'll get better, but it doesn't take away the same misery. It's a miserable offense. It has been, and it still is. It's miserable.
He is going to get better, I believe, as well, Vic. And you're not wrong. He's just the latest in a long string of this ain't great. What do we always say? You can be boring or you can be bad, but you can't be both, right?
And they're both right now.
And they have been both. They've been boring and awful for a long time. I think the kid's going to get better, and he's going to take some strays here as a rookie quarterback that he probably shouldn't take. But it's also a byproduct of all the crap we've seen around this place for some time. Now, let me keep going here a little bit. We talk about the hostile environment in Seattle. And it is. That lumen gets loud, does it not?
Sure.
Yeah.
You make it sound like there's a prison riot going on in the background. You mean it's loud?
Hey, hang on a second. Well, find me the easiest, most friendly confines in the league to play in.
Bo Nix didn't play in loud confines last year?
Of course he did. Of course he did.
He played the Washington Huskies.
But I heard, that's just a really tough place to play. Well, yeah, virtually every building in the NFL is a tough place to play. There's varying degrees of tough.
It's just
okay.
It's his first go in the NFL, though.
Well, I'll tell you what. We should have then called friggin' Goodell and had the Carolina Mother Trucking Panthers and
would have helped
20,000 people in their joint in Game 1.
Which is why I don't.
Come on, man.
I think deep down, given what you saw, they're never going to admit this. Sean Payton is not going to step to the microphone after the game and say, big deal. We're developing our young quarterback. That's exactly what they're doing, guys.
Of course they are.
You see this, right? The wins don't mean anything right now. The wins, it hurts to watch them lose, but they don't mean a damn thing. This is not a playoff team.
But here's the good thing, Brett.
You gotta help.
It's up to Sean Payton to help him. Here's the good thing.
Yeah.
Help him develop or help him what?
No, like
what if it helps him more to face the fire now?
But hang on, I'll give you an example.
If you think that's true, then
I'm
God
asking
bless
the question.
you.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm asking the question.
I'll give a huge positive from yesterday. I thought the secondary held up really well against a good wide receiving core. Go look at the numbers.
Totally agree with you.
DK Metcalf, non-factor.
Lockett made a couple great catches that kept
Jackson
drives alive.
Smith and Jigba, non-factor. Lockett had a decent game.
Well, the catch that sealed the game in the first down might have been the best of the damn day.
Crazy.
But all I'm saying is, I thought a very unproven secondary held up really well against them. Why did Seattle's offense look better than the Broncos? Because Kenneth Walker ran the football really well, and they committed to it. He had 20 carries for 103 yards. That's why. You didn't do that on the opposite side. And again, it was a close game. Like, that's a 6-point game in the third quarter, and they just abandoned the run again. I don't get it. Don't get it.
Well, when they get to, here's what I'm looking forward to. He's going to get his feet underneath him after this Pittsburgh game. And by the way, if you think that the defense you saw yesterday from Seattle was tough and exotic, wait until you get a little bit Tomlin's going to throw at your butt coming up on Sunday.
Yeah.
But when they get to Tampa on the 22nd, I mean, do they even have a crowd in Tampa?
Sure they do.
Oh, no. Everybody talks like this in Tampa. And then when they go to New York.
They're a playoff team now, though. Might be different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. When you go to New York, no, those people are notoriously quiet in New York. So those are really easy environments to play in.
I told you this first month is tough for rookie QB.
The New Orleans Saints burst onto the scene. I mean, they destroyed Carolina, but big deal. Have you ever been to the Superdome, Vic?
Yes.
It's like church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not loud at
And
all.
so for Bo Nix, he's going to have a really easy, not a hostile environment.
Arrowhead's not.
Yeah, but see, then here's the good part. When you get November 3rd at Baltimore, November 10th at Kansas City.
I get it, Mo.
Well, then everybody shut up about that crap. Let's talk real here, and let's throw some weight behind the rookie who's going to learn. But here's one thing, and I'm going to say this here, day number 1. I want to see something out of him that an average quarterback can't do.
100%. That's what I want to get into next.
I want to. There wasn't one thing yesterday that he did that Stidham can't do.
I want to talk
promise
exactly about his performance, what you see and what you did not see. And before people jump to conclusions to say you're in or out on Bo Nix, it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
You still have to offer opinion about what you saw.
You're damn
So
right.
we'll get to that in just a second. 303-504-0925. We got Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning. Stick around. That is the sound of luck and the sound of Tilitero. Tilitero, the favorite lottery app of many, where you can participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, or Lucky for Life. And if you download Tilitero and register with that code MAGIC, again, it's the code MAGIC, you receive a free credit to play your first lottery game. And today, it is the Powerball with $121 million on the line. So download the Tilitero app, Tulotero, register with that code MAGIC, and give that a free try for a chance to win $121 million in the Powerball today. Again, that's Tulitero, your favorite lottery app.
That's where Sutton was so good last year in the red zone. Nix evades the sack. Nix the fake. Another fake, and he spins into the end zone for the Denver touchdown. And the rookie Bo Nix trying to breathe life into Denver with 2 and change left.
Really a nice job of breaking contain, and then just a little pump fake to buy him time to get access to make that spin move and get into the end zone.
CBS on the call there again. I want to start here by just saying nobody on the show, at least I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I can speak for you guys. Nobody on this show is having some sort of wild take about Bo Nix being the wrong pick or anything like that right now. It's his first game as a rookie. You're going to expect some troubles and mistakes to be made.
Don't speak for us.
The issue I think that we all have is you didn't see really a play that made you go, aha, like one of those.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the stew that I'm sitting in this morning is I wanted just a couple of plays where you go, there's the first round pick stuff.
Mm-hmm. I hope they're coming. Let me jump in here real quick, and I want you to expand on this. By the way, I watched you and D-Mac and Coach Sanford last night. Very good.
Boy, you must have been bored.
Yeah, a little bit.
Vic, I did not.
I don't blame you one bit.
So,
I was on it and I didn't watch it.
The best throw of the day was the out on the left side to Josh Reynolds on the sideline, correct?
Yeah, a little back shoulder throw, yeah.
I'm here to argue to you. And by the way, I think that those plays are coming.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the quick decisions, they're going to scheme a little bit, more difficult as time goes on, add more to his playbook. But if you're a professional quarterback in the NFL, you should be able to complete one of those per game.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a backup. I don't care if you're. It doesn't matter. It's a good pass, but that's what pro quarterbacks are supposed to do on occasion.
Just for a second, let me back you up because I was watching the early games on Red Zone and had the multi-view going. And Will Levis, of all people, who not a great quarterback, he made a couple of throws where I turn my buddy and I go, those are the throws that if they happen once in a college football game, you're happy. Mm-hmm. These need to happen like 3 times a quarter in the NFL.
Yeah.
Can I offer my opinion on Bo Nix?
Please.
Because here's what we talked about. And I had a certain set of criteria going into this game that I was on the lookout for. I understood that Bo Nix would struggle. We said as much. We all pretty much committed to him struggling in Seattle. That's fine.
Yeah.
But there's always those moments. You want to see those moments of greatness. We specified what is that moment. For me, it was simple. His best playmaking is when he uses his wheels. Mm-hmm. We discussed it in the preseason. The guy's very good with his feet.
He's faster than I thought.
He's very good with his feet.
He's better than I thought.
And I thought his best throw was not the one to Reynolds. It was that throw on the run when he was on the run. That was
earlier in the game.
Yeah, I thought that was his best throw because that fits his profile. What I wanted to see yesterday, and I still need to see it from him, I need Bo Nix to prove it to me that he could fit the ball in small pockets down the middle of the field from the pocket. I need to see that. He didn't do it. Okay? Doesn't mean he's bad. Doesn't mean it's a bust, but he didn't do it.
Right.
Every time he tried it, the ball got tipped, picked, or dropped. He didn't do it with any consistency. In fact, tell me one time when he dropped back in the pocket and wasn't on the run where he fit the ball down the middle of the field on a throw of 20 yards.
Can I also say this?
Yeah.
I saw a lot. I mean, we killed Drew Lock for it.
Yes.
Killed him. And people have killed Zach Wilson. Do you know how many times he was fading back and threw off his back foot?
Yeah.
The pick was one of them.
So these can become habits.
It's a big play, too, as in the red zone.
Yes. These can become habits, right? And Locke was never able to officially get out of that mode. The reason people smoke Zach Wilson is because he seemingly did that way too much.
The difference between Locke and Wilson, though, Moj, is that they had cannons of arms that maybe they could fit it in there. Mm-hmm. Nix doesn't have that.
Okay. So let's not pretend that we didn't see what we saw. Hopefully it'll get better. But what you want there, obviously, the pass rush was on his bacon, but you want to see him step up step up maneuver. So he did it in the preseason, and I'm like, that great play. That's exactly what I wanted to see. That was awesome. Yesterday, it was panic mode. Again, his first start against a team that wanted to rip his head off.
Faster.
Everything is way faster. And maybe the game will slow down for him next week against the Steelers and then the week after that and so on. But that's part of the progression of a rookie quarterback.
Allow me to couch my comments a little bit about fitting the ball into small windows down the middle of the field. Because to succeed in the NFL, you have to be able to do that. Okay? Can we all agree on that? Everybody here in the room.
Sure.
If you're going to be a good quarterback in the National Football League, you have to fit the ball down the middle of the field. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, jury's still out on that. It's not all his fault, though. It's not all his fault. Because what I'm looking at is a group of receivers that are not getting separation.
And also, catch the ball. Like, catch the ball when it's on the money.
But there's no separation. There's no, I'm watching last night, Detroit and the Rams. I'm seeing separation. I'm seeing guys go open.
Yep.
I'm not seeing that out of the Broncos receiving core. That's not a strength. So you're going to have even further growing pains.
It's not all about speed. How fast is Cooper Kupp?
Well, he's faster than you think.
He's
also precise route runner.
He's at best a 4.5 guy. At best, probably more like a 4.6 guy. I don't know what Puka runs. Anyway, he got injured in the game. But these guys find themselves separated all the time. And I'm like, you're a little slowish dude, and yet that dude is open.
You know, there were a couple drops last night that had me saying, God, well, Tim Patrick would have caught that.
I know, and that's revisionist history, but you're not wrong.
Sutton had a very ball on the money.
Josh Reynolds early in the game had one in the middle of the field where I asked for those middle of the field passes. It was in the third quarter.
I thought that was Humphrey.
That was Josh Reynolds as well.
Humphrey had one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lil Jordan Humphrey. I mean, there were two where the defender is right there, but that ball squeezes through him.
Listen, it's not an indictment, but it's very telling when your most productive wide receiver, most targeted wide receiver, is a 7th-round rookie.
Yeah.
A 7th-round rookie who I thought played well.
Hey,
but he's the guy. You know, we said, what are the tight ends going to do? Can they get any production out of the tight ends? The answer, resoundingly, no. No, they can't.
Stop me if you heard this one before, too. Marvin Mims had 0 catches with 1 target on the day.
I don't get that. He returned punts. I don't know what they're doing with Mims. Maybe he can't.
Broncos fans, listen.
Vic, hold on. Can we back up for 1 second? Isn't this all what we expected? Not only for game 1, but for this season.
But I think what I want.
Then why am I finding myself?
Let me tell you why.
Aggravated and agitated.
Let me tell you why. Open your ears, Broncos fans.
If I knew this was coming, why am I so agitated?
I'm gonna tell you why. Why the irritability factor is high on this show, and why there's some of you that can walk away from saying this. Shrug your shoulders. It's what we expected. We agree with you. Here's why we're so irritated. It's been 84 years. It's been 84 years.
Where's that old lady now?
And the longer it goes on, she's dead?
It's been 84 years.
It's been a decade of 3 and outs. It's been a decade of the exact same movie. We're seeing the exact same movie play out every Sunday. A decade straight of it. That's why we sound the way we sound. It's not because Bo Nix, because if you compare Bo Nix to the other rookie quarterbacks in the league yesterday, he was better than Caleb Williams.
Caleb was bad, too.
He was better than Caleb Williams, your first pick. Here's the number. Andy Bailey on Twitter has this. Since the start of Peyton Manning's final season with the Broncos, a decade ago, Denver in the NFL is 31st in touchdowns, 29th in total yards, and 28th in yards per play. Bottom of the pile offensively for 84 years. That's why we sound the way we sound.
Hey, this old lady did a great job.
Do you agree, though?
I agree. I agree.
This is not a reflection of the rookie. He's just part of the mix. Well, he's caught in the crossfire here. Sorry, Rook. You're collateral damage.
And I'm not trying, again, just to clarify this one more time. I'm not out on Bo Nix at all.
Yeah.
Not out. But the difference here, there was 3 rookies that played. to open up the season, and they all had kind of the same passing yards. Now, if you watch the Washington game, Jaden Daniels was okay passing, but he also ran for 88 yards and 2 touchdowns, which will make a difference. But Caleb Williams, who you just mentioned, Vic, he was 14 of 29 for 93 yards. And the only reason the Bears won is I think they had 2 punts blocked for a touchdown, right?
Yeah.
They didn't score an offensive touchdown, but they won 24-17 in that game.
Correct.
So, again,
The rookie who looked the best lost.
Jaden Daniels?
Yeah.
Well, so did Bo Nix. Somebody on the Twitch feed says, not accurate, Vic. For example, we scored 16 points for years. For years, 16 points. Yesterday, we broke 20 easier than I've ever seen in a decade. The reason you scored 20 yesterday, your defense handed you a pair of safeties and field position right in the back porch. Are you kidding me? The offense looked exactly the same. Exactly the same.
In what world did that look easy to you?
Exactly the same. That's the exact same thing we've seen for 8 years.
The special teams put them on the 1-inch line twice, and you got 2 safeties out of it. They also had a pick and put the offense in the red zone first series of the game, and they booted a field goal. So that's a total of 7 points right there. Subtract that 7 that the defense and special teams gave you, and you've got 13. Okay, I mean, so let's, if you want to be real about it, let's be real about it. And again, let me reiterate. Home opener, I don't think Russ is going to play this weekend, which I think is a crime. It's sad because I want to see that so bad.
He might.
I don't think he will.
No, Fields wasn't great, but you know what? Fields didn't screw it up either.
You won the
He wasn't
game.
great.
Yeah.
They won the game.
On 6 field goals.
But you won the game.
Do you know how good this Steelers defense is?
Yeah. If you thought it was going to be tough against Seattle, all right. So for everybody who says, oh, the hostile Seattle crowd, if you think it's tough moving the ball against Seattle, wait till the Steelers come to town next Sunday.
Dude, Kirk Cousins, I watched that game yesterday. I almost used the word. I can't say it. He had a body part in the dirt all day. Okay? All day long. That Steelers defense, no, look, I don't know. You're going to have to scheme like a mother this week, Sean Payton. Scheme like a mother because that Steelers defense, Watt, dude, was an absolute man-possessed all game long. It's not going to get any easier is what I'm trying to say. Then you're going on the road for 2. Baker Mayfield. Talk about Lazarus rising from the
He
dead.
threw a couple dimes. He threw
Oh, my
a dime.
God.
Oh, my God.
So I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to be optimistic, but I'm agitated and I'm irritated. You're right, Vic. It's because the history that is coming into this season, it's tough to wipe it out, even though we should. And I completely tell all Bronco fans, this is a new starting line, new start, but the history is catching up in my brain from the back.
Listeners, can I say one thing real quick? The first 2 scoring drives for the Broncos, the first 2 field goal drives. The first one was a 4-play drive for 3 yards. That was after the pick.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was a 4-play drive for -2 yards, because that was after the muffed punt that set them up.
Yes, but it's a different offense. It's different. Listen, man, again, we're going to sound like...
Wait, 4 for 3 and then 4 for -2. So that's 8 for -1 and 6 points.
We're going to sound like jerks on this show this morning like we normally do. We're going to sound like we're it's a rip job. It's not. This is not a referendum on where they're going. It's a referendum on where they've been.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's a good way to put it.
Okay? I think what they're doing is necessary. They're basically throwing this kid out there, this little doe, and saying, walk. They're throwing him in the deep end and saying, swim. 42 pass attempts in your first game on the road in a loud place. Yes, you do it. And it's gonna look ugly. But it doesn't change the history, and the history sucks. And yesterday, the offense sucked.
Moj,
can I say
a reference you like to use?
Yeah.
Sean Payton looked at Bo Nix before the game started, and he goes, "You're gonna smoke the whole pack, okay? The whole thing."
You see this entire pouch of red, like they did my freshman year at high school. You see this entire pouch of Red Man?
You're gonna throw it all in there.
Put that in your mouth.
Yep.
But that's typically a punishment. I'm not sure that what Sean Payton was doing yesterday, he's certainly not punishing his young quarterback. In fact, he came to his defense highly in the postgame, and that's fine too, because you have a vested interest in keeping this kid buoyed and keeping his spirits up. And hey, listen, it's the NFL. We knew it was going to be like this, buddy, but you're going to be okay. He he doesn't want to hurt the kid. He wants to do everything he can to bring him along correctly. It's just that Sean Payton hasn't really operated in this environment before. He's never had a guy like this that he's had to do this with like this. This is a new thing, man. Everybody's drinking through a fire hose, as you say, Vic.
Texture says it's like throwing Vic in the pool and saying swim. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, no. It's like throwing me, no. It's like throwing me in the English Channel and saying, go.
Yep. By the way, real quick. You brought up Russell. So Russell did not play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He had an ankle injury. He was out.
What was he?
Why was he in full uniform?
Why was he wearing
for a game
eye
he
black?
was inactive?
The eye black got me. All right, we've seen him in uniform before in the preseason with the Broncos. Remember when games he didn't play, he got in full uniform?
But he might need to come in for injuries and stuff like that.
No,
that kind of made sense.
There were games in the preseason as a Bronco where he wanted to be in full uniform. He wanted to partake in the sideline communication. I get it. The eye black.
He's wearing eye black in a full uniform in a game he's inactive for.
Dude,
I didn't even think that was allowed.
I didn't either. I thought to myself, what are you doing? Here's when I first noticed it, though.
The one thing I thought, though, Moj, is this like the emergency quarterback rule that maybe if he had to come into play, he could still? Is that what that is?
Do you see what we're doing? We're talking of Russell Wilson the same way that Seattle guys spoke of him when we
Why
first
are
got
you
him.
in full uniform?
I know, but you see where we are, though, right? 2 years later? We're exactly where – who's that guy that we had on last week? Really
Ian
good.
Furness.
We're exactly where he was 2 years ago.
Hey, listen, when I first noticed it was early in the game and the offense comes off the field, and he's over there in his full gear with the earpiece in and all this stuff. Okay, fine. And he's dapping up the offense. Mm-hmm. And he's offensive lining it, and the receivers dap up. He's doing, and I'm like, dude. And their reaction to him was,
he was wearing eye black in a dome stadium when he wasn't playing.
Oh my God.
Spicy.
I can't hate too much. I was the guy who wore eye black for night games. It's a look. It's a vibe.
Did you really?
You ever done anything
I
dangerous?
did. Yeah.
Man, I would have loved to slap that off
It's a
your face.
look.
It's a vibe.
Yeah, Vic could have slapped it right off you. He'd slap you so hard the eye black would flee.
Let me ask you this. Did you do the extravagant eye black look that's being used today where like mascara pouring down your face?
The burn the end of a cork and then you do it.
Oh, okay.
That was the cool one. That was a cool one to do because it doesn't smear.
Why aren't we doing the show with eye black right now?
We should
be, yeah.
But see, like, this is why I don't want to jump too much on Russ for the eye black thing. How many guys in this league, they do like one eye black or they do the smear down the face
Well,
stuff?
Tebow had messages on his eye black, so it does sound a lot like Tebow. That's where we are.
The old lady in Titanic.
Uh-huh.
She made it to 100. That's Gloria Stewart. That's a high five. She made it to 100. That's huge, man. Way to go, Gloria. God rest your soul.
Great.
What the hell does that have to do with Russell Wilson and eye black?
It's been 84 years. That's what it has to do with.
Adam Schefter is going to join us at 8 o'clock to recap the weekend that was in the NFL. Stick around.
Let's get it out of the way right now. Let's get it out of the way.
No, I got to get this out of the way.
That's what I'm saying. Give the floor to Vic Lombardi and let's get it out of the way.
No, but hold on. I got to rip on somebody on Twitch who is.
Oh.
When we're making
Adam Schefter in 15 minutes.
We're making light of Russell Wilson wearing the eye black, and this person, Haking, says, dude, it helps in the lights. Vic is a clown.
It doesn't. It's a look.
No, but let's just say it does help in the lights, which, okay, that's why they wear it. He wasn't playing in the game.
He wasn't active. He was not
He was
active.
the emergency quarterback. He wasn't playing in the game. Do you wear eye black when you're at home at night because of the lights? When you're not playing? Do you wear eye black at dinner when you're not playing? If you look into a light, a night light, and you're reading, do you wear eye black?
There is so much that's happened over the weekend, though. Like Dak Prescott signing the $60 million a year deal,
Insane.
like an hour before kickoff.
Mm-hmm. Tyreek Hill
getting arrested.
What was that all about?
Jordan Love on Friday getting looks like he avoided a major injury, but still going to be out for about a month with a knee injury in the last play of the game. A lot going on.
Tyreek is flat out on the ground with his hands cuffed behind his back.
Well, Scotty Scheffler
and his Ferrari's sitting right there, and I'm like, what could he have possibly done?
That smacked of Scotty Scheffler.
It totally did. One cop has already been placed on leave, apparently. Like, one dude's they're already like, what are you doing, dude?
I think I know. I saw one of the videos. One of those cops, like, Tyreek was handcuffed, and he looks like he's just listening to the officers. And this guy just comes over, and I don't know if he kicked him or grabbed him and pulled him around, but I was like, all right, a little intense.
Jesus Lord. Small lawsuit there.
Vic, get it out of the way, though.
What?
Say what you got to say.
Say what you got to say, and let's move on.
We know what you got to say.
My college football season is over.
Yeah. That.
Yeah. You know, I texted my brother.
It was a cool interview from that Northern Illinois coach after the game.
That was so cool.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with that coach and those players. I mean, that's special to go in there and win a game that nobody expected you to win. Nobody. But you know what? This Notre Dame team under Freeman is good for one of these a year. I mean, just look at his schedule. Look at what he's done since he took over. He gets his team up for the big games and then loses a game that no one expected him to lose. That's just how they operate. And I'll leave it at this because I know you guys were foaming at the mouth. Everybody was. Everybody loves to see the result. The underdog beating the big bad Irish on the road. I mean, listen, part of me is like, good, well-deserved. Here's my takeaway from that game, and now my season's over. I am so tired of my school going out in the portal and getting these generic graduate transfer quarterbacks to come in and save the day. I'm so tired. Last year it was the Sam, what was his name again?
Sam Hartman.
Sam Hartman. He sucked. Riley Leonard's supposed to be all that from Duke. Did you guys watch any part of that game?
He was horrific, yes. He was
absolutely
absolutely
some of the worst
disgusting.
quarterbacking play I've ever seen.
Agreed.
Why can't you develop a quarterback at that school? What can't you? It's been 15 years since they've developed their own guy.
Was Brady Quinn the last one?
What, I mean, why do you have to go out and buy these secondhand store guys? Stop shopping on the secondhand shop, okay? The only guy out there, Cam Ward from Miami, as a transfer.
Yeah.
The portal guy.
Yeah,
he's working.
Well,
okay?
he was a Wazoo guy who threw the football all over.
He is shining. All right, he is shining.
Really good.
Other than that, this portal business, you know, and that's also a message to CU. Oh, what did CU do in the offseason in the portal on their O-line? What'd they do? Oh, man. Just wait. Look at what we did. We got the top portal class in the country, right? Isn't that what we heard?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what we heard?
And who did they get beat by last on Saturday? It was fourth-year guys in the Huskers program on the defensive line.
The portal sucks.
Well, and here's the other thing. Going back to CU, we'll talk to Adam Schefter in 10 minutes.
Oh, by the way,
the most disappointing thing about CU and what I witnessed on Saturday was you knew it was going to be tough. You knew that Lincoln was going to be crazy because they think they got a team that's good this year, and they very well might have one. Like, really good in the trenches, quarterback play. Like, Raiola wasn't amazing in that game, but you know what he didn't do is make a mistake.
No, he didn't
make a single mistake the entire night.
The Buffaloes didn't force anything.
But here's the thing. When your game plan week in, week out seems to be, Shedeur, throw the ball for 450 yards and we'll win. That's not sustainable. And I'll say this right now. judging of what I've seen the first 2 weeks of this season with CU 1-1, that's not a bowl team, guys. That's not a team that's going to win 6 games this year unless they drastically change a lot of the things they do. That style is not beating anybody in the Big 12.
It certainly doesn't feel like it. And I've been paying, obviously, a lot more attention to the Big 12 since the Buffaloes got back in it. And you know what? They've got some pretty damn good football teams in the Big 12. They really do. And I'm like, all right, can they beat this team? No, I don't think they can. Well, can they beat this team? Nah, I don't think they can.
Did you see what Iowa State did? Iowa State played against Iowa.
Yeah,
in Iowa.
won.
Yeah. And say what you want about Iowa's offense. We know it's a drag. They have trench play on both sides of the ball. Iowa State beat them playing that style.
Did you see what your boy Raiola did in the locker room after the game?
Oh yeah, they were doing everything. They had.
He sang Shadour's song.
They brought out all the hits. They were doing the watches.
And this is why. And I say this, and people are like, "Oh, let the kids have fun. Let everybody have fun." This is why you got to be careful, man. You become a target. You become the target.
Yep.
The target. Just don't be so loud when you win.
Well, and Shedeur
win, and I said this a couple weeks ago and people went off. Remember when I said, I don't like the way they win? You remember that?
Yep.
Don't like the way they win. They're too loud when they win. And it catches up to you. Humility.
What'd you think about Shedeur when he said this in the postgame?
Shedeur, how important do you think it is for this offense to continue to, develop, a running game and continue to be balanced, to, try to be more balanced? How do you think that can kind of help, your game and obviously this offense as a whole?
I mean, how many times did Raiola get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Raiola get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Well, I understand what he's saying there because he's their best weapon.
Yes.
And he and Travis are their best weapons. And sometimes when you're not good enough, you just have to say, guys, please go try to do it. But at the same time, I wish he wouldn't throw the offense under the bus and we can't run the football. I mean, he's not saying anything we don't already know, but I don't know that should be the first thing out. You don't answer a question with a question.
You might as well take it to the next step. I mean, he's right. The offensive line didn't give him any chance. The run game didn't open anything up. We know this. But let's go ahead and look at the history here. Your original coordinator was run out of town and replaced. Your original offensive linemen were run out of town and replaced twice. Mm-hmm. You went to the portal and replaced the groceries. You had a running back that was, what, a 4-star and 5-star? He left.
2 of them.
Did you replace him?
Hankerson and Edwards.
Did you replace him? Talk to the guy who recruits the players.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to take out your offensive line and talk about how you didn't get protection. Well, who's responsible for that ultimately?
Hey, 2 weeks in, something's very obvious. Those running backs are not nearly as good as the ones last year.
That is correct.
Not nearly.
It's not even close.
No. And here's the other thing. This is why I got so confused. Early in that game, CU's on, I think, like the 28 or 30-yard line for the Huskers. They're in plus territory, right? It's 4th and 1. They go for it. And I'm like, good call. I think don't trot out the field goal team. You got good offensive pieces. Go out and let them work. And out of all the times to run the football, you decide that's the one. Instead of a play, you could get the ball out of Shedeur's hands on a quick hitter, put it in his hands and let him get the first down. You decide, let's go with the thing that we do bad and run the football there. Like, I was so confused by so many different calls and just the general scheme they had that day offensively.
Yeah.
And it all fell apart the second that Shedeur made what I think is going to be the worst throw he'll ever make.
Yeah, game was over on the pick six there at the goal line. It was over there. And
you're at your own 2, and you're throwing long side of the field on an outbreaking route, not on time. It made no sense.
Hey, listen, man, I think the frustration from the CU game was defensively, I thought they played all right.
They gave – Nelly brought this up in the appetizer. He's so right on this. CU's defense, Moj, gave up 21 points in that game. If I told you before the game started the Buffs held the Huskers offense to 21 points, do you think the Buffs win that game?
I think they've got a really good shot. Keep in mind, too, it felt to me in that second half. I mean, they've got a 28-0 lead. Rules just like, hey, keep everything in front of you. Let's just be chill, and offensively, hey, let's just burn clock and be done. I don't think. I mean, to me, I think they could have put 50 up if they wanted to, if they really kept going, but they didn't have the need to do so.
Well, we've learned and will continue to do so. CU looks exactly like the CU we saw a year ago. After one game, the Broncos look pretty much like the Broncos we saw a year ago. Now, that could all change. Nobody's making ridiculous, dashing opinions on the season. But from what we've seen, they look exactly the same.
Travis Hunter, though, is still a stud. Travis Hunter is still guaranteed 100 yards reception type of game.
Let him play
every single
offensive
week.
line then. I mean, he's playing every other. Let him block.
Get back to this in a little bit. Got to talk to Adam Schefter, ESPN.com. He'll recap the entire weekend that was week 1 of the NFL with Adam Schefter next.
We all know how good Colorado beef is, and that is Centennial Cuts. I'm talking about the Larson family. In the cattle business for generations, and it's super high-quality beef. I've been grilling all summer long. I do it through the fall. I do it in the wintertime. Yes, I'll do it in the spring because, well, that doesn't bother me, and hopefully doesn't bother you either. It's such good beef. It's even served in high-end restaurants like Velvet Cellar and A5 Steakhouse downtown. They've got the individual beef cuts. They've got the premium multi-size bundles, awesome flavors of jerky, great variety, the sausage, and they even have those pet treats. The best part, it's delivered right to your front door. And right now, use promo code Mosier. That's M-O-S-E-R, my last name, Mosier, M-O-S-E-R, and you'll get 20% off all of your orders. 20% off. And once you try Centennial Cuts, you will never go back. So do yourself a favor today. Take a look at what I'm talking about. Go to CentennialCuts.com. Use promo code Mosier, 20% off at CentennialCuts.com.
This man joins us every single Monday at 8 o'clock during football season, and always a pleasure to talk to him. It is Adam Schefter of ESPN.com. Adam, always appreciate the time, and a lot to talk about week one of the NFL, but let's just start with the initial thoughts. Bo Nix looked a little bit like a rookie in Seattle. It's not something that is surprising to play in an environment like that and play the way that he did, but overall, what do you think the game plan, 42 passing attempts for him on that road environment, what do you think?
Well, I don't think that they probably intended to throw 42 times. It probably got away from them. They couldn't get the run going. They fall behind. They're trying to catch up. They're trying to get something going. And all of a sudden, you look up and there's 42 passing attempts. I think that if you're going in there, I don't think that Sean Payton ever would have thought, okay, I want to throw 42 times in Seattle against the 12th man. Like that's not a recipe that's going to work very often. And it was a bumpy debut. They put up the numbers on John Elway's rookie debut. This is what happens, right? Like, you're not going to see it right away, but I still think that he's going to be good in time. It's just going to take a little time. You're going to have little games like that are little setbacks before you start to begin to move ahead.
Give me your opinion on the way football is being played, where the quarterback is having a little more difficulty the last couple of years. Listen to these numbers, Adam. 2021, week one, there were 61 passing touchdowns in the NFL. 2022, 51. 2023, 37. This year so far with MNF tonight, there are 33. Every year, it's getting progressively lower. Every year, fewer touchdowns being thrown by quarterbacks. Why?
I'd like to ask some people that, but off the top of my head, my guess is just random. It's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about it at all, Vic. Mm-hmm. But the first thing I think of is that I think teams have gotten away from playing their regulars in the preseason, so that week one is almost like what a preseason game used to be. That would be one explanation off the top of my head. Another reason would be I think you're seeing teams play more young quarterbacks would be another reason. And young quarterbacks are not going to come in and light it up right away, as we saw yesterday with Bo Nix and Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. That would be explanation two. What would be your explanation? Those are the two that come to my head right off the top.
I think the rust factor is a big deal. I think offense is sort of wading into the pool rather than diving in. Sort of like, let's see what defenses look sharper. Bottom line, defenses look sharper. They did yesterday. There were times in every game. You watch even veteran quarterbacks. Joe Burrow struggled, for crying out loud. Kirk Cousins couldn't get the ball down the field. These are veteran quarterbacks that couldn't do what they normally do. And I just think it's taking offenses longer to get into the mode. By the end of the season, do you doubt that Joe Burrow will be there? Of course he will. It's just taking longer.
Yeah, well, again, to that first point that I said is that they're not using these preseason games the way that they used to in the past. I mean, it used to be, right? I could almost predict the schedule. I remember being in Greeley every summer. There would be 4 preseason games. Okay, this was the way it was for years. In the first preseason game, John Elway and company would play a series or 2. In the second game, they would play maybe a quarter and a half. Then they play a half, and then they wouldn't play in the 4th preseason game. And by the time the regular season had rolled around, they had played the equivalent of almost a full game of football, almost through the preseason, not quite, but almost. And they were a little bit more ready to go when the season kicked off.
Yeah, we'll look at week 5, week 6, and we'll go, okay, that's back to normal NFL. But Adam, with Bo Nix and with Sean Payton, this is really sort of a new thing for him. He's developing this young quarterback, even though he's not your average bear. He's an older rookie quarterback. But when you look at what the Broncos do this week, getting ready for Tomlin and the Steelers, and that defense is better than the dang defense they saw yesterday, even though it was in Seattle. If you're Sean Payton, how do you handle this week with the kid? I mean, the propping up, the teaching, that's all part of it, right? Knowing that what your goal is this year is trying to develop him.
I'm going to get to that in a moment, but you just made me think of something. I saw this shot yesterday, the shot of Dave Canales, the Panthers head coach, with Bryce Young on the sideline. And I think I'm going to tie this into your question into this. Dave Canales' job, Sean Payton's job, the job of a coach with any young player is to kind of keep him upright, make sure he doesn't get mentally dented and get beaten down. and to make sure that he's tracking the right way. That one sideline shot of Bryce Young yesterday, he looked kind of defeated to me.
Yeah.
Now it may have just been the moment, and maybe they got him at the wrong moment, and maybe there was a lot more and he was all happy, but he looked like he was beaten down. And I think Sean Payton's job with Bo Nix is to make sure he's not beaten down, because there's some people that had some negative comments, and we're not going to judge Bo Nix and the quarterback he is or is going to be in one road game in Seattle in his first game where he didn't play a lot in his rookie year. And again, talking about quarterbacks in the beginning, tying that all together, isn't it amazing? Like, the Commanders shut down Jaden Daniels during the preseason. The Bears shut down Caleb Williams. The Broncos didn't play Bo Nix in the last preseason game. So guys that actually could use work, and I agree with it, by the way. Like, I think it's crazy to have guys out there exposed during the preseason, but they could use the work, but you don't want to put them behind backup offensive linemen against guys who are doing everything they can to secure roster spots, who are trying to tee off on the quarterback. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So they're coming at rusty. They're not getting the work they needed. It takes time. And Sean's job is to just support him, which Sean Payton knows how to do this better than anybody. Support him, be there for him, love him up, and guide him along this journey to make sure that he doesn't suffer a mental setback that's going to impede the type of quarterback that they believe he's going to be.
Adam Schefter with us, ESPN.com. From around the NFL, Shefty, can you give me some insight? A two-part question on this. Why did it take the Cowboys so long to make this Dak deal done? And how does it happen like 2 hours before kickoff on the opening week of the season?
Well, why did it take so long to get CeeDee Lamb done? They got him done 10 days before the season when we knew the wide receiver market. It couldn't have been any easier. The four of us could have sat down and done that deal within about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And yet it lingered all the way till when it did. And by the way, did it impede them or slow them down on opening day? No. Did it work out? Yes. So all's well that ends well with CeeDee Lamb. Dak, the funny part is, I'm talking to people in Dallas, Dak's side, both sides. And I was getting ready a story for Sunday morning, that the deal wasn't getting done. Talks are being tabled, not going to happen. And I kept waiting for somebody to say, yeah, it's official, not happening. You can report that. I have a whole story written. It's all written. Like, I was ready to press send, right?
Yeah.
And when I wasn't getting the green light in the morning, I'm like, something's going on here. And I'm going to say this on my podcast this week, but I said this yesterday. So help me God. I walked in. It was Mike Greenberg's first day on the job at Sunday Countdown. I walked into Greeny with our two producers. They're getting him ready for the show. His first Sunday Countdown. Greeny is a TV legend. It's not like he needs it, but it's still a different show for him. I walked in at 7:30 into Bristol after leaving my house about 5:30 in the morning yesterday. And they said, everything all right? I said, we've never had an opening day, never, with more unsettled, unfinished business going in to the opener than we have today. This has the chance to be a crazy show. Again, I was referring to the fact that Jamar Chase still was looming out there. I knew the Dak situation, was waiting an answer on that, waiting an answer on which quarterback the Steelers were going to sign. And then, lo and behold, you get police going crazy in Miami, acting in what seemed to be a highly aggressive manner with Tyreek Hill for a speeding violation, a moving violation. That gets thrown in there. Then the Dak deal does get done. And it created what I think had to be. I don't think there's ever been an opening day like that, pregame, like from a news forever, ever.
I didn't realize. I read about the Tyreek Hill thing, and I said, "Oh, okay, it can't be that big a deal." And then I saw the video that emerged, and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is heinous!" And the fact that he was able to play and just catch himself and play productively.
130 yards receiving.
Yeah. Do you have any more clarity on the guy was put on administrative leave? This is just beginning, right? This is going to be a big story in Miami for time to come.
Yeah, well, it certainly sounds that way. The police department launched an investigation right away before the Dolphins game was even over. And the guy is placed on, or the officer is placed on administrative leave. And, you know, it was disturbing to watch it. So we'll see what comes of that. But again, you know, from a football standpoint, you just tie it all together. Like the Jamar Chase on its own was a big story. And Dak Prescott on its own was a big story. And we're coming off the game in which Jordan Love got hurt. And, you know, the Steelers, which was like, they haven't decided on their opening day quarterback. And then, you know, Kendrick Lamar is announced as the halftime Super Bowl. It was wild.
It was crazy. I mean, it really was. Is there anything here so far from week one that really surprised you? I mean, I guess the Patriots going into Cincy and busting them up pretty good. That was surprising. Derek Carr going insane in New Orleans. Maybe that's just the byproduct of playing Carolina. But is there anything that really caught you off guard?
Okay, a couple of things. First, in relation to New England winning in Cincinnati, the Bengals, I believe, had lost their last 4 openers. And Zach Taylor, the head coach, changed up the schedule on everything. They practiced harder. It was all in an effort to kind of start quicker than they have. And lo and behold, T. Higgins has a hamstring injury. He doesn't play. Jamar Chase has his contract stuff. He plays, but is largely ineffective. And they just couldn't get going. In New England, you know, they're going to have some fire under their new head coach, Gerard Mayo. New Orleans, I'm glad you asked that, because they hired a new offensive coordinator that Broncos fans know, Clint Kubiak, the son of Gary Kubiak. And sometimes, look what happened last year. The Texans plucked Bobby Slowick from Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree. And look what he did in Houston. And nobody was thinking about Houston. The Saints go and hire Clint Kubiak. Now, we'll see how this works out. But I knew the Saints offense was going to be better than what it had been. I knew they were going to be able to run the ball. I knew we were going to start seeing some of these Kubiak Shanahan principles in play. And yes, it helps when you're playing the Panthers, and it looks like Bryce Young is a deer in headlights. I got it. But they look good. They look good, and we'll see if they can continue that.
Adam Schefter, ESPN.com. Last thing for you, Schefter, always appreciate the time. Next week, the Broncos are going to play the Steelers, and Russell Wilson did not play because of an ankle injury. Let's say that he is healthy. Calf injury. Let's say he's healthy going into this week. Do they put him in as the starter, or does Justin Fields winning that game earn him another start?
No, I believe if Russell is healthy and Russell's calf is in a spot where they're comfortable, that he'll be out there playing. It's a long season, and I think they were trying to be smart about it. And he went out and played, warmed up, pregame warm-ups. You'll notice that when he was out there were no doctors around him. Usually if it's a close call, there's a bunch of doctors seeing how he's moving. He was out there doing his thing, and I think the Steelers always felt like the plan was going to be to start Justin Fields here once Russell suffered a setback last week in practice. Now it'll be interesting to see whether Russell can play this week against Denver. I'm sure he's going to want to play, and I'm sure there's going to be a better chance of him being out there this week than there was this past week.
So he'll have a reason to wear his uniform and put eye black on. Okay, good. Okay. I mean, listen, we're a little bit unfair here in Denver, Shefty, but as you can imagine, I saw him yesterday. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I mean, you're inactive, and you got the da.
But he was the emergency quarterback, right?
Okay.
That's the thing. That was the
Yeah.
thing. He was an emergency guy where he could come in if needed. Did I understand that right?
In today's day and age, the rules are such that the third quarterback could be an emergency quarterback when he's inactive.
Yeah.
So you get up at 5 every Sunday, go to Bristol. Do you stay there? Are you there now?
I'm in San Francisco right now.
Oh, my God. Your schedule's crazy.
Oh, my God.
So when did you fly? I'm just curious. How does that work? So you're at the facility, you're at the studio all day. When do you get to San Francisco?
Well, what happened was yesterday, I left my house about 5:30 in the morning, drove up to Bristol, got there about 7:30, went into that meeting. I told those guys, get ready for a wild day. I take you through I had a little breakfast, got ready for SportsCenter at 9 a.m., did the show at 10. Right when it ended, at 1 o'clock, turned around, drove right back to Long Island, to New York, to JFK, 5:25 flight out of
Oh my God.
JFK to San Francisco. Landed in San Francisco last night about 9:30 Pacific, 12:30 East Coast time. Got to the hotel, went to bed, and I'm obviously with you guys now. We'll have other television obligations today and have a red eye back tonight, back to New York. I'll land in New York at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Why don't you get that Herb Street life where he's got the private jet with the puppy following him around
PJ,
everywhere?
baby. PJ Adam.
You know what? I appreciate that. Altitude's not paying me enough to do PJ. And
Good point.
that's
Good
number
point.
one. And number two, like, I'm not doing that. Like, it's a lot of money. And Herbie's doubling up. Like, Herbie's got Amazon and ESPN. I've got ESPN and Altitude, right? It doesn't really work like that. So, you know, like, he's got PJ money, private jet money. I don't have PJ. I have PJ money for pajamas. Like, that's what I got money.
We will send you an oversized kite. That's as good as we can do.
Yep. Hang glider.
Now, if you guys want to, get me some marketing deals there, that we get to the PJ world, then I'm going private again. Okay. But in the interim right now, like, I'm operating on a practice squad salary here, and I ain't flying private.
CentennialCuts.com.
That's right. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every single Monday. Thank you, Schefter. Appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
Adam Schefter, ESPN.com, joins us every single Monday at 8 o'clock, recapping the NFL weekend.
I love that intuition, though. He's like, I'm ready to hit send, and there's no send. There's no confirmation that, okay, I can send this story in, and it's going to be, legit and good to go and all that kind of thing. And he's like, get ready because this is going to be a pretty crazy opening day. I mean, it was. It was the first Sunday. So many things went down.
The Tyreek Hill thing was just absolute craziness.
Yeah.
I can't. What could he have possibly done to force that sort of?
Who knows?
That's. I mean, listen. Everybody's been caught speeding at one point, right? Vic, you got. In fact, did you ever get that treatment in Ogallala? They used to bust you up every year.
Oh yeah. In fact, it became national news in Ogallala.
Yeah. Vic was running late to his intramural game at Notre Dame.
When I scored my first intramural touchdown, I did a similar celebration.
Oh, did you? Hands behind the back?
I'm like, is this really necessary? And to have the foresight, maybe it's not, just the spur of the moment, to cuff himself out of the end zone after he scores the touchdown.
It's a great celebration.
It was a great celebration. Oh, God, that was great.
When we come back, I want to recap the NFL weekend. Again, there's a lot to get to today. The disaster that was in Lincoln on Saturday, along with the debut of Bo Nix. A little bit underwhelming, but a lot to talk about. And, Vic, you were just discussing the Tyreek Hill thing. For him to go out and do that and then put up 130 yards and a touchdown, it's like when it happened to Scheffler, and I'm like, dude, what if he shoots like 12 under?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if he brings like a 60 to the board right after doing this? But I'm trying to remember, he didn't play well.
He did not. He did not win that major.
Yeah.
Yeah. It pays to get cuffed.
It does. Yeah.
Well, dude was cuffed. Actually, dude did time.
Yeah.
He did like 3 hours.
3 hours.
2 or 3 hours.
Didn't he say he was working on his swing when he was in
the
cell?
In the cell, holding cell.
Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Big thanks to Adam Schefter. If you missed that, it'll be on the podcast shortly. And again, he joins us every Monday at 8 o'clock to recap the NFL weekend. We will do our own sort of recap of the NFL weekend coming back in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now, and that brand new Circa Sports app with week 1 of the NFL almost in the books. We got one more game tonight, and it's the Jets at the Niners. How about some props for you? This is basically the Aaron Rodgers debut for the New York Jets. He played 4 plays last year before getting hurt for the year. So if you're looking at this, it's over under 231.5 passing yards. That's it. Maybe expecting a smaller day or smaller debut for Aaron Rodgers in New York. Also, that Brock Purdy factor. You want to take a look at some props on the touchdown passes for Brock Purdy. It's over under 1.5. That's it. That and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook. So go check it out for yourself. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, I miss this music. God, do I miss it. That means we take a look around the NFL, Moj. That's what that means.
We can imitate the Monday Night Football theme. Dum, 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 right? But
this one you can't do.
What do you? Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, it's a little more difficult.
It's hard.
Let's start on Friday. Packers and Eagles. So Packers have a chance to, I guess, win the game at the end with a heave to the end zone. And on the play before the final play, Jordan Love, if you saw the close-up slow-mo, you saw some sort of pop. It looked ugly.
Looked ugly.
Thankfully for him, it's supposed to be like a 3 to 4 week injury. A sprained MCL, I think, is the official diagnosis on it.
Those hits where a guy is being wrapped up around his ankles.
Yeah.
And then a dude gets him from the side. That is scary.
Hey, do you think that Saquon Barkley was a good signing for the Eagles this offseason?
Yeah.
Do you remember the episode? I saw it on Twitter yesterday. Do you remember the episode in Entourage where Ari writes on the board, "Get the blank out," and he fires everybody in the room? Somebody said that's Mara go to the front office today saying,
well, dude,
get the blank out.
Vic, I watched the episode of the Giants offseason Hard Knocks thing where they said, what are we going to do with Saquon? Hey, just be sure if you get an offer, make sure we can match it or give us a chance to match it. It's like, how about this? How about just pay the guy if you think he's a good player? How's that sound?
And the owner says,
why are you playing this game?
The owner says, if he ends up with the Eagles, I'm going to die.
You know what's crazy? Jalen Hurts had 2 picks and a fumble, and they still won the damn game.
Yep.
The tush-push didn't work like it did before, did it?
It really didn't.
Kelsey's got a big reason why he that won, and it doesn't look the same. I wanted Green Bay. I was sad to see what happened to Love. I hope he comes back from that injury.
Yep. Green Bay 0-1, Eagles 1-0 to start the year. Steelers, Falcons. Falcons were my pick to win the NFC South this year, and they still very well
could.
But that was not a great look for Kirk Cousins in his debut with the Falcons. He threw a couple of picks. He was beat up all day long.
He threw a couple of bad passes. He really did. But if he was wearing a jock strap yesterday, and I don't know if he was or not. I didn't check. I didn't get a full report.
Uh-huh.
But Watt was in his jock.
Yeah, he was.
Watt set up. He had a little hibachi stove over here. he had a blow-up mattress right here. In his jock,
just living
all day,
there.
living there all day.
What are you talking about?
TJ Watt was a beast.
6 field goals was enough to beat Atlanta as the Steelers win. And there's some audio, by the way, that
Steve Smith, the former receiver who now works for NFL Network. Someone asked him, Chris Rose, I believe, on set, what's up with Russell Wilson? Well, I mean, will he ever be Russell again? And here's what Steve Smith said.
The Russell Wilson that we are holding on hope to, he went to the store, got cigarettes, and has not come back. Bottom line. He has not come back. And if you are going to believe that Russell Wilson is that guy, he's not.
Yeah. I love Steve Smith, by the way.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Honey, I'm going to run to the store and pick up a 6-pack and some Marlboro Reds. I'll see you in a little bit. 22 years ago.
Exactly.
Is that usually how it works, by the way? Is that how the story goes?
I don't know, but I'm sure it's happened.
Ladies, if you're married and your husband does not smoke and he says he's going to get smokes, just prepare to start packing some things.
Listen, I'm going to go get 2 tins of Zyn today.
Yeah.
Be back in a few.
Pittsburgh 1-0 to start the year. Falcons 0-1. So this game was interesting. Cardinals and Bills. Cardinals looked really good early in this game. And I started thinking, Josh Allen lost a whole bunch of pieces in the offseason. Buffalo's going to struggle this year. And they just kept cracking away at the lead, cracking away. And second half, Josh Allen, couple of touchdowns on the ground, makes things happen, and they win that game 34-28.
Boy, can he run. Did you see the hurdle into the end zone?
That looked dangerous.
It looked scary, but he timed it correctly. There was a play late in the game. Marvin Harrison Jr. only had 1 pass reception yesterday. 1.
Yep.
For 4 yards. It was terrible.
He was wide open late in the game.
He was so wide open, Brett. The TV camera couldn't find a Buffalo Bill in the field of vision.
My height. He can't see him.
Well,
he's got to drop back 40 yards to see him.
Vic, the guy was 20 yards open. Unbelievable.
Cardinals start 0-1, Bills 1-0. The debut of Caleb Williams, the first overall draft pick. Bears and Titans. Another game where Titans looked good early in that game. They had a great pass, Levis to, is it Okonkwo or whatever that tight end's name is. Great throw in the end zone. They're up 17-0. And 2 blocked punts later, the Bears, who did not, I don't think they had an offensive touchdown, did they? Yeah. They win that game 24-17.
Crazy things had to happen for the Bears to win. And again, no rookie quarterback really lit it up yesterday. Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick, 93 yards passing, 14 of 29. No picks, no TDs, but he didn't light up the board at all.
Remember my sleeper for most improved quarterback was Will Levis?
Yep.
Take that back?
He was being sacked, and he threw it underhand, trying to throw it, I think, out of bounds.
Uh-huh.
And it was a pick 6.
I mean, Levis choked the game away.
What was he trying to do there?
He was stupid. I don't know what he was trying to
And
do.
Moj, did you see his reaction after he threw that? He was watching the defender run to take the ball to the house, and he basically fell on his knees like the end of Platoon.
Oh, you're kidding.
Threw his arms up. I'll see if I can get a screenshot of it.
Please do. I didn't see that, please.
Bears 1-0, Titans 0-1 to start the year. Upset of the week has to be Patriots beating the Bengals, and this is the Cincinnati thing, right? How many times does Cincinnati start the year like 0-2 and then burst on the scene? But the way they looked was cause for concern because they didn't have T. Higgins. And Jamar Chase, remember, this is like the first time he's played football in about 5 months. He was okay.
Do you know where they're going?
Awful.
Do you know where they're going next week?
Patriots win 16-10. Yeah.
They're going to Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Well, remember how we said...
Bye-bye, Bengals. Bye-bye.
Remember how we said the Patriots have the worst O-line in football, and that's why Jacoby Brissett gets the start? Behind that O-line, they rushed for 170 yards, 120 from Armando Stevenson, so they did something right there.
Patriots start the year 1-0 and Bengals 0-1. So Texas and Colts was a great game. If you guys didn't see it, the throw of the week, Anthony Richardson drops, he's at his own 30.
Yeah.
Drops back, he slips, gets back up, he's got 2 guys in his face, and Moj, he just takes the ball and goes, like as hard as he can on the money for a 70-yard touchdown. But that's not enough as the Texans hung in the game. Couple of big throws from C.J. Stroud gets them the win 29-27.
Stroud is back being Stroud, but I'm telling you with Richardson, he just hasn't played a lot of football in his life.
That was his 18th start since high school.
I'm telling you, Vic, dude, his arm talent, you know me, I'm an arm talent kind of guy. I salivate over arm talent. His arm talent is superb, and his legs are, if you're a leg guy, his legs are superb.
Listen, I know the Texans have some work to do on defense, but the addition of Joe Mixon, who ran for 159, dude, look out.
Big time. Big time. Texans 1-0 to start the year. Colts 0-1. Dolphins, Jags, interesting. Dolphins offense was not, it didn't look like the Miami offense that we're used to seeing, which is high flying and a whole bunch of touchdowns. It was a 20-17 game. Dolphins hit a game-winning field goal, I think a 52-yarder as time expires. Tyreek Hill with 130 yards. Tua threw for 330, just didn't get the points on the board.
When I see Tyreek Hill in the open field and he's got maybe just one stride, and then he gets to the corner. He gets to the out of bounds, the sideline marker, and no one can cut him off.
Yep.
You can't cut him off.
They had 2 guys trying to take the angle on him on that play. They had 2 guys trying to take the angle. And you know what he did? He told physics and geometry to go get bent. And he just went right around him. And I'm like, oh, my God. Crazy.
So Dolphins 1-0 to start. Jags 0-1. So Saints... from the very start, dude, they had like 3 touchdowns immediately to start that game over Carolina. They win 47-10.
They ran for 180 yards in the game, too.
This game is much less about the Saints looking good and much more about how bad Carolina
Bryce
is.
Young is terrible.
Good Lord.
Saints, I mean, that was too easy. That was the biggest blowout of the day, right? Yeah, 47-10.
Oh, not even close. I can't believe how devoid of talent Carolina is. Like, not a single thing looked better from last year.
Their rookie head coach is going to have a long year.
So Carolina 0-1, Saints 1-0 to start the year. So Vikings, they get to start with Sam Darnold because J.J. McCarthy's out for the year. Their offense doesn't look bad. Darnold made a couple of throws, but again, this is another thing to me where it's the opponent they played. Hey, Giants. What the hell are you guys going to do
Brian
this year?
Daboll's going to be gone.
Hey,
good Lord.
Since Daniel Jones signed his mega deal, 4 years, 160. Get this. Since he signed his deal, he has thrown more pick sixes than he has touchdowns. He's thrown 3 pick sixes and 2 TDs since signing that deal.
That's insane.
Well,
did you
here's
hear
the other thing with Daniel Jones, and this is why I brought up Saquon earlier. Daniel Jones was at least okay at times when Saquon was in the backfield with him. They got no shot. If they can't establish a rushing game, they're screwed because it's all on Daniel Jones to make something happen, and he obviously can't.
Did you hear the things that were said to him by Giants fans during and after the game?
Well, I'm sure they were awful. I didn't see them. Yep.
Awful.
So Giants 0-1, Vikings 1-0 to start the year. Chargers beat the Raiders 22-10.
This was the win is not surprising. Do you know how they won the game?
Scored more.
It wasn't
They
just
ran the football.
It wasn't Justin Herbert, bro, although he was totally fine. It was J.K. Dobbins out of the grave.
It was Jim Harbaugh ball control offense.
Just what I was going to say.
He took the same model used at Stanford, took the same model he used in Michigan, and brought it to the.
Yep.
He's not going to take his quarterback and say, win us every game. He's going to ball control you to death.
I'm going to have to look at that offensive line because you know what they did? They ran that football right down the Raiders' throat.
Mm-hmm.
Dobbins was great, and he's back from injury. I mean, this is pretty impressive to control the ball that way, but Harbaugh with that quarterback to just run it down their throat was pretty crazy.
Chargers 1-0 to start. Raiders 0-1. Cowboys, with their brand new $60 million a year quarterback, win 33-17 over Cleveland. Cleveland's a good football team.
Deshaun
Watson's he's done.
Yeah, he's cooked.
Like done.
Yeah, he's cooked.
I'm shocked at how bad he looks
He's
in
bad.
Cleveland.
Did you see that sideline pattern he threw about 20 feet into the sideline?
Yeah.
Trying to hit a wide open guy. I don't know, man. That dude, he's seen more than ghosts. He's seen a lot of things.
How did it disappear that quickly, though? He was so good in Houston.
Well, I mean, he did go through some off the field turmoil.
Did it affect his shoulder? Like, what happened? So Cowboys
Massage it
dominate.
The pass that Vic is talking about, I think it hit a person that shouldn't be hit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're far enough off the field where nothing should touch that person ever. And the wide receiver just gave up on it because it was so far over his head and it hit like a gal with a clipboard.
Cowboys win 33-17. By the way, Jerry Jeudy had a touchdown his first game as a Brown, if that matters to you. 1-0 for the Cowboys, 0-1 for the Browns. Bucks, they paced the Commanders 37-20 as Baker Mayfield had 4 touchdowns in that game. Jaden Daniels, I think, looked the best of the bunch of rookie quarterbacks.
Did not throw a touchdown, but he didn't get picked either. He ran the ball effectively. He was our leading rusher. If I told you Jaden Daniels ran for 88 yards
and 2 TDs.
Jesus.
He looked good. I love that kid. Heisman Trophy in the house, but Baker, he may be one of the best reclamation projects of all time. Not like Peyton Manning, because Manning won a Super Bowl. But my God, Baker, Vic, you said he threw some dimes.
Yep.
His numbers, all right, 24 of 30. Only missed 6. He averaged 10 yards per attempt. Compare that to what the Broncos did, what, 3.2?
Yeah.
It's a completely different game. 4 TDs, 0 picks. You're right, Baker's playing with such swagger.
He's got confidence right now, dude, I'm telling you. They obviously won the division last year. Watch out.
Well, the Broncos will play against them in 2 weeks. And then finally, the Sunday night game, Lions and Rams. Lions win that game in overtime, 26-20.
How scared were you?
I was really scared. Yeah.
Vic, I got a text thread here with so Brett's dad, T. Willie, starts it off at 6:15. I can't say everything that's on the text thread because there's some language used. But it was about 7:18. So 6:14 it comes down. I respond, hell's yes. And then nobody says anything for an hour and 4 minutes.
Yep.
Then I had to call out.
Because I saw it coming. I saw the comeback from the Rams coming.
Okay. I had to call out Brett, and I had to call out his brother Nolan, who were radio silent, like probably curled up in a little ball on their couch or wherever the heck they were. And then Nolan said something really mean to me because I had to cancel golf that day with the guys. Yeah. And he said something mean to me.
He called you a B word.
He called me a B. Anyway, we had a pretty good text thread, and no doubt in my mind, Lions pulled
I know
it out.
they lost,
No doubt.
but that catch by Cooper Kupp on the sideline.
Oh.
I mean, come on, man.
Rams are good. That's a really good team.
Well, Stafford's good. Although that pick he threw in the end zone, very un-Stafford-like.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you know what they said?
First time they've had a red zone turnover in over a year.
But when you look from Stafford's point of view, do you know how much the Lions uniforms blend in with the background?
Camouflage, baby.
I'm dead serious, dude. They went back and they showed it from an end zone point of view. I don't think he ever saw him, Vic, because the dude blended right into the wall.
So
it was crazy.
Lions 1-0 to start. The Rams 0-1. Before we get to a break, let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by a special guest. Hello, caller. Caller, hello.
Vic Lombardi, Mark Mosher, and Brett Kane show?
Yes, this is.
To to Vic Lombardi, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're speaking to Vic.
Yes. This is Vic.
I just have one question for you. How does it taste, buddy? How does losing your season in week 2 taste?
Who is this? Is this the guy we fired?
This is NIU alum Mario.
Oh wait, is this guy we fired a few months ago? Right?
Uh-huh.
What did we fire you for someone?
I'll actually been on the phone for more than 5 minutes before you have legal action against me. But yes, this is Marty O.
Hey Marty, say hi to Mom for me.
Oh, hey.
I knew that was coming. That wasn't even a good one. It doesn't even count.
I saw, obviously, when Vic...
Conference. Your school is a joke. It's so unserious. I can't even take it.
Marty,
when Vic sent out your text, Martin, when Vic sent out your text, I'm like, that's my boy.
I don't mind.
That's my boy.
It obviously hurts to lose to a nothing team like that, but at least it's your nothing team, so it makes me feel somewhat. So I got something out of it. You got some joy yesterday, so congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, that was great. You guys having a good day? Did you guys catch that Broncos game yesterday?
No.
Game Saturday. You guys having a nice little Monday?
Marty, go back to your cubicle.
Back in your cubicle.
Yeah, go to your cube, Bears fan.
Break, okay? I can do what I want.
Marty, we got to run. Thank you, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Love you.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Okay. That's Marty O. Nice little check-in with Marty O.
I mean, come on, dude. For him to come out of the woodwork like that, to pounce on me, that's
funny.
Not cool, man.
It's funny.
No, it's absolutely appropriate.
Speaking
absolutely.
of pounce, CU was pounced on over the weekend by the Huskers. We'll break that down next.
Marty broke the station.
See, I knew he was going to start messing with some stuff. Sorry for the abrupt change, everybody, but welcome back. Let's discuss some college football, shall we?
Can we eventually, at least some point today, it came down on Saturday, it surprised the snot out of me, and that is the Jamal Murray contract extension that we've been speculating on so much. Before the show's out, let's just get a couple minutes on it. That's all.
Oh, we're going to. We're going to. I want to get back to CU, though, and we'll talk about Jamal in a few minutes. The CU game was, as much as you hated both the CU and Broncos game over the weekend, CU was worse. Far worse. Like, part of the Broncos, like, wasn't totally unexpected.
The Broncos were in the game.
Yeah, the Broncos were in the game, and as much as it was like sort of same old offensively, it wasn't like a shock. It was a rookie quarterback getting his first start on the road. That's not like a hugely surprising thing. I was surprised by CU and how much worse they looked than their opponent. That's a surprising thing. Like, I thought there'd at least be, Vic, a couple of plays that, maybe you hit a couple of 40, 50-yard passes, right? There was none of that. Like, it was nothing. From the very beginning of the game, and I said this to start the show, I'll say it again. It took me one possession of CU on offense and one possession of CU on defense to realize they had no chance in that game.
Now, listen, they're looking at the second half and saying, we at least accomplished something. We held them scoreless in the second half. There were a couple calls that turned back some big runs by Nebraska, but that game was over after the pick six.
Yeah.
It was over after the pick six near the goal line, and that's not what they had on the menu, all right? They wanted to be better up front. They're not. They wanted to be better in the run game. They're not. They're just not. So they got a lot of work to do. And this week is going to be a critical juncture for CU and Prime Sanders. You cannot, and I'm going to stress this, lose to CSU. If you lose to CSU this Saturday at Canvas, oh my. That's all. Hey, guys, oh my. If you lose this game.
Moj, why are you sitting silently over there?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, and there's plenty of time to get to it this week. I'm trying to figure out, how do I decipher this game in Fort Collins this weekend? The Buffs right now, as we open up, they're a 7.5-point favorite over the Rams.
That's fair. Yeah, that's about the.
I thought it would be a little bit lower than that. I thought it would be a little bit lower than that. Me personally, I don't know about you guys.
Hey, CSU fans, I know you felt a little better about. I mean, nobody wants to lose 52-0, but when you saw what Texas did at Michigan, manhandling Michigan like that,
it mitigated the circumstances a little bit. And maybe, you know what, the Corn, like I said, I think can be 7-0 before they play Ohio State.
Could be.
I think they could be. I'm not a big. Obviously, I'm not a Corn guy. I'm just saying, I look at their schedule. They should be favored in virtually every dang game. But the mitigation factor is big because Texas went into the big house and spanked them like little infants. The defending national champions with what's-his-face? All right. McConaughey was there. Did you see all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah. And then you don't blow out UNC. And from what I understand, UNC's a better football team than they have been. You don't blow out UNC, but you get a 38-17 win. You're going to be going in feeling pretty good. You've got some confidence going on. I guess I'm just a little bit surprised, and I don't know what to make of this game yet, Vic.
Their best offensive weapon got injured. Torrey Horton got hurt. You saw him return that punt.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big boy returning a punt.
Yep.
Don't know what his availability will be for this game, but that will be a big deal if he can't play. Big deal.
I look at it this way. They'll probably be favored over Baylor. Baylor was not really in that game against Utah, although their defense played pretty good. Their offense was junk. And maybe Utah's better than I think they are too. They're certainly top 11 in the country. But if they don't get CSU, they're going to lose at UCF. There's just no doubt in my mind. Then they're going to be home against K-State. They're probably going to get smoked. Then they're on the road at Arizona. They're probably going to get smoked. I'm trying to find wins here, boys, for the Colorado Buffaloes. And one of them, if they're going to think about a bowl game, has to be this weekend. End of story.
If they can't protect, they're going to lose a ton of games this year. And they can't. They can't establish a run, and they can't protect Shedeur. Like, last year, you know how many times Shedeur was sacked against Nebraska? 7.
Yes.
This year, 6. Like, it was the same game with the one exception of Nebraska's quarterback didn't put it on the turf 4 times. That's the only difference in that game. It would have looked like that last year had their quarterback been better. And Raiola wasn't great. Like it's not like he put up 300 yards. He just didn't make mistakes. And that's all that mattered in that game.
That fat guy in the middle.
Hutmacher.
He is. Is there a more Nebraska player than that man right there?
Well, he's from South Dakota, but
is there a more Nebraska type? Like when you think Nebraska football, that's who comes to mind.
Nelly
that
said,
guy.
Nelly said in the appetizer, if you were to create a player that played for Nebraska, it would look like him.
Yeah.
And it totally would.
Oh, it absolutely would. His name's Nash Hutmacher.
Hutmacher.
Nash Hutmacher. I mean, that's a total Nebraska name right there, right? But when I saw him on the field and saw him bursting through the CU offensive line early on, and his jersey looked like a red billboard, and the number on his jersey looked like a little dot. I'm like, that's a thick boy.
I actually felt
6'4" and 312. As a nose tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude.
I actually had some sympathy for Shedeur Sanders. Some of the hits he took.
I did too.
I was like, oh my.
Like, here's the thing, guys. What happened last year, especially when we got to the middle of the season? He took hit after hit after hit. They couldn't protect for more than 3 seconds, so you couldn't get a throw downfield. And that all took a toll to the point where he couldn't play at the end of the year. The same type of thing is happening. Remember, the NDSU game, Moj. Shedeur took hits, a lot of them. It maybe didn't total 6 sacks, but he took hits when he was in the pocket. And I just like, you have to, this is what I said earlier. CU feels like this to me. They're a pitcher who throws 102. And they can burn one by you, right? They can do that quite consistently. But once it starts to get timed up, do you got an off-speed pitch? Do you got a 12-6 you can throw in there? Do you got a changeup? They don't have a changeup right now. It's all the same thing. We're going to drop back. We're going to make 30-yard throws all day.
Totally.
And if we can't protect long enough, then we're screwed.
Totally.
Like, you have to have a counter. They don't have a counter.
Vic, from the 5426 Mosier, you don't spank infants. You're right, you don't. Do you remember, let's say the stork comes in 1912 and a baby is born. What did they used to do back in the day to get the baby breathing?
I don't know.
Let me give a little whack.
Just a little baby pat.
Baby pat to get him breathing, right? That's what I meant. Settle down, 5426. But they're a one-trick pony. That's the problem. Is they're a one-trick pony, and I don't know that pony.
So why are people?
I don't know that pony, Vic, has another gear. I don't know what other gear that pony. Here's the thing: you can't win the Kentucky Derby with a donkey.
I guarantee the ratings from that Nebraska CU game are going to be huge, and people wonder why is it so loud? Why are people loud? Why do people want to see them lose? Why is there so much talk about CU losing? They're loud because CU is so loud when they win. Okay, and you can't be that loud when you win and not expect others to be loud when you lose. This is what you get.
It is.
This is what you get.
Yeah.
Am I wrong there? Or am I? This is part of the deal.
Look at the videos that Nebraska players put out after the game. They were playing Shedeur's theme music. They were throwing up the watch sign.
They were clowning him. They were clowning the Buffaloes.
You are going to be targeted by every team when you're loud.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the future is going to hold. Again, Vic, nothing is decided this year. This is up to Shermer and company to get back to work and really, put the nose to the grindstone and figure it out. That being said, if Coach Prime left tomorrow, all I would ever do is just thank him and say, we appreciate it. Adios, amigo. That's what I would say, because he brought the program this attention and so on and so forth, and they're in a much better spot than they ever could have been.
Well,
that being said, there comes a time when you've got to win some games, man, and they looked so completely overmatched. It was sad.
Well, can I say this too? Somebody on the Safeway Twitch feed says, I have the feeling that Prime came to see you as a stepping stone to an SEC job. You aren't getting an SEC job if you're playing like this. Like, nobody is going. I'm not saying he won't get another job, but if you think he's using this for a better job, you have to be better. It has to look better.
And you'd have to go there without your quarterback son.
Right.
And your safety son, who got hurt, by the way. The status of Shiloh Sanders for the next few weeks is up in the air.
Well, I mean, Deion said on the way to halftime it was a broken forearm.
Yeah.
You don't just come back from that immediately.
Again, you're out for a while.
It doesn't look good right now. You cannot lose this week. We all agree, right? Right.
Yeah.
This is a must-win, right?
For the Buffaloes,
For the Buffs,
absolutely
yeah.
it is.
And
100%.
CSU would love nothing more. Nothing in the world. CSU could lose every other game this year. If they win this Saturday, Fort Collins is on fire.
Dude, Fort Collins is going to be crazy. I wish I could be there. I can't. Other things have come up. I can't be there, but if I could, man, I would absolutely love to be there.
Memo to my cousin who's getting married at the same time of this game. Not cool, dude. Not cool. And I have to do a reading.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, you do?
Can't you just record it? Just do a video. Say, now here Vic has something to say and hit play.
Do it like a cameo video. Hey, buddy, just want to be here for your big day. Wanted to tell you we're all happy for you and the family, and let's now read from Leviticus.
Would it
Happy
be bad?
38th birthday. And I hear this your second anniversary wedding.
Antonio.
Would it be
that was
bad?
awesome.
And this is being honest. Everyone there, I would think a lot of people are going to be involved in this game, want to see this game. What is so bad about playing the game on a television screen without the sound up during the ceremony?
Yeah, back behind him, up like in the big screen
Yeah.
behind him.
Yeah,
so everybody's paying attention to the
Like,
wedding, but
if-
you're also watching the game.
If it were your wedding, you're a sports
It
host.
wouldn't be scheduled on that day.
No, but if it were and things happened, would you consider? I would. Honest to God, I would. I'd say like, hey,
Sure.
I get it. Let's put it up on a projector right over the altar.
I'm sorry, I just keep thinking. I forget how much I love that Antonio Brown clip. Happy birthday. And I hear it's your second anniversary. Wedding.
Wedding. So good.
303-504-0925. Jamal Murray. Finally, we get the news that the max extension is signed. We'll get to it next. All right, so in all the football that happened over the weekend, we got some basketball news as we were waiting and waiting and waiting for this Jamal Murray extension to get done, and it finally did. Jamal signs the max. That was long awaited. I'm caught between, like, it's not a surprise that he got this, but it's surprising it took this long. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why it took until now to get it done. And I'm not surprised because I said all along it was going to get done. It was.
You said on Friday, I think, Thursday or Friday, yes, it's going to get done.
Mm-hmm. But why did it take long to get done? What discussions were had? What was behind the delay? That's the story. Yeah. I don't know what was behind the delay. I don't.
Well, do you think that the Denver Nuggets had some concerns about Jamal Murray's body and his ability going forward?
Maybe they wanted to wait and see some things.
Okay. I think it's also reasonable because, again, he's been beat up. And a lot of it has to do with the guy plays the game damn hard. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I think that there's probably some discussions that, hey, look, there's got to be some commitment from you if we're going to do this, and we want to do this, but we're going to need you to be that guy. And one of the best things he had going for him, not only is he a fierce player, but he and Nikola Jokic are absolutely two peas in a pod on the floor. Their two-man game is brilliant at times. He's got that going for him. But I think that the Nuggets needed some assurances that, you know, that perhaps he's going to approach things in a different manner to save his body, to keep his body and his availability as much as it could possibly be. I think that, I don't know if that happened or not, but I think that would be a reasonable tact, which is why perhaps the delay took so long.
It's interesting. When is the last time the signing of a player, and I think the money just is, it's world rocking when you think about how much money there is here, $204 million, okay? $50 million plus per year. I mean, that's just the price of doing business for a max contract in the NBA. So I asked you just to ignore the sheer volume of the money because that's just the way the NBA contracts work. I'm going to ask you, when's the last time a player of this significance signed a contract and there were this many people wondering if it was worth it? You know what I'm saying? Here and now, when Chris Bryant signed, I didn't hear this much unrest. People doubted it.
I don't think people really
much unrest.
I don't think they really care.
Oh, I think this happens quite a bit.
Does it? I mean, when's the last time it happened, I guess, with the Nuggets? Porter?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. Is Dak Prescott the best quarterback in the NFL?
No. But they had to do it.
Is he a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Maybe.
No.
I mean, just quarterback contracts. I mean, Mo's got a point. You Goff, Lawrence, Kyler Murray, like
these aren't the best.
Virtually everybody who signs a
these aren't the best
extension.
quarterbacks in the league yet. They've got to pay that money. I'm sure there are Cowboy fans who probably love Dak who go, man, $60 million a year, and we haven't won jack with this guy, and he's no spring chicken. And I'm sure there's some hesitation, just like there would be for Nuggets fans going, man, are we going to get him for more than 57 games per year? I hope that that's the case. And, you know, is he going to be the guy in the postseason that he has been all the time? I mean, all these things, the doubt comes in because the money is so big. But you know the player, when the player is the player, he's an awesome player.
Here's the thing, though. You keep saying the money's big. He signs this contract. Where do you think Jamal Murray, with $40 million a year, is going to rank in the NBA as far as highest paid players?
Well, it's going to be 50 on the extension.
Yeah, the extension gives him 50.
I thought it was 5 years.
4 years.
Oh, 4 years. Okay, still $50 million.
Am I wrong? It's a 4-year, $208 million deal. That's $52 million a year.
For somebody who just signed, what is always, whenever somebody signs a contract, it's almost always, you know, the top paid guy and blah, 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 right? He's still going to be 20th in the league. Mm-hmm. Like, it's actually kind of a bargain for a max contract player to just, I'm going to say, only make that amount of money. But when you look at this and you see, well, Tatum's making 63, Steph's 63, Giannis 59, and these guys are going to sign another one soon that is going to top that again.
He would have qualified for more money had he met certain requirements that just were not met.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you kind of got to steal.
But I want to look at both sides of this. Had the Nuggets decided to play out the year and not sign him, I would have been fine with that. Had the Nuggets signed him as they did, I'm fine with that. I see both sides of this. I really do. Because I'll ask those who have certain unrest with this contract, What is the alternative?
You don't have one.
What's the
Not right
alternative?
now. Not right now. You don't know. No, you don't.
Like for the people that's like, oh, well, you could take the money you're going to pay him and pay somebody else.
Who?
Are you convinced that the Nuggets are now a top free agent destination? Because I'm not. I'm not. Like, I would think the appeal of Nikola Jokic would be better.
But and if you pay somebody else, you're back in that same situation you were just in. The apron.
You need to guarantee me that you can find somebody for the money that's as good or better than Jamal, and I don't think that's an easy thing to just go out and do. And I will continue to be on this train of the Nuggets are so good, it's a lot easier for them to get worse than get better. And I'll say this about Jamal as well. Texture says, now that Jamal has a guaranteed contract, he'll be less in shape than ever guaranteed. Here's what I don't get about Jamal. When has Jamal ever been questioned work ethic-wise?
Never.
This guy works his ass off.
Yeah.
I have never questioned the work ethic of Jamal Murray. Now, when we say taking care of your body, that's like to make sure you aren't injured. Jamal's not been like fat. That's never happened. He's never been like super out of shape conditioning-wise where it affects his, like, I've never seen that from him.
Guys, I think behind the scenes, some things are happening. I think Russell Westbrook is going to make Jamal Murray better.
I hope so.
He's going to make him better. Just in practice habits alone. In attitude alone.
Yeah.
In how you approach certain things. Now.
They're actually kind of wired similar, like both of them.
So like wild cards?
They're wild cards. They can get a little attitude going. They, that kind of stuff, yeah.
I think the Nuggets are where they are. They won a national they won an NBA championship. And part of me, not part of me, the bulk of me, when you do something that's not expected in this town, nobody expected that. 5 years ago, nobody expected an NBA championship. You hoped they could compete. They got one. When you get to the mountaintop.
Vic, I remember being afraid. I remember doing the show at Broncos camp.
Yeah.
Broncos. Nuggets camp, right? And being sort of afraid to even bring up the subject of, are you gunning for a championship?
And when the words were used, Moj, it was sort of like, yeah, okay. They can. But then when they did it, and I mean that with all sincerity when I say this, you won one. You can do whatever the hell you want in my book. You won one. Now, can you win another? Bonus.
What do most people say when you ask them about championship in the future? People say,
the critics will say, you can't waste the Joker era, that he should have 2 or 3 of them. Great. I'd love to see 2 or 3 of them. I'd love them. But I got one.
See, Vic, you say that, and then you start yelling about aprons and team not getting better.
Because this is, you're on to a new season. If you don't have that hope to do it again, what do you have? What's the point? So, but in the grand scheme of things, you don't win an NBA championship without this guy. And I know you're not paying in arrears. This contract is not for what you did in the past, but part of it really is.
There's a really odd thing about Jamal, and this will happen with a few players in town periodically. But Jamal is, I think, maybe the poster boy for this one now. I have this giant disconnect with the way that a lot of people talk about Jamal compared to the way I think about him, which is I just bring up these basic facts. When Jamal plays, your team is championship level. When he's not, you can't escape the first round of the postseason. Yeah. And people act like that's a disposable piece to the team, which I've never understood. I don't get it. I'm like, every time when this guy was out for 2 years in the postseason, you got bounced to the first round in 5 games, you got swept in the second round. When he played, you made the Western Conference Finals, NBA championship, and then you were game 7 of the second round where you had a disaster in the second half.
Well, I think the way the Nuggets are looking at this, they view what happened in the playoffs this year as an aberration.
And I think they should, honestly. I think they should.
Hey, a couple of things, because
you had 2 guys beat up Moj and trying to battle through pretty bad injuries that I think very clearly, if that was the regular season, those guys aren't playing.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's easy to look at it that way, but here's the problem. Here's where it gets hard. The rest of the conference, hell, the rest of the division got better.
Sure.
A lot better. So now your stakes are higher. The competitive level is higher than it ever has been for them.
What are those people saying about the rest of the conference and the division?
Yeah.
I don't understand this game you guys are playing.
Mosier keeps going to it.
Because that's you. The people always just say, meh. A couple things. It got me thinking, this is what makes the Val situation so difficult for the Avalanche. And his personal responsibility in the matter. When he's doing Val things, what happens? I mean, along with everybody else being total studs.
Yeah, they're great.
But he's a factor.
They're championship level.
Yeah. And then
when he's not on the ice, they aren't.
He's hurt them badly. Guess who I saw this weekend? Who looks great and is pumped to be ready to go? Your boy LOC.
Oh, good.
I miss LOC.
Good. We all miss LOC. He says, I feel so good. He goes, the rehab. He goes, the problem with it, he goes, it's not difficult. It's just long.
What, do you have a hip?
Yeah. It's just a long process to get it all. You know,
right.
you got to go through different steps along the way to get it to where it should be. Anyway, he's back, pumped, ready to go. And speaking of people, a lot of people for the Avalanche Alumni Weekend were asking me, hey, what are the Avs going to do this year? I said, well, they're going to be very good again. They're going to be a very good hockey club. Now, the Val thing has to play out. The Gabe thing, is he going to be able to fully come back? I mean, all these things figure into it. But assuming, if I'm thinking positively, they're going to be good no matter what. They could be very, very good. And you're going to have to knock off a team that had a long conversation with Matthew Tkachuk over the weekend about winning the cup and the whole 9 yards. And the joy of doing it, but the mindset you have to have, dude, it's tough. And you think, well, the Nuggets should win more, da-da. Well, a lot of teams, they have that same mindset. And it just doesn't always happen. If the Edmonton Oilers never win a Stanley Cup with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, it'll feel like the biggest failure in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people would say, even, should the Nuggets win more titles? Well, should the Avalanche win more titles? If your window is open, should you get another 2 Stanley Cups? I mean, it's hard to do, bro. I'm just trying to remind everybody of that. So with this Murray thing and paying the money, you're doing the right thing and you're going for it. But damn, Vic, it's hard. It's hard.
I don't believe in windows.
The division's hard, and you're right, that the conference has gotten better.
You know what's harder? Driving to and from the mountains on the weekends here. Because you experienced what we experienced.
Driving back yesterday morning, a box. So dig this. Last thing.
Don't you smirk?
Halfway between.
I'm wondering how long this is going to be.
Real quick.
This is a problem.
Halfway between Silverthorne and the tunnel.
Then you wonder why I don't go.
Halfway between Silverthorne and the tunnel, Brett coming home, a box truck collided with a semi and had the whole box of the truck ripped off. And there was crap. I don't know what was in the box truck, but it was everywhere.
I have a solution.
Free helicopters.
No, I have a solution.
That's why I was wondering how long this is going to take.
I wanted a rail line. They said it cost too much.
No.
It's not going to happen. So it's usually these box trucks and semis, and I feel for those people. They're hardworking people. They're listeners to our show. But this is really the only solution we have. Sort of like the Panama Canal. You have to go around the mountains. You're not allowed to use the highway. You got to go around.
So they need like a toll road just
go down
for
to New Mexico,
guys.
go up to Wyoming.
Long way around.
Got to go around.
That's an easy solution for you, who you never go to the mountains, but you want a free sort of express to the mountains that you don't use.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it,
who use it every day.
I'm going to call it the Colorado Native Expressway.
Oh, okay.
Show your native card.
Papers. Show your papers.
And you get an express lane to and from the mountains. If you don't have one, you have to go around.
Bo Nix's debut, disappointing, but the main takeaway from that game next. The main thing you took away from the Broncos game is blank. Vic, you go first.
Growing pains. They're going to happen. They happened on Sunday, and they will continue to happen this year. So expectations have to be measured. We react negatively when we watch it because we've seen it for 8 years running. So I was live tweeting as I normally do, which is dangerous because people pick and choose what you tweet.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I sent a tweet saying, I just can't take these 3 and outs. Can't take it for an entire season. And everybody's reaction is, well, what'd you expect? Of course. But when you're watching it happen for 8 years straight, it starts to wear on you. That's my only takeaway.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all. Not. My frustration stems not from the rookie quarterback making his first start. My frustration stems from 8 years, a full decade of the same stuff.
I had one, Brett, where I said, that's why they haven't let him throw downfield. And then people got on my bacon about that. And I'm like, I'm not, and somebody said, quit burying him, with a half of football. I said, I'm not burying him. They didn't let him throw downfield all preseason long. The training wheels are still on, is what I said. They'll eventually come off, but you can't just go on out there and fanboy. I mean, there's got to be some prove-it factor with a guy with 61 career college starts. This is the National Football League, and this is hard. Every week is hard. It doesn't matter who you're playing, except maybe Carolina and the Giants. But, dude, every week is going to be a pain. I mean, ask Josh Allen about playing the Cardinals yesterday. It's hard, and that was in their own joint.
Josh Allen?
Yeah, so the point is that he's going to, as Vic said, have some growing pains along the way. Let's just hope there is growth there.
A couple of the concerns I had heading into this year for a rookie quarterback playing, I think kind of showed it. And again, it's 1 week, so take that into account. But there was, unfortunately, some concerns that I had were confirmed through 1 week. One of them is, are you able to consistently run the football effectively? And that answer was no. They were not in that game. Either they gave up on it or whatever. When you're down a couple scores late, you got to start throwing the football. I get it. But the other thing is, if you can't run the football effectively, do you have guys that can be go-to weapons? And I saw none of that in the receiving corps. We were hoping for Greg Dulcich to maybe show he was healthy for this game. 2 catches, 3 targets. We're waiting for Marvin Mims to finally be a featured part of the offense. He had 1 target the entire day.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they don't?
I don't know. But, we shouldn't be surprised by that. Again, going into this season and even during training camp, guys, think about this for a second. We said it. They don't have many playmakers. They don't have anyone who can change the game. They don't have them. So why should we surprise during the course of a game when your 7th-round rookie is your leading receiver? Yeah. Think about that. And your tight ends were nowhere to be seen or found. We knew this. The Broncos came into this season resting on the hope that their highly paid offensive line with a stable of running backs, 2 of them are bruisers, could generate a run game that would help their young quarterback. That's where they failed yesterday.
Yep.
That's where they failed. The rest of the stuff, it's not a surprise. You have to run the ball. They couldn't do it.
Well, I also have a concern with T.J. Watt coming up this weekend on the status of one left tackle.
Yeah, I think he's going to be fine. Hit an MRI. I think the evaluation was fine. I think he's got a bruise.
Okay. So that's Garrett Bowles' story, but is that going to be lingering into this weekend? I mean, because we've already talked about it with the loss of the offensive lineman who, with Bailey's loss all the way, could go anywhere, it gets really thin. All of a sudden, you lose your starting left tackle, and it gets really, really thin.
So this is what I was trying to find. Sorry that I was silent for a second. But I was trying to find the separation of the wide receivers. Like, how much separation did they get on average? And here's a problem. So the top guy in creating separation was Vele. He had almost 4.5 yards, which is good. Dulcich had 3.9, and then you get to the other wideouts. Sutton, less than 2.5 yards of separation on average. Reynolds, 2.15. Lil Jordan Humphrey, 1.5.
You're basically running stride for stride with the DB at that point.
You got to put the ball on the money without any sort of variance in the throw. If separation is that tight between the wide receiver and the corner, and he needs some help early in the year, especially to get a rhythm.
Let's
Why
talk
do you
about
think that Vele got 8 targets and 8 catches? He got separation.
Let's talk about the defense, where I thought there were some players that really shined. I like this defense, albeit they couldn't sustain it in the third quarter.
Yeah.
They finally gave up some gashing runs, but it's the same old, same old.
Dude,
how do you expect them to sustain it?
Bro, they did their job.
You gave your team the ball in the red zone after the first 2 offensive plays on a platter and said, go. And they go 3 and out. You produce a pair of safeties, and they can't produce more than a field goal out of those.
Which that's twofold. To get 2 safeties and a half is crazy, first of all.
What are the
But
odds of that? What are the odds?
It's not the 4 points. It's you're starting drives at like the 40-yard line off the kickoff after a safety. That's what matters, and it just didn't capitalize on it.
I thought the secondary was good.
I did too.
I mean,
Impressed.
that last play that kept the Seattle drive alive, that end of the game, was just a perfect play. I thought the defense would stop that.
That Lockett catch was unbelievable. I guess I was a little bit surprised. Metcalf is a total stud, is he not?
Yes.
Okay, he didn't have a
Huge and
huge.
fast.
He did not have a
He
huge.
only had 3 catches.
Correct. But I guess I was a little bit surprised at how much they went after Pat Surtain during the course of this game.
But he only had 3 catches. You know,
Understood.
Surtain stuck with him the entire game.
He did. Oh, but he also had 2 penalties. He had a PI and he had a holding.
But I thought he did fine against him. For everybody who says, oh, Surtain didn't play well, yeah, he did.
No, I'm just saying I was surprised that they actually sort of attacked that early on.
You know who the Broncos' leading tackler was yesterday? And again, I thought he had a really good game. Riley Moss.
Yeah.
Corner opposite Pat Surtain had 12 tackles. I thought he was fine.
And now, it's not ideal that your cornerback is leading the team in tackles, but it's not like he was giving up, 15-yard passes and making the tackle afterwards. He did fine. But the defense, again, they did their job.
Special teams was A+.
Yep.
I'm going to give special teams an A+. You didn't miss a kick. Punted the ball well. Fielded the ball well.
Riley Dixon was putting it like in the 10 on almost felt like every punt. No, all the other aspects of the game were there.
So if you grade it, I'm going to grade special teams an A. What would you grade the defense? B-? B?
Well, the problem is they just got But here's the problem, Vic. It's hard.
Just give me a grade.
B.
I'm gonna give him a B.
And explain that. So we got an A for special teams, a B for defense. What do you grade the offense?
D+.
It's a D.
Yeah. Here's the problem, though,
I think
Vic.
The plus is even being generous.
I mean, it's a D, dude.
How many 3 and outs did they have?
What was it? 6.
And then it felt like especially in the second half, you're just like they can't do anything. You're constantly, we've seen this record before. We've heard it before. They're constantly putting the defense back out there yet again to get gashed. I mean, give the
8
3 and outs. Give these guys a chance to catch their breath a little bit. I mean, give them something that they can, okay, now we're ready to go again. You're 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. They're right back on the field. And then you saw, as the game went on, who became more and more effective.
When you hear
it was it not Walker? I mean, he just started pounding, and then the backup kid, the little 26 kid,
Charbonneau.
Yeah, Charbonnet. Chardonnay.
He was wide open on that pass play. Hey, when you hear frustration out of our voices this morning, if it sounds like we're irritable, don't think it's irritability based on the rookie, Bo Nix. Please don't interpret that. Here's what I want you to understand. Andy Bailey had this number. The last decade of Broncos football, since Peyton Manning's final season with the Broncos, they're 31st in touchdowns scored. 31st. Only one team is worse.
Yeah.
They're 29th in total yards, 28th in yards per play. They're at the bottom of the offensive barrel for a freaking decade. That's where the frustration lies.
Well, a couple of back-to-back clips here from Sean Payton. First of all, on how Bo handled the pressure of his first game.
Yeah, look, I don't know how many balls we dropped. And so I've said this before, for any quarterback playing, we've got to be more effective running the football. We'll see the rushing. If you take away his scrambling yards, I think we're like somewhere 60 yards rushing to their 140. So not nearly good enough.
So then the follow-up is, well, then what went wrong in the run game?
We're going to look at the tape, and we're going to we're going to say this and that, but we got to evaluate, us as coaches, we got to evaluate the run plan and why it wasn't as effective as we'd like. I mean, it's going to be hard to play quarterback, period, if that's the best we can do running the ball.
You know, my immediate takeaway would be fewer hitch patterns and more pitches to a running back. More. Remember that play they ran in the preseason where they would pitch it out like it's going to be a sweep, and then they'd run it right up the middle. Did we see that yesterday?
I didn't. I don't. You mean with the quick cut and
yeah,
right? Yeah, I didn't see it.
These 1 yard passes that result in 2 yard gains. Is that just to get Bo going, just to give him some confidence? Because
I'm sure it is.
How many of those
did
we see yesterday?
Well, Jaleel had 5 catches for 1 yard.
You know?
5 catches for a yard.
Somebody called me a bad name on X yesterday. And I said, bro, I'm not the one throwing
welcome to the club.
I'm not the one throwing 2 yard outs in picks. I'm not doing this. Don't misplace your angst and your animosity. And it's not just, again, it's not Bo Nix, it's not this one silly football game.
Were you guys
it's the accumulation, Vic, of nearly a decade of all of this kind of stuff. And you're just trying to work your way through it. And I'll say this, let me reiterate this as we get going here again. I didn't see him make a play. The play with the legs was really nice. You talked about the pass when he's on the run, throws the pass, great. But I didn't see him do anything that an average quarterback in the National Football League shouldn't do. Hell, Sam Howell last year did all that crap against the Broncos, and he's a backup.
Were you surprised Javonte Williams came out like gangbusters on the first carry, and then he slips? Now, if he doesn't slip on that second carry,
score.
Yeah, he walks in. Maybe it's a different game. He only had 8 carries in this game.
Yeah.
He only had 8 carries. I think he's their best back.
He is.
Am I not reading this right?
I think he is. Estime had 1 nice carry, but he fumbled on it. Did everybody catch that?
Yeah.
That he actually had the ball punched out and recovered by Troutman?
He tried to hurt
because they missed it. Yeah. The announcers didn't get to it until virtually the next snap. That's how long it took. They didn't realize it happened so quickly. Hey, this weekend, what's the line on this game? Do you know what it is yet?
On the Broncos Seahawks?
Yeah, because I do.
Or Broncos Steelers?
Broncos Steelers.
I'm going to say Broncos by 1.
Steelers 3.5.
Steelers -3.
Oh, okay.
Are you ready for the over-under? This over-under is going to make you puke.
38.
37.
37.5. Good job, boys. Good job. I mean, the Broncos are, for those of you who are all...
We got a 16-14 thriller.
Yeah, everybody who's Skittles and rainbows today, like optimism, okay, that's good. I mean, we have some optimism too. But you're in game 2 against Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. You're a 3-point dog, and the over-under is 37.5. That's awful.
This
crap
is where
football.
I'm starting to understand some of the people in the text line, Moj. You sound so negative already, and I get it. There wasn't a positive thing from that game offensively yesterday, but it was his first game. I'm expecting things to get better. Caleb Williams threw for 93 yards. The only reason he's not getting ripped the same way is they won 24-17 because they had 2 defensive touchdowns.
Well, the
Broncos 3 defensive touchdowns.
The Broncos had 2 safeties. And okay, hold on a second. The Broncos gave him 2 safeties and 2 turnovers in the red zone, and they muffed it. They muffed the whole thing. Had your chance, muffed it.
You know what I would like to see, because we're not seeing this ever out of the Broncos.
How do you muff all those opportunities, man?
Well, how about taking the opening drive of the second half and not going 3 and out?
Yeah.
Because we see that all the time now. Yep. All right, new half. Here we go. Let's build on this. What was the score at halftime?
You were up 13-9.
Yeah. You're up. You get the ball first. Let's go.
Am I overreacting? Do you think I'm overreacting?
A little bit, because I'm trying to remind everybody.
Okay. All right.
Here's where my disappointment lies solely with Bo Nix, okay? None of that was totally unexpected. The disappointment that I had was I wanted just 3 to 4 plays where I go, aha, there it is. Give me until week 8, and those will be a lot more consistent. I just didn't see any of those. He had good back shoulder throw to Josh Reynolds. He had a nice throw over the middle. Other than that, there wasn't a lot.
What was his, if you were to name one play, identify one play that's his textbook play, that is, wow, that's vintage in the years of Bo Nix.
For you, it's the throw on the run.
It's the throw on the run where he didn't have to set his feet. He's moving toward the line of scrimmage. Who'd he hit? Was that Sutton? I mean, it was a dime. It was a perfect
Oh, you mean
pass.
the one right over the middle?
Yes.
Yes,
But
over the middle of the field on the run. To me, now we can talk about his wheels and he ran for a touchdown, but to me, that's Bo Nix.
Yeah, but Vic, Sutton was also wide open. He squatted into a wide open part of the field, and the ball hit him in the gut. He went down, and then he had 3 guys touch him. Jump on him.
That's why I like the Reynolds throw. That's a back shoulder throw in one-on-one coverage.
Sure.
That's a professional throw.
Yeah, it is, but he's also a professional quarterback. I mean, listen.
I was underwhelmed by his accuracy. Would you agree on that?
Yes.
Absolutely. The late, great Peter McNabb, I would say, well, this guy's, he's only 23 years old. He would say, Mose, you're right. But at the same time, he's in the National Hockey League. He's getting paid to be a professional player. There are certain expectations we should have. Nobody's letting anybody off the hook or anything like that. I'm not accusing Broncos fans of doing that with Bo Nix. But name a play that he made yesterday that Jarrett Stidham would not have made. And I'll tell you this. There were several plays available, in my opinion, that Zach Wilson would have made.
Okay. Yeah, but Moj, I'm trying to tell you, man. This isn't the
one.
finished product.
I know. You're right.
This isn't the finished product.
Moj, calm down. You're right.
The game was lost the first two series of the second half, and we've seen this happen to the Broncos before. They go to halftime with a lead. They're up 13-9. They get the ball. 1st and 10. McLaughlin, right tackle, a loss of 4. Second play, incomplete to Troutman. Third play, penalty. The hell happened? It was like what happened on that penalty? Somebody jumped.
Which drive are you talking about?
This is the first drive of the second half.
False start.
Third play, 3rd and 19. They're just giving a short pass to McLaughlin. Go get a yard.
It was delay a game.
Okay. So
that's right. It was delay. It was a delay of game.
It was a
penalty.
horrendous
Right.
start to the second half.
Yeah.
Then what happens? Then they punt it away, and Seattle in 6 plays goes right down their throats.
And then they fumbled. And then field goal. And
So
then
all that
3 and out.
work.
And then
Yes,
touchdown again.
So all that work, all that effort, all the goodwill you fostered in the first half, everything, it just came crashing down in 3 series to start the second half.
Yeah.
You sound as whiny as I do.
I'm not whiny. I'm just giving you some observation. See, the game.
Well, if I said anything that wasn't just a factual observation, I know, Brett, you want to couch it with it's his first career start. You're right about that. I have too much pent-up past awful Broncos offensive football in me right now.
I get it.
And I apologize if it's coming out the way it's coming out today. I think tomorrow I'm going to be in a much better space, much better headspace. But looking at this line, a 3-point dog at home with 37.5 over-under against Russell Wilson or Justin Fields is sad, man. It's not a finished product. Just remind myself, we are far from a finished product. We've only just put the first bolt in the IKEA hutch or bookshelf.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, broadcasting live from the back of the Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Fact checker next. You know, as we discussed a lot of things today, the debut of Bo Nix, the CU Nebraska game, Jamal Murray's extension, we really didn't take a look overall at college football from over the weekend because there were some pretty big upsets. So, first of all, Georgia Tech, who won their first couple of games, they finally got ranked. They're number 23 in the country. They lose to Syracuse.
Yep. Hey, Syracuse. Is Syracuse going to be sneaky decent?
They do that sometimes. Like, they got a couple of those years where they're like 9-10 wins. You're like, hey, where'd that come from?
That win also got the corn in the top 25. You know that, right?
Hey, guess what? Michigan's dead.
Bye-bye.
They're terrible. They
Bye-bye.
have no offense.
How do the Irish lose at home to Northern Illinois?
Just to finish that,
Yeah,
Texas
sorry.
dominates again 31-12 as they beat Michigan, number 3 versus number 10 in the country. And then, yes, Northern Illinois goes on the road to Notre Dame and beats the Irish, which has Vic in a tizzy this morning because he's yelling
I'm out
about
on college football.
Yeah.
Well, Vic, what I'm saying to you is that they were 5 in the country, number 5.
Yeah, they weren't that good.
I know, but they dropped to 18. They still have a pathway to a playoff. They do.
Yeah.
By the way,
I know, but they do.
Did Notre Dame, did they change something, Vic? I'm on ESPN.com right now looking at the scores, and it gives you the location of the game. So, like, Alabama played South Florida in Tuscaloosa. Why does it say Notre Dame, Indiana?
That's what the name of the city is. They've got their own little city.
So it's like the Vatican in South Bend?
Uh-huh. It is basically the Vatican. Yeah, there's South Bend, which on the exterior of the city, inside South Bend is Notre Dame. We've got our own city.
So lame.
Well, maybe they should just call it South Bend for the rest of the year and have to earn that name back because that was terrible.
I agree. I got nothing for you.
Hey, I got to, you know what I have to do? Sorry, Brett, real quick. I've got to look at what is their schedule now. They're at Purdue, they'll win. Miami, Ohio, they'll win. Louisville may give them trouble.
Why are
Stanford,
you
they'll
guaranteeing
win.
any victory for Notre Dame?
Oh,
after
because
that?
they'll bounce back.
Nobody cares, though. You lose to Northern Illinois, you should not be allowed to go to the college playoff.
I agree.
Notre Dame's
Seriously.
schedule is
I agree.
weak.
Seriously.
They have a weak schedule.
I don't care.
It's weak.
Listen, if you lose at home to Northern Illinois, Marty's school, hell, that school's so bad Marty got in. Think about that. Marty got into that school. If you lose to that school, you should be devoid of any playoff opportunities.
Well, listen to these. One of my most hated coaches in college football, Dan Lanning, almost lost again, 37-34. Oregon, who's number 7 in the country. Remember, they snuck by Idaho last week. They win by 3 to Boise State at home this week.
They're on a tight wire act here.
They are.
Yeah, I don't. You know what's interesting, though? Take a look at all the old Pac-12 teams. They all are pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Take a look at them. Arizona's undefeated. I know Oregon, it's been a roller coaster, but they're undefeated.
USC's
undefeated.
had a great start.
They beat up Utah State.
Utah's undefeated.
USC had a huge win in week 1, though, Moj.
I understand. How about you? Wait, where's Ukla? What's Ukla doing?
I don't know what Ukla's record is, but the stalwarts of the Pac-12 are still playing quality football.
And I don't know what Washington did. I didn't pay attention.
Did you guys see, by the way, Penn State barely sneaking a victory out against Bowling Green?
That's crazy.
34-27?
How
They were down early.
crazy. And they looked so impressive on the road to open the season at West Virginia.
Oklahoma, a 16-12 win over Houston?
Yeah.
Houston's 0-2. Yeesh.
Oklahoma State barely sneaking by Arkansas. Kansas State, a 7-point win. That game, Kansas State should have lost to Tulane, but they barely sneaked by them. Illinois,
that was a really good game.
Illinois beat Kansas 23-17. Like, there was a lot of games where you're just like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, I did not expect Kansas to lose to Illinois.
Yeah.
Frankly, I forgot Illinois fielded a football team.
Hey.
I remember Illinois because Lovie Smith was their head coach for like 5 years, and he had the Santa Claus beard, and it looked really cool on the sideline.
He looked really good.
But anyway, a whole bunch of close games or upsets this weekend in college football.
Air Force is not as good this year. They lost.
I know.
San Jose State.
I'm really scared about the state of college football in Colorado right now. I'm really nervous about this because CU obviously had the disaster on Saturday. CSU won, but they got torched in week 1 by Texas, so maybe they can make something of this season, hopefully, and Air Force just doesn't look nearly the same as they've been the last couple of years. I'm nervous right now. Nervous.
This game, CU-CSU, that's on CBS this week, right?
CBS.
Yes. And Prime said he's not talking to CBS. He may not want to talk after the Nebraska game, but I don't say this about week 3 games much. This is a must-win for the Colorado Buffaloes. CU fans listening right now, do you agree with that sentiment? This is a must-win. Not only for the season. I'm going to take it a step further. For the entire program.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I'm going to repeat myself. This is a must-win, not for the season, but for the coaching staff, the program, everything you've invested in this. You cannot lose Saturday.
It feels like a culture game, right? That if they lose, it could go south in a hurry. You start talking about some long-term things like, okay, with Shedeur and Travis Hunter leaving, is Deion going to stay if this really goes off the rails? Like, that it becomes a lot of that discussion if they lose this weekend.
There is a boatload of pressure on the Buffaloes. An absolute boatload. We'll see how they handle it. The Rams have got to be feeling good. I mean, they doubled up on UNC, but they righted the ship. All of a sudden, that loss at Texas doesn't look so bad because Texas went into the big house and clowned the Wolverines. But for the Buffaloes, any fan out there, and by the way, if you say this is a must-win, Vic is a Deion hater. He's not. If you say this is a must-win for the Buffaloes, that's not hating on the Buffaloes. That is saying
if they lose this weekend, they aren't making a bowl game. Like, it's huge.
Any CU fan worth their salt out there knows this is a must win.
In fact, I'll take it even. I'll keep adding steps to this. If you don't think it's a must win, you're a poser.
Wait, what is it? A poser of what? What are they posing?
As a fan, you don't know what's at stake here. You don't know the rivalry. You don't know anything about it. Of course, it's a must win.
It absolutely is a must win. I completely concur.
I would
that's not being unreasonable. That's being realistic.
I actually, I never do this because you're just like, oh, you got to win. Win's all that matters. I think style points kind of matter in this game too. I think you got to look good.
Yeah, they didn't. They barely won last year, and it didn't matter. You just got to win.
It didn't last year raise some questions for you?
Points. So if CSU or CU wins 20-17, you're not going to be. They won. You got to win.
But all I'm saying is, it would still leave a lot of question marks out there of how good they can actually be and if they can make a bowl game.
Well, so then you're asking for a blowout.
I think they need to win comfortably. I do.
When you look at Matt Rule's
CSU, dude.
Vic, when you look at Matt Rule's track record, he turns teams around very quickly. Maybe everybody there, all your peeps are correct. Maybe Nebraska is really, really good. What that game did to me was give me a great deal of pause for the Big 12 schedule. Honestly, it put fear into me seeing what they did against what I think is a middle-of-the-pack Big Ten team. Not a good Big Ten team. Maybe they're better than I think. Maybe they really are. But I think Nebraska right now, they're a middle-of-the-pack Big Ten team, and Rule's going to turn them around. But, golly, the Buffs were never in it. So if you're talking about Big 12 schedule, especially against all these ranked teams, it could get ugly quickly.
If Colorado State were to defeat CU on national television, CBS, Saturday night at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, do CSU fans storm the field?
Absolutely.
Yes. Does Fort Collins just turn into a night of pillaging?
Drunken debauchery?
Yes.
Probably so.
Yes to all of the questions that you have. Yes.
I'd be at the Union hanging out. Far side of the bar. The Blind Pig is gone. It's long gone. I'd be at the far side of the Union with my spot over there, having a nice cocktail.
Lot to talk about heading into the game this weekend.
CSU in recent years has been unable to beat Wyoming. They've had trouble with Air Force. If I gave you CSU fan, if I gave you this, you beat CU, but you lose to those two teams, would you take it?
Oh, yeah, they would.
Of course they would.
Yep. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I don't really have a good fact checker, I'm going to be honest. So instead, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play the final call from Northern Illinois radio as they blocked a field goal to beat Vic's Notre Dame.
What is going on?
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country.
I'll give you the fact checker here, Nelly. Here's the fact checker. Notre Dame is not the 5th-ranked team in the country.
No, they're not.
Let's check that fact.
They're now 18th. And they shouldn't even be there, to be honest.
Are they 18th?
Yeah, they shouldn't.
Yeah,
they should be.
they dropped.
They should have dropped out of the top 25, to be totally
Hey,
honest
Vic,
with you.
where is Northern Illinois located?
In the northern part of Illinois, DeKalb, whatever it's pronounced.
DeKalb.
Again, how bad a school do you have to be if Marty O can gain entrance?
Well, it's not really. I mean, it's
Is it
Northern
a sewing
Illinois
school?
It's just due west of Chicago. I mean, Chicago's really north.
So
It's
sewing is
just
the
due
specialty.
west.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Goodbye.
calm down. Christopher Dempsey.
Why do we hate Bo Nix?
Everyone just calm down, okay?
Mike Sanford.
Hashtag tank for Travis.
No, I will not calm down!
It's time to react.
Are you out of your mind?
And overreact to all the action from the weekend.
Okay, slight major exaggeration there.
It's an Exaggeration Monday. This is Dempsey and Company on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
For any quarterback playing, we've got to be more effective running the football. We'll see the rushing. If you take away his scrambling yards, I think we're like somewhere 60 yards rushing to their 140. So not nearly good enough.
As poorly as we did, I think we gave ourselves a chance to win. There at the end, our special teams and defense played incredible. They really kept us in the game and gave us hope.
Young kid did a good job with protecting the ball and not turning it over as well. I'm looking at 23 for 30. That's pretty darn good, 185 yards.
I mean, how many times did Riley get touched?
So what?
How many times did Riley get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently, and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, you know. But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at.
The show goes on all night till the morning. We dream so long. Anybody ever wonder when they would see the sun? Just remember when you come to the show, what goes on?
Well, it wasn't the weekend either one of those two teams really wanted. Now was it? Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ behind the glass. Raj! Hi, Raj. He's here as well. And you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach, you're in a BYU shirt.
One of my most hated rivals from my college playing days. And after that weekend, it's about the only football program from my world that had any form of success. My brother-in-law coaches there now.
Okay.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to wear BYU stuff today. Why not?
Why not?
You know, why not?
Why not?
So I'm a BYU fan. Perfect way to start Exaggeration Monday.
You have the best array of sports paraphernalia. Just like you just come in and fire stuff all the time.
You know why?
Why?
Because if it's free, it's for me. I'll take it every time, baby. I'll take it every time.
What a montage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. What a montage put together there by KJ. You had a couple of losses here for those two teams. Colorado goes to Nebraska, loses 28-10 in a game that probably wasn't as close as 28-10, but that's what it ended up. Colorado's defense shut them out in the second half. Then you had the Broncos, who, as you heard Bo Nix say, I mean, they could have had a drive late in the game, or within the last minute, to try to desperately get to the end zone and maybe just steal a game that they probably should never have won. But they were never able to get the ball back. They lose 26-20 in Seattle. Rookie quarterbacks there now 4-15 in Lumen Field. So you just don't walk in there as a rookie and walk out with a victory. Pretty much is the case. And Bo Nix didn't. Coach, what's your initial reactions to the game and to Bo?
What's the theme of the day?
Overreaction, exaggeration.
Exaggeration
Monday.
freaking Monday.
That's right.
So I'm going to just exaggerate a little bit here and say that my takes coming out of the Senior Bowl, my take coming out of the Combine, and my take after watching training camp in the preseason on Bo Nix were all true. They were all true.
No, we are not cheersing that.
Okay, then let's not exaggerate today. Then let's cancel the theme of the day and let's just have today be rose-colored Monday, rose-colored glasses Monday. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
That sounds really fun. That sounds awesome.
I do. Okay, so he is who you thought he was.
He's exactly who I thought he was.
And that's all he's ever going to be.
Thing.
That's all he's ever going to be.
I'm not saying that. It's not a bad thing.
Okay.
Okay, but coming out of the preseason games, you, the fan base,
yep,
all the different fanboy websites, right?
Correct.
That have all the different podcasts and streams and everything. We're back. We're cooking. The offense is as designed.
I don't think
throwing
anybody
5-yard.
Well, maybe DMVR said that.
Throwing 5-yard throws is going to lead to slow matriculation of the football down the field. And I kept saying the regular season is a different beast because you have game plan defenses that are set and built to stop what a quarterback does very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think Bo Nix does that incredibly well. But when we talked after the first preseason game that 4.4 yards per attempt in the pass game, and we said that was going to be good enough. It's not. It played out yesterday to the tune of 42 pass attempts, 49 called pass plays out of 69 total plays. There were only 20 called run plays. Like, that's not how you bring a rookie quarterback into a successful situation. What do you make of the fact that he threw the ball 42 times and 49 of the 69 plays were called pass plays?
I thought that they got down, and when you get down, sometimes you start calling pass plays. And given the fact that the run game was, I don't even know how to describe it, because they had decent moments on. I'd say about 5-6 carries were pretty good chunk carries. He had Audric Estime fumble on one of them. But by and large, especially in that third quarter, when Seattle started scoring a little bit, and you started looking like they really got after you defensively, I could see where teams start defaulting to the pass. I mean, the teams do it all the time. And then I think the Broncos, to your point of a short passing game, maybe using that as a default run game. So those two factors combined, I think, probably ended up there. And then you're trying to come back at the end of a game, and you're just throwing the ball down the field. That last drive that they scored the touchdown on was a great drive. And it was on the back of a lot of passing. It's hard to play quarterback in the NFL. And I just need to underscore this one thing. I never said this was a finished product. I have always been on record saying I'm a process guy. I am one of the few people who can watch a game like that and go, it's going to be okay. And here's why. Because as I'm watching across the NFL, and I'm watching the Wonder Boy who gets, with all of the arm talent and all of the things, and that's Caleb Williams.
And he won.
Yeah, because of his defense. Because
he won.
Because, yes, his defense and his special teams.
How many interceptions did he throw?
Oh, my God.
No, I'm serious. I'm dead ass serious. How many interceptions did he throw?
You are the yards per pass guy.
Okay.
That is you. Caleb Williams, 3.2. 3.2. A passer rating worse than Bo Nix's. 92 yards passing on 14 of 29. It is hard to play quarterback in the NFL if you are a rookie.
100%
and so,
agree.
So what I am not going to do is watch a performance like that and go, oh my gosh, that is exactly, because Caleb Williams was at home against the Titans, who, by the way, will finish with a similar record as the Broncos. He wasn't on the road in Seattle with a real defense. The Titans don't have a real defense. He was 3.2 yards per attempt, because it's hard to play this position in the NFL, and we just have to give these guys, every single one of them, grace. And these offenses aren't today what they will be in Week 17. Whatever they were doing, I watched that game with the Chicago Bears game. They were doing the same. It was short pass game. That's what it was.
No, I agree.
But it won't be at the end of the season for Caleb. It just won't be.
Yeah, so I heard you say something there about Caleb Williams, and the only reason he won is because of his defense.
And special teams.
Special teams.
Correct.
Did the Broncos defense and special teams acquit Bo Nix?
Not nearly as good as the special teams.
Pretty
special
damn
teams
good.
are awesome.
Pretty damn good. If you scored 4 points directly on defense special teams, 2 short fields that led to 6 points of field goals. If you just take 4 points off the Broncos' total score, that's 16 points, which has been a very familiar theme here in Denver, is that the offense scores 16 points, and then you have 2 more field goals to add to that. The Broncos really did score to drive 10 points in this game. 10 points.
You're fudging the numbers, though.
How am I fudging the numbers? Look at the starting field position on the 2 field goal drives.
It's just like did the offense score the points or not? That's all, right?
How were the first points of the season scored, Demps? How were they scored for the Broncos?
Field goal.
How did they inherit that football?
Interception.
Where did the ball get returned to?
The 20?
Yes.
Right around there?
So you automatically have 3 in the NFL. Automatically.
Wonderful.
So is that something that the offense generated right there? Is that a drive that the offense matriculated the ball down the field and scored points?
No, what happened on that drive was Javonte Williams ran 9 yards on first down. They slipped on second down, and then third down, Seattle got off the field. I mean, I don't know what to say about that other than it was, second down was a bad luck down. And then a good defense in this league got you off the field, got a rookie quarterback off the field, which by the way, they should do.
I agree. I love what the defense did. That's a big positive takeaway from this game. Now, I want to go back to when I asked you 49 called pass plays out of 69.
That's a lot.
Okay, so I heard Adam Schefter this morning on the morning show with those guys.
Yeah.
And I love Adam Schefter. But he was asked the same question, why 42 pass attempts? You know, and then there were 7 other plays that were called passes that had scrambles or sacks, 5 scrambles, 2 sacks.
Yeah.
So he said because they had a deficit, right? So you said the same thing, that they were playing from behind. When was this team playing from behind? Where all these passes came from? Answer. It's pretty simple.
Well, they were playing behind in the third quarter.
Third quarter, right? So were they playing from behind at all in the first half? Like a significant deficit that they had to come back from?
They were playing from the lead pretty much until they were down and they kicked.
Yeah, it was one time. It was for like the Broncos had a lead for all but about 2 minutes of the first half.
Correct.
You want to know what the first half stats were in terms of run versus pass?
What were they?
27 called pass plays in the first half, 13 called run plays.
27 and 13?
27 called pass plays, 13 called run plays.
Yeah,
So it's not, they weren't chasing points. To put that out there.
Okay.
Like in terms of the reason for the 42 pass attempts was not because they were down the whole game.
No, I agree. I just think that their pass game is an extension of the run game. We see teams do it all the time. And it's if you are not going downfield, then you and your 5-yard flats, 7-yard slants, those kinds of things, you see teams kind of use those, especially if, Estime gets the ball, he fumbles. So I'm sure we were reluctant to give him the ball back. I mean, the Jaleel McLaughlin fumble was on a pass, I believe. And that was in the second half anyway. But I just think I think that was probably what was happening both. But I think, and Sean Payton, I think, talked about this a little bit in the game. I think they will get that number a little bit more even because it's, at the end of the day, that number is out of whack. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
And I'm still kind of curious as to why that ended up being the overall plan for this game. Because certainly the first drive, it looked like there was going to be a heavy dose of run game. But then after the first drive, I think there were only 9 more called run plays in the first half.
Yeah.
And that's 27 pass plays called.
I know, that's a lot.
It's interesting to me. Now, I will say in defense of what you said, the extension of the run game, some of those flat throws, taking free access hitch routes, the quick outs to be, expose areas of the field that aren't covered.
Yeah.
That is the staple of Bill Walsh's original West Coast passing offense, is that the timing pass game does take some of your run calls. It takes the place of some of your run calls. But for a rookie quarterback who, I think this is the first time in NFL history that a quarterback, maybe the second time in NFL history, I'll look at it, but a quarterback threw the ball 40 times and threw for less than 140 yards. Like that's interesting.
Oh, got you. Yeah.
So 42 attempts, less than 140.
It was a crazy football game when you kind of parcel it all out. I mean, you had right off the top the defense, and to more fully answer your question about the defense, I thought they acquitted themselves well.
Agreed.
Like I did. And
I like this front seven, man.
Yeah,
I really do.
Zach Allen was getting after the quarterback.
And somebody that's even more negative than me listening right now. It is supposed to be Exaggeration Monday, but somebody who is listening to me and is even more negative, they'll say, well, what happened in the third quarter? Where was that defense? What I would say to that is 9 3-and-outs total, or maybe it's 11. I think it was 9 or 11 total of 3-and-outs. But 6 out of 7 drives in that third, fourth quarter, when the defense started to show some holes, they were on that field, man. And that's hard in the paid league to be out on the field that frequently. And so I think it did affect him.
Did you think that Seattle got a little bit more creative in the run game in the third quarter as well? That's
and
what it kind of looked like to me. Yeah,
using some of the tempo. This was an interesting game. Ryan Grubbs has never coached a down of football at any level in the National Football League, so he hasn't been a quality control guy. He was University of Washington's offensive coordinator last season.
Yeah,
like 6 years ago. This guy's coaching at like University of South Dakota or something like that. I mean, you want to talk about the ultimate glow up. I thought in the first half, Ryan Grubbs looked like he was playing with his hands tied behind his back as a play caller. He made some really good adjustments in the second half. I thought he settled into the game very well, utilized the tempo, utilized a little bit more shift and motion, and found some edges in the run game, and that's exactly what opened up.
Yeah, and then Kenneth Walker just ran hard.
He's a good back.
Yeah, he is.
He is a good back.
And he's a good back.
How many games do you think Seattle wins this year?
That's a good question.
Think about their division, man.
The Rams look good, although they lost. 49ers will get a look at tonight.
They'll probably be pretty good. I'm just guessing. And then the Cardinals looked good until they didn't.
Yeah.
They were dominating in their opening game. Was it at the Bills? Were they?
It was at the Bills, yeah.
At the Bills, they were up fairly big. And then Josh Allen just went straight Josh Allen mode. Took over and won the game. He's like, everybody else around me sucks, but I'm just going to go run this sucker in.
The Bills look like, the Bills are good. I think Seattle, they won 9 last year. Ooh, I think they can do that again this year.
Yeah, I'd say their floor is probably 7. They kind of have a bit of a nameless, faceless defensive unit.
Yeah.
If you're a diehard football study guy, you'd know their secondary.
Yeah.
But it's not like there's can you name
the only guy I knew was Witherspoon because he was a higher draft pick. But
right.
It's
a fairly nameless, faceless defense. They're going to be good defensively. That's a good team.
Yeah.
I know that I think a lot of people are listening to me right now that I'm taking a victory lap about my prediction or my evaluation of Bo Nix. I'm not. I think he did do some things fairly well. When I was watching the first half, I was encouraged at halftime of what Bo Nix did on the road in his first true NFL start against starting defenses. I loved how he finished the game. I do think that there's a caveat there that Seattle's playing a little softer coverage, keep the ball in front of them. And that plays into what Bo Nix can do very well, which is he shreds zones. He is a really good zone passer.
Used his feet that last
and that's
drive.
what I loved.
That was great.
I love that.
Yeah.
So did you see this? That Bo Nix, and they measure the miles per hour top speed across the league. Bo Nix ran the second fastest of the day of Sunday at 20.05 miles per hour.
On that 23-yard scramble?
On that 23-yard scramble. And so that to me is like, all right, let's lean into this part of his game.
Well, okay. And also they ran in the preseason, they ran a play where I believe it was Troutman that was out ahead of him. Basically, it was just a quarterback. I don't even know what you would call that, to be honest with you. I mean, it was just like a sweep with Troutman out there leading Bo Nix. And actually they ran that with Russell Wilson last year a couple times.
It's the zone read escort play.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Colin Kaepernick, Lamar Jackson back at Louisville special.
I believe we're going to see that against the Steelers.
Oh, especially in the red zone?
Yeah.
And that's something we saw in training camp. We saw it quite a bit. That was a day in training camp that I thought, okay, Bo Nix right here is starting to Sean Payton's starting to figure out this entirety of his skill set. Surprised they didn't show up a little bit earlier in the game at Seattle, but it will be ready and it'll be up and running against the Russell Wilsons, the fighting Russell Wilsons. And by the way,
I think we'll see him.
I love the accountability from our text line here. Ryan Grubb was the OC at University of Sioux Falls. I got a Sanford, how dare you? And from the Shop Mazda text line, 4846 tells me that he actually played. He played for Ryan Grubbs at University of Sioux Falls. So I apologize. It was not the University of San Diego or of South Dakota.
Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Please continue to text in. I mean, we want to get it's Exaggeration Monday. It's for us. It's for you guys as well. As we talk through the Broncos and the Buffs, we will do more of that next. Exaggeration Monday. I can do this on a Monday too, Coach.
Exaggeration Monday.
Yeah.
Nelly's the greatest rapper of all time.
Oh,
I mean, it's Exaggeration
that
Monday,
is
right?
Oh gosh, you're taking this. You're taking this too far, Coach. Although
all I know is that I read the show thread from my man KJ. He said, "Hey, let's get
get crazy.
Let's get out of pocket a little bit on this Monday."
You saw a text on the text line that you liked. Speaking of Exaggeration Monday about the Steelers.
Yeah, so we have an Exaggeration Monday from the text line here. Love it. Exaggeration Monday. We have J.J. Watt 10-sack performance at Empower Field.
J.J. Watt 10 sacks this weekend. They look super scary. The Pittsburgh Steelers. I will say this. I'll just say this. And I saw the earlier. We're getting so many text messages here. 303-504-0925. Keep your reactions coming in to the weekend of football in total. Obviously, we are starting off with the Broncos here, but the Steelers obviously ran right through. Their defense ran right through Atlanta. And I will say this. A, we knew Pittsburgh's defense was really good. So that's just like not a surprise to anybody. But B, it quite clearly looks like Kirk Cousins ain't exactly 100%. He was just standing back there being run right over. And at least Bo will try to run. Like there's some mobility there that the Steelers will have to at least deal with a little bit.
Yes. I think Bo Nix is going to come back and have a very solid performance this week against the Steelers. And the Steelers are real. They're fantastic.
Their offense is,
It never is. Since Ben Roethlisberger was in his prime, it just hasn't looked good forever. It's been bad quarterback play.
They should have won that game 35 to whatever.
So even if Russell is healthy and has his eye black on and says, I'm actually wearing my eye black to play a football game, not to just be here posing for the cameras and giving off the illusion that I'm a tremendous leader, even if I'm on an inactive list.
He had the eye black on.
Even if he's available, do you think that
in the indoor game?
Do you think Mike Tomlin starts Justin Fields over Russell Wilson after winning the first game?
No. And you know what? I want to say yes to that so bad. But, watching that game, and it was just field goal fest for the Steelers, and that offense was put in some decent circumstances a lot. And they just couldn't put the ball in the end zone. And, the thing about Justin Fields that always was maddening to me was he'll show you these flashes, right?
Yep.
And it's like, oh, okay, that's the guy. And then he'll put together games like this, and yeah, I guess they were in field goal range the entire time, and thank goodness their kicker was good because, he made 6 of them, 5 of them?
I think, yes. Wasn't it 6 times 3 equals 18?
Yeah,
that
18.
Was it.
So 18, yeah.
You go back to Kirk Cousins not looking so sweet. I mean, who is one of my top 2 quarterbacks in this 2024 draft class? Jr. Okay, so here we are on a Monday that we're going to lean into some exaggerative statements.
Let's do it.
By week 9, Michael Penix Jr. starting for the Falcons.
Ooh, I'm gonna do you one bit. I'm gonna Price is Right you right now.
And I raise you.
By week 5, Michael Penix Jr. is going to be starting. That was horrible. It was horrible, and it really is. Look, I guess I don't know the entire team. Kirk Cousins was the most mobile quarterback, in general, but he could kind of had some escapability. He had no escapability, and obviously he's coming off an Achilles, injury. He's back and he's trying to play it out, but that would have been a little alarming to me if I was, a Falcons in the coaching staff or the executive staff or a fan. And you could only watch that so many times knowing that you have a quarterback the caliber of a Michael Penix Jr. and you're sitting behind him.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, we talked about it last week. I mean, that is the situation where you can feel good that your backup is probably every bit as good as your starter, and you could start him.
And today is an overreaction day, right? And even from our Shop Mazda text line, again, 9437 comes in with, he actually thought it was you who made the statement, but said, Demps, what are you smoking? Bo will be worse this Sunday. First off, that was me who said that, okay? And I also might have been exaggerating myself, but I do think that being at home in front of Empower Field, a fan base, including me, that needs to embrace Bo Nix as a young quarterback that just started one of 17 games
correct
in his first start.
Right.
Okay. And so, yes, I saw a lot of the same things that I was concerned about in terms of the inability to stretch the field with the football. Did throw a really nice back shoulder ball to Josh Reynolds on the left sideline.
Mhm.
Love the throw.
Yep.
Can use more of it.
Yep.
I think he's a really good back shoulder thrower, Bo Nix is. But I do think that playing in front of your home crowd and having that start under your belt, learning the lessons, we will see a better
That's
Bo
a big
Nix this Sunday.
Yeah. He had I would say, having gone back through that game, about maybe like a handful of just catastrophic throw. Like that, I would say that throw was catastrophic.
Yeah. And we have to evaluate what we saw. Like, we can't wear rose-colored glasses. Like, we have to see it. The two things that we were told because of his 61 starts and his last year, particularly at Oregon, is that he, A, doesn't take sacks, and B, he doesn't turn the football over. He turned the football over an entire 3 times as a college senior at Oregon.
They did two.
He turned it over twice yesterday.
Correct.
But I went back and watched the All-22, and the All-22 was actually more damning than watching the game live on TV. There were, I think, 2 dropped interceptions and then 2 more turnover-worthy type of throws. You're looking, and I'm not saying that he should have had a 6 interception day, but the ball was in harm's way. And that was something that we were told was a massive strength of Bo Nix. And frankly, it was a strength during training camp. It was a strength during the preseason.
But it was always going to be tested. And you said it, and I said it, and we all said it. It was going to be tested because, like, Mike McDonald, like, what they were doing defensively,
really good.
He ain't seen anything like that.
Really good.
Right. Yeah, exactly. With those athletes. And so you knew that his record of just not throwing picks, it's hard to not do that in the NFL. That's why you know what this underscores when you look at across the league and you saw Caleb struggle and Bo Nix struggle. I actually think Jaden was okay. They just didn't score points. What CJ Stroud did last year is remarkable. It's remarkable because these are the defenses that these guys are facing, and he got that figured out quickly. I think he had a suspect week his first week too, before he obviously took off and 23 touchdowns. The Houston Texans were really good. But to be able to get that figured out and to be able to execute that as quickly as he is, but processed and didn't put the ball in harm's way, like, that's remarkable. And it's by far the outlier.
It is.
It's you get more of this than anything else. And so, yeah, I saw over earlier as we're getting texts kind of rolling through. I wish I had dimped. I wish I had rose-colored glasses like you do. It's not, for me, it's if you obviously show me that you're a bad quarterback over years of play, then I'm going to believe what I see immediately. If you are in your first game and we know that you got to grow, then I said it 1,000 times. Watch how many bad performances we see, because we're going to see them, man. Because these defenses, especially, think about the leading quarterback, the touchdown leaders last year. It was like it's its lowest level in years. Like, the defenses are getting this figured out, and the offenses have to, like, readjust to whatever's happening so they can get back to effectiveness, and they will. But yeah, I expect Bo to be fine. I really do. Josh Reynolds was good.
Josh Reynolds was good. Yeah, I think that there had been some things circulating that he had dropped a couple passes in this game. He didn't. I went back and watched every attempt and catch for Josh Reynolds, every target that he garnered. He had one that was thrown outside. It could have been picked off. He was coming down basically coming straight back his stem on a stop route, and the ball was thrown way outside. The corner was outside leverage. And that, I think people thought that was a drop. It wasn't even close to being a drop. And then there was one over the middle that was thrown dang near by shoelaces. So that's not a drop.
That's not a drop.
So I thought Josh Reynolds was good. But I think Devon Vele, 8 targets, 8 catches.
Yes. Yeah.
He was Bo Nix's number 1 targeted player. And I think that this is an interesting trend.
And it grew over the course of the game.
It did.
Yeah.
And I think this is an interesting trend because you got to look at situations like the Green Bay Packers a year ago. This group of receivers kind of came up in the game, if you will, with Jordan Love. So there's familiarity, there's trust. And I do believe Bo Nix is one of those quarterbacks that knows his personnel, knows where they're at on the field, and then does have certain guys that he's like, yep, I like that.
Well, especially when you're struggling through a game, right?
Yeah.
And then you start getting completions to a guy, and then you start throwing that football to that guy a lot. It's we're overreacting today. Let's see, Josh Reynolds. I'll go with him as being the best wide receiver on the team. Josh Reynolds.
I think that's fair. He's the one that has done it with meaningful, intangible rewards waiting the end of a game. And that was last year in Detroit. He did it in the postseason. Now, he did drop 2 balls in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, he did.
But, it's going to happen to players. I think overall, he's your best route runner right now. Courtland Sutton did not have a good day yesterday. He was targeted a lot.
Yep.
And
12 times.
12 targets.
Yep.
How many catches?
4.
4.
Yeah.
And when PFF runs these numbers, I don't take PFF's numbers as gospel, but I heard it earlier that he had the fewest yards of separation per target.
I believe that
any receiver.
Just
on
watching
this
that,
team.
just like with your naked eye, he just was. There was always somebody right next to him. He just wasn't getting separation.
But that's not. I never thought that was his game. Right, his game is the second play. It worked well with Russell Wilson. He is a big receiver. He's got a great body type to be able to body up and make contested catches.
That's why he's good on those slants.
Yeah, and exactly. And Bo Nix, if there's one thing you came away as a regular season starter, he can throw a slant. Now he can throw a slant. Now he led Josh Reynolds on a slant in that fourth quarter.
Almost got him killed.
Dang near and that's got to be a little bit more of an on-body type throw as opposed to leading him, so he has to stretch out for it. Safeties barrel down on those slants, man.
Yeah.
But I do think Bo Nix throws the slant very well. He throws the quick outbreakers well. And I still stand by my original evaluation on Bo Nix, even though it didn't show up in this game until the very final series for the Broncos offense. He's going to be a very good red zone quarterback. He will be a very good red zone quarterback.
Yeah, he's got to get those slants figured out. Remember the first pass in the preseason was to Dulcich.
Yeah,
on that kind of in-breaking route.
So that was more of that route was more of like a 4 verts. So it was more that 18 to kind of 18-yard area of the field. His quick slant game, like just ball in hand, rip it, really good. But it's more that it's getting above that first level of defenders, above the linebackers. Those in-breaking throws in that 15 to 22-yard window.
Yep.
That's an area of the field where he's going to have to show that he is capable, competent, and confident to make those throws for this offense to have success.
Want to get to the defense too, because there were a number of good performances, none the least of which was Jonathan Cooper. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We got to get to see you because I'm not sure what we're watching there just quite yet, but they have a massive game on Saturday against CSU. We'll talk through CSU next.
No, it's not. It's not reps. I think all of them have a plethora of reps in their resumes, don't they?
No, I just mean playing together can kind of.
Yeah. I don't know if it's that because that's the same guys who were out there last week. Yeah, I think they just had our number today. Just simple as that. Sometimes you gotta just take your hat off and say, "Hey, you got me, man. You got it." They did that. They played a great game. They really did.
That was Colorado coach Deion Sanders after his team lost to Nebraska. Look, I think there was an element of that. Chris and Coach and KJ here with you. Josh Grismer here as well. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 in the Backus and Schenker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. 28-10 was the score in Lincoln, Nebraska. Colorado just offensively, just not there. Pretty much the entirety of the game, and Nebraska defensively was something that I thought they just might be coaching. We were talking about this a little bit during the break, and last year when Nebraska was here and CU beat them pretty good.
36-14 was the final on that one.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It was built on just a lot of turnovers.
Yes, it was. Not the inability for Nebraska to even handle shotgun snaps. It was the quarterback for Nebraska, Jeff Sims, just like handed the ball over. It felt like 5 times. It wasn't 5, but it felt like that.
Correct. And their defense was put in some early, especially early in the game, in some bad situations. Colorado capitalized on those in a way that the Broncos didn't here in Seattle. But and they ended up being a blowout. But that defense was largely back. And your offense,
I think 11th in the country last year.
Right.
That defense,
Correct.
in terms of total defense. And before we get too deep here, Ron from the Champ Mazda text line on an Exaggeration Monday does tell me my overreaction. Sanford leaves after first hour of show, and he goes no comment on CU. So he's calling me out. He's a Nebraska guy.
Come on, no.
I will stand up.
Yep.
And admit that I predicted CU to win this football game, and I was wrong. Okay, I was way wrong. It was 28-0 at halftime. Pick 6 essentially ended the game. Backed up on your own 1-yard line. Throw a field hitch route, slightly a blind throw. Shedeur throws a pick 6. It felt like the game was over at that point in time. Now, I will stand by that I think that CU, insofar as Shedeur Sanders is healthy, Travis Hunter's healthy, Jimmy Horn Jr. is healthy, LeJonte Wester, Will Shepard, Amarian Miller, if that crew is healthy, I think they're the hardest team to predict any type of game because they can get hot. They can hit explosive plays. And that's what I was banking on when I made my prediction that CU was going to start fast. They were going to score on 2 of their first 4 drives, and that didn't happen, and this game came off the rails. So, Ron, I stand corrected. I'm a man of accountability. I was wrong, but I don't know how to predict CU games from here on out. I don't, because I think that there is always that threat of Shedeur going Brady mode, legend mode at the end of a game.
Yeah, what's interesting is I think we're learning a lot about him too. Just obviously, offensively, they're not interested in running the football. I think it's if they were interested in doing that, I'm not saying that this would be a world-beating running the football team. It wouldn't be, but they would find enough success to be able to keep, I think, defenses off of Shedeur Sanders more. Right now, defenses they don't even care about the run. They just run straight to the quarterback, and they should, because Colorado, that is not a part of the game plan, and that's probably going to be a real problem for them as they go through the course of the season. I'll give their defense this, though. The defense is quite clearly better than it was last year.
It appears for sure
that
it is improved. Robert Livingston was a great hire. He is an NFL defensive mind, and I'd say the current NFL defense. Like, he has been in it. I mean, I think the Bengals missed him this weekend. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
That's true. Colorado in its first 2 games, only 1 touchdown and 9 drives in the second half is what they've allowed. Now, look, in the first half, it's a little bit different story. They're slow to get started. They're slow to get their kind of their hooks into the offensive team right off the top. But then obviously they're making adjustments that have worked in the first 2 games. Can they do that against CSU? I don't know.
I'm going to lead you to the water, the trough of water.
Yep.
Okay, you're thirsty.
I'm thirsty.
It is a trough of water that is predicated on exaggerating a ton on this day.
Yes.
should CU go to Fort Collins, play flat, and lose the football game, what does that do to CU's season?
It's over. In a way that it's over. In a way that prior to the Nebraska game, I think I was on record as saying, if you lose this game, it doesn't matter. Like that was always going to be a tough game. Like I also said that CU was going to win as we did our predictions. I think I also said I was terrified about that particular football game because Nebraska is that good.
And by saying it's over, what do you mean? Like a bowl game is out of the question?
Yeah, bowl game's out of the question. Looking at probably 4 more victories in the season. That's what I'm saying.
So a year ago, this moment that we're talking about happened more kind of in that week 6, 7 part of the season.
It was the Stanford game.
Stanford game. I was physically in the building. So it was like you had beaten TCU on the road, a team that had played in the national championship. I was on board as somebody who got fired by that head coach. Like I was like, this is real, man. Like I hate it, man. I'm at home and nobody wants me to coach their team, but man, like that is real. Okay. But then it about 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, there were still like, it was the eyes of the college football world were on Boulder.
Yeah. And I think some of the losses after the first 3 wins, some of the losses you could just go, I don't know. They weren't necessarily better. They weren't necessarily better than that team anyway. They were built-in kind of excuses more so than not. And then Stanford happened, and then you knew like it was off the rails. And then that season ended the way it ended. I mean, they lost all but 1 game to end the season.
In 2022, I was the offensive coordinator for 4 games and then the interim head coach for a CU football team that went 1-11. I'll stand by the fact that I take accountability for my role in that. I take accountability for, could I have been better as an offensive coordinator? Heck yes, I could have. But for all that has been said about how bad the state of the program was, and it was, like, I'm not going to say it was great, but now internally it was positive. It was upbeat.
Right.
It was
right.
And I'm not saying that's me saying that
correct.
It isn't currently that way. But if you look at a 10-game sample size on CU after Nebraska this past weekend, dating back 8 games the season before, what's the record?
2-8. It's what it is.
And so this CU program, and this is not an exaggeration, this is cold hard facts, has to win this game at Canvas Stadium.
They have to. Coach, they have to. It's if you are who you say you are, and so in the offseason, and you're telling us just how good the team is, when a reporter asks you about your offensive line and asks you how you bolstered it, you get mad and you say, you should say improved. Should we say improved? And this was my point at the time, which is not going to take you at your word of these things. Not going to. Because now we're just going to watch it unfold. We're going to say you're trying to bolster your offensive line because it is not improved. And maybe it'll improve over the course of the regular season. I don't know. But right now, you got manhandled. And from a guy who has great respect for the Nebraska defense, which I do, you still got manhandled. And you told us that you wouldn't get manhandled. So that's where we are right now. And I see on the text line, Demps, if CU loses to Colorado State, name the 4 teams that you would beat. That's a legit good question. It's a legit good question. I don't know. I could name 4 just right off the top of my head, but I couldn't beyond a shadow of a doubt say that they would be better than anybody. Maybe Baylor. Baylor right after Baylor the next week. But
Cincinnati,
maybe.
Although Cincinnati actually played pretty good this weekend. I played well. I had a chance to have my first TV college football call, and it gave up at CSU. Yeah, thank you.
Right.
And it was awesome because
how fun. Yeah.
I'm an adrenaline junkie. I love being nervous. I was nervous. My wife, she's like, "You're always so irritable. You're so grumpy when you're nervous. You're nervous, aren't you, honey?" I'm like, "Stop asking me if I'm nervous. All right, I'm not nervous at all. Make me a bagel sandwich, please."
I'm not nervous.
But I go up there and I watch that CSU team coming off of 52-0 loss against a Texas team that is for real. They proved it at the Big House. Dominate. And they were dominant in Michigan. Like Texas that first half, Michigan, Texas was pretty comparable to the first half of CSU Michigan.
Yeah.
Or CSU Texas.
Yeah.
But so I called the game, and it was a blast. It was fun. It was a great day at Campus Stadium. It's a beautiful stadium.
It is.
It was Ag Day, so the student section, like every single person had the orange on for Ag Day,
Mhm.
the original colors for CSU. 37 to 38,000
I was
tickets.
going to say
were out.
there were a lot of people in that stadium.
It was
Yeah.
a very well attended game, and when I look at what Jay Norvell's doing, and I think some Ram fans are like, this should have been a blowout against UNC.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Norvell is going out of his way against Texas as well to establish a dominant ground game.
Why?
Because that's how you win championships. And when I talk about championships, I'm talking about the Mountain West Conference.
Is he running air raid?
I think there's elements. There's definitely elements. I had a chance to sit down and talk in the production meeting with Coach Norvell, and it's not a pure air raid. Their pass game is predicated on this attack the space that's available because of defensive coverages. He teaches a lot of coverages to his quarterbacks, but it's become very apparent to me. Braden Fowler Nicolosi hasn't gotten as many at bats at throwing the football as he did a year ago. It is a commitment, and I'm talking about a program commitment to become better at running the football. And they got a couple backs that are pretty dang good. Keegan Hollis is a
That's
good
29,
ball player.
right?
29 had
Yeah.
a great day.
Mhm.
Actually, that's 33.
33?
Justin Marshall is 29.
It's 29?
Justin Marshall.
Marshall had a good game in Texas.
Yeah, he had over 100 yards against Texas.
Yep.
Which is proven to be one of the better fronts in college football. He is committing to the ground game, and I don't think it's just solely for CU, but I think it's going to be an interesting byproduct of two contrasting styles.
You know what? I want to walk down this road a little bit more because there's a little conspiracy theory in my head that I will ask you when we come back. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Chris, Coach, and KJ with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Talking through football weekend that was really, really interesting and a lot of fronts. I mean, we're going to get back into some Broncos here in just a few minutes. I wanted to ask you, Coach, about this kind of commitment to the run game that CSU has started the season off with. And I wonder, the conspiracy theory person in me, because their first two games, one was at Texas, which, nobody really expected them to win. The second was against UNC, which everybody expects to win. And then your third is against CU, one of your in-state rival. And how much do you really want to show in the first two games to put on tape for CU in game 3? Like, could they open up the offense more on Saturday in a way that they haven't in the first two, and they didn't want to put that on film?
In visiting with offense coordinator, associate head coach of offense, Matt Mumme, who's the son of the inventor of air raid football, Hal Mumme.
Mm-hmm.
He said that game against Northern Colorado was going to be that game where they opened it up, and that 12 of their opening 20 plays were going to be passes.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it played out until they called a couple runs.
And it was just like,
and the runs were like clipping off 9 per. And then I think Norvell, as the play caller, is like, yep, we're going to keep doing this because this is how you win football games. This is how you win championships.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were listening to the last segment, I'd be remiss if I don't clarify. I said that this is an absolute must-win game for CU.
Yep.
Aaron from the Shot Mazda text line comes with a great text. This is a must-game win for both programs. For CSU, they need to take that next step with Jay Norvell, and this is the first of a few games this season that they need to win to do it. And I completely agree with that. Not from the standpoint of like it's like a job, the job's on the line, but for them to take the next step as a program, this is an opportunity with your hated rivals that you play the little brother role to CU in the state, and you always have, and you should, and you use that as motivation to have an extra chip on your shoulder. But you're getting them in your stadium for the first time in forever.
Yep.
And this is going to be a ruckus environment.
And you're well equipped to be able to win this game. It's not even, well, we got to hold on, even though we got this thing at home. You're well equipped to win this game.
You are. You have the second best player in the Mountain West Conference, but maybe the highest draft pick in Group of 5 football in Torrey Horton.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Torrey Horton took a very awkward fall on an attempted horse collar that Northern Colorado let go of the horse collar, but it had torqued Torrey Horton on the sideline just enough that it looked like it would be just watching the TV, seeing his reaction and not coming back even to the field after he went to the locker room. It looked like a groin, a hamstring, a quad, one of those types of things. So there has been no update from CSU yet on the status of Torrey Horton, but he is a player, man. He opening punt return of the game of the home schedule. I mean, it is 2 moves and whoom, crib shot.
It's funny. I asked you, I guess to my own small exaggeration, whatever day we were talking about it last week or prior to 2 weeks ago, prior to their first game against Texas, and I asked you, could it be that he's the best wide receiver on the field? Including whoever Texas is putting on the field. And that's how much I think of Torrey Horton. That would be a really big blow if he wasn't able to go.
Good for CSU, is that they do have a very capable group of receivers. They have a young player named Caleb Goody that had like a 60-yard touchdown bomb, and he has real speed. Armani Winfield, the Baylor transfer, Goffney, Persons, they have a good group of receivers. So I don't think that Torrey Horton not playing, if that is the case, which I don't know yet, but if that is the case, I don't think that all of a sudden you have to say this is CU's going to just run away with this game.
No, you're just losing a game breaker is all. I mean, that's it, but just not that you're not capable of still being able to pull this off, especially if you're going to run the football and CU's not going to be able to stop you running the football. And that's been a mild issue for the Buffs this season. Ron on the text line says CSU needs to win to show that they should be in the Big 12.
Let's make a bowl game first.
Which is
let's make a bowl game in the Mountain West first, right? And I'm not throwing shade at CSU, but you haven't been to a bowl game since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I agree. They have the facilities, they have the town. Fort Collins has become one of the hottest destinations in America. They still have the market of the Denver area. there are a lot of things about CSU's overall portfolio as a university, a program, in a city that would be a great fit for a Power 4 conference. But in terms of their football program, I look at this game against CU as this is one step closer to getting to 6 or more wins, to get into a bowl game for the first time in 7 years.
CU.
CSU.
For CSU.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if I said CU, but I think it's incredibly important.
Yeah, I think for me, I wonder where the importance on it. I think for CU, I think I would say it's slightly more important for CU.
I agree.
Just because the road ahead is really, really difficult. And I think you still am not exactly sure how good or not CU is.
So we're talking right now about, I guess, from the outside looking in, the importance of, I guess, this game to what the narrative is going to be surrounding the program, whether it's CU or CSU that needs this game more. And you said CU. I would agree with that. What about the inside? The people that are actually going to be playing this game, coaching this game. Who do you think values this game more?
Well, I think Colorado State does, but I think
you got to think they are going to be licking their chops to get another shot at the Buffs after last year's game.
I think, Coach, I thought they valued the game more than CU did last year too. I think CU got dragged into a fight that they didn't know that they were going to get into because a lot of the players weren't from this area and they just didn't quite understand. Like those guys in Fort Collins, they don't like you.
No, they really don't like you.
You put on a uniform that has a CU on the helmet and you're immediately hated. And they didn't quite understand that until probably about the second quarter, third quarter of that last game. They're like, okay, wait, this is how it's getting played. And so I think that institutional knowledge actually will help them going into this game. And then having played at another traditional rival, even though, obviously the programs don't really play much against each other anymore in Nebraska, with all that fan base that was waiting for you, with that team that was waiting for you, which celebrated with Shedeur Sanders' song, and they're holding up the watch at the end of the game. That's what they were doing. And that is exactly how Colorado State's going to approach this game too. So you got to be ready for that. I think they will be ready for that. I think CSU wants to win the game way more, though. I think they feel like they left a win on the field in Boulder last year, and they're going to rectify that this year.
Especially it being in their home building. So the thing that's unique about CSU's Canvas Stadium home slate this year is that they're playing 4 Front Range football teams from the Front Range region. 3 of those 4 games are home games in Canvas Stadium. Like, that is a big deal up there because they want to be in the conversation as the king of the Front Range. You got Air Force, Wyoming, UNC, and CU, and they're playing all 4, as opponents, and 3 of them are in their own building. And this is the second step towards something that they really believe is important to their program. I think CU, on the other hand, it's about national, even international relevance, not state supremacy, right? And when I think about CU, this past weekend on Saturday, this was the biggest spotlight game of the season. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The Nebraska CU game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one that the national narrative was all about. We'll see the viewership is going to be incredibly high. And I bet because there are so many haters of this CU program, I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers were even higher when CU was down 28-0. To be honest, you smell what I'm putting down?
Yeah, I do.
So I don't know that they're going to have that type of real national, international relevant game. Maybe this one is.
Yeah, maybe so.
It's on CBS national.
Yeah, I think for CU, Coach, this feels like it's a lot about stability to me for that program because things feel unstable, and you beat North Dakota State in game 1. Okay, it was an uneven performance, but you had just way more skill that they just couldn't put that on the field to be able to slow that down. And then you get into the Nebraska game, a game that, look, I honestly, I just did not expect them to win that game. I just think Nebraska was a better team, period.
But you didn't you predict CU?
I did.
So
I did.
You said you didn't expect him to.
No. Coach, here's something that you got to know about me. This will go back to the person way earlier.
I actually expected CU to win the game.
This will go back way earlier to the person who were like, oh, your rose-colored glasses, Demps. I am probably never going to predict CU to lose a game. But I think they might. But they're most certainly going to lose some games. I'm just too much of a fan. I'm just not going to. I won't go there. But I wasn't worried about that game. I think that stability is on the line here for CU is what I think with this game. Because if you go around and get punched in the face, in the mouth by CSU, where do you go from here, man?
Right.
You know, this was a program that fell apart pretty quickly last year when they got punched in the face. And can you right this ship and make something of your season, or will it just devolve into something else? And somebody on the Dan asks, is it possible for Deion to be on the hot seat if CU loses to CSU?
No chance. No chance. Deion's not getting fired. No chance.
How bad of a season would it have to be? It would have to be.
I'll say this: no chance. There's no chance that Rick George fires Deion Sanders.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
I know.
When you
he's
think
Teflon.
When you think about the relevance of what CU's program is on a national level, on a monetary basis for TV viewership, even though that money never goes directly back to the university because you already have your preset TV contracts by your conference.
By your conference, yeah.
So you're not if there's 17.7 million viewers watching you, it's not like you get 10x the paycheck. You get the same paycheck if 1.2 million are watching or 120 million. But there is a relevance factor that I think no matter what happens, what I'm more concerned with is CU needs to go and put a good performance together at Canvas Stadium and win the football game for the rest of what they want to do. And this is an expectation season from Deion Sanders'
That's what he said.
words, for those things to be in front of them and keeping that thing all together, that team, that everything moving in the right direction. That's why I think this is the biggest game, certainly of this young season for CU.
You know, it's an interesting predicament because, you know, in a great many cases, if the season were to kind of fall apart and it was like another 4-win season or 5-win season, something like that, that coach would most certainly be on the hot seat. The word I hesitate to go with relevance. I'm just going to go with hype. There's so much hype around this program that you sell your tickets out, that you get your viewership, that you get, you know, events are packed, all those kinds of things because of the hype. And the wins and losses will give you your actual relevance. And right now, there's just not a lot of those, not a lot of dubs on the board to be able to say this program is relevant to me. This is just, to me, this is my opinion. And so I'm just going to go with the word hype. There's a lot of hype around the program. Can they be relevant? You can be relevant by winning. See, at the end of the day, you still have to win these games. At the end of the day, you know, and we are in an interesting space and time where right now there's like, to some people, the wins aren't really the point. Like the point is, well, you're on national TV all the time, and well, people are talking about you, and well,
you have two of the top 5 NIL earners in college football.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Yeah.
And that's the world that we do find ourselves in college athletics is the NIL money. And I'm not talking about Deion. I'm not talking about Shedeur and Travis Hunter, but is the NIL money and your ability to earn more and get more from that bucket more important than wins? You have to think as an 18 to 22-year-old, if you were in that situation, Dems, or if I was in that situation and somebody was talking to me about making $3.7 million a year as a college athlete,
correct,
I probably would have been a bit distracted myself. Not to say that they're distracted from football, but in terms of like the intent of what you do and why you do it, I mean, that's a small window. Not everybody has the opportunity to make that kind of money when they're that young in their lifetime.
Yeah, you can do that now. Like you used to have to get to the pros to make this kind of money. You can make it now, and it's, I don't know, just changing the landscape of some things. But look, if the season goes, Rick George will have, and maybe just as Coach said, it's a no-brainer. He's just coming back next year, no matter what. He will have a lot to think about. He will have a lot to think about because you're going to have 2 players that are going to get taken very, very high in this next upcoming NFL draft, and you didn't win with them. And I don't see 2 players like that replacing them on the roster anytime soon. And if that's going to be the case and you couldn't maximize this, then what are we doing? At the end of the day, what are we doing? You know, maybe we're just selling tickets. Maybe people will just keep going anyway. But I think CU fans aren't Rockies fans. Sooner or later, you got to show them winning, or they will stop coming. And at that point, Deion will be very vulnerable. But let's see. I mean, we're only to game 3.
Is Travis Hunter still in the Heisman race?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure.
But I'm not a homer, but I'm a homer. It's Exaggeration Monday, right?
Genty.
The best college football player
is Travis Hunter.
Period.
Yep.
After week 2.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying
Yep.
you have to evaluate the games.
Yes.
Is from my alma mater. Boise State
Travis
running
Hunter.
back. Boise State running back, Ashton Genty, who went up to Autzen and rushed for just shy of 2 bills and 3 teeters.
Oh, yeah.
After having 267 rushing yards in the opener against Georgia Southern and 6 tutties. Just 9 easy, cool touchdowns. 2 games into the season, 1 against the top 7 team in college football. Ashton Genty is not human, nor is Travis Hunter. The 2 of them are not human.
Is Oregon good?
No. I am so unimpressed with Oregon. They look off, man. They don't look right. And they have so much talent, man.
Yeah.
I watched that game. I'm like, how are they not blowing out my alma mater with a bunch of, group of 5 recruits? That's what you are when you play at Boise State.
Yeah.
Or you're somebody's sloppy seconds from a Power 4 program that transferred because they couldn't get playing time. I mean, what are we doing? Oregon's got the biggest NIL treasure chest in college football. Which is why I think they're not very good.
How high a draft pick is Genty?
Running backs just don't go high.
Yeah.
So it's like it's
Okay,
almost
maybe let me rephrase it. I'm sorry, because your point. It's a good point. Where in the running back hierarchy will he be drafted? Like when
he
the
is
first top running back
Bijan Robinson like. He is Bijan Robinson like, who did go high.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He was a first round draft pick by the Falcons.
Yeah.
So I mean, I didn't think he had long speed. I knew he was an unbelievable vision, great cuts, never gets tackled by the first defender. But dude, he ran away from Oregon's secondary on a 70-yard touchdown. I'm like, oh,
he's got real speed.
He got speed.
Yeah. It's just those moments when you're like, oh, okay.
Oh.
You're bringing it. That's what you're doing. If you're listening to us on the app, hit us up on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. KJ's NFL notes are next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, 11:25. It's about time. KJ takes us through the biggest stories in the NFL. A lot to talk about, KJ. What's story number one?
You know what? Let's lead in with some Broncos here. Sean Payton, during his Sunday postgame presser, he got asked the question, does he like or does he encourage the idea of Bo Nix throwing 40 times a game?
No, that's a byproduct a lot of times of, you get into the fourth quarter and heck no. No.
If even Sean just it drives him crazy. It's a real simple question here. Who needs their running game more? Shedeur Sanders or Bo Nix?
Bo Nix.
Bo
needs it, and not because he's a bad player, but he is a rookie in the most challenging position in all of sports, and that's playing quarterback in the National Football League. Look at Joe Burrow this weekend. They were home. Okay, home against the Patriots. And
right.
I know that Joe Burrow didn't play a majority of the back half of last season. And so he's working himself back into playing form. But man, 160 some odd yards, lost to the Patriots as a home team.
Yeah, it's bad.
Playing quarterback in the NFL is hard.
It's hard.
It's very hard. And I think the balance is so important for the Broncos to find, because so much of the pass game, it does open up both schematically and numbers if you're able to effectively run the football.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to agree with you.
Because I still think Shedeur and CU in most games have the chance of passing their way out of potentially a bad situation. I don't know that the Broncos' combination of receiver talent and rookie Bo Nix, right?
Yeah.
Rookie Bo Nix have the ability to pass their way towards victories in the National Football League.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The only caveat I would just say is that Shedeur, without the running game, and if you're just dropping back all the time, tends to hold on to the ball just a little bit sometimes. And I think he just takes more sacks, where Bo Nix would just throw the ball away, or he'd run out of bounds or something like that and kind of save himself.
What did you make of the 2 sacks and 2 interceptions from Bo Nix, something that we didn't think he would do? Like, we thought it might not be great,
yeah,
but those were the things that we thought and I'm not talking, he was different than any other rookie quarterback from our perspective because of the 61 starts, because of the 2.5 seconds per throw that he gets the ball out. What did you make of the 2 interceptions and 2 sacks?
So honestly, I think he's going to throw double-digit interceptions this year. That's you know what I'm saying? Just because I just think that the NFL is so much harder than college, man. I just have so much respect for the talent level of the players on the field and the creativity of the schemes. Yes, the creativity.
Are so
yeah,
good.
Right.
What Mike McDonald did, it can't be stated enough. And when I built it up, I thought he's this evil scientist in his little laboratory cooking up all kinds of things, mixing elixirs and doing all the things. Dude, it was all the pre-snap looks at the line of scrimmage that he gave to Bo Nix. And you got to remember, a quarterback in the NFL, different than many college systems, you have to protect yourself, meaning you have to make the call that changes where the offensive line is taking their slide to.
Yep.
So the direction where the quarterback has to know where the blitz is coming from. Dude, that's hard, man. So you're playing a full game mentally before the ball's even snapped. And what Mike McDonald did was made that very, very hard.
Yeah, it shows you something that's not coming, shows you something like is coming. You just don't know what on earth
and
is
then where are
happening.
your eyes?
Right.
Your eyes are on the front.
Right.
And where are your completions?
Right,
down the field. And that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what that looks like to me. I just obviously it just didn't look great. I thought the last drive, the fact that they could have gotten a stop with a minute and change to go to give him the ball back, to give him a chance to drive downfield for a game-winning touchdown was, quite honestly, it was shocking to me, given how that game started to look over time and the opportunities that you missed. So many opportunities for more points that you missed early on.
We talked about this, and I think about the third down pass conversion that Geno Smith threw to ice the game. Pressure in his face, change his arm slot. throws an unbelievable throw. Great catch.
Yes, because Riley Moss was all
over him. And somebody in the text thread asked about what I thought about Riley Moss. He was the leading tackler, which is a good and a bad thing. It means that he was targeted, but he kept the ball in front of him primarily. So
he came up in some run support, too.
He was good in the run support.
Yeah.
His worst play of the day was the P.J. Walker right sideline touchdown.
Yep.
Riley Moss lost contain.
Okay, was that him or was that
Well, I just know
Alex
that
Singleton?
Riley Moss he was the edge of the defense, and he lost leverage and then made like kind of a last-ditch effort to tackle Walker, and he couldn't.
Okay.
Did I say P.J. Walker? What's his name?
You did.
Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's interesting. The thing about I will say this last thing about the run game and Shedeur at the he gave an interview after the game, and one of the things he said was I think the reporter asked him, well, if it's 4th and 1 or big high leverage situations and you're not getting them, is that affecting you guys' ability to want to continue to run the ball? And he looks up and he basically just says, it's like, look, if I'm the kind of guy who wants to go down swinging, and I think I throw the best punch. Okay.
Yeah. So what's going to be the solution?
Okay.
What is the solution then, if that's the case?
According to Shedeur, just put the ball in his hands and let him just sling it.
And there are going to be moments this year where it's going to be the right call, but there's going to be other moments like the Nebraska game where it's going to be very challenging to protect your best puncher.
Or they're going to call a run like they did against North Dakota State. He's going to audible to a pass.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think the answer is Bo Nix. KJ, what's next?
Let's move on.
What was that? What was that one?
I think that one.
Let's move on.
You remember that?
No.
So Jerry Jones, he did. On his old radio show, he just gets grouchy because the Cowboys just be pissing him off sometimes. Here's that answer that you were talking about with Shedeur.
Nah, I'd rather if we're gonna go down, I'd rather go down swinging, honestly, because I know I can throw the best punch.
There it is. Because I know I can throw the best punch.
I love confidence.
Okay.
I do love. I love as a guy that coached the quarterback position. I do value confidence at that position.
I love it too. But coach, the punch that they swung was a 10-point punch. 10. That was your punch, which was not a haymaker. It was not.
And if you're going to go advanced analytics, the offense essentially was -7 on one play. You got to think about it, right? You threw a touchdown.
You threw one, right?
In a pick six situation. And that's a real situation.
So, if I'm the coach, you're a really good punch. Like, I got you in my bag. But I also need to have a running game also in my bag. Dallin Hayden ran for 6.4 yards per carry. I'm not saying you got to run him 20 times. Don't run him 20 times. It's fine.
He was the leading rusher. How many carries did he have?
Five. Okay. All right. KJ, what's next?
Russell Wilson, man, he caught shots from all kind of ways. Here's Geno Smith.
Still not running back?
Still not riding back.
All right, okay. If you didn't like that, that's perfectly fine. Here is his second cousin, Steve Smith, unofficially.
The Russell Wilson that we are holding on hope to, he went to the store, got cigarettes, and has not come back.
Oh, no.
Bottom line. He has not come back. And if you are going to believe that Russell Wilson is that guy, he's not.
And then here is the all-inspiring. He just warms your heart because he just brings so much optimism to Altitude Sports Radio. Adam Schefter explaining why Russell Wilson will be back in week 2.
No, I believe if Russell is healthy and Russell's calf is in a spot where they're comfortable, that he'll be out there playing. It's a long season, and I think they were trying to be smart about it. And he went out and played, warmed up, pregame warm-ups. So you'll notice that when he was out there were no doctors around him. Usually if it's a close call, there's a bunch of doctors seeing how he's moving. He was out there doing his thing, and I think the Steelers always felt like the plan was going to be to start Justin Fields here once Russell suffered a setback last week in practice. Now it'll be interesting to see whether Russell can play this week against Denver. I'm sure he's going to want to play, and I'm sure there's going to be a better chance of him being out there this week than there was this past week.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what is you guys' optimism level that Russell Wilson actually plays this coming weekend?
2. I don't think Russ is going to be starting this football game. And I think even if Russ, his calf magically heals, I think that Mike Tomlin is the type of coach that knows his defense is very good, has seen catastrophic quarterback play for the last several years, and actually likes what he saw from Justin Fields. Like, feels good about the fact that, we kicked 6 field goals. Cool, man.
You kicked 6 field goals.
Let's go.
I mean,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because they won the football game. And Justin Fields, he's always able to extend plays with his legs. He's always going to move the sticks. He doesn't see it very well in the passing game. Can't see the coverage as well. Can't go through his progressions well. But is going to have several highlight plays. And he didn't turn the ball over at an alarming rate. Or
at any rate.
Yeah.
He has 0 interceptions.
0 interceptions, 0 fumbles, which is what plagued him in Chicago. I think he's pretty happy with his team going in 6 field goal offense. We're good. Let's get out our 9-iron, baby. Let's have some fun at that power field. Just think about the opportunities for potentially 8 field goals because the ball flies so much better at altitude. At power field, we're going to be able to kick 68-yard field goals.
Do you know what drove Pittsburgh Steelers fans just batty the last couple of seasons? Their inability to put the ball in the end zone. And at the time, they were blaming, who was the offensive coordinator at the time? It was Matt Canada.
Matt Canada, who was a college guy.
Yeah. So
NC State.
Yeah, so they're getting after Matt Canada, and they're just, your offense is terrible. And it's really just like he's working with Mason Rudolph and Kenny Pickett as well. And like, who can really work with that? And so you replace Matt Canada with Arthur Smith. And then Russell Wilson hasn't played yet, but you have Justin Fields, who are you're upgrading your quarterback room to whatever degree over last year. And what you do is you put 6 field goals on the board, like 6 field goals. And if you look at Justin Fields' stats on the surface, they look fine. He had a passer rating of 91.9.
Would you have taken it in Seattle yesterday?
No. They didn't even look like they're a threat to score against the Falcons at all. And I guess the Broncos didn't either. But
Until the end.
But the Boston Blues, they put the ball in the end zone. I think that coach is right. I think Justin Fields is definitely going to start against the Broncos, but I also just think the Steelers are notoriously so they're known for like calf issues like that and injuries that are similar to that. They just hold the player out for however long. And if you recall,
you said the Steelers are known for this?
The Steelers are known for this. So if you recall that
so there's a calf epidemic in Pittsburgh?
That they just
do not bring. It must be the
bring,
rust that's in their drinking water.
Yeah, they just don't bring them back.
Something's off.
They don't bring them back. That's what they do. That's how they operate. And
they're not doing their high knees, all right?
Yeah, Russ hasn't had a chance to get his high knee on.
He's not going to do. He's not
that
doing
man going to get his high knees on his way to London and on his way back.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Let's get one more.
Let's move on.
All right, quickly here. I am going to throw out my own Exaggeration Monday take. Yesterday, 2 hours before the NFL season officially came back as far as Sunday, Dak Prescott got 4 years, $240 million with over $200 million guaranteed. And if he sees the totality of his contract through, he will be the longest tenured starter in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, which got me to thinking, if Dak, by the end of this contract, does not reach a Super Bowl, he will go down as the most overrated quarterback in NFL history.
Stop it. You and Mike, you guys colluded on this story. I don't want to hear
You accuse
anymore.
Raj and I of doing the same thing.
Yes.
You're
why
basically,
is everybody ganging up against me?
I just believe in the mob mentality. I like to gang up on Debs. You know what? I will say this. I have given you a very hard time about your love, your deep-rooted love for Dak Prescott.
Okay.
The man got paid yesterday, so it was a win for you, Debs.
He did.
But you, on the flip side, have given me a very hard time about my love for Baker Mayfield, who got kind of paid in the offseason. But what did he do yesterday? Baker Mayfield, 24 of 30, 289 yards, 4 tutties, 37 points scored. Baker Mayfield, the better quarterback than Dak Prescott.
So as KJ will tell you, prior to the show, we were kind of going over some of the topics that we might discuss on Exaggeration Monday, and one of mine was an ode to you, which was Baker Mayfield will lead the NFL in touchdown passes this season.
Well on his way.
He's not going to do that, but
well on his way. It's a cool four-teeter game.
Who are they playing?
They're playing the Manders, man.
Oh.
The Jaden Daniels Manders.
Okay. All right.
They got the Manders.
Too bad you can't play them every week. It was a great game by Baker Mayfield. As I was watching this crawl across the screen all day long and watching games, I could just see the smile on your face just get wider and wider and wider.
Baker Zinfield, baby. He just keeps popping zins and throwing tutties.
All right.
Drinking cold beers.
All right. We're going to take
on
our
Friday night.
We're going to take our last break in the program. Jamal Murray got paid. Speaking of people that got paid, we will tell you what we think about that and wrap this puppy up next.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Jamal Murray made that shot. He's made a lot of shots in his career. In fact, he's feeling like it right now. He's feeling like it. He got paid over the weekend. And look, if you were in any way, shape, or form, I mean, there's a couple of types of Jamal Murray people out there. One, you were wondering why this wasn't done earlier. The answer is because that's the way contracts go. And and I tried it early in the summer to try to plainly put it that way because I just thought it was the most overblown story of the summer in regards to the Nuggets. Sometimes you can put these max contracts together pretty quickly, and sometimes you can't, depending on what other language is in that contract. And I'm sure there's a lot of different language in Jamal Murray's contract. But according to Adrian Wojnarowski, 4 years, $208 million. And he'll be a Denver Nugget through like the 2029 season. I think it's well-deserved, Coach. And the reason why I feel it's well-deserved, and I know there's a lot of consternation, worry a little bit about what we saw from him with Team Canada. And then obviously the Nuggets losing a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home and losing a series to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I just think that as basic as this sounds, there is no athlete that plays great all the time.
Yep.
And the biggest body of work that Jamal Murray has shown us over the course of his career is that he's a really good basketball player, and he's very integral to the success that the Nuggets have had. When they did not have him in the playoffs, they did not make it past the second round. When they had him in the playoffs, if you go back to even the bubble, if we want to do that, that is Western Conference Finals, NBA Finals, and then last year they lose. And that's how important this player is. And up until last season, he was also the owner of the biggest difference in regular season to postseason scoring in the history of the NBA. And all those things matter. And he's tied a career high in points last year. He set a career high in assists last year. He set a career high in three-point percentage last year. All those things matter. That's the body of work that matters more than 5 games in the Olympics to me. And then he was playing injured in the playoffs, and I'll give him a pass.
Yeah, this contract was deserved because of the championship run and Jamal Murray's role in what he did in the postseason to win that championship, the first ever in Denver Nuggets history. Okay, now, I think that anybody who has the opinion that Jamal Murray is now going to just go complacent because he got his payday, they don't know Jamal Murray. You know Jamal Murray. Mm-hmm. You're around this team. You cover this team. You've covered this team since Jamal Murray's been a Nugget. Mm-hmm. Speak to his work ethic. Speak to who he is and speak to what that type of belief that this franchise is putting in him long-term is going to do for Jamal Murray and his return to elite play.
Yeah. See, here's how I would describe that. I'd be more worried about him putting so much pressure on himself at the beginning of the season to try to validate the numbers that he comes out and doesn't play well because he's just putting so much pressure on himself. But that's how much he cares. That's how much he cares. He is one of the most focused, hardworking, clutch Nuggets athletes, period, that I've been around. And you know, these contracts are they're a combination of what you have done and what you have yet to do. And for what he has done, which has helped this team win a title, and what he has yet to do, which may be to help this team win another title, I think he deserved that. I have no way worried about complacency at all. The only thing that I'm ever really worried about in regards to Jamal is, can he stay healthy? Right. That is it.
You got to think, I mean, how long has it been since the Nuggets played their last game against the Timberwolves? It's been 5 months?
Yeah.
5 months? 4?
Yeah.
So June, July, August, September, October. Yeah. I mean, 4 months.
4 months.
Right?
Yep.
You know, the one thing that, you know, is notable that everybody looks at is the Canadian failed run and Jamal Murray not looking great.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that part of that was by design, Demps. I still think that he wasn't fully available to go send it for his country at the Olympic Games.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that we will see a healthy Jamal Murray this season. I do. And I think that the time off, not going as deep as the Nuggets went in the postseason this past year as they did the year before, I think that's going to be an overall net positive just relating to Jamal Murray's health.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a calf injury, right?
Yep.
Now, is that a calf, like general calf, or is it an Achilles calf?
That's a good question.
Yes. Because the difference between those two is massive.
Mm-hmm. I am not super sure.
Because if it's calf, like the actual muscle calf, he's going to be returning. He's going to be returned healthy from that.
Yeah.
That's not something that, like, if you're playing through it night after night in a regular season, postseason situation, it just doesn't heal, doesn't get better. It lingers,
Correct.
which is what happened last year.
Yeah.
But if you get rest, and he has had rest in front of the Olympic window and after the Olympic window.
Mm-hmm.
If you get rest and it's muscular, he's going to be okay.
He'll be fine.
And that's where I am very optimistic about Jamal Murray's health in 2024.
Yeah, I am as well. I think he'll be fine. I mean, Josh Kroenke, I think in an interview at the BMW Classic, alluded to maybe he was even playing through something with Team Canada. So I don't know, man. I just take solace. I think he'll be fine to start the regular season. The question is, can we keep him fine during the entirety or the majority of the regular season? Insofar as in a way that makes him puts him in position to be his best in the postseason, because that's going to be big. I think Russell Westbrook will help that as well, taking some minutes off of him. Exaggeration
Monday. I'm going to go with Jamal Murray is going to have a phenomenal season, but he is going to be at his best next postseason.
So his career high points per game in a season is 21.2. Here's my exaggeration Monday. He averages 26 points per game.
Let's go.
26.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We need some positive juice after this weekend of football here in the Front Range, man. Another Front Range score. FCS Idaho goes into War Memorial Stadium and beats the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Wyoming starting 0-2.
Yeah. It's tough. They'll get that together.
Air Force lost at home to San Jose State.
Yeah.
Ken Niumatalolo, now the head coach formerly of Navy.
Right.
Obviously knew the option.
Knew it
well,
yep. Mm-hmm.
but not a great weekend on the old Front Range, man.
That
not
matters,
a great weekend.
Man. Your familiarity with things matters a whole lot in college. Why did Notre Dame lose to Northern Illinois?
Because I think Marcus Freeman made a deal with the devil at some point in his life that I am going to lose to Marshall. I'm going to lose to a 3-9 Stanford team, and I am going to lose to the Northern Illinois Huskies, who were 7-6 in the MAC last year, in order to get signature wins like beating Texas A&M on College Game Day.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Season's over for the Irish. Riley Leonard looked awful.
Yeah.
That quarterback.
We are screwed.
Yes, they are. Notre Dame is screwed because new offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock, who left LSU, was the coordinator last year for Jaden Daniels.
Right.
He don't got Jaden Daniels.
No, they don't.
You know Jaden Daniels to bail you out, man.
It's the truth. College football is so much interesting stuff. All right, we'll talk about a lot of this stuff all week long. That's going to do it for us today. Coach, it's been awesome. Really, really fast. Do you have any last words about what you saw with the Broncos?
Just impressed with the defensive front seven.
Yeah, me
and
too.
The zone read option game for Bo Nix in the red zone. I think that's going to come alive against the Steelers, and it will make a difference in turning some of those field goals into 6 points in a PAT.
KJ, we love and appreciate you.
Before we get to today's favorite audio, we just got some news out of CSU. Torrey Horton has a strained groin, according to Jay Norvell.
I called it.
But he is likely to play. So, boom, there you go,
I didn't
Coach.
call that.
Did you see the person on the text line? So there was somebody on the text line said they went to church with Torrey Horton, or talked to Torrey Horton at a church, I'm sorry, one of his teammates, and said Torrey would play. So
wise words of the day: go to church. You're going to find out some injuries.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country!
couldn't have happened to a better team. I'd love
that head coach, Thomas Hammock. Loved his post game interview. Loved his celebration
didn't
in
need
locker
luck?
room.
That was it?
Oh, we needed a little luck.
That's so good. College football is the best. Sports are the best. You guys are the best. PhD is next.
Here we are, and I'm here to say it wasn't as bad as you thought it was, but we'll dig into that. We do have a little breaking news. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. Get that project from scheduled to completion, AAAHomeImprovements.com. I'm just seeing a story about Shiloh Sanders. He had surgery, guys, on his forearm, and not exactly sure when, if he's going to come back. But listen, man, I feel for Shiloh, and I'm seeing Prime as a dad. It's scary. You never want to see your kid like in the hospital having surgery, that sort of thing. So we wish him the best. I didn't realize he was going to have surgery, Tyler, for that injury, but that indeed was the case. He's already had it done.
Pretty unusual for a coach to just tell you what's going on at halftime, but Deion just flat out told us, broken arm, done.
That was crazy. Is there an expected time? I'm just going through this article real quick. Gosh, can you return with a broken forearm?
Yeah, you can, because you put that sucker in a cast and you can play in a cast.
How long does that take?
I have no idea the severity of it. I mean, if you're getting surgery, that might be something different. But you see guys playing with broken arms all the time. Actually, it's one of the easier injuries to come back from because it's protected.
Okay, well, we absolutely wish him the best. We'll get in to see you in just a little bit. Went back and watched the game today, but before we get to just sort of those initial thoughts, Scotty, what'd you think, man? What'd you think about that Broncos game?
I don't know how honest you want me to be.
I want you to be completely honest.
I actually want you to not be honest. Just lie.
Be honest.
Don't lie.
Lie?
Yeah.
Better days are coming. I don't know. A lot longer way than maybe some of us thought it would be after the preseason. We probably were fooled a little bit by the preseason, what we saw. They don't have any breakaway speed from the wide receiver standpoint.
Yep.
The offensive line run the football, and I don't think there was a real true commitment to running the football. But I'm not sure the offensive line is as good as we had hoped it was going to be. And Bo Nix is a rookie. That what he showed 42 times, and 34 of his passes were between 3 and 5 yards, something like that. I don't know if that wins you a lot of games.
No, it's not going to. Now here's the deal. Look, man, was it ugly? It was ugly. So I'll be curious to hear your take on it's not as bad as it looked. I thought it was really bad. But at the same time, look, man, what do we really expect? A rookie quarterback. This thing's going to take some time. So, we knew going into this thing, it was going to require some patience. I think some people maybe forgot that based off the preseason, based off the hype and how well the Bo Nix played in the preseason. But I remember sitting here hearing Bo Nix say about in the third or fourth week of camp, man, I've seen a lot and the game's starting to slow down for me. And I don't know if you guys remember me pointing that out at the time. And I was like, hey, dude, that's actually a bit of a red flag for me if you think the game is slowing down because the game hasn't started. Like you haven't seen jack squat just yet, right? And we see all the warnings from Bill Belichick, from everybody else that, once you get to that regular season, these boys don't know what it is. That's what it looked like. You saw a rookie quarterback that was flustered. You saw a rookie quarterback that at the end of the day did a couple nice things and put you in a position to have an opportunity to compete at the end of the game using his feet. But the wide receiver room, how many times did I say this? Like when we're all sitting there talking about the depth of that room, and I'm like, boys, we're praising the fact that we got 15 Pintos in the driveway, but we don't have a new car, I like the guys that are in the room, all NFL quality wide receivers, but none of them have got the ability to be a difference maker in the game. So I expected it to be rough, not that rough though.
So where do you think the wide receivers didn't do what you needed them to do?
Well, what did they not do? They don't create separation. What did they not do? They don't have the ability to take a 3-yard pass and turn it into a 12-yard gain, right? Where there's a lot of wide receivers out there. You give me 3 yards, I'm getting 8 out of that thing. I'm getting 10 out of that thing. So I don't know that the receivers let you down, other than the fact that they are exactly who I thought they were, which is just a group of a ragtag bunch of guys that are solid at what they do, but nobody special. Like Greg Dulcich, that's exactly what I expected out of Dulcich. Exactly.
Yeah,
they didn't have to give him a target till the fourth quarter.
I think he only had 3 or something like that.
I'm not sure he had a target though till the fourth quarter.
Dulcich had, I got it right here, 3 targets. He had 2 catches for 12 yards.
Yeah.
And he needed to be able to just break a tackle, get away, have some sort of here I go sort of moment. And he didn't.
Got 2 catches.
He had 2 catches. The Broncos were incredibly inefficient when they were dominating the game, which sucked. You get an interception from Geno, which was a terrible throw by Geno Smith. Put it in Alex Singleton's chest. You had 2nd and 1 just to pick up the first down. Javonte Williams slips and falls down. And then they try to, Bo needs to just run for the first down on 3rd down. He threw it at, I think, Javonte's feet right there. You got to convert that. And you miss out on 4 points right there. It's a field goal, not a touchdown. Okay.
Could change the atmosphere of the game.
Should be 7-0. And at least convert what you can convert. 2nd and 1, I mean, come on, man. I mean, you got to pick that up at the 11-yard line. That's 4 points. The muff punt, you got to convert that. You're inside the 10-yard line. First play is a penalty. You're backing up, and then, that goes to Shizzle. Okay, you give up 4 points there. You throw an interception on 2nd down at the half-yard line. Now, that did get translated into a safety, so I don't know if you want to, count that. But that's at least a field goal if you don't do anything on that play. You're well within field goal territory. You were giving up points left and right. So my question is, do you think that's going to keep happening? Do you think they're going to keep up giving up points like that throughout the course of the season?
Well, yeah, I do. I mean, I think that's going to happen a lot. You've got an offense that doesn't know how to capitalize, and until you know how to capitalize, you're going to give up. When you say give up points, I don't know if you're referring to opportunities or if you're talking about on defense. But
I'm talking about you could have had a touchdown, you settled for a field goal.
Yeah,
you could have had at least a field goal. It ended up being a safety. You just gave up potential points.
I do expect that to happen at least for the first half of the season, and then hopefully Bo Nix gets settled in, and hopefully things can be a little bit different. But rookie quarterbacks tend to give up on opportunities like that all the time. The part that just surprised me, I didn't expect Bo Nix to look frazzled. And to me, he looked frazzled. I expected it to not look great, but I saw a dude that looked overwhelmed by the environment.
Well, he didn't look too frazzled in their final drive where he ran in for a touchdown and they drove the ball down the field, and he didn't look that frazzled.
In the prevent defense when they were saying, let's just get this, let him eat some clock and blah, 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 and then get out of here.
Well, I don't know. Whatever situation you want to call it. He didn't look too frazzled with about 30 seconds left to go in the first half when Sean Payton did use timeouts the right way to get them the ball back, and they converted into a field goal with a nice pass to Josh Reynolds on a back shoulder throw.
So his moments that he didn't look frazzled is when he went out and used his feet, right?
That's right.
Okay.
He's got to be able to run more.
Well,
got to.
Fine, but I would argue he's got to be able to throw more. I know he can do that, and that's cool. I don't need him to pick up more than 2 or 3 first downs with his feet over the course of the game.
Do you care?
And that's easy, man. When you're an athlete, you just go be an athlete. To me, that doesn't show anything about a dude not being frazzled.
Do you care that he had 3 drop passes in the first half?
Do you care about the extra 2 interceptions there should have been?
I agree. Both were bad. Both were bad.
So, I mean, that goes both ways.
Well, the first drop pass to little Jordan Humphreys, which I was surprised he was in there and in the game, because then they put him on the practice squad.
They added him and Burton to the 53 like the day before.
Yeah, and that was going to be a first down, keep a drive going.
Yes.
That's a big drop. And then Reynolds, I don't remember 3, I remember the 2. And then Reynolds had another one I think was going to convert into a first down that he dropped as well.
I count the one to Sutton. I thought he could have and should have caught that. Might have been a little bit behind him, but I think,
I thought that was a bad throw.
Okay, well,
to me, a drop is I put it where I'm supposed to put it, right? Could he have caught that ball? I agree. Yeah, he could have caught the ball, but there's a reason why he dropped it. It was because of the throw.
Okay, if you don't want to count that, fine. But it was a moment that a good play could have happened, and Cortland Sutton's a pretty darn good receiver. I've seen him make harder catches than that.
Yeah, he could.
Quite often.
He could. But I'm not putting it on the receivers, all I'm saying.
Then they're doing all right, and Jaleel McLaughlin on a throw is fine. Just doesn't put the ball away, kind of lost his feet a little bit, and that's punched out. Listen, man, if you want to just say, I just don't think this is going to keep going. I think they're going to get better. I think their efficiency is going to pick up.
I think they will too. And I'm being serious here. Like, I can point out that it was bad, and I can point out that he was frazzled, and he was. And I can also say Let's look at the track record of rookie quarterbacks in their first game, and it ain't good. I don't care what your name is. If it's Peyton Manning or John Elway, it ain't good in your first game. So to expect it to look radically different would have been false expectations. I did expect him to look more calm. I did expect him to not look rattled, and that's the part that concerned me a little bit. All that being said, I'm not writing the dude off after one game, far from.
You think this is just going to keep rolling, Scott?
Every team gets better. He'll have to get better. I just, and I don't know if this is a good thing to do or a bad thing to do, but I watched a lot of games before and a lot of games after, and Denver didn't look like any of them other teams.
Well, I can roll with you on that. And I don't think Seattle's all that good either.
And then I went back and I finished up receiver this morning. I had two more episodes in receiver. And I'm like, they don't look like that. And it goes back to what Tyler was saying. I mean, you get it to, and they're big time names, I understand, but you get it to Debo or you get it to Kittle or you get somebody and that 4-yard play turns into 11.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but you know what that is? Move the chains.
It's a lot.
Or if you took a penalty on first down and a hold, all of a sudden it's 2nd and 9 as opposed to, whatever. So they're not going to be very good. I didn't see anything in that game that would make me say they can win 7 games this year. And so I think that expectation goes down. But listen, you overreact every single Monday. I always call Mondays Overreaction Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And I always watch the games Sunday as a fan. I'll go back tomorrow and Wednesday and then go back and watch the game and just kind of analyze it. But it's not a good feeling. They're not very good.
No.
Is my feeling. And here's what you want to do. It's worse because they're not very good. You're going to get the announcing crews that we got in that game yesterday for the rest of the season, too. And that was absolutely horrible.
You know where you sit in the world when it's Spiro and Archuleta.
And I love Spiro. Spiro's a good dude. I know him well. He's a good guy. But Archuleta, oh, my God.
Well, they've been doing bottom-ranked games for years. They might have had the bottom-ranked games for the past decade.
Yeah, so we may see a lot of that's the one thing I'm thinking. God,
get to know Adam and Spiro?
We're going to have to watch this. We're going to get the D team every week.
No, look, if you want to look at the optimistic point of this, he's a young dude. You look at all the other young quarterbacks, how they've struggled, and including guys that have had success in their rookie year, struggling in their first games. The other part of it is, look, the running game's got to flat out be better. It's got to be better. That's not helping a young quarterback. Look, I promise you the game plan was not to throw the ball 42 times with
I
the
don't
rookie
know.
quarterback.
Was it?
No, it definitely was.
Was it?
Well, here's number one, logic would tell me no, but number two, just following the evidence, if you follow how that game began, they were running the hell out of that football. They were.
Yeah.
And they were successful with it, too, at the beginning of the game. So I think that's what the plan was the entirety. At some point, you're butting your head against the wall, gaining 2 yards. I mean, I'm looking at what the averages were. Jaleel averaged 2.7. Javonte averaged 2.9.
Compare the first half to second half. That's the key. Because, and I think Denver's had an issue with this over the last handful of years, is I feel like other teams make adjustments at halftime, and there's never an adjustment by the Denver Broncos.
Well, Sean Payton actually admitted that. He talked about a flip around in the third quarter, and Leggy specifically asked him if the game plan was to throw 40 times, and you'll hear the answer to that. Coming up, PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, I know it's easy to settle in life, feeling like you're getting older, your workouts don't go as far as they once did, you just don't sleep very well. Well, don't settle. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here, been going over there for 7 years. They've made a huge difference in my life. I know they'll do the same for you. I know there's options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness. We're talking about peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, and of course, testosterone if that's what your body needs. With 3 locations, they're close to no matter where you live. Let them help you feel better. Check them out today at revitalize-health.com.
Listen, like I said, we'll watch the tape, but he gave us a chance. I mean, our protection was average at best. And I just think, and I believe this, that we have to, at one point in the game, I came to the bench and talked to the receivers and said, let's go. I don't know how many drops we had, but man, let's help this guy.
Coach Payton was pretty defensive of Bo Nix, no doubt about it.
Well, he should be. He's been hyping the hell up out of him for 6 months now.
Well, he was defending him. I counted 3 drops. And if you don't want to count Cortland Sutton's as a drop, which I understand, that's only 2 that I saw after rewatching the game this morning. So if there were more out there, I don't know. I just didn't pick up on them. So there's that. He was critical of Estime for not reading things the right way. He said Audric Estime had 2 photos in his locker, one of Barry Sanders and one of Jerome Bettis. Mm-hmm. The one of Barry Sanders had a Ghostbusters circle with a line through it. They put that in there for him as a reminder for Audric Estime, know who you are. And he said earlier today on a conference call, how many times was Jerome Bettis trying to jump over guys?
Yep.
Also saying Bettis was...
I mean, it looked good when it looked good for the quick second that it looked good.
But what he's saying is that there were things out there that he thinks Estime should have recognized. I guess that he didn't.
He only got 2 carries.
What can I tell you? That's what he was saying earlier today.
That's pretty tough on only 2 carries. That's pretty tough criticism on 2 carries.
All right, well, that he's tough, I guess. Javonte Williams.
Am I missing something in the passing game? Did he get something in the passing game?
I'm not sure. I'm just telling you what he said earlier today.
I know.
No, he didn't get anything in the passing game.
Also, he said Javonte wasn't seeing things the way he should have.
Yeah.
He was critical of the running backs, for sure. And then, Jeff Legwold after the game did ask him, was the plan to throw for 40 times? And here we go.
No, that's a byproduct a lot of times of, you get into the fourth quarter and heck no.
Yeah, so he's pretty definitive, and he emphasized it again today. And before he answered that question, cut 3 there, Dan, he made a significant point about how you got to run the ball better.
Yeah, look, I don't know how many balls we drop. And so I've said this before, for any quarterback playing, we've got to be more effective running the football. We'll see the rushing. If you take away his scrambling yards, I think we're somewhere 60 yards rushing to their 140. So not nearly good enough.
So there's no doubt that, they got off what they wanted to do. Mm-hmm. There's zero doubt that this was a plan to throw it so many times.
No, there's zero chance you go into the first start of a young player's career and say, hey, I want you to throw the ball 40 plus times. No, about 25 would be a perfect scenario in your first start. About 25 throws. And let's make about 16 of those off of play action, if at all possible. Now, when you don't run the ball well, I get it. You know what the average fan can never understand. And honestly, I would say the majority of media members as well. When you look at a coach and you're like, why didn't he stick to the run? Why did he stick to the run? It's so easy. Just the willpower it takes to call another run when you gain 1 yard, when you gain 2 yards, it is an insane amount of willpower it takes as a coach to say, I'm willing to butt my head against this wall. I'm willing to do it. It's tough. I'm an offensive lineman. Of course I want to run the hell out of the football. I get it, but I also understand a play caller that says, I'm not going to waste a play, man. If I'm only getting 3 yards, both my running backs are averaging 2.7 and 2.9. Well, I feel like I can at least get 2 yards throwing the ball on a bubble screen or something. I understand it, but at the same time, I do put it on Sean a little bit of saying, look, man, you got to know your personnel. So you should have a little bit more willpower than you had, even if the running game isn't going so hot, because you know darn well that your young quarterback's not ready to throw the ball 45 times.
The play that gets me, that always drives me crazy, and it happened a couple times that game, you throw it incomplete on first down, so now you're 2nd and 10.
Mm-hmm.
Then they run it right off left or right guard, and you get 1 yard. Now you're 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. You're like, those statistically in NFL annals, that's a tough get.
Yeah.
You pick up 7, and guess what? You're still punting the football. So I hate that, 2nd and 10, run it up the middle, 3rd and 9. And I saw that 2 or 3 times. And listen, they were horrible in 3rd down and I didn't even look at the numbers, but I'll bet you they were just absolutely horrible on third down conversions. And a lot of that is you can't have third downs of 8, 9. I think they averaged at one time in the third quarter like 7.7 yards per third down.
Yeah. And Peyton
you're not going to cover it a lot.
And Peyton was critical of them for that too. They were inefficient early in the downs. I will say
5 of 18 for 27% on third downs.
Not
You ain't gonna
good.
win. You ain't gonna win games doing that.
And look at where the third downs were from. Now, they're down 13 points. First play of the fourth quarter is a running play in that drive. So I still think they wanted to try,
of course,
as late as the fourth quarter, but that went for nothing. And then they're 3 and out after that. They got the ball back with 8:37 to go, and you're down 13.
How many 3 and outs did we see the last 2 years with Russ, right? Coming at halftime when you're in the game, or you might even have the lead like they did there. And the first possession of the third quarter, 3 and out. It always feels like, here we go. As soon as that happened, I went, here we go. You got to answer those. You got to answer coming out of halftime, right? You got to answer that and make a drive. Even if you don't score, Tyler, help me. If you have a 7-8 play drive that at least picks up 40 yards, you've at the very least flipped the field.
Oh, it's huge. Flipping the field is obviously not as good as a touchdown, but it's incredibly important. Yeah, you don't want to go out there and go 3 and out. You know, I know what you're saying on the 2nd and 10 runs. I really do, and I get it. I disagree slightly though. When I've got a young quarterback, I'd rather get that thing to 3rd and 5 if I could. And in theory, the safest way, the easiest way to do that is running the football. The problem is they just couldn't freaking do it. I mean, getting it to 3rd and 5 is a huge difference than 3rd and 8, right? So I don't mind.
Well, how many times you give up on 2nd and 10 and you get 1 yard, 2 yards, 1 yard, 2 yards?
Yeah, the problem is you only got 1 or 2
when
yards.
You give up,
yeah.
Well, but let me point out, like, some positive stuff as we go here. They get the ball with 8:37. It's 2nd and 10. They hand it off to McLaughlin for nothing, 1 yard. Then it's 3rd and 9, short pass. That's for like 7 yards, 4th and 2. And one of the nicer plays that Bo Nix had the entire game was that short pass on 4th and 2 to Josh Reynolds for a first down. Now, unfortunately, a couple plays later, he threw an interception into triple coverage, which was a terrible play.
There might have been 5 dudes there. That was insane.
It was,
good Lord, man. Like
really.
Are you
even
looking at, like, that's the stuff that bothered me. It is.
I get it.
Because to me, that's a frazzled quarterback. I mean, how can you not see nothing but the opposite color?
And now having announcers that aren't told not to say anything critical, like in preseason, you got a guy and they put that out in their place and watch his eyes, and he just stared at Cortland.
He was doing that all day.
Locked him all day. Boom, 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 and all of a sudden everybody just converges. I mean, his only chance was to maybe throw in the back of the end zone because everybody had converged in front of him. Maybe
he was 2nd down. He should have thrown the ball away and just you're in. What yard line were they on? I mean, it was they weren't quite. Close, right? Nah, they're the Seattle 49, so they weren't in field goal territory. But listen, live to play another day. And again, I guess I'm just asking, you guys think he'll still make those plays? He'll still make those throws?
Unfortunately, because he looked rattled to me, I think he will. And there's a difference, man. Like when you make a decision to throw into a tight window and it doesn't work out, that doesn't bother me so much. But when you can't see 3 or 4 bodies, to me, that's the sign of a dude that mentally was scrambled. He was mentally scrambled out there on the football field. And yeah, until I see that go away, I do think we're going to have a lot of similar mistakes.
All right, so if he was mentally scrambled on that, how was he able, when they got the ball back with 4:28 to go?
'Cause he went to the easy thing. He went to the thing that, like, when Justin Fields sucks, well, just run the freaking ball. Just do what you can.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he did throw the ball a few times there, you know.
3 yards,
remind
3
me
yards,
of the
4
throws.
yards,
I honestly
3
can't
yards.
even remember the throws.
He
Remind me
did.
of them.
Well, I'll just go through that drive. They're down 13, 4:28 to go. Scrambles left for 23 yards. That's him running.
That was a big run, yeah.
That's a good play. Incomplete to Reynolds, 2nd and 10. Complete to Sutton for 7 yards. 3rd and 3. Short pass to Reynolds, complete for 5 yards. 1st and 10. Complete for 5 yards. So a lot of short passes are working fine. And then 10-yard completion to Cortland Sutton before he ran for the touchdown.
But keep in mind, they want you to throw those. They want you to
Because
run
the clock's
football.
going.
They
When he
want
ran
you-
for the touchdown, what's the time
The reason
left?
why those passes are easy is because they're literally begging you to throw them.
They scored with 2:17 to go. They had 2 timeouts in the 2-minute warning. And listen, man, who knows what would happen, but certainly Spiro and Adam thought they were going to get the ball back, or they could have. You got 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning.
Terrible offside play.
Baron Browning.
Terrible offside
Got to be. It's 3rd and 9. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? And actually, it might have been even worse than 3rd and 9. 3rd and 11. It was 3rd and 11. I don't know what Browning's thinking there, but it's still 3rd and 6. It's not an easy play. And if you want to give Geno some props, okay, I'll give him his flowers. That was a crazy accurate throw to Lockett, who had to catch it with one hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that an accurate throw. He threw it to where the receiver can catch it or nobody's going to catch it. See if your defense could hold on to the game. That was pretty good coverage by Moss. That was a hell of a catch.
Hell of a catch. The only way Moss can cover that better is if he actually interferes with them somehow.
Yeah, no, that was good defense, and he made a one-hand catch.
He made a one-hand catch. And you know what? They had no more timeouts then. But had that been an incomplete pass, the Broncos would have had time on the clock with a chance to win.
Yep.
They would have. So.
And again, is that a first down? Given the same play, had you not get a 5-yard offside penalty
I
right
think
before
3rd
that.
and 11 is way harder to convert than a 3rd and 6. I mean, not a little harder, way harder.
And by the way, I want to be clear. I'm not mad at Bo Nix for using his feet. Not at all. I think it's a great asset that he's got that I want him to utilize. I heard the announcer saying they talked to Sean Payton, and they said, yeah, we want you to have a healthy amount of street ball out there, right? And for a young quarterback, that's your best friend you could possibly have. If I do feel antsy, if I do feel scrambled, hey, I've got some athleticism. I can go make a play. So I got no issue with it at all. I don't want you to hear me wrong with it. Matter of fact, if anything, utilize it more often earlier in the game. I'm totally cool with it. Just to me, that's not a sign of a dude that took over a drive doing like amazing things. It's just a dude that went to the most simple thing you could think of.
Here's where the game was won, and Sean Payton talked about it earlier. He called it a flip around in the 3rd quarter, and the game was won by Seattle in the 3rd quarter.
Yep.
On offense, they used tempo, according to Sean Payton earlier today. They just picked it up, and the defense had a hard time keeping up initially. They figured it out in the 4th quarter, but initially they were left.
gashing him.
They were, and there you go. And then defensively, they must have done something a little bit different in the 3rd quarter. And that's going to be Mike McDonald. That's where he gets a feather in his cap for being a defensive guy. Tyler, could you notice any specific adjustments they made in the 3rd quarter they weren't doing in the first half?
Seattle or
Seattle?
the Broncos?
Seattle.
I guess not to the naked eye, no.
The announcer said the only thing you really do is they close their gaps a little bit.
I mean,
explain what that means.
The coverage, is that what he's talking about?
I thought he was talking about the line. I don't know if he's talking D-line or O-line, but he said they shrunk their gaps.
Well, I guess if anything, you bring your linebackers up a little bit tighter. I'm not entirely sure what that means, to be honest. I mean, the one thing that he was doing is he was not going to make it easy on a young quarterback, and he was not going to go man-to-man coverage. So I don't know how many total reps they went man-to-man in that game, but I bet it was less than 10. I mean, he was alternating between zone coverage, dropping defensive linemen, changing it for cover 2, cover 3, whatever. I mean, there's nowadays there's 100 different ways that you can run zone defense, and he was making sure he was going to utilize all 100 ways of that.
Well, you got to give the guy props, man. His first game coaching, they changed something on defense to make it a little trickier for Bo Nix, and they picked up the pace on offense. Grubb, who's the first time calling NFL plays after being an offensive genius there in Washington, at the University of Washington. And that was the difference in the game. And by the time the Broncos could take a breath and sort of figure things out, you ran out of time. And perhaps Seattle was just playing back a little bit. You know, these guys are probably tired. How about the Rams defense in overtime last night against the Lions? They were out of gas, man. And then you can see if you got a strong offensive line, and boy, do the Lions have a strong offensive line. Holy cow. Good luck against the Lions late in games.
But let's compare that game, talking about running out of gas. If you're talking about a defense, and if you're going to have an offense that's going to go and punt 6-7 times a game, you're going to see the same thing eventually happen, even more so to the Broncos defense. They're just going to wear out because they were lights on fire the first half. They were unbelievable. And I felt like they either got happy or got tired by that third quarter. They just were on the field. And I think possession in that fourth quarter was like 11 to
Well,
whatever.
Sean Payton said it's probably they got a little gassed. But the Broncos own time of possession. The Broncos dominated time of possession. So I think
Except for the third quarter.
Because Seattle,
sorry,
just tempo-wise, Seattle picked up the pace. And I think it's as simple as that. And then the Broncos were back on their heels.
I guess tempo-wise they picked up the pace, but what Seattle did is they committed in the second half to K9. I mean, they committed to Kenneth Walker. That we're just going to run the freaking football with this dude. And I will put a lot of that on Sean Payton. And I was talking about it earlier in the show. It requires a ton of willpower as a head coach, as a play caller, to continue to call running plays when it's not working. And maybe it's not smart to continue sometimes. But I think in a young quarterback's first start, when you get to the second half and that game is still manageable, I mean, the game was manageable the entire time, and you just bail on the running game entirely, to me, a lot of that's got to go on Sean Payton as well.
They got outcoached in the third quarter specifically, and they lost the game because they made too many mistakes with efficiency early in the first half. They should have been up. They should have had 21 points, maybe even a little bit more.
Two red zones. They were 0 for 3 in the red zone in the first half.
That's right.
And you got to come back with more than 9 points.
I don't think Bo Nix trusts any of his receivers except for Courtland Sutton. I don't. I don't think he wants to throw the ball to anybody other than Courtland Sutton.
Fun fact, the Broncos were the 6th team in NFL history to get 2 safeties in a game and lose.
That was pretty wild. In the first half.
First half.
I wonder how many games in NFL history have ever had 2 safeties in the first half.
Can't be a lot. But, it was pretty cool. I thought the defense was balling out. I thought it was awesome. And I thought, hey, listen, but when is this going to come back and bite you?
Well, it came back and bit you because they were balling out in the first half. And yet, as we mentioned a while ago, Seattle got 146 yards rushing, and they couldn't get them off the field in the third quarter.
Still, the Broncos did get the ball back with like 30 seconds to get a field goal late in the first half, which kind of felt like a cool moment. But 3 and out and 7 3-and-outs. Come on, man. I mean, you're just not going to get that. Do you have Sean Payton? Sean Payton was talking about, the 3-and-outs being so terrible.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult, and generally if you're playing good offense, a lot of times you're making first downs on first or second down, so there's like a CFL number we look at, how are you doing on first and second down, converting first downs? And obviously I don't, that would have been minute today, my guess.
So here we go. We'll take more time to break the game down. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I know when we come back, we got to talk about the tragedy that was the Buffs game and everything. But at some point, I want you to take 5 minutes and I want you to sell me the pin that it wasn't as bad as it looked. Because I know you said that at the beginning of the show, but we never really got to it. And I am curious for you to sell me that pin and see if I'll buy that pin.
I'm happy. Briefly. You know what? Hang on. I'm happy to do that. Happy to do that. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. On another end of the spectrum.
How many tragedies in one weekend can one man have?
My Lord. We'll get there next.
Yeah, that was the whole post-game, not speech, but conversation that we had. I can't wait. Everybody in this room is dealing with some type of adversity, and our young men are as well. So I want to see how we all respond to adversity. That's what illuminates us. That's what elevates us. That's what progresses us to the next level. How we deal with adversity. Everybody's got a piece of adversity they're dealing with right now, and those young men just dealt with it in front of millions of people. So we got to see how they handle it.
What one word would you use to describe how the Colorado Buffaloes played against Nebraska in the first half?
Vomit. You asked for a word. Am I supposed to expand?
No, that's good. Vomit's a good one.
Yeah. Just utter diarrhea, maybe. Vomit.
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Yeah, man, look, this is that was tough. That was a tough pill to swallow right there. Really tough pill to swallow because I'm trying to hold on throughout the North Dakota State game. I'm looking at the positives. It was a fun game. It's a good program. The offense was explosive. Defense had their issues against North Dakota State. But my Lord, man, I mean, that just felt like deja vu. Whatever issues we had last year, it's just there. It's just there. That was an absolute tragedy of a football game. And to the degree that I'm not sure how you bounce back from it. I really don't. I mean, it was that bad. It's that bad. It's one of those games that it sucks that it was the second game of the season because I'm not sure how you bounce back from it. And mentally, I'm worried about the CSU game at this point, quite frankly. Look, you've got an offense that not only can't run the ball, but won't even try to run the ball. You've got a quarterback who has now alienated his offensive line.
We have that. You want to hear that?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, here it is. Shedeur about, exactly what you said. Go ahead, Dan.
I mean, how many times did Riley get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Riley get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it.
Is he wrong?
No, he's not. He's not.
Is that Bo Nix or Shedeur?
Yeah, right.
Shedeur.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, Sean Payton is the ultimate wheels on the bus guy. The ultimate wheels on the bus. But Shedeur's not wrong in what he said, but he's a young, immature man. I'll be careful with my words. A young, immature man for doing it. Look, that happened to us out in Washington. And the problem out in Washington was that the narrative was just wrong. But we had a quarterback come out in the media and say something very, very similar, Robert Griffin. Okay? And that locker room was fractured from that day moving forward.
Can't correct it.
I don't know if that will happen at CU, quite frankly, because the haves and the have-nots are just so separated in college. And that's not a CU thing. That's in every team. When you've got one dude that's making $5 million and everybody else is lucky to get $3,000, there's the haves and the have-nots. So I don't know that it has the same effect in that locker room that it does elsewhere, but I promise you, I'm an offensive lineman. I don't appreciate it at the very least, right? And he's not wrong though. All at the same time, he's speaking facts. I agree with him. The other part of that was, when it's 4th and 2, I want to go down swinging, and I know that I can swing the best punch. He's also not wrong with that, right? I agree. Shedeur is our best punch. But, man, it's tough to throw a punch when you're on your back before you can throw your punch, and that's what that protection was in that game.
Didn't hold it too long. I thought you said 80% of sacks were on the quarterback.
I'm sure he had his moments where he held the ball too long, but that offensive line was atrocious, brother.
The thing that bothered me the most was some of the comments after, not just this, but there was one comment I read somewhere that they were just more ready to play than us and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I could go back to the Oregon game last year and hear the same stuff. And this is a team that is a lot of sizzle, but I'm not sure how much substance.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, when they're playing a good team, and listen, give Nebraska credit. I thought they looked good. I mean, they were physical and they flew at the ball. I thought they looked good. That's a team on the rise. But if you didn't know any history of either team and you went and watched that game, you'd say, okay, Nebraska's a team on the rise. CU's going down.
If you didn't know anything, there is zero chance you would think Shedeur Sanders was a better quarterback than Dylan Raiola. Zero. If you knew
from
nothing.
that game.
That's
game.
right.
Yeah, if you didn't know nothing, you just watched that game.
That's right. And the fact that that kid is 18, 19 years old with that body.
He's taking the Mahomes wannabe thing a little bit too far.
Oh, my God.
It's just a little bit too much. Like I get it. You look exactly like him. I get it. You wore the perfect sunglasses.
Yeah.
I get it. You got the matching hair. But like he's got it down to the mannerisms, like the way that he walks. It's freaking creepy, dude.
He looks just like him.
He's just like a giant Patrick Mahomes.
It's like a little bit of a supersized. I heard he made his girlfriend watch the U.S. Open. I know Mahomes went with Brittany and Travis and.
Yeah, that kid's gonna be special.
Taylor.
I mean, he already is special.
He's
freaking true freshman, man.
That is bananas. Here's what you're talking about. Here's Shedeur after the game. Go ahead, Dan.
They just came ready to play. Simple. They just came out there. They followed their game plan and what they was gonna do, and they were successful.
If another team's ready to play and you're not, it's on you guys. To be honest with you, because the one thing you can't control is another team. And if you look at all the games this weekend, college, pro, whatever you watch this past weekend, there's a love and desire good teams always play with, whether they're at home or they're on the road. I mean, the Rams. I thought Rams played hard last night. I thought they played well, did some good enough things to win the game. Well, they're on the road. They came ready to play, and good teams will do that. And they just. When you've got your star quarterback, a top 5 pick in the draft,
maybe
all this, maybe, sitting there saying,
maybe
that's not changing.
Sitting there saying that they were ready to play. Well, hold on, you're a leader on this team because they don't have leaders, or do they? Don't they have leaders?
They got leaders and dogs.
Dogs, yeah.
They don't have captains.
This feels like it again. Overreaction Monday. This feels like it's about to implode.
Yeah. See, here's the big difference though with CU and the Broncos. The Broncos are just starting. They're young. They're developing. This is it for the Buffs. Shiloh's, not Shiloh. Shedeur's done. Travis will be done. And who knows if Prime will be done or not. This is the end of the road for certain things for the Buffs. And the promises that were made about how much better everything's going to be we're through the roof, but what's the difference from last year?
I understand why you say it's the end of the rope because you're talking about 2 top 10 talents that are going to be gone, and you might not ever have 2 top 10 guys in the same class ever again. So I understand why you say it's the end of the road, but in reality, they're at the beginning, dude. All right, like there's no way you could look at this team and look like in 2 years you're supposed to be a finished product.
You only get how many good quarterbacks you're going to get.
I understand why you're saying that. I do, and so you're saying that you probably won't have anything better, but to expect a team in year 2 to be a finished product, that's nutso.
Hey man, I'm not the one that put 60-something guys from the transfer portal on the team, replaced the entire offensive line, and then came out and had
2 years in a row.
my butt kissing media that I surround myself personally with while banning questions and personally selecting who gets to ask me questions. I'm not the one that set myself up like that. He did. And you come out and play like that? Woo! Brother. How about some humble pie, man? And I don't know if they need that or they don't, but I'll tell you this, man, it's going to be a banger this weekend in Fort Collins. All of a sudden, that game strikes me as the most important matchup in the history of this rivalry.
Maybe.
Like, give me a scenario where that game mattered more in the history of this rivalry than it will on Saturday.
Well, I could fight that one easy with the Sonny Lubick days and Bradley Van Pelt and everything. I mean, those were 2 legitimate programs. Neither one of these are a legitimate program. So there were definitely multiple games that were way more important.
Yeah, but this right here, to go on D-Mac a little bit, this could end CU's year.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah, and listen, those were really great matchups. I remember them. They were awesome.
But, I mean, we're talking about top 25 teams.
I get it, but the eyeballs, the attention on that wasn't nearly what this is. You were right, by the way, when you said this will be the most attention or however you want to put it, and I sort of was like, I don't know. No, you were right. I was wrong on that. The attention on CU is like it's never been.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just cannot figure out how to beat the little brother in state, and I don't care if you got to play some of your games on the road, you got to figure it out. I think the pressure on CU, like CSU has nothing to lose in this game. I mean, nothing to lose. And of course, you're gonna get the whole like your mama, all that sort of thing.
You won't get any of them. CU.
Oh, okay. So what are we gonna? Oh, well, because nobody's gonna ask him that question.
No,
it's not gonna come up.
No, I don't know if somebody's going to ask the question or not, but I guarantee you, I'd put all the coffee bets in the world on this one. Deion's not running his mouth. He ain't saying a word this week.
Do you think? Wow, boy, I should back up. Do you think anybody will still have you resolved your issues with the head coach from CSU and the mama comments?
Here's the problem. See if Tyler will remember this from his Super Bowl days. Are you a team that has to have external validation, or can you do it internally?
Yeah.
And they're almost showing that if they don't have some sort of external validation / motivation to play in a game, they struggle to play with any kind of urgency. And it happened last year, and it happened in the Nebraska game.
Well, it just felt exactly like the Oregon game from last year, man. You went into a big-time environment, and your boys just weren't ready for it. The reality is CU is a second-hand football team. And I really don't say that as big of a shot as it sounds, but that's what you are, okay? You're more or less the last chance of a Power 4 program. You've got the most transfers in America, that this is their second chance. They're going to a new program, and it takes some time to gel a football team, and it doesn't happen overnight. And I've always been very realistic with my CU predictions. I've always stayed true to, if you get me to 6 or 7 wins, I'll be fired up about that, and I've never expected anything more than that. But I know that some people might have felt differently. I don't think there's as many people out there that you think that really ever expected CU to do much more than that.
I think if CU beats CSU, as they should, okay, with everything they got going for them, then okay, hey, let's have the conversation. It could be a bad game against Nebraska. Hey, it's a tough environment. All right, fine, here we go. You lose to CSU. People are going to question if you're going to hit 4 games to win the rest of the year. It's going to be like that. So I'm psyched for it. I think it sets up for a great week. That game is incredibly interesting. And the fact that if it's in Fort Collins and it'll be sold out and the environment will be through the roof, I'm here for it. And I am here for whatever, Jay Norvell, what comments are going to be made about at least that relationship from last year. I mean, Norvell, we play it every day. He did try to say, hey, man, it wasn't really about your mom. And Deion was like, yeah, yes, it was. Yes, it was. Well, that's where things were left.
Yeah, but you're not going to hear it out of Deion this year. He knows where he's at, man. He's been humbled, and he's not stupid. He's not running his mouth.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't wait for it this whole week. They are going to win.
Norvell was on with Nate Kreckman last week. Really good interview. If you can go back to the archives and listen to it. And Nate finally asked him about, of course, they're talking about in 2 weeks, you got this, and he's very complimentary, blah, 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 and that was it.
Well, you asked me last week, kind of in that exact same tone, well, they are going to beat CSU, right? And I told you last week, before the Nebraska game, hey, man, I'm always worried about that game. It is always a knockout battle, and it's going to come down to the fourth quarter. So I felt that way about the game before Nebraska ever even happened.
All right, I'll sell you a pen about the Broncos, because I don't think it was as bad as everything is made out to be. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. Remodeling your home? From start to finish, there's nobody better for you than AAA. With 20-plus years of home renovation, Toby Hurdle and his crew of project managers and engineers have developed an amazing company. The before or afters are stunning, and the reviews are through the roof. Kathy and Aurora. We've used AAA for 3 projects and have been delighted each time. Bob was thoughtful in his designs and was able to work with our budget. They couldn't have been any nicer. You can find out for yourself. Whatever that dream renovation is, master bedroom, home office, maybe you want to develop an Airbnb, master bath, whatever it is, AAA can do the job the right way. But they do fill up quickly on their schedule. So check them out with a no-obligation estimate on your dream renovation at AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAA, HomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
Yeah, I think it did. And I'll give you a few examples. I just watched a play where he climbs the pocket. Like there were some bloody looks, and he's off schedule, throwing off the wrong foot. But I would say doing what he has to on that play. You know, in other words, there's a dagger opened up, but we're not good in protection. So, look, certainly when we watch this game tape and evaluate the cue, there's a number of things that will get cleaned up and corrected.
Sean Payton earlier today on a Zoom call. We appreciate you listening wherever you are. Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. A lot of people tuning in from all over, wanting to hear the the good news and the bad news about the Broncos. So if I were to sell you a pen about why things aren't as bad as they may have looked, it does come down to belief. That is true. So either you believe in this guy or you don't. Do you believe in the Boba?
This is how you start selling a pin?
Mm-hmm. Because when you look at the issues that they had, it's simply whether or not those same mistakes keep happening. Do you believe Nix will keep throwing into triple coverage and throwing poor passes at the goal line where he shouldn't? I don't. Do we believe that he'll be better with time, like he was in the fourth quarter on the last couple of drives? Now, granted, one of them ended up throwing in triple coverage. That's bad. The other had him running in the end zone. That's good. Do you believe if they did get the ball back, things would have been kind of interesting at the end of the game? I do. But if you don't, or if you've got an axe to grind, or you just don't want to think that it's going to work out for whatever reason, then, hey, you got proof in the pudding to say, nope, this is just the way it's going to be. I don't. I think a lot of these issues are pretty easily correctable. And so I guess that's the best I can do, because when I rewatched the game this morning, I was like, oh, they can fix that. That's not that bad. That's not going to be an issue. The issues I saw with Russ, I was like, I don't know how you fix that. You're short. You can't see things. You're making the same mistakes game after game. Now, if we're 5 or 6 games into this season and those same things are happening, all right, that's going to be a problem. But I believe, what can I tell you? And I think it's as simple as that. And either you're buying that or you're not.
Well, look, there's a time and place for blind faith. I'm not knocking it. But outside of blind faith, I guess my question to you is like, what makes you think it's going to be so much easier for a rookie quarterback in week 2, in week 3? What makes you think that the things that we saw, the struggles that we saw, the bad decisions that we saw, what gives you the belief that that's just going to be gone?
His experience, and that he's the oldest starting rookie in NFL since 1950. How about that stat?
Yeah, we've seen guys like Brandon Weeden come in. Like it means jack squat, dude. Like the age.
Weeden may have been too old. I mean, Weeden was like 27 years old.
He had a couple good years, right?
Weeden was kind of just okay, but it was kind of the curse of quarterbacks taken in the 20s. And only 2 teams have done it 3 times, the Broncos and the Browns. Weeden, Manziel, Quinn, Tebow, Tommy Maddox, and Paxton Lynch. Usually teams are smarter, or you're in the playoffs in the 20s, you're not doing something so stupid. But the Broncos will learn from this, and so will Bo Nix, I believe, because I think his experience will help quicken the process. That's what I think.
I guess I don't mind an errant throw here and there, but what I do mind is bad decisions. And to me, obviously, the triple coverage interception was just, that was terrible.
Bad decision.
But I mean, if we're keeping it real, man, there were 2 or 3 others that probably should have been intercepted. I mean, and if you feel those, if you account for those, just like you were accounting for the drop passes, then what, right? Then what are we talking about here if even just one more of those turns into an interception? Well, now we're talking about disaster. That's what we'd be talking about.
How many interceptions did Peyton Manning have in his rookie year, Tyler?
I don't know. It was a world record.
That's right. It's 27,
so do you
28,
see Bo
something
Nix
like
being
that.
better than Peyton Manning when the career's over?
Like the Peyton Manning,
no.
the John Elway, Peyton Manning rookie game. It's like, come on, like
Elway,
is that what we're doing?
1 for 8 in bench in his rookie performance.
Or why don't we look at the Q?
They won that game.
Why don't we look at the average of like the last 20 starters, rookie starters that started in their first game, and let's see what that looked like. And I'm sure this is not far off. To be fair, I'm sure that if we looked at the average of 20 guys in their first start ever, this performance is not going to be far off the average.
The last rookie to win his opening game as a starter was Sam Darnold, back, I think, in whatever year that was, 2018, I guess. Other than that, with Bo Nix's loss, well, no, I got to turn that around because Caleb Williams won. That's right. My bad. So Caleb Williams got to win. So, okay, so the numbers right now since Sam Darnold, because Caleb Williams got to win, are 1-9-1. Because Jaden Daniels lost and so did Bo Nix.
Okay, I'm sitting here trying to put the finger on like what bothered me the most out of the game. And I think I understand. I think I do. Name something that looked special. Name something that looked like that's a first-round quarterback. Name something that looked different than Drew Lock.
Back shoulder throw down the field for plus yards to Josh Reynolds on the drive that they right before the end of the first half.
It was a pretty good throw, yeah.
Well, okay.
Special.
It was pretty cool. Back shoulder.
So one throw out of 42?
I mean, it was a pretty good throw, but far from a special throw. I mean,
it was pretty good.
It was good. I'm not taking it away from it at all. But my point is, like, if you would have taken the names off the jerseys and said that was Drew Lock, it looked exactly like a Drew Lock game.
How about the fourth down completion to Cortland Sutton fitting in a tight spot to move things along?
Good throw.
Okay, all right. Well, what do you define as special? What's your definition of special then? Give me a special throw from this weekend, and I'll let you know if I saw it or not.
I guess you give me a tight window. You string together 2 or 3 great passes. A special moment is not just a moment, but it's really like a drive. It's really like a series of things that come together. That's what something special would be to me.
Okay. Does anybody stand out to you this weekend that had moments like that?
Well, I think
bunches?
all the young quarterbacks had moments of looking similar. Although Jaden Daniels looked pretty dang good. I didn't see the whole game, but I saw quite a bit of it.
Does the drive to have a special moment have to end in a touchdown?
No.
Okay. Then Justin Fields had special moments for the Steelers this weekend.
Dude, I watched every second in that game.
Yes.
And I'm not sure a special moment that you're referring to.
He had several that would fit the category of special when you're moving the ball, making a tough throw. It didn't result in any touchdowns.
The offense running the ball and doing their job doesn't define as special. I'm talking about like the quarterback does something that's on him. Like you did that. You did that.
Well, you hate Justin Fields, man.
Who's the quarterback of the Giants? What's his name?
Dude, I mean, congratulations on the 100 field goals.
I asked if it has to end in a touchdown. You're talking about Daniel Jones, and that was ugly. And he was being harassed by Giants fans leaving the stadium, which was like, woof, man, that is rough.
And they paid him to 2 years ago? No dumb question.
Get ready, Drew Lock and with the Giants, by the way. He's going to get a chance.
Question is Bo Nix Daniels.
Jaden Daniels or Daniel
Well, at least,
Jones?
Daniel Jones.
At least if he becomes Daniel Jones, he did enough to get paid. So let's hope so.
He is not Daniel Jones, and I'm kind of hoping he ends up being Matthew Stafford.
Hey, let me make something clear, because the people on the text line are like, all right, Tyler, what do you want to do? Go to Zach Wilson? No, I don't. And I'm not even remotely trying to insinuate that.
Who was the backup quarterback of note yesterday?
Who?
Who was the backup quarterback of note yesterday? Like, if they would have pulled him,
it's Stidham.
It was Stidham.
Yeah, it was Stidham.
Yeah, they
announced
him.
Official, yeah.
And that's not my point at all. Of course you write it out with Bo Nix. And of course you give him the entirety of the season. If you humanly possibly can, I would give him every single snap of every single game. I'm not insinuating I want to pull the guy, but what I am saying is I'm not buying the pin. And not yet.
Okay. Well, listen, man. It's I'm making no promises. If the Steelers start Fields, they'll have a much better chance to win with their defense come Sunday. No doubt about it.
I don't disagree with that, for the record.
We should all hope Russell Wilson starts for a million different reasons.
Our guy. Oh, my gosh, our guy. That was the epic most, I want to use a bad word, like loser moment I've ever seen in my life. What the hell are you doing, you loser? You flat out loser.
For what? Russell?
Wearing full pads, eye black on when you are an inactive player. That means you are ineligible to go in the football game.
He was the emergency third string quarterback.
He
was designated the third string. Like if he
I was told that he was designated as inactive.
Well, it's that whole like Zach Wilson. Like Zach Wilson was probably wearing pads and stuff too. He was the same thing as Zach Wilson.
On him.
The eye black was a little bit. I'll roll with you on the eye black, but he was.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. And you know why I'm positive? I heard Brett Kane talking about this morning because my initial feeling was you got to be kidding
me. All
me.
right, if that's true, then I back off.
That's what Brett was saying.
If that's true, I back off.
We can double check it, but that's what I heard.
I thought he wasn't able
for
to
sure
play
we'd
in the
have
game.
a little RDS going on today.
RDS?
Regret.
Russell derangement
Russell
syndrome.
derangement. Yes.
Russell derangement syndrome. I'm betting that the RDS will pick up as the week goes on.
Listen, I saw the pads and the eye black, Tyler. I thought the same exact thing. Like, you got to be kidding me. And I really did feel like that until I heard Brett this morning say he was, that guy like Zach Wilson was. And, double check it. If Kaner's wrong, Kaner's wrong. But that's what he was saying this morning. And as soon as Brett said it, I was like, oh, okay. Because if he really had, literally zero chance of playing and is wearing shoulder pads and eye black, it's comical.
I don't know. I'm reading an article that says despite being inactive.
Check Brett's math. I don't know.
As a third emergency quarterback, you are inactive.
That's true.
You are, technically. Yeah. It's like an asterisk. Like if you looked at the Broncos inactives, Zach Wilson was listed inactive with an asterisk, denoting that he was the third string guy.
Right.
So, yes, Russ may have been inactive, but did he have that asterisk like Zach Wilson did? And that's what Kaner said he did. So, what can I tell you? I trust Brett.
RDS.
And Brett I trust. But I want Russ to be the starting quarterback this weekend, fellas.
If you're Mike Tomlin, you do not start Russell Wilson.
You'd be aside.
By the way, didn't you say the first starter of Pittsburgh was going to be?
I said Justin Fields.
Yeah, and didn't you have a coffee bet on that?
I don't remember. I might have. That'd be smart if I did.
You're not going back to Russell Wilson. You won a football game, despite the fact that you kicked 6 field goals and it felt like 150.
It'd be crazy to go back to him.
You won a football game.
Why would you go back to him? And plus, guess what? Pittsburgh is going to win 10 or 11 games this year because their defense is that good.
And if he had to miss the game because of a calf injury, it's pretty unlikely it's going to be that healthy that you would want to go back to him in week 2.
And you're going to need your legs to win the game. And if you've got a calf injury, no.
If Watt's not the best defensive player in the league, he's
unbelievable.
The top
Jeez.
3?
Well, him and Parsons. Pick the defensive player of the week between those two guys.
Parsons is great. Garrett is great.
I'm going with Watt. That was unbelievable. He's getting dangerously close to the Aaron Donald category of actually being the best football player in the world as a defensive player.
And that's coming at, I was told Garrett Bowles was on crutches after the game.
Garrett Bowles is going to be fine, according to Sean Payton.
Okay. All right.
So he pulled it again. He did it again. Sean said that he got a bruise.
Listen, man, I've seen it. I've seen guys on crutches. Then 2 days later playing in NFL games. It wouldn't be the first time. It won't be the last. But
you came out again because of a bruise?
According to Sean Payton, he says, Garrett's going to be fine. He had an MRI. The evaluation was fine. I think he's got a bruise.
Well, don't forget, Garrett Bowles got carted off the field and was back the next day in training camp a couple years ago. So he's got amazing
healing properties.
It's next level.
Yeah.
We'll get to no dumb questions.
Deadpool.
No dumb questions. Really?
He's Deadpool.
That's fantastic. Jamal.
Dude, I'm telling you, long season. That's all I'm going to say.
I got you. And we'll get back to it.
Yeah.
Also, the CU game. But Jamal. Okay, Jamal. Details next.
He's got a bruise.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do what I've done basically my entire life. Go over to Phil Long Ford. Tyler Columbus here. I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL. The only dealership that I will deal with because I always have a great experience. I get a great price. They get me in. They respect my time. They get me out. And they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy a new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very, very, very long time. Guys, the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. So whether you're looking for a car, a truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, and if you haven't given a test drive with one of those electric vehicles, go do it. Go do it now because I'm telling you, they're amazing. Despite whatever your opinion is of electric cars, you will be amazed at the experience of actually driving one of these things. So when you go to Phil Long Ford, not only are you going to find the car, truck, van of your dreams, but you're going to get the best price with a car dealership that you just can flat out trust. And that's a comforting feeling because I know it can suck at times trying to buy a new car. The car itself is exciting, not the experience. At Phil Long, you get the best of both worlds. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
He's at the midcourt circle. 4 seconds. 3 seconds left. Why are they not fouling? Jumper Murray. Got it at the horn. Denver mounts the comeback. They come back from 20 points down. They win game number 2. 101 to 99 is the final. And the Lakers can take that L on the way out.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
That's one of the best moments of all time. But it was also pointed out Jamal Murray did not have the greatest in total playoff appearance, and then certainly didn't have the greatest of times in the Olympics. And we were wondering, is this a thing or not, this deal? When's it going to get done? Well, it got done over the weekend. And it's 4 years, $208 million after this next year. So really, it keeps Jamal on the team for 5 more years. And he'll make $255 million over the course of the next 5 years, and the extension 4 years, $208. So first of all, what do you think about it? What do you think was going on? And how does this set up for the what inevitably will be the prime of Jokic's career? This is it. And this certifies that it'll be Jokic and Murray for the next 5 years, and here we go.
Well, with any star that gets paid, you hope it doesn't weigh them down, so to speak. I mean, how many times we talked, what was the one great running back for Tennessee, had all them great years, got paid and all.
CJ.
And then absolutely did nothing. After that, everybody's thinking, well, his wallet weighed him down. And there have been guys that cash in and go, I made it now. Do I want to do that 10th win sprint that I used to always do? Yeah, I did 8. I'm still good with 8. So you just hope anytime you pay a star player that they still keep the same mentality that I'm going to bust you. Listen, I'm hoping, here's what I'm betting on Jamal Murray, that he was humbled in the playoffs and in the Olympics, and he comes back with a hunger that we've not seen from him. I hope that's the Jamal we see.
You know, you never know when a dude gets paid, and it can go either way. You hope you get the right guy, and now the motivation is, I want to be worth this. You know, like I want the world to know I am worth every last dollar that I got here. I don't know who Jamal is. I don't know which way it's going to go on that one. I mean, I had my concerns about the deal before the Olympics ever happened. However, my concerns were pretty limited. The bummer of the whole thing is, had the Olympics never happened, we all might have had a concern or two. And I was there. But in the big picture, you'd be like, oh, it's a no-brainer. Absolute no-brainer. You're bringing Jamal Murray back, right? Like it feels good had the Olympics never happened. But the Olympics did happen. And now you're trying to add it up. You're like, all right, were the playoffs, like this year's playoffs, is that who he is? Were the Olympics, is that who he is?
Or the year before.
Or the year before.
What took so long?
I don't know. I think you got to, cross all your T's and dot all your I's, and I think you got to make sure if you're going to spend this kind of money that there is an understanding between the two of hopefully preventing what we just talked about that's going to mellow you or that's going to keep you hungry. Are you going to lose hunger from here? And I don't want to say there's any concessions because I don't think there's any concessions to have, but I think they want to feel good. They want to know if we're going to give you $50 million a year, are you going to be satisfied or are you going to still be hungry?
Was there another play or is this it, really?
The only other play was to let him play it out. I mean, but if you got to that point, you're probably going to end up doing the same thing you are right now. And I think that was a reasonable option, by the way, other than the fact if you feel like if you don't pay him, what Jamal are you getting? I would think if you don't pay him, you would get a motivated Jamal because now I've actually got the opportunity to earn more money. I can become an all-star. I can get actual more than $209 million. The part that'll be interesting to me as we start to find out more details about the contract, I don't think any of this has come out, but previously the rumors were that the Nuggets wanted some sort of concessions / protections, maybe that's a better word, protections for injury stuff, right?
Stuff like that.
Be fascinating to see down the road. Did they get that, or did Jamal just win?
That's a good
did he
question.
win everything?
That's a great question. Don't know. I don't know any more details than what I just said there.
Right. No, listen. He's as good as you're going to get. Here's your other option. You sign the extension, let it go. You have conversations. You if you're honest, if you have good communication with your front office to the players, then there are conversations, and you still know it let you know how you feel. So, man, I don't want this to go to your head. Is this going to go to your head? I need some reassurances. And you have conversations. You can pick it up. The only other option is if you don't sign him, you trade him in the middle of the year at the All-Star break. And you try and hope you can reload and get a guy that maybe not be as good as Jamal, but pretty good.
It's done, though.
So, but now it's done, and so now you move on, and now you got to figure out how do you put pieces around because next summer we're going to be in the same boat with Joker, I believe.
Do you think that the rumors that there was discontent between Malone and management have been eased over now that this is done?
Sure, I do.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Yeah. Listen, I
Do
will.
we need a Scott on-air translator?
Get on Twitch. I go back to what Tyler and I talked about last week, and I think we're in agreement with this. Coaches want to win now.
Correct.
Coaches are loyal to individuals. GMs can't afford that kind of loyalty. GMs can like guys and do everything else. Listen, I knew of a GM that traded a guy or whatever, traded him, and took the guy out at the dinner afterwards because he felt bad.
All right, let me ask you this.
Come on now.
I think it's clear Malone wanted this to get done. I think he believes in Jamal. And I do wonder, okay, hey, here you go, coach. Now are there concessions that have to come some other way for him? Whatever they may be.
What could that look like?
Playing younger players sooner. Sort of being okay with other sort of like not being as loyal to some of the vets that are around him if they need to move on at the trade deadline.
But you're done with vets except for Gordon, Joker, and Murray now. I mean, as far as guys that you feel that you have to 100% be loyalty, listen, Westbrook, we're glad he got here and signed, and we'll see. And I think he'll bring a dog that has been missing to them a little bit.
Westbrook, no big deal.
But he's still 35, 36 years old. But now Strother's got to develop into something.
Well, I
think
the concessions may have to be, Coach, you need to play these guys. We got to go with these guys a little bit more often and develop them. Of course, we want to win, but we can't be exhausted at the end of the year like we were. I mean, there's got to be something different, and that includes the big fella. And hopefully Saric is the answer to that, I guess. Him and a little flavor from DJ.
We got to have the same conversation at the end of the year with AG, right? Because he's up in 26. Is that correct? I think he's got this year and one more. So wouldn't we be having this conversation in the offseason with AG?
You're going to have the same conversation with him that you had about Bruce Brown and KCP. It's not going to be a $50 million contract, but can you afford the 25?
Yeah.
That's the conversation right there. And now when you add a $50 million here and a $60 million here, and then,
catches up to you.
On the surface, if you're telling me that giving Jamal Murray $209 million means I can't afford AG, I wouldn't like that deal.
Well, let me tell you, fellas, in 5 years, I don't know if Jokic or Murray are still on this team in 5 years.
Or AG, if you're being real honest.
Correct. And, dude, look at the Spurs. Dynasties tumble into the sea eventually. So enjoy it while we can. So if this was the best answer for what we need right now, okay. Just learn from last year, and let's try to get a couple more championships here in the next couple of years, right? Next 3 years. I mean, that's the goal, right? Anything less than that would be disappointing, frankly.
Does another championship feel like a pipe dream now?
No, not to me.
I think I've actually hit the point where another championship, like we keep throwing out this word dynasty, and I'm like, I'm not sure if we're going to get another.
Oh man, I would hope. All right, is Nikola Jokic going to be the best player in the world for the next 3 years?
Sure.
Chances are.
Okay, then you got a shot.
Of course you got a shot. And of course you're in the conversation. Yes. But we talked about the moves last offseason, and your big move was re-signing Reggie Jackson. Okay? Well, we're going through the same thing again, are we not?
I like the addition of Saric and Westbrook. I think that's a better offseason.
Westbrook is on paper, much better upgrade than getting Reggie Jackson re-signed. However, are we sure? Are we sure Russell Westbrook's got anything left?
Well, he's coming off the bench to give you energy for a Bruce Brown sort of role with a little attitude. He's a guy who's maybe a Hall of Famer. Probably is a Hall of Famer. He leads the league.
Not like a guaranteed? I would think he's like guaranteed.
Probably is. I mean, he's the career leader in triple doubles ever in NBA history, but he doesn't have a ring. So I am really hoping that is a huge motivator for Westbrook. And from all accounts, he's a tremendous teammate. So I hope he's not playing for money. He's made $350 million or something in his career. Like he he only has one thing left. He has
win a ring.
That's it. It's as simple as that. And I love that. I absolutely love it. So how big of an impact he needs to be, I don't know. We'll see. Bruce Brown averaged 12 points a game and gave you a lot of energy. I'll take that. I'll take that out of Westbrook.
Bruce Brown averaged 9 something in the regular season and like close to 14 in the playoffs.
I'll take that.
That's what you need.
Well, it's not like Westbrook hasn't been in big games.
Right.
So are we in a championship window? We better be.
Oh, we're in a window for sure.
But the problem is everybody around you's gotten better.
I get it.
That's the biggest thing.
So at the
improved.
At the sorry, I didn't mean to use a word that nobody understands. All right, let's get to No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Brought to you by Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. If you visit oldchicago.com to order online, you can find a location near you. We'll pick one winner who throws out a No Dumb Question, 303-504-0925, to get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. Scott Hastings.
No Dumb Question. Who had a worse day as a play caller this past weekend? Pat Shurmur or Sean Payton?
I'm going to go with Sean Payton because I think that Pat Shurmur just didn't have any options. You know, and I'm not giving a free pass on the thing. I don't blame Pat Shurmur for not running the football. I damn sure wouldn't run the football.
I will say, gosh, I don't know. I got to say Pat Shurmur. It just looked so terrible. You got stuffed on 4th and 1 twice. I'll give you the most gutless moment, and I really was surprised to see it. Down 28-0. You kicked a field goal instead of going for it when you're down 4 scores, meaning you got to possess the ball 4 times. You kicked the field goal, you still got to possess the ball 4 times.
I actually didn't mind that one, though.
Oh,
you got to get something on the board. You got to put something on the board, man.
But it did not make math logical sense to do that.
I won't fight you on the
And they were 0
math
for
side.
2 already on that.
But from a mental standpoint, you had to put something on the board.
God,
you had to.
That screamed ego. I don't want to get shut out, so I'm going to do that. Screamed
I
that to
would
me.
have done the same thing.
It was waving the white flag.
No, because as a coach, you already know you've lost. Okay, you've already know you lost. So at this point,
Oh,
you got to
okay.
find the right buttons to push to keep your boys competitive. And in my mind, getting 3 points on the board was much more valuable than whatever chance I had of actually.
Fry made a big deal about I trust Shadur. That's why we wanted the ball first against CSU in overtime. Math-wise, doesn't make sense, but I believe in him. You don't believe in him now?
No. Why would anybody believe in anybody on the field at that point?
Wow, man. So we don't believe
your best chance was putting 3 points on the board.
We don't believe in our top 10 NFL guys when
it's not just him.
When our back's against the wall.
Yeah, it's not that you're saying I don't believe in Shadur, but you're saying I don't believe my offensive line can give him 2 seconds to throw the ball.
So not believing in your team gives them confidence.
I think getting 3 points on the board is going to give you much more confidence than going out there and keeping a goose egg.
Here's my issue with Shurmur in the whole thing, that we didn't like him as a play caller in Denver, and the reason being is they had a funky offensive line. CU has a kind of funky offensive line, and he continued to put 3 and 4 wide out sets together, and the quarterbacks are always getting killed. Seems to me he's doing the same thing at CU.
You want to know the problem?
Funky offensive line, and they're not doing anything to help.
You want to know the problem, though? They don't have a tight end on the roster.
Well, whose fault is that?
I put that on Dion. But my point is, I actually don't blame Pat at the CU situation.
Pat had tight ends in with the Broncos and never even put them in either.
Yes.
And he just kept getting the quarterback killed because the offensive line could not hold up to pressure. To me, it seems like he's doing the same thing at CU.
All right, I honestly can't even think back on this, so I'm asking a question, hoping you guys are smarter than I am. I can't think back on Drew Lock's actual rookie debut, his first game that he played.
It was against Houston, and they won, and he threw the pass to
that was when
Noah Fant.
Oh, that was a great game.
It was a great game, and that's when our guy playing right tackle played the entire first half and then tapped out for the second half.
Okay, Juwan James.
Juwan James, yeah, it was a hell of a debut.
Was that like the last game he played even for Denver?
No.
Maybe
Juwan James?
Juwan James?
It might have been. It might have been. And Drew Lock went 4-1. He lost the next game, but won the next 3. And we thought, we're good. And then we have a quarterback competition, which was stupid. His first game was kind of out of this world.
All right, well, my question doesn't make any sense then. So I passed the torch. Because I was going to ask to compare the two.
It's pretty sensational. For Drew Lock, it was, yeah. We had some Drew Lock fever.
Well,
we were
I mean, you know
hitching
what?
up backpacks and singing
if I want to go on
songs.
the optimistic point here, if I want to go on the optimistic side here, stop railing on everything. Look what that got you, right? So Drew Lock balled out in his first game. Look what that got you. So Bo Nix sucked in his first game. All right. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a failure of a tenure.
Are you trying to sell me a pen right now? You're
Sure.
doing a good job. It's you're coming back to my point. Do you believe?
No, I don't. Not really.
Well, that's the same. It's the same thing.
But I'm saying that this game doesn't define Bo Nix.
All right, no dumb question. Best team you saw this weekend, college and pro.
Best team?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Best team I saw, unfortunately, was the stupid Kansas City Chiefs.
Pretty good.
And it might be the Detroit. Well, we'll see San Fran and the Jets tonight, but the Detroit Lions may be number 2 because when things were not going great, what'd they do? Boy, did they!
I know who it is.
Did they suck it up and just beat the crap out of the Rams?
This is actually an easy answer, and you might change your mind. University of Texas.
They're in the college right now.
That is
Actually,
the most dominant
there
thing.
you go.
Are you kidding me? You
That's
went
a good
into
one.
Ann
They look
Arbor
phenomenal.
and just embarrass them? And not even have a competitive football game?
Yeah.
So we'll just go Texas
It's a good one.
and Kansas City.
Probably.
For now, because Kansas City looked pretty good for their first game.
I'll
They
give
looked
you a
pretty
team
good.
you can't sleep on. You got to just pay a little attention to.
Don't say Syracuse.
Just look at him, bro. You got to take a peek at him.
What am I looking at?
You got to take a peek at Kyle McCord.
The 73rd easiest schedule in college football.
From now on, but they just whacked Georgia Tech.
Who's not any
at
good.
home. They're ranked 23 going into the game.
Exactly. Well,
And they
Notre Dame was
exactly.
ranked, Notre Dame is ranked 5.
Wait.
What's the Northern Illinois saying today?
Well, yeah, I get it. You know,
Watch out for Northern Illinois, Scott.
Yeah, watch out. Hey, don't sleep on NIU.
Whatever,
Don't
man.
sleep on.
You
All
look at Kyle McCord, learn his
All right,
name.
and we'll go even Syracuse. I'll let you go in there. Listen, I thought Arkansas had a win in Oklahoma State, who's 13 in the country. That being said, now, no dumb question following that conversation. How far is CU and Denver from those best teams?
Yeah, we're not in the ballpark, but
Not even close, unfortunately. But we will be for the Broncos in 2 years. In 2026, they'll be the equivalent of the Detroit Lions.
No dumb question. Is it almost to the point where just record the weekend and enjoy your weekends and do what you want to do and just watch the games on your own
No,
time?
man. No, brother. No, come on, man.
I watched so much freaking football
Me
this
too.
weekend.
I did too.
I loved it. I loved it from college. This is the most exciting time of the year because you don't know the answers to these questions. It was great.
Yeah, I watched a lot of college football and pro football too. But that being said, Saturday, told you I had a soccer game in Fort Collins.
Yeah, how'd you go?
Lord, if I don't ever have to drive to Fort Collins ever again.
All right.
I'll say that. But no dumb question.
Yeah.
Have you all ever been to Buc-ee's?
Yes.
No.
Yes. No, I haven't been to Colorado's one actually, but I've been to Buc-ee's in Texas.
What is it?
Oh, it's like a mall.
It's like a mall gas station.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, basically. But I will tell you this:
Food, everything.
I had the best barbecue chip beef sandwich, or what brisket?
Yeah.
Chip brisket sandwich
brisket.
I have ever had in my life. It was phenomenal.
No, he's not kidding. It's legit.
Yeah.
How the start is? She do all right?
All right.
She was fine. They ended in a tie.
I got to ask one more quick one here. It's a good one on the text line. No doubt question. Could Denver have won that game with Jarrett Stidham or Zach Wilson?
Yes.
Yeah, they could have. They could, but that's not the point this year. That's not the point this year. It's who in a year's time gives you a better chance to win for the future. And that answer is still Bo Nix. Wow, there's a shocking amount of silence right there. That
To quote Irv Jones.
Boy, that was really quiet.
To quote the late, great Irv Brown, timeout.
We'll have the rest of the NFL, what matters to the Broncos, coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. The unbelievable lunch combo goes until 3 o'clock, and you got time right now. They've saved lunch, and you can dine in or call in. This is a limited time at Old Chicago, but check it out. $9.99, unbelievable lunch combo, a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust with a crisp garden salad and an icy fountain drink. Doesn't that sound great right now? It's all under $10. I mean, this is incredible. They're saving lunch at Old Chicago. And if you want to have a good time on a Monday night, why not? We got some football action. Old Chicago has 110 local and legendary beers. Go on that Old Chicago World Beer Tour. Take the tour, and you can earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. So discover your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. Find Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. All right, DMAC, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is available for you at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Listen, guys put a lot of things off, and when it comes to erectile dysfunction, your sexual health is an awkward conversation, probably pretty tricky in your personal love life. And if you failed in the bedroom before and you just put it off like, well, I guess I just have to live like this. Nah, come on. It can be better. Much better at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's few things more wonderful in life than intimacy, but ED can harm that. Listen, here's the answer. Just reach out, like I said, to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. They have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Again, reach out, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we'll dig into the Broncos deeper in just a little bit, as it's a quick turnaround. And you look at the Steelers coming up. I just love this time, though, man. I had a tremendous just watching stuff and chilling out, and got a little workout in the middle of everything too. But from Saturday morning, watching my Qs run over Georgia Tech till late at night, watching my Devils take care of business, by the way, over Mississippi State. How about the fact that Arizona State, who is going to be picked the cellar dweller, Tyler, of the new Big 12, is actually 2-0 to start things off. The one thing that I saw with successful teams over this weekend are teams that have won in college and the NFL. There is something about coaches that just can bring teams together to believe in what they're doing. And I saw Harbaugh and O'Connell afterwards in the Vikings and the Chargers locker rooms. That Harbaugh guy, man, he is a kook. But, dude, he gets guys going. He really does.
Well, he's got a style of football that he knows, that he believes in, that he's taken everywhere that he goes. And we just watched him implement it again. And that dude is just going to be a bruising old-school football coach.
And there's a whole bunch of running backs going, can we get more coaches like that to really want to run? When they run 176 yards in rushing or something?
Where's Dobbins in his career? Looking like an animal out there.
You see something out of special coaches, guys, that have it. And that it is to rally teams together. Kevin O'Connell's got it. They were supposed to be garbage, the Vikings.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh's got it. And he is one of these rare guys that can do it on the pro and college level.
I think Campbell
definitely has it. If he can figure out math, they're going to be dangerous. But he's got it. He's got it. They've got something really special in Detroit right now. Really special.
Well, they're 2 first downs away from going to the Super Bowl last year.
You know what makes them so dangerous? Is that for a team that's on the rise like that, it's pretty damn unusual to hold on to your coordinators. And they've held on to both those guys.
They have.
And Glenn was the first one that was on he was on the circuit for about 3 years now, it feels like. I'm not saying he passed up an opportunity, but he didn't get hired, right? Why am I drawing a blank on the OC's name? Goodness gracious. Interviewed with the Commanders this year. Anyways, their OC was on the fast track this year. He allegedly bowed out at the Commander's job, although I heard that was a little bit like he wasn't going to get the job, so he didn't take it anyways. But they've retained everything. It's a team on the rise that everybody wants to emulate. They've kept Ben Johnson, thank you. And they've kept everyone.
Well, I'll say this. Shanahan, when they were here winning Super Bowls and having good teams, they went through defensive coordinators like it was like water. But Coob stayed loyal and stayed with him and had 2 or 3 opportunities or interviews and never got a shot either.
There was a fun moment, Tyler. I think you'll really appreciate this. Marshawn Lynch on the sideline goes up to Mike McDonald, the 37-year-old head coach, and just sort of gives him a little squeeze on the shoulders, kind of like in the middle of
during the game, like the first quarter, right?
During the game. Like, hey, man, it's all good. Like, just relax. Oh, I don't know. What do you think Marshawn was saying in moments like that?
I don't know, but it's the ultimate Marshawn move. Like, hey, dude, like I know you got sideline passes and everything, but you're supposed to be rubbing elbows with the coach in the middle of the game.
Well, you know what I thought?
They held conversation. He was talking back with him.
I actually thought it was a pretty cool moment where Marshawn was just kind of being encouraging to him. Like, hey, man, it's all good. Have fun out there. Maybe you're a little uptight
Marshawn's
here.
just happy Pete's gone.
Well, apparently, but it was I don't know, man. I thought it was a pretty cool moment of just encouraging a young coach. Hey, just hang in there. It's all good. Marshawn Lynch, I got you back. I don't know. You're not going to see something like that with the Broncos. You're not going to see Rod Smith come and give it a Sean Payton like a high five. Like, way to go, coach.
Well, the old guys have to be wanted back in the building.
Right. It would be somebody from the Saints.
Yeah, you might. Lattimore might come in there, or Drew Brees. Drew Brees come in there and stay on the sideline. And
I will say, and I do like Sean Payton. I'm glad he's the coach. I do. But you asked earlier, could you see, other teams like CU or the Broncos being like those better teams? My question to you is, can you see Sean Payton sort of having that sort of environment with his team and his players and that sort of vibe that these other really good coaches, and I'll give my guy at Syracuse, I didn't know anything about him, Fran Day. Dude, there's just things going on that are unquestionable when you see how they're reacting to their leaders. It's crazy.
I really can. And I've been consistent with this starting last year when everybody's railing on Sean Payton and the culture that he had. Players like him, man. They do.
Okay.
And when you like a coach, it doesn't mean you're going to have a successful team, but it certainly means you've got buy-in. You've got buy-in to what you're doing. I remember talking to a couple guys that played for him with the Saints, and I was like, man, Parcells guy, huh? What are we walking into here? They're like, nah, he ain't nothing like that. Yeah, practices are going to be long, practices are going to be physical, but behind the scenes, the relationships, he's so much different with the relationships than some of these other guys that are these hard-nosed guys. So, I mean, I can see a good culture for Denver. Sure, I could see that happening.
Okay, I hope so. How about the reaction?
But at the end of the day, D-Mac, a culture can only go so far.
Oof.
You go as far as your quarterback. And you're not going to find a team that has survived on culture alone without a quarterback.
Okay, fine, because you're talking long
term.
term.
Develop chemistry in a team surrounding the coach and supporting the coach if they feel eventually that you've pushed a guy into that position who doesn't deserve it.
Sure, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. The like, you got to be kidding me moment for me for this weekend was what Gerard Mayo did with the Patriots to get the win in Cincinnati. Are you kidding me?
I didn't see a single second of that game, but I knew that the Bengals were going to suck this year when Joe Burrow bleached his hair.
Okay, well, they scored
fast.
10 points at home against a Patriots team that most people picked to be the worst team in the league.
And they lost again this weekend. You know what? I just saw the stat. Joe Burrow's record is in the first 2 games of the season since his career started.
I'm going to guess it sucks.
1-8.
Okay, because they bounced back, I guess. So they
1-8.
They need to learn, I guess. But still, that was the Patriots, man.
Yeah.
With Jacoby Brissett and a rookie head coach, and the way they were rallying around Mayo at the end of the game too. I don't know, man. I think those moments are pretty special. And I don't know. You're right. Maybe it's not a long-term thing. Maybe it's a short-term thing. But when I think about CU, you know what I see right now? I see a handful of handpicked guys that really are close to prime, and I see just a lot of other kids on that team that are scared. That's it. And
us and them on the same side.
Don't you see that?
You can't have us and them on the same sideline.
Looks like that to me, bro. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But sure, there's guys that like prime. Of course there are. But I see more of the team being scared of the guy.
Well, I'm not here to defend anything from this weekend of Colorado. Believe me, I'm not. It was an outright tragedy to the degree that, like, I don't know if you can bounce back from it over the course of the season. Sometimes there's a game that it ends it. It just ends it. That game certainly has got that ability, so we're going to find out a lot about Deion as a coach and as a motivator after that game if these guys can bounce back, because the easy thing to do is just going to be fold up the tent and just quit. I don't know that I necessarily see guys that don't like Deion on the team, but you certainly see a lot when they leave.
Well, I think they like him. I think you can like somebody and be scared of them. You're just intimidated by them because I think Prime has that kind of presence. I'm not saying they don't like him. I'm not saying that. But I think if you're tentative or you're intimidated or you just don't feel like you're part of that inner circle, I'm just pointing out teams where everybody's in the circle, that the coach has everybody believing in them. And I don't know if we see that with CU. We saw Travis Hunter kind of yelling at Prime at one point on the sideline. I saw a highlight where Prime was taking his headphones off and going over and talking to the offensive line. And I just don't know how many hey, let's keep trying, rah. Sometimes I think the offensive line may need to be coached. Like, how's your technique? What are we actually doing? I mean, there's got to be mechanics to it, Tyler, right?
Of course. I mean, do you know that's not happening, though?
I have no idea what's happening.
Not by the play. I can't tell by the play.
But is Prime going over there and talking to them about mechanics and what exactly?
Well, that's not his role. Not with an offensive line. You stay in your lane even as a head coach.
Okay.
I mean, as a head coach, your role is motivational.
Do you think CU's offensive line lacked heart, desire, or mechanically they are just not working
that they
together?
Are just outclassed. I mean, I don't know. I think Jordan Seaton does look like the real deal.
How do you get outclassed in a year when you beat the team last year?
Well, you got rid of everybody.
You get outclassed, and you get outclassed by that much?
All right, well, let's turn our eyes to the Broncos and to CU. It's PhD on 92.5. Premier Heating and Air is the best, and I'm thrilled to host the Premier Heating and Air Show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, right here on Altitude, Saturday mornings at 7:30, and available wherever podcasts are found at altitudesportsradio.com. Okay, if you're in need of heating and air experts, it's easy to go to Premier, 720-547-8009. They have some incredible deals out there. An $89 tune-up, 0% financing, and 60 months to pay that off. Come on now. With incredible promos that go all the time, and it's time to get things checked out with your furnace. Just call 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. Mention my name for some exclusive offers, and you can trust these guys, whether it's your heating, your air conditioning, whatever you have going on. The best company to choose is Premier. PremierAirColorado.com. Hit them up for a free estimate. That's PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
That's where Sutton was so good last year in the red zone. Nix evades the sack. Nix the fake. Another fake, and he spins into the end zone for the Denver touchdown. And the rookie Bo Nix trying to breathe life into Denver with 2 and change left.
I have a correction to make. I'm a mile long, 3 inches deep. But the texters are smarter. Drew Lock's first start was not against the Texans. It was against the Chargers the week before. They won 23-20. And then the next week, they played the Texans.
Man, I blacked out the Chargers game. I can't remember that at all.
I can give you some
All of a
highlights.
sudden, I had a flashback to Paxton Lynch against the Jags, right? Or was that Jags' first start?
Oh, man.
I think it
he
was.
did win
Bucks.
that game.
Bucks. That's what it was.
Yeah. Was the Bucks or the...
I thought it was the Jags.
I thought it was the Jags, too.
DT said Bucks, so I took him at his word.
I think it was the Jags, and they won, and he played poorly, but they did win. I'll give you a fun... That was an interesting year for the Broncos. Do you know who the Broncos starter was before Locke started that game for 3 games? I don't know if you'll get this one, but this is crazy. So this
Brock
is 2019, not Brock Osweiler. Little Broncos trivia. Before Drew Lock got his first start, who started the 3 previous games for the Broncos?
Case Keenum's backup.
Case Keenum's backup, no. Well, I don't know. Wasn't Case Keenum wasn't on the team.
Gosh.
I don't even know how it got to this, frankly.
Oh, hold on.
Driscoll.
Hold on.
You're on the right path, though.
Hold on.
You're sniffing up the right tree.
Was that not Flacco?
It was
Flacco.
Flacco's year, but it was not Flacco. Do you remember who was between Flacco and Drew Lock? And it was for 3 games. And Scott, you should get this.
Oh. I know it.
My Arkansas guy?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
They burned his car.
He burned his car. I don't even remember. So
I didn't know that he started, but
he started 3 games. Was Drew Lock hurt?
it seems like he got hurt somewhere in there, and that guy
He must have been
what
hurt.
was his name
right?
again?
Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen.
And he won the first game.
Brandon Allen's still rolling, right? Isn't he with
It's good memory.
Cincinnati?
Scott. I don't know, but you're right. Brandon Allen did win his first game. Boy, I'll give you a plug nickel if you can tell me who that was against.
Oh, he's with the Niners.
He's with the Niners. Okay, well, he's in action tonight. Do you know who Brandon Allen beat in his start?
Yeah.
You are correct.
It was a road game, wasn't it?
No, it was a home game against Cleveland. I'll just give it to you. It was Cleveland. Drew Lock had to be hurt. There's no way, right? I mean, I know Flacco got hurt, and that was the press conference that he was like, what are we doing here?
What are we doing here?
What are we doing
We're
here?
a 3-win football team. We're afraid to go for it on 4th down. What are we doing here? It was the most likable Joe Flacco has ever been.
It was one of the better press conferences of all time. And he never played for him again. That was it.
And I was just saying, he's played 5 more years. He's got 5 more years under his belt for retirement.
Brandon Allen played in 3 games, and then Drew Lock's first start was against the Chargers. The Broncos were a wonderful 3-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They were 3-8 when Drew Lock made his debut, and they would go 4-1 the rest of the year. Think about that for a second. They were 3-8. Drew Lock goes 4-1 as a starter.
Do you remember the hope going
and doesn't win the starting
next
Yes,
year.
of course.
Well, if you think back on the hope in that offseason, man, that was the most authentic hope we've had in a long, long time. Drew Lock was rolling, man.
Why wouldn't he automatically just be the starter? And then that was the silly Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock.
Well, then we got rid
stuff.
of Rich Scangarello, right? So that was Rich Scangarello, and then we got rid of him.
Yeah, you could be right. Anyways,
is he still in the league?
Yes. Do you know where he is? No, you obviously don't.
I don't.
He's close to home. Raiders.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
The Drew Lock's numbers in his first game, if we want to do a little comparison here. His first start, he was 18 of 28 for 134 yards with 2 touchdowns and an interception.
Okay, 18 of 28.
Look at Brandon Allen's
I would
first
have
start.
loved. I would have loved for our guy yesterday to have thrown 28 passes. That's what you want in a rookie.
And if he
debut.
thrown for 2 touchdowns, they'd have won.
Yes, they would.
Brandon Allen that's right. And his first game was 12 of 20 for 193 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interception, beating Baker Mayfield and the Browns, who were terrible.
Why didn't he just start? Why wasn't he the starter?
Listen, guys, if you just want to make the argument the Broncos had a better chance to win yesterday with Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham, I'm not going to fight you. But is that what this is all about? What is this year all about?
All right, when is it a problem, though? Okay, not a problem week 1. Cool. Nobody expected him to look awesome. I didn't expect it to look that bad, but I didn't expect it to look awesome. All right, no problem right now. Jarrett Stidham would have won that game. No problem in week 2. If Jarrett Stidham would have played, they would have won the game if our guy loses it. At what week, at what point does it become a problem if Jarrett Stidham was the starter that he would have won the game?
Week 6 of 2025.
Shut your face.
What can I tell you? It's not what this year's about.
Now you're just being naive. You know that's not true in the NFL. You know that's not true.
Let's just be totally negative here, I guess.
That's not about being negative.
Before you go totally negative, let me just say this, and I will trust my sources who texted me a while ago. I honestly don't think, and I asked a no dumb question, Pat Shurmur or Sean Payton, worst day calling the game. I thought Sean Payton gave up on the run way too soon. Now, they had a lead at halftime, 13-9.
Yep.
Was it 13-9?
Yes, sir.
27 dropbacks, 22 passes, 3 scrambles, 2 sacks.
In the first half?
13 rushes, first half.
Yeah, that's just dumb. That's just dumb. I do put that on Sean Payton.
Yeah, so I asked who had a worse play call because I don't think he did enough to really help him by trying to establish anything.
I'm telling you, I understand the tendency as a play caller to give up on the run. But when you do that in your young guy's first start of his career, and not only that, the most important part is the game's not out of control. I get it if you're down by 3 scores. I get it. You got to get away from the run. I don't care, man. I don't care how bad the run is. You just don't want to do that to your young quarterback.
Do you care that a handful of those passes were virtual handoffs? They were short, just...
It's boring football.
Okay, but I
think it factors in, yes.
Move the screen.
That's not like a down-the-field pass. It's a virtual running play.
Well, I had a problem with this. They're down in the third quarter, and one of their 3 and outs or something, it was short pass, short pass, short pass. I'm like, dude, eventually you've got to try to make a play. They've got to make a play somewhere. Now,
are we surprised, though? Isn't that what we saw all of preseason?
Yes, but I mean, and this is the first time we saw it in a situation. You and I talked about this, or 3 of us talked about this 2 or 3 weeks ago. We got to see him in a situation where he's down, and now he's got to cut loose.
Mm-hmm.
And we just saw a time where he was down, didn't really cut loose.
Going back to my question of when does it matter? If Jarrett Stidham would have played, they would have won the game. That conversation. Realistically, week 6. Week 6. If you get to week 6 and you're still having the conversation, we'd be better off with Jarrett Stidham in there, we got a problem.
Okay, so you think there's a world where Bo Nix gets benched?
That's not really what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you've got a problem.
All right. Are they going to develop Bo Nix, or is it more important to win games?
Developing Bo Nix.
All right. Then in week 6, he's got no problem then. It doesn't matter then if it's about developing Bo Nix.
If it's about developing a young quarterback, Jarrett Stidham shouldn't be on the team.
If you get halfway into the season and it's looking hot garbage,
yeah,
everybody in the building is having conversations about what do we do next.
What do you mean, next year?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. That sounds ridiculous.
If you're halfway into the season, and God forbid, I don't expect it to look like this. I expect the young man to get better. I truly do. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But God forbid it doesn't. If you're halfway into the season, all of a sudden you're scouting QBs.
All right, so you're 2-6. It's the bye week, or not the bye week. It's the trade deadline. You're clearly going to trade Cortland Sutton for a Chick-fil-A coupon at that point. And now we're thinking
why
about...
Why did they not trade him?
Because they want to win.
Then why didn't they give him a contract?
Because they don't believe in him.
So why didn't they trade him?
Because they want to win. He's good. He's good.
Those two can't exist at the same time.
He's good. He's not great.
If you want him on the football team, give him a contract. If you don't believe in him, then trade him for a 3rd rounder. It's a pretty damn good return.
Well, I turned into the Chicago Bears thing on HBO. What's it, Hard Knocks?
Yeah.
And it was the episodes where they're cutting guys, getting down to the 53 roster. They keep a guy, one of their wide receivers, and not a I don't think going to be a stud for him or anything like that, but they were offered a 4th round pick. And the GM actually goes, I mean, this is good value. This is good value for this thing. I said, but I just think we need him on the team.
Sure.
And
you gotta have good players.
As soon as I heard that, I went, that's Cortland Sutton's situation.
That's Cortland Sutton. He's not the super dynamic guy. On most really good teams, he's at best the number 2 receiver. He's not worth $30 million a year. He's just not. But he's the best that they have right now, and he's the most reliable dude. And if they're 2-6, they're just going to trade him. Probably 3-5. That's it. Think about everybody who's been good they've traded. Vaughn, DT, Emmanuel. They've traded everybody, man. Von Miller got traded. So there's no sacred cows when it comes to the trade deadline. You don't have much on the line for a guy.
Again, I keep having to go back to this. And this is snarky. Here comes snark of the day.
Okay.
I watch a receiver saying again, and I'm realizing, honestly, 2 passes, if just one of them are completed on a third or fourth down, actually, in that Detroit game, Detroit wins in regulation and is in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. And I think that would have been a fun game, too. And the San Francisco-Kansas City game was a fun game also. But the guy that had the 2 big drops in that game, we signed as our big free agent pickup. And I'm sitting there watching and going, we got that guy. And he had a drop in the first half yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, you want to play that game. Go back and look at his season. He had a damn good season.
Okay season.
He had a damn good season.
He had a nice season talking
about Josh Reynolds, right? Yeah.
But in the biggest moment, he did not shine.
No, it was unfortunate. Listen, he had a drop yesterday, but he really actually played pretty decent yesterday, too. He had more good moments than bad yesterday. But yeah, a bad moment is a bad drop, of course. But he had a lot of other good plays.
Well, it was bad enough that the coach says, come on, receivers, can you help the young guy out?
That was interesting.
And one of them was his guy. I mean, the first drop of the game, which I couldn't believe he was even in the game, was Humphreys.
That was...
Which we saw drops by him in training camp all game.
I mean, how about they were getting the young guys involved early. Vele, they got him involved early. Vele was great.
8 catches.
Yeah. He was our best wide receiver.
I didn't even realize until the game started that Humphrey and
were active.
Were active. What's his face?
Yeah, because he was on the practice squad. Both of them.
And then Troy Frankens, he's going to get a red shirt year. And that's he's just going to get scratched.
Was
probably.
He inactive?
Yeah. And guess who else was inactive?
How many catches did little Jordan Humphreys have in that game?
I don't know, 3, 4.
0.
Oh, really? Ooh, he had 1 target then, at least. Maybe more.
And for a first down. Would have been a big first down.
Lucas Kroll was scratched.
So they didn't use the tight ends anyway, so what do you need a guy that's a playmaker? You don't need a playmaker if you're not going to use the tight ends.
And they use Atkins and Burton. They really were trying to be physical. They were trying.
But how many times is Burton in as a fullback in a running situation? I don't remember him a whole lot.
Well, he got more snaps in this game than he got at most.
We got a lot of special teams play.
He got offense plays. Let me see if we got the snap totals. But I thought it was actually a pretty big number for what he had, and it was close to Atkins. Not quite that many. Let's see if we got it here. I think he had like 14, which is unusual. Do we not have the snaps? No. Poop on a stick. We don't. But it's something like that. I'll look it up. I'll find it for you. They try to be physical. They try to run the ball.
Well, they didn't, though.
Okay. Peyton's not fighting you on it. For everybody who's just like, and I get it, you didn't run the ball, you should have run the ball more. They tried. They wanted to.
Hold on.
27
wanting to
dropbacks,
versus
13.
tried are 2 radically different things. Because I do agree they wanted to, and I do agree they started out the game, and it was very clear what their identity was supposed to be. They ran the ball pretty well at the beginning of the game.
They did.
I was pretty dang encouraged about it. I was thinking, okay, now we've got an opportunity to give our young quarterback a chance.
Now play action is in play.
But to say they tried would mean you continued to try after things got difficult.
27 dropbacks in the first half.
How many
runs.
rushing attempts in the second half?
They had, in the first half, it was 16 attempts for 60 yards and 22 passes. But again.
And the 16 attempts, 3 of them were scrambles by the quarterback.
Okay. That is true. Yes, you're right about that.
Michael Burton had 10 snaps, by the way.
10 snaps. That's up.
But that counts special teams.
We could break it down further.
He was on 7 punts, so there's 7 plays.
So 3.
And in one kickoff, there's 8.
Let's get more reaction
More than one kickoff.
as we go around the league. Let's football go with Dan coming up next.
All right, guys, gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health, Tyler Plumpus here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. So they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're the absolute best. Thank you, guys. mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Football Tanner. Let's football go.
Just a quick thing on the Russ thing that Tyler was calling him a loser for. With the eye paint,
yes.
they were playing in a dome also. They were playing in a dome.
Well, those lights are bright, though.
All right, so
not being an athlete, Dan, you probably don't understand. There's certain superstitions that guys do no matter what.
Okay, great.
Well, I don't know about when I'm not playing.
Well,
you don't know he's not going to play.
Right. And the way it works is you are scratch, you're inactive, but there's a little asterisk around you if you're that third quarterback. So both of those things can be true. You are inactive, but you're the emergency quarterback, so you could still play. So there was a logical reason for him to be all geared up. Routine would tell you to just do what you do. Did it look stupid? Yeah, it looked ridiculous. But there is reasoning behind it. Okay, for whatever it's worth.
I don't know if there is, though. I mean, if you're out for injury,
guys, Aiden
Hutchinson
paints his face like it's Halloween, and they play all their games indoors too.
No, that's not. The
Hey,
point.
by the way, he's pretty good too.
Yes, he's unbelievable.
There's some great defensive players.
I don't want Russ to send any text messages about me. So
again, you mean? Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from
this story.
Sean Payton. He was asked today on his Zoom call, will facing 4 consecutive defensive head coaches give him, Sean Payton, a more accurate barometer of what Bo Nix is capable of?
Look, I think the number one thing for good head coaches is they're good leaders. Obviously, you can't control if they come from the offensive or defensive side of the ball. Mike McDonald, week 1, the tape you're watching, all of that, and he's a bright young coach. And, week 2, Mike T now I've known forever. And I don't know that it's looked at differently. Certainly the Steeler defensive tradition and how they performed over the years is certainly deserved or deserving of the accolades and all the success they've had. It's tough. It's physical. They do a lot of things extremely well, and that's not by accident. And so, I think we'll be seeing a better defense this weekend, and that's with no disrespect at all to Seattle. It's just a more experienced defense, if that's a better way to say it.
Okay, so good or bad for Bo Nix's development that he's going up against in his first 4 career starts, going up against defensive-minded head coaches?
Bad. If you thrive, if you find success, obviously it's a good thing. But my biggest concern is, will you feel success? Look, man, you have to feel success early in the season. It's really, really important. I'm not telling you can't overcome it, but man, when you go up like the Broncos had, you go up against one of the best defensive minds in Seattle. Then you got Mike Tomlin, right? Then you got Todd Bowles, who's the head coach and the defensive coordinator, and then you got Robert Saleh. Okay, these are very legitimate defensive minds. My concern with it is that it will do more to rattle a young quarterback than it will to give the guy experience, quote unquote experience. Experience is only good if it's a good experience.
If he, I agree, Ty. You could have a Sam Darnold type of experience, and all of a sudden you start seeing ghosts early in your career. Never good. But if he escapes it, comes out of it, and keeps his mental wits about him, then why not? Because guess what? If you're going to hope develop into a franchise type of quarterback, and you're going to be playing in real big games, you're going to see great defenses for the next 15 years. So get used to it. Learn the speed. He said something in his thing about getting used to speed. He didn't see game speed in the preseason. He got to see it yesterday. He'll get to see it next Sunday. And if it doesn't rattle him, and that's a big if, but if it doesn't rattle him and he's a mature quarterback, then it could be good for him.
To be honest, I really didn't put all that together. I mean, I looked at the schedule, of course, and I've been like, okay, I think the Broncos can go 2-2 in the first 4 games, whatever. I really didn't put it together that you went up against defensive mind in Seattle. Now you got Mike Tomlin, then you got Todd Bowles, then you got Robert Saleh. That's a hell of a stretch for a young quarterback, man.
There were how many games played so far? 15, right? 15 games?
Sure.
10 of those 15 games were one-score games. It's the NFL, man. That's why the NFL is so awesome.
That's right.
Parody.
So
Greek for suck.
My point, I guess, being is whether it's good or bad for his development, the NFL is tough, real tough. And winning games in the NFL is so difficult. So I don't know if it makes a difference one way or the other. It's going to be rough for him no matter what. It's the NFL.
You crowned Detroit again as being one of those teams that's going to be up there. And they're trailing in the fourth quarter.
No doubt.
At home.
No doubt.
Right.
But who, listen, the real difference is in the NFL, who can win those close games? 11 games. You guys won 2015, 7 points or less. Yep. 11. Can you win those close games? That's what separates the good teams. Everybody's good. Everybody's good.
Well, that's always been my point, right? So you said basically every game was 7 points or less, right? My philosophy on the NFL, every team is built to win between 7 and 10 football games.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. You're built to win 7 to 10 games. The good teams will get an extra game and make the playoffs, and the bad teams won't.
The teams that I wonder if they're garbage, that would be great to gain confidence, maybe the Giants and maybe the Panthers. Other than that, give me the really just after week one, the teams that you think are just lousy.
Browns?
The Browns, you think they're lousy?
Yeah. I think Deshaun Watson is toast, buddy.
You think so?
Yes.
Yeah, but they got Myles Garrett on defense.
Okay, that's
cool.
cool.
Can you be lousy with
Did you watch any of that game?
I watched. Yeah, I watched.
It's fine if you didn't.
I watched the condensed recap version of the game.
Dude,
it's like 6 minutes long.
That was an ass kicking.
Jerry Jeudy got a touchdown.
He did. He made a nice little
congrats.
catch. Yeah, I mean it was
What
garbage.
kind of dance did he do?
Nothing. It was like garbage. Oh, he went up.
Sure
he
he
sat,
did? I'd be shocked if he didn't do
He
a
didn't
dance.
do a dance, but he jumped into the crowd. He jumped into the dog pound when they were down by like 20 points.
Okay.
So he had a
typical
celebration.
I love the down 3 dances.
Next up, Dan.
All right. The union representing Miami-Dade police officers said in a statement today that Tyreek Hill was uncooperative and was only redirected to the ground while in handcuffs during his detainment before the Dolphins game Sunday because he refused orders to sit. So they say before the Dolphins game yesterday, an incident occurred where Tyreek Hill was placed in handcuffs before being released. First, to be clear, at no time was he ever under arrest. He was briefly detained for officer safety after driving in a manner in which he was putting himself and others in great danger. That comes from the Miami-Dade Police Department. They say upon being stopped, Mr. Hill was not immediately cooperative with officers on the scene pursuant to policy. And for their immediate safety, they placed Hill in handcuffs. He was still uncooperative, refused to sit on the ground, and was therefore redirected to the ground. Once the situation was sorted out, within a few minutes, he was issued 2 traffic citations for reckless driving and was free to leave. Now, after the game, Tyreek Hill was asked by reporters, "Why were you detained, Tyreek?"
No idea. No idea, man. It's crazy. No idea. It wasn't disrespectful, because my mom didn't raise me that way. Didn't cuss. Didn't do none of that. So, like I said, I'm still trying to figure it out, man.
Yeah, it's week 1. Already got a Scotty Scheffler incident.
Well, did you also you also didn't have the story that Calais Campbell came out and said he came over there, they handcuffed him too.
Yeah,
They didn't handcuff him, but they
He got
detained him.
detained. What's that mean then?
They didn't
I always assume that means you got handcuffed.
No, it means you
He
can't.
said- I thought he said he did though.
No, it means you can't. Don't leave. We're detaining you. You're not free to leave.
Usually you go into the back of the cop car, but you're not handcuffed.
He wasn't handcuffed, but he was told to stay here
Well,
for whatever.
I'll be very interested to see all the video footage that comes out of this, like the police officers' cams and all that. Look, it did look like it was egregious what happened to him once he was already in cuffs. That part looked egregious. But the part to me is like, did you really do nothing to have them pull you out of the car? Like, did you really not mouth off about something? And clearly that was borderline an abusive situation once it got to that point. But you didn't mouth off at all. How does it get to the point where it's a traffic violation and all of a sudden you're pulled out of the car?
Well, that's a deeper societal question about.
Well, hold on now. But again, I'll just say this. They said the exact same type of report on Scotty Scheffler's initial report also.
That's true.
and he's a white dude. And they handcuffed him and walked him off. But the initial report was he was doing this. He was running regulars. He was uncooperative. Handcuff moved.
It didn't.
So the point in me, and I just had a situation I'm not willing to share yet. I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
Some people lie.
Are you talking about a police officer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
You were involved in an incident where a cop lied?
Yeah. Red lights, pulled over. Guy was looking at traffic, I guarantee you. Didn't see that I'd pulled over, ran in the back of me, and then blamed me and said I didn't signal and do anything. I said, yeah, I did.
You got hit by a cop?
Hit by a cop.
Oh, man.
Jeez.
Wow.
Well, he was hiding back in the
Okay.
weeds
Right.
in the grass. Hits the light. There's a pull off for me. Boom, boom, hits the light. I mean, I know, and I'm speeding. I'm boom, boom. So I'm going to pull over. I was told you're supposed to pull over as soon as you can. Hit the blinker, pull over, and it's a two-way road. So I guarantee he was looking down the road, see if a car came, pulls out, didn't realize I'd pulled over, and didn't do any damage to my car. Popped me in the back end.
Wow.
You going to court on that one?
No, because and here's the mistake. Go to court, folks.
What, did you get a ticket or not?
Yeah, it was something stupid, failure to yield or whatever, being. And then they wait a year after that and put in a claim to fix their car.
Okay.
I paid the ticket right away because I was told, hey, well, it doesn't count as anything in your insurance. You pay it right away.
Yeah.
BS. Got my insurance jacked, almost doubled.
Wow.
And the guy lied. And I'm a cop guy. I'm a Blue Lives Matter guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that dude lied. And the guy that came in to investigate it was a highway patrol. He allowed him to lie. And I'll stand by. And it's all done. The insurance raised. I'm paid the insurance. I've already paid the ticket. There's no recourse, but the guy lied. That's all I'll say.
It did look like after the cop more or less threw him to the ground, it looked to me like somebody kicked him or something. Did he get kicked? It looked to me like it was at that point like something was happening.
Whatever happened with Scheffler and Tyreek Hill, give me a break about taking guys to the ground. You got to be kidding me. And I think there's cops out there, few and far between, but can spoil the bunch for sure, that just get a red ass if you say something to them. And the number one thing I think would be better with police officers, and I bet most of them get it right, de-escalate, my friend, de-escalate. And why Tyreek Hill was in handcuffs in the first place is kind of ridiculous. The worst thing that could happen is the guy mouths off to you. Suppose he does say something. So what? Just chill, man. Just let him sit in the car. What's he doing?
Yeah, he's sitting down already. He's in the car.
Sit in the car. Wait till everything cools down, man, if you have to. There are 6-7 police cars there. For what? And teammates are seeing what's going on in approach, and Calais Campbell's told you can't leave. Why? Just chill out, man. But you get in situations like that, it can feel dangerous for sure.
I think Calais might have been handcuffed.
So
Okay.
He said he did.
He said he was handcuffed.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
I read somewhere he said he was.
How about Tyreek, by the way, just coming out of the game and just balling? Just balling.
Well, of course.
100-plus yards, doing my deal.
80-yard touchdown pass.
The big thing Tyreek Hill said, too, like we heard, is what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill in that situation? And that, begs much bigger questions. So it was a crazy scene, and the Scotty Scheffler scene was, again, crazy, too. And I do wonder, man, in certain situations, if everybody just chilled out, that we wouldn't be better off.
The one thing that got me, the first thing before everything blew up and everything, go back and look at the video. Look how big them cops are. And when I lived in Miami and I knew a bunch of them from the Dade County stuff, they were all like bodybuilder dudes. I mean, I've never seen a bigger, stouter group of officers in my entire life. In fact, I talked to one of them. I said, dude, what are you guys? Are you all in the gym together? They were
got
just
that low T program.
Stacked, man. Stacked.
All right, Calais Campbell, you got that, Dan? Go ahead.
Yeah, I found Calais Campbell.
Okay.
Here he is yesterday talking about the incident that happened before the game.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't want to dwell on it, but, I think it was a bit extreme, definitely unnecessary, but, I think that it's really a testament to our preparation for us to be able to overcome that, because that definitely was a terrible way to start a ball game. The adversity we faced there. I'm driving to the game. The lane I'm in is blocked off. I see Tyreek, in handcuffs. I seen it, feel like it was a sense of force. So then I get out the car, kind of just trying to de-escalate the situation. And I think the officer, I don't know why he felt the need to put me in handcuffs, but, it is what it is,
All right, well, there you go. So Calais Campbell was in handcuffs too.
And this is all like right outside the stadium, right?
That's crazy. That's pretty wild, man. Yeah, right outside the stadium. Scheffler was right outside the entrance.
What's his name? Jeff Darlington.
Yes,
he's been there for both of these now. He was there for Tyreek and he was there for
Scheffler.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, he is Mr. Miami. He is Jeff Darlington. Always has he's wherever the weather's great. There's Jeff Darlington. There's no doubt about it. Are we done? We got some more there, Dan.
Well, I did want to pass this number along to you guys.
Sure.
I thought it was pretty interesting. So, week 1 NFL passing touchdowns since 2019. In 2019, there were 61 passing touchdowns in week 1. 2020, 52. 2021, 61. 2023, 37. This year, 33. Now, that is pending Monday Night Football. But after the 2022 season, they go to less preseason games. So, are you guys okay sacrificing poorer play in the beginning of the season to not have to deal with less preseason games?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with it. It's the first 2 weeks of the regular season are essentially your preseason games, and they're going to go to 18 games. I got no problems with it. It makes the first 2 weeks really interesting and exciting because you don't know what's going to happen.
You can see a lot of guys that don't play, and a lot of teams that don't play. The announcers for the Seattle game were astonished by how good of tackling Seattle was doing for not playing much in the preseason either. I will say this. I thought the officiating, and I don't like officials, so I'm playing out here first. I thought the officiating for the first week of the game was absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
On every team. I thought they were over officiating. I thought it was poor. So when you say no preseason games, it's no preseason game for them to win them also. I mean, Broncos game, Sean Payton challenges a spot, and it's 2 yards past where the lady side judge had spotted the ball. I mean, do you miss it by? I mean, you miss it by 6 inches. You miss it by 2 yards.
Right.
Come on now.
Look, it's and this is in D-Mac's defense, I suppose, but it's not like you're going to not watch it.
Of course not.
Just because there's sloppy play going on, it's not like there's less interest out there.
Oh no, it makes the games more exciting. 10 to 15 games are within one.
That though, but the thing that does suck with it is that if you are that team that's a contender and you drop an early one that crushes you down the road because you weren't prepared, that's when it sucks.
There was something that we were all convinced we were right about that I think we were all wrong about, and I think it proved itself out yesterday. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Pizza and Tap Room. Scratch-made crust. Oh, man. It's Old Chicago at its best. Pizza crust made from scratch is legendary. It starts with that good dough. And then you can pick from 3 options. OC Thick, that's deep dish. One of my favorites. The ale crust infused with real beer. Chicago-style tavern thin. This is spectacular. And from there, you build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. Maybe try a specialty like the Chicago 7. Old Chicago was founded in Boulder in 1976 and winning the pizza battles ever since then. And throw in that delicious pizza with a tremendous beer with one of their 110 local and legendary beers. Take that World Beer Tour and earn rewards along the way and discover your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. Discover Old Chicago, the closest one to you at oldchicago.com. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. You can visit them at revitalize-health.com. Nate and Andy are at Hofbrau in Westminster. Coming up here in just a few minutes. Okay, here's what I think we may have been wrong about, and I have some numbers, and we can see if the numbers matter or not. Some
Who you
interesting
calling
numbers here.
we? Who you calling we?
We all thought, the three of us, that the kickoff thing was ridiculous and boring and blah, 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 blah. Turns out there were actually quite a few plays during the weekend. Not necessarily in the Broncos game, wasn't all that interesting. But there was a return for a touchdown. There were long returns on them. There were fumbles on returns. There was actually, it felt like, and I don't have the numbers. Dan, I don't know if you can look it up either. But I'd be curious, Dan, if possible, what was the percentage of returns? Now, I'll tell you this. If they just wanted to guarantee returns, and we saw it on the Broncos safety, just have the dudes kick off from the 20. I mean, nobody has a strong enough leg to put it through the end zone if you want to do that.
That's what they should do.
Just kick it from the 20, and you're going to get returns all the time.
Sunday Night Football had a stat. 23% of the kickoffs were returned last year. First week, it was 34, 35, something like that, were returned up to Sunday night's game. So it is an increase. So there is a little bit more play.
Well, there may have been 3 kickoffs returned for a touchdown the entire year last year, and you had 1 yesterday.
Yeah, I'm reading an article. The headline is Week 1 stats show new NFL kickoff rules had disappointing impact on return rate, that apparently it was up 6%.
Okay. Okay. So it's up 6%. This is an easy fix if they want returns. This is not difficult. Just back up the kickoff. Why are you kicking it off from the 35?
Yeah.
That
Put it back
actually,
to the 20.
Yeah. Put it back at the 20.
And no penalty if it lands short, because there might be some kickers in bad weather that can't get it all the way into the other 20.
Yeah, but keep in mind, we're also in the early returns of this, where teams still are going to experiment a little bit. And if it is exciting, we all know what's going to happen. Because D-Mac just pointed it out, because they haven't penalized it enough, they're just going to put it in the end zone the longer the season goes.
All right, Tom Pelissero, here we go on the dynamic kickoff. 34% of kickoffs were returned, up from 20.5. That's a 13.5-point increase. That is significant.
That's from week 1.
That's from week 1 from 2023.
And it'd be an 11% increase from last year if the totals held up for all year.
Okay, but that is a significant increase from week 1 of last year. 1 kickoff was returned in week 1. There were 4. I said 3. There were 4 returned for touchdowns. The whole year last year, there's already 1. There were 3 kickoff returns of at least 40 yards in week 1, up from an average of 1.3 in 2023, totaling 24 for the season. The average drive start at 29.5, up from the 25-yard line. Scoring average 40.
Well, that's the most relevant one of them all, because what you really want is you want more points, because that's what America likes. And if you could start the average starting drive as 5 yards further, it will have an impact. I don't know how big of an impact.
But again, this is Pelissero. This is week 1.
Well, okay, fine.
To last year,
and stats are funny, because the one I'm looking at says 6, but I don't know.
Scoring average 45.5 points per game. That's the highest in week 1 since 48 in 2021. They didn't want to make things dramatically different. They wanted to make them a little bit better. When they changed the extra point, it was like 99.9%. And what is it now? Like 85, 86%, something like that. It's a subtle change. Guys, we were wrong about this based off of week 1 at least. The dynamic kickoff has just increased everything a pinch, which is what they were looking for. Not a huge game changer, but it's made it a much more interesting play. And they could damn well guarantee themselves much better if they simply back the ball off on the kickoff. You don't even have to go to the 20. Kick off from the 25. I mean, it'll just make things much more interesting. The end. It's not actually that complicated. It worked. Guys, it worked. Would you give it that or not?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, sure. Didn't seem that exciting to me. Okay, so you typically have 1.3 returns up to the 40-yard line previously. Now we got 3. Okay.
Scott.
So
just-
we got three total returns out of 15 games.
There you go. I'm sorry. I'm just getting.
I get. Yeah. I mean, if your point is it's marginally improved, yeah, it's marginally improved.
It's marginally improved. Scotty's just pointing something out. Is that true right there? What that's right there?
What?
It says on the thing.
What?
That James Earl Jones has passed away at 93.
Oh.
Okay, I'm looking for some confirmation of that because sometimes I don't know if things are rumors
Yeah,
or.
here's one from Deadline.com. Deadline.com.
He did. That I'm seeing that confirmation right
One
now.
of the great.
I'm sorry to see
him.
that.
Oh God, I loved him.
So James Earl Jones passed away today. Oh, that's sad, man. Born in 1931.
Wow.
And so led an amazing life. Was the voice of a million different things and an actor and there you go. Sorry to see that. That's a bummer, man.
Biggest voiceover he did: Star Wars.
Star Wars. The
or
answer.
Lion King.
Star Wars.
Ooh.
Lion King.
Oh, come on,
For
man.
kids, I think for kids.
Darth Vader's Darth Vader.
But
Come
how many?
on.
Hold on, like
Come
this.
on.
Has Dan ever watched Star Wars?
I love Star Wars.
Okay, you're different. You think Springer has? You think?
Yeah.
You think Grizz has?
Oh, Grizz is a huge Star Wars nerd.
Yeah, but like, who doesn't know Darth Vader, whether you've watched Star
How
Wars
about-
or not?
How about Lion King?
I don't know.
I
I know
love Lion
a
King.
lot of
Simba?
Lion King quotes. A lot of them. Yeah.
Simba.
Son of
I'm
Mufasa. Ooh, say it again.
All right,
Scar.
I'm gonna have an issue here,
Oh,
man.
that's a good one. Dude, you were pretty good with that. Do that again.
Scar.
Luke, I am your father. I mean, come on.
That is big.
That's sad, man. Sorry to see that with James Earl Jones.
And
All
then,
right.
and then Sandlot. Great character actor of all
Field of
time in
Dreams.
that one right there. Field of Dreams was awesome.
Yeah, Field of Dreams. I do like Field of Dreams. Sandlot. We don't have time for why Sandlot wasn't a good movie, and I know everybody loves it.
Great movie.
I know.
such an idiot.
I lose on
Your,
this.
your
one,
uncle had a clay tennis court. Of course, you're not going to like Sandlot.
Man, what a memory! What a memory! You remember where? You're right. How the hell do you remember that?
Hyannisport or something
No,
like
it was
that.
up in Stowe, Vermont. But how the hell do you remember me ever saying that? That is a crazy thing to
latch
remember.
on to things.
That is so weird.
but I mean, seriously.
Score.
Can a guy whose uncle has a clay tennis court
In
his
say that
backyard?
he didn't like Sandlot?
No.
I can't. We don't have time. I can't go into why Sandlot's not a good movie because everybody loves Sandlot. I know.
What was
Let's be
Peppercorn's
honest.
first?
What's his name
name?
really did suck at baseball. Like, he did suck.
Who?
The main character.
And Sandlot?
Yeah.
The little boy or Jet?
No, not the
No,
Jet.
Tyler's
Not the
absolutely
Jet.
right. He's got one of like 1,000 reasons why Sandlot was stupid.
he's probably, well, no, it was a great movie, but I mean, you should probably go back to the kinetics.
I'm so glad there's just a rogue team rolling around in uniform playing the neighborhood kids that just don't have uniforms.
Right.
Rich kids. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, that makes
that's
perfect
Clay
sense.
Court kids.
Oh,
Clay
it wasn't
Court.
Smalls. It
What,
wasn't
what was
Smalls.
it? Julie? Was it Julie Peppercorn?
Oh,
What was-
Julie Peppercorn. Hell
Was it
yeah.
Julie though?
No,
That's a hell of a kid.
Wendy
Wendy
Peppercorn.
Peppercorn.
Oh, Wendy.
Peppercorn.
Wendy Peppercorn.
Such a dumb movie. One of the worst baseball movies.
Killing
He
me.
kissed her.
You're killing me, Smalls.
And he kissed
Yeah, I
her
know.
long and deep. Oh, that was a great movie.
How many kids have tried that ever since that movie?
Right? Hey, D-Mac, I can't breathe.
Okay, listen. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to move on. That's our tribute to James Earl Jones.
Yeah, right.
All right, Nate and Andy are coming up next. It's PHC on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Terrific play by Jerome Baker, who again didn't play in the preseason, missed all the camp with that hamstring injury. Get his first live snaps in this defense. Nix off his back foot towards the end zone. And it is picked. Julian Love with a snatch for Seattle.
It's excellent safety play. Number one by Julian Love, the sixth-year safety. Just reading the eyes. Bo Nix on third down, staring it down, staring it down, staring it down, staring it down.
Denver playing with all 3 timeouts. 5:35 left. They're down 13. Nix.
Oh, no.
Oh, no! Has all day, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Woolen.
Oh, no.
No! Second interception thrown by the rookie Nix.
He's just trying to do too much and hit the crossing route.
It feels like the very first time.
He did okay. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, that's right. We are on the road today, Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers, the Niners. Let's get it going this evening. We are live at Hofbrau here. Hofbrau on Westminster.
Love it.
Where you can win yourself a Terrell Davis plaque.
Also a helmet.
Yeah.
Look at that helmet.
Just text TD to 303-504-0925. Must be present to win. But come on out and see us also win a signed Javonte Williams helmet. Yes, signed by Javonte Williams. Hey, you know what? Interestingly enough, Andy, I don't see a lot of dents or scratches there on that helmet, much like Javonte Williams' actual helmet.
Well,
give the man
the ball.
The ball, for the love of God. Welcome into the show, everybody. It is a Monday. It's our first Bronco Monday of the year here on the old Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're chatting with you until 6. Jeff Legwold will join the show today at 4 o'clock. The NFL season, week 1 is almost concluded. One more game to go tonight with the Jets at the big what do they call that? The big bell bottom there, Levi Stadium in San Francisco.
Yeah, I could give you. Should I give you
Do they
pictures?
call it that?
No, they call it the big pain in the arse.
Ah, I see.
I actually, my last medical exam actually occurred getting into that stadium. That the security got more handsy with me there than my actual doctor did at my last physical.
They got to know you a little bit?
Well, I was like, and then I remember because it was right before Super Bowl 50, obviously, and I had to go through like 9 body scanners.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, whatever, nothing impressive to see, but if you want that many pictures, go ahead.
Okay.
But I did want to ask, are you sure you need the pictures? Because that gentleman just made sure every cavity was empty before I got here. I don't know how that guy got that job, but there's no way you warned him. Hey, they just said, hey, you want to work the Super Bowl? And he said, yeah. What's that rubber glove for, sir?
Did you drop the old why didn't you buy me dinner first?
Yeah. I did that. I told you I did that in Newark and got chiefed 9 times, and he manhandled. He did not find it funny at all. He could have been a bouncer at this bar. I'm so happy to be back at Hofbrau. We haven't been to Hofbrau in a minute.
This place is glorious.
Our people get wild. I need all my old people from the old place during the night show to get on down here. Let's play some pool. Let's watch some football. They'll get nutty. We used to have this whole crew that would come out and get a little nutty. It's like having your own audience.
No, we got the right crew here, right there. It's
yes. I don't think we're allowed to say.
Our dude right there rocking both the Illini hat and the Illini T-shirt, Andy. That's your 2-0 Fighting Illini.
I know
right
our
there,
dude's
my
name,
friend.
but I'm not sure we should say. Apparently, we got our dude in trouble with his wife last time.
That's our dude who...
Dude, you get to be our dude. Not the dude, you're our dude.
I believe our guy in the Illini gear, I think he was storming the field on Saturday in Champaign after a win over Kansas.
I hope.
Even if Kansas is in the top 25, should you storm the field after beating Kansas?
Why not? No.
No,
As a sideline guy, no.
No, you shouldn't.
As other guy, I don't care. Storm all you want.
I know Illinois football is bleak, but come on, man. Can we not storm the field after beating Kansas?
Well, I mean, what
what do we have to live for?
Yeah, what all you got going on that you're so that's how you are. By the way, you're acting like,
I also think Bielema's up to 4 bills now.
Bielema? I haven't seen good old Brett Bielema.
Ooh.
Boy, he loves him the Midwest, doesn't it?
Andy, if you're rocking XXX these days, Bielema, that's minimum 5X, I think, that my guy is wearing out there.
Bielema is tent and awning.
They're sewing together tarps to put together gear for Brett Bielema these days.
By the way, I'm gonna show you I'm not crazy.
Uh-huh.
I got a new 3X shirt.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking, because it's a flannel, because you and I, flannel season, never too early to
It's
get ready for
upon
flannel
us.
season.
That's
It's
right.
a Kreckman and Lindahl deal. When the weather gets below 40, get out the flannel. Who needs a coat?
Below 50.
I was like, this is going to be too big. I was convinced it was going to be too big, and I tried it on. I go, see, this is one of the 2X, 3Xs you're trying to pull on me. Now you're body shaming me. And you know what I'm going to maybe do? I will show you the different 3Xs, and you will see how there's not really a universal size.
There's no uniformity to 3X life.
No, life, yeah. No.
Okay.
So I'm holding the Javonte Williams autographed helmet.
It's a nice item.
I did not really like my weekend of football.
No.
I liked that football was back.
It was there.
Saturday had me annoyed, even though I was prepared for it to go down the way it did.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then Sunday didn't make me, at least Sunday I was like, all right, I am really curious to see how this is going to go.
Yeah.
And then it looked a lot like those training camp practices you and I kept saying, well, that's concerning. And again, it's the first game. Look, here's my thing. I'm going to break down. Here's my first hot take on Bo Nix. Hot take. It's not a hot take. Here's
It's just a take.
It's just gathering information.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Tell me you didn't think the same thing. Maybe you didn't. We don't think alike. It's not that he's got the NFL mind. Okay? For a rookie, I will say this. For a rookie, he never looked overwhelmed in the huddle. He never looked flustered at the line. Couple times getting the playoff late, but whatever. I'm not sure they didn't get the play into him fast enough. So I thought at all the pre-snap stuff, he looked very impressive. Handled the huddle well. Didn't seem to let the crowd get to him too much. My main concern, and it wasn't exactly soothed yesterday, is do you have enough arm to go downfield? And you and I talked about for whatever reason, his passes, it's almost like it comes with a braking system where it starts to just decelerate a little bit when it comes down. And I was worried that I was like, come on. That guys are going to run underneath that. And I asked Mike Sanford and Jeff Legwold and other dudes and others. I was like, "That you can't tell me that's not a little concerning." And they said, "Yeah, that's a little concerning." And guess what happened? Guys ended up running in front of it. So the over 15-yard passing game, that's my concern.
On passes that traveled more than 10 yards in the air, Bo Nix 2 of 12, 42 yards, 2 picks. Does that do anything to alleviate your concerns about whether or not this guy can throw the ball down the field?
Well, and again, a lot of people saying, why'd you get out of the run game? And, yeah, it looked like you got – again, the second drive, I know Javonte slips, and he's got it. I mean, we've been woulda, coulda, should in this team for 9 years. But he's got the lane. I'd love to see what that run turns into if apparently you wore the right cleats to start the thing. I didn't know they shipped the Brazil field here. For them to play on in Seattle yesterday.
It was a slippery field yesterday.
Yeah, apparently it was.
Yeah.
But
got both teams.
Then you get to the second drive, and automatically it's 3 passes. And I'm like, guys, this is a rookie quarterback. You've got to keep them off balance. And then once they figured out everything's going to be short, you really are going to feature short stuff, I think it makes the run game hard because they're coming up and stacking the box.
Oh, you saw it yesterday. I mean, 6-man box. You saw a 7-man box. It was just loaded up and stacked up because they don't fear the Bronco playmakers. They don't fear the arm of Bo Nix. And I have a feeling the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're going to enjoy the film sessions preparing for the Broncos offense there this week. I think TJ Watt and company are pretty excited to come to Denver and go head-to-head with these guys.
I think you said something so key there. And this is my concern again. I've got my concerns about Bo Nix. Okay, they're not going to go away.
Yeah.
I hopefully, you know what? I hope at some point they do go away. I hope we see a midfield passing game that alleviates some of this stuff. But again, my question would be, why did we think he was going to be able to throw to Josh Reynolds and Josh Reynolds was going to break a tackle? Or now, the Dulcich one really frustrated me because do not let a guy, please. I'm so sick of our tight ends, some of the biggest bodies on the field receiving the football for us, letting a guy's hands slap their feet out from underneath them. Can you find a way to fight through that, please? And maybe go get some extra yardage. Meanwhile, Tyler Lockett's one hand in a thing, rolling off dudes and running down the damn field.
Yeah.
I'd take even just one of the moves I just mentioned. But again, Bo can't. So, both, in order for this group of skill position players to thrive, you can't throw a pass that even makes them stop to catch it, right? You've got to hit them in stride so that they keep running. Because, again, team speed, not great on this team, unfortunately. That still needs an upgrade. You don't have a Rashee Rice. You don't have Xavier Worthy with the exact Jets. I don't know what the hell's going on with Marvin Mims. I saw Chris Harris tweeting out at one point he barely played any receiver.
Did he exist?
I don't know.
I saw him return punts. That was it. Get him on the field. He's fast.
Yeah.
They need somebody that can actually move a little bit. This limited collection of skill position talent coupled with a brand new NFL quarterback that is going to have a tough time given his physical skill set, as inexperienced as he is to begin with. And these are the kind of performances you're going to get. I was not surprised by much of anything that we saw yesterday. It's what I said all last week and what I've been saying throughout training camp. This is going to look like. I get it. You got a little fired up over a couple of preseason games. Hey, made some off-balance multi-arm angle throws during the preseason. Yeah. When they actually game plan you and they're dudes that are getting paid real NFL salaries, this is what this is going to look like. It's going to be choppy. It's going to be tough for a while. Bo Nix, it's the old Crash Davis talking to Nuke LaLoosh. These big league hitters are going to light you up for a while. You got to just keep going. That's what we're going to watch over the next couple of months, okay? And are we going to watch incremental improvement week in and week out? Boy, I sure hope so. I'd like to see it, but right now, you shouldn't be surprised by much of any of this. If your Bronco optimism got you so fired up that you thought that Nix was going to take the field yesterday and just complete 75% of his throws and throw for 350, well, I'm sorry that you bought the wrong product, because that's not what the Broncos are right now. This is a rebuilding, not terribly talented football team right now, and that's what we got to watch yesterday.
Yeah, Nate, every time you and I wonder, are the skill position guys improved? Are the skill position guys this and that? No, it's the same dudes they've been playing with for the last 5 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you laughed at me Friday for good reason now. I was like, all right, I'm going to let some of this national – I'm going to quit being negative in-town guy, and I'm going to try to buy into some of the national hype, because you all seem to get this side of Sean Payton that we don't get to see, and bit me in the rear end. I don't know. You realize that 10 of the 20 points, they did not have to pick up a single first down to get. And that was pretty amazing, considering there were not one but two safeties and 2 field goals, or literally you were handed a position whether you picked up a first down or not.
Almost got 3 safeties.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Seattle is, whew. That's a work in progress right there with McDonald and Ryan Grubb and company right now. But you had 2 safeties in the same quarter. You had 2 drives that began in the red zone, and you got 6 points out of both of those.
Come on.
It's that game. If we were talking about, how are the Broncos going to hit the over? How are the Broncos going to get to that place where they surprise this year? You have to win that game. You have to win that game, rookie quarterback in his first start or not. How do you lose that game? You have Bo Nix throw the ball 42 times. You give your backs 20 carries. And Javonte and McLaughlin combined for 2.8 yards per carry in that game. You weren't good when you did run the ball anyway.
But Nate, part of that problem is also because you're featuring a short passing game.
Everything
because the run game looked all right early, and then they figured out you're not throwing deep, so we're just bringing everybody up. Good luck running the ball.
Kosmider had this one. Nix threw 17 passes between 3 and 8 yards in the air beyond the line of scrimmage, according to True Media. Higher total of throws in that short range than any Broncos quarterback attempted in a game since 2022. 3.3 yards per attempt. 3.3 yards per attempt. Again, we looked at it and we're like, wow, they're going to really dink and dunk, dink and dunk, dink and dunk. And then basically when they tried not to, more throws hit Seattle hands than they did Denver hands.
Yeah, it's
got a ways to go here.
Well, we do.
It's not a finished product on day one. It turns out he's not Mahomes right away. He's not Drew Brees right away. Did Sean Payton do his young quarterback any favors by dropping those names as consistently as he has this year? No, he didn't. And then Sean Payton, both in talking to the media after the game and again talking to the media today, had no problem throwing his offensive line and his receivers under the bus in defense of his young quarterback.
See, and that is, again,
I got to wonder about that one, Andy. I don't know if that's the right way to go about this thing.
I don't know, because, look, guys, just all talk about it. Here's the thing about the first day. I'll try to make this quick. But the first game lets you – it goes back and you kind of replay the preseason. You're like, oh, well, we told you. They game planned some of those. He was going ones against twos. So you get an overinflated view of what you're about to be, and then the balloon goes pop game one. And frankly, I still don't – I know it drives people nuts, but I don't understand why Zach Wilson wasn't more in the mix to at least try to start this first thing, okay? He was a high pick. He was in a town full of pressure, begging for a quarterback much like this one. I just why you couldn't get a look at that guy to maybe bring Nix along a little bit too, who knows, whatever. I know it was a disaster in New York. But basically, you killed half the competition before we even started camp. Why did you do that? Now you can't quit dropping Drew Brees' name, and then you go out and say they got to catch better and block better. I think they probably know that, but you would have been all over Nix. We would have been all over Nix if that's what he would have said at the podium. So why does the coach get a say? Don't make the young man's job harder. He's got enough to figure out. He's a rookie. Now you're going to go say that they got to block better and catch the ball? Yeah. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. There was a couple passes they had that, frankly, probably should have been caught. There was also a ball that Josh Reynolds caught where he's lucky he didn't end up in the hospital the way the safety came in and cracked him.
There was more dropped interceptions than there were dropped passes by Bronco receivers in that game yesterday. Outside of Lil Jordan Humphrey's drop, every other drop, Seattle was getting there at the exact same time. You know, Archuleta's looking at that one throw, and he's like, Josh Reynolds has got to catch that. Rick Woolen had a hand in between his two hands. What do you want him to do? He had no space.
He literally, the arm is, that ball's got to be out in front of him.
Yeah.
So the deep, it's got to look like the Geno Smith pass that Lockett caught to seal the game.
It's rebuilding life. It's Kraken and Lindahl. We are out here at the Hofbrau, Colorado. We're getting you ready for Monday Night Football here tonight. Niners and Jets. Aaron Rodgers take two as the quarterback of the New York Football Jets. So we'll be talking about that today here on the show. We're reliving the Bronco game that was. Buffs didn't go much better on the trip to Lincoln, getting set for a Rocky Mountain showdown. It's all happening here. But when we come back, we'll start to take your texts. Point the finger. Broncos lose. Point a finger. Whatever finger you choose, 303-504-0925 on the Schomp Mazda text line. Steve is here. The promo crew, Dixon and Carlos, are in the house.
Get out to Hofbrau.
Jesse Trujillo, the best radio engineer.
Listen, we're
west
up north.
Of the Mississippi.
We are up north. We always get told, come up north. We're up north.
We're north.
We're Vikings practically. We're so north.
We're practically in Canada today.
I'm
so
going to
come
go
out
dock my ship.
And see us. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, sitting in a bar here with a bunch of dudes around me. Tell you what, we're talking right to the right crew here. Are you dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction? If you are, it's real simple. A, you need somebody to talk to about it. B, you need to get the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding that right treatment can be the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has all sorts of options for you. These are the folks to talk to. They've been around a long time. They've been serving the Front Range for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So they've seen many different cases, and again, they've got options for you. They have treatments when pills or herbals fail. Obviously, if you're going to go and talk to somebody about the case, the situation, the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want to find the one that works for you so you can get back to having great date nights once again. Maybe if you find yourself pulling away from date night or avoiding intimacy altogether, even becoming depressed, these are major red flags that need to get you in there to talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their expert staff have helped a lot of men just like you. The way it works is real easy. First visit is $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations to serve you around Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Listen, like I said, we'll watch the tape, but he gave us a chance. I mean, our protection was average at best. And I just think, and I believe this, that we have to, at one point in the game, I came to the bench and talked to the receivers and said, let's go. I don't know how many drops we had, but man, let's help this guy.
That was Sean Payton after the game yesterday. That protection, no good. Drops were the problem. Man. Andy,
which I'm not saying necessarily he's wrong, but the quarterback, to say at one point, he told CBS at the half, Aditi
Kinkhabwala. Did you, by the way, did you see her face
Yes.
after the Sean Payton interview?
Where she went,
that was epic, man.
It was. He was clearly not a fun time to be around as they waited for that live hit.
No, the beauty of it is Andy, you are a legendary Denver sideline reporter, but radio guy, you can make that face whenever you need to. DV, we kind of saw that one. Hey, guess what? Sean Payton, not that good of a time to have to talk to in the middle of a game.
Well, and again, he goes out there and he says he's played great. Come on, Sean. I mean, again, you already see. This is where this gets interesting. This is the interesting storyline to watch. Bo Nix can get better.
Yes.
But I don't know how the arm gets better. We have a texter that wrote in. You said, point the finger of blame, 303-504-0925. Not sure the name on this texter from Utah 757 with the Utah area code. And it just says Nick struggled downfield, and this is totally consistent with his pre-draft analysis.
Yep.
Apparently, everyone but Sean Payton saw this as a big red flag.
Yep.
There's a reason Penix went before Nix. He's got a laser and is a major vertical threat.
Yep.
And again, I'm assuming a person from Utah, assuming that's where they live, we're all in the Pac-12. Again, nobody thought bring the Oregon offense to the NFL. Nobody has said that. Yet they kind of tried to do that. And I give them credit for doing what could get Bo Nix comfortable, right? Mm-hmm. And clearly that's what they were trying to do. Problem was, by the fourth quarter, Seattle was wise that that's what you were trying to do. Give him easy throws. Just let him take a breath.
They were pretty wise to it by the second quarter, Andy.
They were all over that. And so, again, even though my concern, I'm not going to make any declarations as to what happened in the draft. We'll save that because we got 16 more games to watch. But you can't. Sean Payton has already skewed, and you may be able to have a word to that, the quarterback competition, so that his guy could win it. Because, and I'm just going to say,
it wasn't a competition.
It was never a competition. We all knew it. By the time you got to the preseason, you went ahead and you let Stidham face the possible starters at Indianapolis. Ultimately chose not to run out there. Mm-hmm. He knew all along that he would be able to control things and to keep a controlled environment in practice against Green Bay. So he ran more of Nix against Green Bay than he ran his starters out, knowing Green Bay, because LaFleur said it a long way out, that Green Bay's not going to run their starters out there. They weren't going to play anybody. So then you were able to get your starters out there again against a set of backups. You had a set of plays. You had a big play sheet. That's not a preseason play sheet. And it was fine to get the rhythm and blah, 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 and all the things we've talked about. But the reality is you didn't have an even experiment. You messed with the results. You were able to name him. Everybody in Denver's excited.
Yeah.
I'm not telling anybody in Denver to quit the excitement. If you love the kid, then love the kid. Back the kid. We'll see how he does. The guy, the kid, whatever. But the bottom line is you have to acknowledge there are things that can get fixed. There's mental things that can get fixed. There's certain things that can get coached, Nate. I'm not sure your coach – I don't know how you coach better arm strength to get downfield out of him right now.
So, Andy, I like to go digging into the numbers, right?
Please do.
These are the kind of things that I do after a performance such as this. I need information, okay? So I looked this up. Bo Nix, here's the full stat line, the old counting stats, if you will. 26 of 42, buck 38, no tutties, 2 picks, passer rating of 47.5. 42 attempts for 138 total yards. That is a grand total of 3.3 yards per attempt. That is That's bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, he threw 42 times, 3.3 yards per attempt. All right. Quarterbacks that have thrown in an NFL game that have thrown 40 or more times and averaged fewer than 4 yards per attempt. It has happened 72 times in NFL history.
Really?
72 times in NFL history. Those quarterbacks are 7-65 all time. How they won 7, I don't even know. But 7-65 is your number. So it's not a high likelihood of being able to win a game when you never test a defense down the field. It's really tough to do when you're throwing that much. Here's what's interesting, okay? It's happened 72 times in NFL history. Think of every game that's ever been played. In the history of the NFL, it's happened 72 times. 2 of them were yesterday. One was Bo Nix. Can you name the other from yesterday's NFL slate?
No.
It was Deshaun Watson.
Oh, my gosh. That's not who you want to share.
It was Deshaun Watson yesterday against the Cowboys. It has happened only 3 other times this decade total, but it happened twice yesterday in week 1 of the 2024 season. By the way, both of those quarterbacks lost, so that is 2 of your 65 losses all time when doing such things. So it's a friendly reminder to everybody, okay, that if you're never going to test a defense down the field, you have to basically be perfect in every other way, and the Broncos weren't, okay? They got torn up on the ground in the third quarter of that game yesterday. I think Ken Walker rushed for 81 yards in the third quarter. They didn't capitalize on red zone opportunities. They had 2 safeties in the same quarter and still couldn't manage to be able to win the game. Field position was generally on their side in that game yesterday. Nix was only sacked twice by the time it was all said and done. Watson got sacked a whole hell of a lot more than that yesterday by Dallas. My God, Micah Parsons is good. But also, yeah, you're gonna have to be able to do something a little bit down the field. Otherwise, you're really allowing opposing defenses to just it's the game is set on easy level for an opposing defense. And Tomlin in Pittsburgh and all of that talent who kicked the crap out of Kirk Cousins yesterday, they're going to be ready for all of this.
Yeah, how about that being the only early game if you just had, like I did, the usual TV choices?
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, man. We don't even get a double header out of this sucker. I'm really glad you played one Friday night, so I have one game to choose from.
Wait, that was all
Sunday
you
morning.
got?
That was all I got.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I red zoned all on the early edition of the day. And the fact that the Broncos played in the afternoon meant I didn't get to hear much Tom Brady yesterday, which
I heard it didn't go well.
He
was on while our game was on.
I went back and listened to some of the clips. I thought he did a good job sort of like explaining, like what Mike Zimmer does to opposing quarterbacks. I thought some of that stuff was interesting, and yeah, I heard a clip in the fourth quarter versus a clip in the first quarter. He got more comfortable, but also like he doesn't get to go to the production meetings. He doesn't. It's going to be harder for him to begin with. Plus, he's not supernatural at it to begin with. He wasn't like Jason Witten bad. I think he was just fine. Is Fox getting their $375 million worth? Probably not.
No, I mean, it's – look, this business, we do this all the time. Hey, you played football, right? Go call a game.
Right.
Biggest stage we've ever given you. No big deal.
Yeah.
We're not going to teach you really how this works or what we want you to do, but go do it.
Get him some FCS games. Let him warm up a little bit, okay?
But you're not going to do that to Tom Brady, whatever. And you're right. It would help if he could – talk to the coaches. See that? What's going to be interesting about the Tom Brady thing, just to take a sidebar for a moment, because we got another 2.5 hours to break down that Bronco game. And
sidebar away, my friend.
What's going to be tough about that, because I know for some people they're just like, well, I mean, so what? He doesn't get to go to the production meetings. He's Tom Brady, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. The game changes. The game changes. The attitudes change. The philosophies change. Talk to Mike Sanford about some of what they're doing now, how they've evolved some of the West Coast concepts from what they were doing before. The game is constantly changing. And if he's Mr. Johnny out in the hall because you're not allowed to talk to anybody because you're an NFL owner, and you don't keep up on it because you got a million appearances or just living the life of Tom Brady, which right now probably doesn't require a lot.
Right.
You may not keep up with how the game evolves. I can remember no other choice but to say his name, talking to Stink about calling these games and how he goes in there and he constantly is learning from the coaches the little things they have changed. And it may not seem like a big deal, but it's not, like, again, West Coast offenses. You know why everybody's popping their eyes out at the size of the Bronco receivers? Back when you and I started doing this thing and Mike Shanahan was running the Broncos, those heights for the receivers were running the mill. Every West Coast team had guys that were 6'4", 6'5", looked like Ed McCaffrey, Rod Smith, all those guys. That's not a modern thing. The West Coast, they are starting to accept the smaller, scattier type of receivers in this offense, for example.
Which also, along those lines, Andy, they're not super fast to begin with, okay?
Right.
The Broncos are trying to play a possession type of game. They have a quarterback that can't beat anybody down the field. So, I don't even need, a PhD in football, like a Mike McDonald or a Mike Tomlin has, for example, to be able to figure out, just stack the box and play press coverage on the outside to disrupt timing, and you can play man and you can get wins. Now, occasionally, a good throw to Josh Reynolds along the sideline.
Back shoulder fade.
Good. You need to be able to hit a couple of those, and I think a defense is willing to give Bo Nix that throw right now. But a lot of the timing stuff over the middle that was so difficult yesterday, it's not all that hard to disrupt that, especially when these guys don't have elite speed on the outside.
I'm telling you, this will sound like it's obvious. I wanted the Broncos to get the ball back so bad on that third down to see how Bo Nix would have, because I still think a little what we saw in the 2-minute drill was a little bit of fool's gold because they were playing prevent. They were like, look, man, if you're going to dink and dunk, we're going to let you run clock.
Sure.
We're happy letting you run clock, and we're going to stay back, and if you're going to try to fit it in, we're going to go try to pick it off.
Also, real quick, Bo Nix 23-yard run, which was a lot of fun. Go back and watch that. Broncos got away with a blatant hold.
Well.
Yeah, blatant hold. Not that the officials were perfect in that game yesterday, but
PI was pretty interesting the way they were. But whatever. My point being, I wanted to see how Bo Nix was going to handle the second chance at trying to get down the field. Were the chunks going to open up? Were you going to find the soft spots? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they didn't really. There weren't a lot of soft spots to be had. It's going to be on Sean Payton to be able to help him out. I would like to see the Broncos run to the outside more. Jaleel McLaughlin's fast.
Yeah.
They sure like faking the pitch play. I would just make the pitch a few times.
See, and that's the other thing. I would also take a little bit of issue of saying that we threw too much. Yeah, I get that. There's no doubt about it. Your numbers lay out why you don't want to have to do that.
Sure.
But how many of those weren't really throws? How many of those were, again, the Oregon style of throw
behind the line of scrimmage,
supposed to set up a good matchup on the edge with your fast guy against their DB?
His first two NFL completions, Andy, were caught behind the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
It's okay, Sean, you remember that whole thing when Sean told us, if you take out all the throws behind the line of scrimmage and you just put the other statistics up there, Bo compares favorably to every other rookie quarterback in this draft class. Okay, but then all you called for him were all of those Oregon throws that you said could be discounted when judging how good he was versus the rest of the quarterbacks that you were looking at in the draft. So, which one is it, Sean? Let's make up our mind here. Let's see if you can get the guy to throw the ball down the field a little bit more. Sean Payton called plays yesterday like he absolutely doesn't trust his young quarterback, and yet at the same time, after the game, he was more than happy to trash everybody else.
Yeah, which I'm not saying I'm sure the O-line wanted to play better. I'm sure there's receptions that the receivers like to have back.
Yeah.
But you can't go blaming everybody you're making life hard, I think, for the rookie QB.
We're out here at Hofbrau. Come out and see us today.
Come and hang with us.
What are we calling this, 92nd in Wads?
92nd in Wadsworth is the easiest one. Now, here's the thing. Guys, I've been doing shows here since 2014. Ken, the owner, and I were talking about this earlier. There's now an apartment complex. If you remember me from the old days. That was a Lowe's, and then it became a Spirit Halloween store.
Okay.
And it was just like a mall. Now it's apartment buildings. We are still
We had a lot of
here.
people.
We're by the hobby shop. It's all still here. It's just covered up by a lot of apartment buildings. So stop by and see us.
Lovely apartments, too, I must say. Nice balconies.
What do you think?
It appears to be a beautiful part of town.
It really does. They've
Come and
multiple
see us.
paintings on it.
If you live in one of these apartments, come and visit us right now.
9040, come see us. We're staring right at you.
That's right. Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwald coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll take a break when we come back. Andy, I want to ask you a question about the Seahawks. Are they any good? We'll talk about that next.
I personally think we're built for this. And what I mean by that is, obviously, if you just take the game itself, and you guys have covered this long enough, this pendulum swings back and forth in a game. The momentum obviously swung to the right in our favor for pretty much most of the first half. It felt like we played the first half on their end of the field. And then the third quarter came and the pendulum began to swing back. Obviously, the teams that become more battle tested and experienced are able to kind of keep the momentum a little longer. And then when the pendulum swings back, they can kind of quickly correct it.
Yeah, we're out here at Off-Brow today, Monday Night Football. Jets-Niners, Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're rolling with you until 6. Legwald coming up here at 4 o'clock. All right, Andy, we got our first look at the 2024 Mike McDonald coached Seattle Seahawks yesterday. They trailed your Broncos 13-9 at the half. It did not hold up. They got the victory 26-20. Late touchdown drive put together by the Broncos made it look respectable. Got a push on the 6-point spread. Ruined my perfect NFL betting day yesterday.
So you were not happy.
I went 4-0-1 betting the NFL yesterday. I was quite pleased with myself.
What did it cost you?
I would have liked a nice 5-0. Just a 1-unit bet. It's no big deal. I'll take the push. I just would have liked the 5-0. That's all.
We all like money, Nate. That's why you do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm in it for. But no, Broncos managed to get the push late in that game. By the way, I think it was up to Seattle at 6.5 by the time kickoff went. So if you got the Broncos at that price, congratulations to all of you. But that Seattle team yesterday, Andy. So Seattle last year, Pete Carroll, 28th in defensive DVOA. They were 21st in passing defense, 25th in scoring defense. I wasn't terribly impressed with their pass rush yesterday. Boye Mafe made a couple of plays, by the way, the guy that Seattle was able to draft with a draft pick they got from Denver.
I think the receiver did a little something too, right?
Yeah. Jackson Smith and Jigba made a couple of plays out there as well. But in general, I thought that Geno Smith continues to look fine. They were down to their third string right tackle. They gave up 2 safeties. They got called for a holding in their own end zone. Total on Seattle 7.5. Did anything that you saw yesterday, did it change your opinion about the 2024 Seahawks?
No.
Yeah, they're a middle of the road. I don't think they're a playoff team.
Here's what frustrates me about you being the Broncos, losing to the Seahawks up there. You're not losing to the Legion of Boom Super Bowl version of the dang Seahawks, okay? And what's frustrating me in this era, as I'm sure many Bronco fans are, of Bronco football is all they need to do is make one play. All you needed to do was stop one drive. You get the ball back. You can't do it. You jump off. First off, Baron Browning jumps off sides. Come on, dude. Come on. Okay? Can't have that. Then you can't get the stop. You can't get the ball knocked down. It feels like it's just been an era of guys in a position to make a play but just can't. Riley Moss is in a position. Look, I don't want to be too hard on the guy. He was on great coverage. He had his arm extended. He did all he could to try to prevent that ball from being caught. Lockett one-hands the thing on top of it.
Great play.
But they make a play that you can't make. Why can't you make – because I agree with you. There's nothing terribly special about the Seattle Seahawks.
No.
Boy, they got to face New England, and, I knew it. I knew Joe Burrow and the Bengals would go screwing around in the first couple games like they always do. Anyway, I am just telling you, they are an average team, and they have your number. Here's what bothered me the most about what we saw yesterday. The 2024 Seahawks have a new coaching staff. Maybe they've got some of the same players, maybe even a lot of the same players, but that's a new coaching staff, a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive coordinator. They're running new systems for the most part. And they found a way to go into the half and make adjustments and start pouring. They figured out, let's just hammer the run game at the right side of the line because they're not going to hold up. They figured out what routes would work, and yet you're back there trying to run the same crap that's not working. You don't have a second punch to throw. How did I told you when I took the Broncos on Friday, I ultimately thought Sean Payton's veteran coaching mind was going to win out, and you got out-coached by a rookie head coach and his young staff.
Sure did.
How did that happen? How did that happen? You got all your guys from New Orleans, and I see nothing really getting adjusted offensively. I guess you could tell me we just couldn't execute it. We adjusted it. All right, but again, Bo Nix is new to the system. Most of the rest of the guys are not new to the system. These are your dudes.
Sean Payton told us last year that halftime adjustments are overrated. Well, Seattle won the game on halftime adjustments yesterday.
They look like a different team coming out of the second half.
Very much so. They completely changed their tune offensively. They said, we're going to win this with the run game. We're not going to ask a ton out of Geno. And Geno Smith is what he is, okay?
Sure.
He executes his system. He's a very accurate thrower of the football. Hey, it's Geno Smith. He made a play yesterday, scores a 34-yard touchdown run. But that's just it. Like, Geno does the bare minimum. He's got good skill position talent around him. No offensive line in front of him. They're probably going to get Geno killed at some point this year. But, yeah, I didn't think the Broncos were going up against anything special in that game yesterday, and yet at no point did I really think they were going to win that game. Once I got one look at what the offense was and how they weren't going to do anything to basically stress Seattle for most of that day, it made it pretty clear this is going to be really, really tough for the Broncos. This early portion of the season and this early portion of the schedule where you got to play 3 of your first 4 on the road. You're going to get Pittsburgh here in week 2. Going up to Seattle in week 1 is a tough matchup. We know that it's a tough place to play. But Sean Payton really didn't have any answers to make life easier. It seemed to be that the game yesterday was a hell of a lot more about make it easy on Bo Nix, hope Seattle makes a bunch of mistakes, which they did.
They handed you the game in the first half.
Geno threw a damn interception on the second play of the game. I mean, right away, they're setting you up with a 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line, and you can't capitalize on it. You get 2 safeties in that game, and you can't really capitalize it. That part of it is a muffed punt, and you have to kick a field goal. That's the frustration in that game yesterday, is that, like, in many ways, that game was played to the formula of how the 2024 Broncos can win football games, and they weren't even really close.
Yeah, yes, and that's what's frustrating. You couldn't pick up first downs. I thought you weren't even going to score 16 points, man.
7 3-and-outs. They passed 16.
They got past 16.
That in and of itself, should we throw a parade for Bo Nix today? They didn't score 16.
Well, and again, just no matter who the coach is, no matter what, you have a chance to make a play to go get the game interesting, and you don't. You couldn't even give your young – because a lot of what we're complaining about today could at least be forgiven, if for nothing else, a week if you get Bo Nix the ball back and you put a drive together, even to just go tie the game.
Yeah.
I'm not even worried about you winning a road game. The pressure was on them for the road game, not you. But you can't just make the dang play. And again, Baron Browning jumping off sides drove me crazy. You know how many periods I saw? Sean Payton, I understand why he gets grumpy about this and doesn't want to go get sushi. You know how many periods where there was a whole day where he said, do not jump. They did a whole drill of don't you dare jump. You don't know how many, but we're going to go long count. Hold your water. And they immediately go and jump, man.
Nope. Not good. Also, Baron Browning got suplexed yesterday by Ken Walker.
That was crazy. He held on, though. I give him credit, though. He's about to get flipped over, and instead he's like, nope, I'm going to hold on and bring you with me.
Yeah, that was a pretty good time.
Turned into the WWE.
See, there was some fun stuff that happened in that game yesterday. It's not all bad. Jeff Legwold is going to join us. Also, really quickly, can I just point out, you keep bringing up that Baron Browning jumping off sides. That was a free play. Geno threw it to Noah Fant. That was the Noah Fantiest play that has ever Noah Fanted ever.
Is it not?
Just
got the bare minimum
catching
and went down.
It at 9 yards and immediately getting taken down and not picking up the first down. It's like, I know that guy. I remember him. I know he.
Not upset you traded him, but I'm upset about the picks.
I know he was banged up in that game, but my God. That dude still looks exactly
By the
like
way,
Noah Fant.
I didn't think about this. Kudos to the text line.
Yeah.
You take away the two safeties, and in fact, what did the offense score?
Quick math, everybody.
Say it with us.
Hey, they got the safeties. They got them.
Can't take them away.
Maybe they can
Can't
get
take them off.
Maybe they can get 8 of them next week. Okay, Crankman and Lindahl, Jeff Legwald coming up next. We're live at Hofbrau.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road is the place. I've been dealing with these folks since 2019. That's when I got my, it was a 2019 F-150. See how that all works out right there? Anyway, everything that I've added aftermarket has been from Colorado Off-Road. Bought the truck that I could afford, got the payment that I liked, added a bed cover, step rails. We've done the floor mats, the remote start kits, done it all over at Colorado Off-Road. He worked out my suspension just over the summer. It rides better than the day I drove it off the lot, and that's no hyperbole right there. That's serious stuff. If you need something for your truck or 4x4, Jerry Jones and his wife Wendy are the folks to go see. Colorado Off-Road's showroom is 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Oh, it is the second hour of the show. We're out here at Hofbrau today. It is Jeff Legwold time on a Monday afternoon. Broncos are 0-1. They now prepare for the Pittsburgh Steelers. What did we learn about the Bo Nix era yesterday? Well, Jeff Legwold will tell us. He, of course, covering the Broncos and the NFL for ESPN. Leggy, welcome back to the program. How you doing, man?
Greetings, fellas.
It is great to have you as always, Leggy. Let's start here. Takeaway, biggest upper level takeaways of Week 1 of the Bo Nix experience. What do you got for us?
Well, if there's any curiosity as to whether he's really a rookie or not, he is. And,
turns out.
I've tried to, I've said I think it's sort of unfair how some folks have framed this, that he's just going to jump in and be spectacularly accurate and all of that. And, none of this is like a problem with Bo Nix. None of this is a, testament of if he's going to make it in the league or not. None of it. But he is a rookie quarterback, and there are going to be weeks this year that look like this. And I think everybody should just buckle up and be ready for that. And that was my takeaway. There was nothing unexpected for me in what I saw yesterday at Lumen Field. I mean, I fully expected Mike Macdonald's scheme to be an issue. I fully expected the ball not to go downfield very often. And I fully expected it would be a lot more difficult for him than it was in the preseason, and all of that was true.
Jeff, I understand and hear everything that you're saying. I want to offer a disagreement. My main concern from yesterday, though, comes from this. You and I would talk about it. The passes in the game looked a little like the passes in practice, and when they went over 15 yards, there's almost a deceleration on the ball as it gets to the receivers. You would call it duck down sometimes. That looked like, though, that was a factor. Like, what can they do to try to open up the passing game knowing that's how the ball is going to get to the receiver?
Well, Andy, I guess I would say one thing in that is he was clearly aiming the ball yesterday, and he was not, I don't think, throwing with the freedom he may. So we don't know.
He was not aiming it well, Leggy.
No, and, even some of the completions, were out of frame completions. Some of the drops Sean Payton kept talking about were out of frame balls that I would not put on the receivers. I had them for 2 drops in my review. You take that however you want, but clearly far fewer than Payton had in his assessment of it. But no, Andy, I know what you're saying, and that's been a question of Bo Nix before the draft by many personnel guys. What will, because Oregon's offense did not feature him making the hash mark to the far sideline throw, hash mark to the far pylon throw, and those are going to be, until he shows, what he can do there. We don't have the full answer yet, but yesterday I thought it was all of a very clear factor of playing very tight. I asked him straight up after the game, "Were you nervous?" He said no, and I guess I would expect him to say that as an NFL player, but I think he was clearly nervous. They didn't protect very well, and I think when things were difficult early, like a lot of rookie quarterbacks, he didn't find his rhythm until he just started, running with the ball. And that you see that often with rookies. It's like, okay, nothing else is working. I'm just going to keep it and run a bit. And, that was kind of the feature of the scoring drive. But there's going to be days like this, especially in this opening 4 weeks. He got zero love from the league. Not that they care, but, these are 4 very defensive-minded head coaches with very long resumes, with very, a lot of success against young and rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah, having to open up against 4 consecutive defensive coaches, not the easiest thing they're asking Bo Nix to do. You mentioned
and
the lack of
3 on the road, Nate.
Yeah.
3 are on the road, and it's just like I say, it's part of me wonders, should they have waited, to Halloween, whatever. But they're committed to this now, and they're gonna. I think they also have to support him better. You can't throw the ball 42 times. I just don't see that as a. And I asked Sean Payton that, did you want to throw the ball 42 times? And he said no, very adamantly, no, twice. So I believe him in that. But, again, I think you've got to sort of have a discipline to say, the situation calls for throwing the ball, but in this scenario, maybe that's not the case.
Yeah, the expected completion, according to Next Gen, for Nix, 7% below expectation. They use the tracking data to figure out, is this typically a completed ball or not. So Nix did have his struggles right there, but you led us right to the next place there, Leggy. You give your backs 20 carries, and you throw the ball 42 times. Now, I know Seattle was making it really tough to run up the gut, and we're absolutely stacking the box. I mean, I was pausing it today on rewatch and just looking at it directly after snap. I mean, they were facing 6, 7, sometimes 8-man boxes, and McDonald knows what's up. There weren't many surprises that were getting thrown his way. Okay, yet you can't run it only 20 times to 42 throws. That's not going to help your rookie quarterback in the slightest bit. What can they do to work the edges of the defense a little bit to try and just ease things up, to make some of this play action look a little bit more convincing for an opposing defense and to make life a little bit easier for Nix?
Yeah, and I mean, that is the question they're facing. And, again, it's not Bo Nix's fault they ran the ball 20 times, but he felt the after effects of that. Yeah. And I always think the best running teams I've ever seen, people know they're going to run the ball. People stack the box and you get it done. Now, I realize it is pro football and everyone on the field is getting paid. But the Broncos have invested in the offensive line like very few other teams. And you're either going to ride with that or you're not. So if your protection is not what you want it to be, and Sean Payton said it wasn't, then I think sometimes it goes back to the coach with the play sheet, and that is Payton. So a lot of this is what he thinks in the moment, how he feels in the moment. And I think he gets far more aggravated with failed run plays than he does with incomplete passes. And that's a very old story for every offensive coordinator I know. One bad run, they run for cover and don't call another one for, 2 possessions, 6 incomplete passes in a row. They have no issue with throwing 6 more passes on the next possession. So,
Audric Estime fumbles once yesterday, Leggy, and it was a good run. He coughed it up, rookie on his first NFL carry. They call his number once the rest of the game. The guy can break tackles. Give him a chance to make a damn play.
Yeah, and again, I sort of want, what I can't have, which is consistency. If it's okay for Bo Nix to make interceptions and incompletions, it's okay for Audric Estime to put the ball on the ground. So, they didn't give Bo Nix one more throw after the interception. They just said, keep on going, work your way out of it, rise above. I think you have to do that with other players too. I get it. Turnovers are terrible, but they didn't take Bo Nix off the field after 2 very bad interceptions. They let him keep throwing. So, and even today he said that Estime's fumble was a pretty good play by the defender, and, that maybe he could have done without the hurdle, in the end. But, again, I just think if you're going to have a young team full of young players, these are the things you're going to have to deal with. And he has not had very many young teams. So we're seeing Sean Payton in real time sort of working through these things like, all coaches do. So, one game does not a season make, and we all we make assessments immediately, but they got a rookie quarterback. They got a young team. Some things are just not going to look the way they're supposed to sometimes.
Well, I think for some of us, Jeff, the pushback is we should have pumped the brakes on the parades that were going on through preseason.
Well,
That's a lot of us were asking. But
I
quick.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that all preseason.
I know you have, and we're tight, so I'm sorry to interrupt you because I got to get your thoughts. Does Sean Payton have to be careful being the guy calling out the locker room? You talk about not doing your young quarterback a lot of favors, and you went 2 drops. Now, I was curious what your assessment of the line was going to be, but when you call everybody else out, but the guy who, as we've talked about, it looked like that was not much of a competition but a decision, then you call out the locker room from not helping him out. I mean, are we walking some thin lines here? Is he the coach so he gets away with it? No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think now it's not a big deal. I think people expect him to protect the rookie quarterback, sort of Papa Bear type of thing. I'm gonna protect my guy. I'm gonna stick by him. And I think veteran players will know the score. It's just it is a young team, and he will have to, I think, at some point, and I bet he has. In fact, I've been told he has. But eventually, you're going to have to ding Bo Nix in a meeting in front of everybody, so they all get the okay. He's part of the, the criticism as well. And I'm sure some of those quarterback meetings aren't a joyous occasion for Bo. So not a problem right now. But you get late in the year, and if things are going bad, then 1 or 2 folks may speak up at that point.
Leggy, news items, injury updates, particularly Garrett Bowles. Where are we at there?
Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton continues to say everything, MRIs and x-rays were negative, but I personally watched him go to the bus on crutches last night with a walking boot on. So I think that bears watching. And obviously walking boot and crutches means this week against the Steelers, a significant question mark in my mind. He had a difficult time even standing to put some sandals on to go to the bus. So I think there's something going on there. They're calling it a contusion, but contusions can hurt like hell. So I have no doubt it hurts like hell.
Hey, who's coming in this week? TJ Watt? No big deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
Who needs starting tackles?
Contused is what's going on there.
These next 3 games, I think it better look like 42 runs and 20 passes. That's my personal assessment. These are all defensive coaches who want to go after the quarterback far more aggressively than Mike Macdonald uses creativity and unique sets and visual sort of tricks. These next 3 guys are just coming after you, and that's a whole different problem.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN, of course, alumni of the great University of Illinois. That's your 2-0 Fighting Illini right there, Jeff Legwold. That's right, baby. It's rush the field after a Kansas win? I don't know, but we'll take it. Leggy, beautiful work as always.
We'd rush the field after a good halftime show, the way it's going lately.
Jeff Legwold, everyone. Wow. It's not fun, okay? It's fun, but it's not that fun. Jeff Legwold, everybody from ESPN, ESPN.com. Read his assessment of Bo Nix's first performance. Leggy charting 2 drops for the Broncos wide receivers. Jeff Legwold, beautiful work, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. See you.
All right, Jeff Legwold, as always, is brought to you by our friends at the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Yes, the Broncos are 0-1. Yes, we've been pointing the finger all day long. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll cleanse the palate, and we'll say what we saw that we liked.
Really?
In the Broncos' loss in Seattle.
You didn't prep me for this.
Real quick, Andy, let's both come up with something in the break, okay?
Wow.
Real quick, scribble something down.
Had the second half not happened, I could have found some things defensively.
And we'll say it
when
we return.
Played that darn whole game thing.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, I think it did, and I'll give you a few examples. I just watched a play where he climbs the pocket. Like there were some bloody looks, and he's off schedule, throwing off the wrong foot. But I would say doing what he has to on that play. You know, in other words, there's a dagger opened up, but we're not good in protection. So, look, certainly when we watch this game tape and evaluate the cue, there's a number of things that will get cleaned up and corrected.
All right, so Sean Payton has no problem today and yesterday, for that matter, defending his Bo Nix, or I suppose we need to call him Boo Nix now. I guess is what it needs to be. Andy, I thought I loved Jokic. I thought you loved Cale Makar. Our love of our favorite athletes has nothing on the way that Sean Payton feels about Bo Nix.
No, it can't be beat right now, which, you know what?
Everybody else is terrible.
I will say this for right now, game one. I'm with you. It's a little annoying, at least from this point of view. But you and I were the guys that going, really going to do that at 12? I'm not sure you should do that at 12. But for a rookie quarterback, this is what you need right now.
Yeah.
Okay? And like I said, the thing that I think is crazy is the decision-making. I don't think, well, some of the decision-making was nuts. Was the decision-making or the arm bad on some of those throws?
Both.
That was the problem. Now, the one into triple coverage, that's just pure desperation.
That's all around terrible.
You've gone blind out of desperation.
No, here's a perfect example of it. And this was a play that happened, I want to say this was late second quarter. Broncos taking over at their own 30. This was after the Geno touchdown. It's a 9-8 game at that point. 1st and 10, and Bo has time. And he drops back, and his back foot hits, and he hitches. And then the ball comes out. But it comes out late to Josh Reynolds, and it gets broken up by Witherspoon. Like, that's the one where, okay, I'm hoping with some more NFL experience, the hitch starts to go away, that the ball just comes out, that he has the focus and the confidence to believe Reynolds is going to get there and be able to make a play. But also when Josh Reynolds is going up an NFL cornerback, the quality of Devin Witherspoon, like, if you hitch, you're dead. You're dead. Get the ball out. Get the ball out quicker.
This goes back to my concern, okay?
This is our concern,
What I
dude.
see, and I saw this in camp, is I don't think he has the confidence to know he can make that throw. That's what I need to see changed. That, again, that's the issue. He hitches because, and I thought, let's go back to the very first breakdown where he talked about who was it, our backup quarterback guy, TJ, who does the YouTube quarterback clinic?
Yeah, JT.
JT Silstrop or whatever.
Yes.
I'm just guessing.
JT O'Sullivan. JT O'Sullivan. There it was.
Here's the deal. He talked about how there was one throw available, I think, to Dulcich. No, he got Dulcich killed. So it was Cortland Sutton, he said, could have been the first read.
That was the opening game. Yeah, I did.
Right, remember that?
Yeah.
But again, there's a linebacker right there.
Uh-huh.
I see a Bo Nix who doesn't believe he's going to get the ball there before that guy breaks on the ball.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That's where I get concerned. I think that he's got elite mind skills. But I think he shows me in his body language and his decision making, and you talked about one of them right there, a second guessing of, can I do this? Can I make this throw? And I think the more this piles up, the bigger a problem you're going to have. Because let's go back to where I said, was it arm strength or decision making? How about the interception on the 2-yard line, 1-yard line that led to the first safety?
By Julian Love, yeah.
That was not a bad decision necessarily because he had Cortland.
Ball didn't get there.
The ball did not get there as quick as it needs to pull that play off.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right.
I don't know how you coach that. You can't fix that through coaching. It's a physical thing. So there's my concern. Because frankly, I thought, I'll say it again, from the mental standpoint of things, the guy's as good as they. If you could meld Nix and Wilson, you'd be set for 15 years. You can't. So I'll be curious to see. Sean Payton knows you're not going to have these side passes available to you anymore. Now, look, in fairness, Seattle did a great job tackling yesterday. Maybe not every team's going to be great at tackling. But you and I also know it's still, to me, a flawed game plan because who on that team is known for breaking tackles and piling up the yak?
I mean, that's just
Who do you
it.
have?
Is like one of the things that helps guys break tackles is separation.
Right.
Is the ability to, you don't put a DB in prime tackling position if you have got some separation. They just didn't have any yesterday. By the way, I did look it up. Marvin Mims played 12 snaps offensively yesterday.
Couldn't it?
He's your speed option, and he played 12 snaps on offense yesterday. Devon Vele had 8 catches yesterday for 39 yards, 8 catches on 8 targets. Said we were going to say something nice about the Broncos, and I thought Devon Vele, for what he was asked to do, that is a wonderful first NFL game for a 7th-round pick.
I like it.
Thank you. Devon Vele, 8 catches on 8 targets. Cortland was 4 catches on 12 targets. Not ideal, but Devon Vele, 8 catches on 8 targets yesterday. Made some tough catches in traffic. He looks like a player. He looks like the Broncos got that one right in the 7th round. Nice job, guys. That's good.
That is good.
Yes.
He was a nice surprise.
Yes.
Look, I think Luke Wattenberg, I thought, handled his business for the most part. I don't know if it was perfect, but there's another guy starting his first game.
Riley Dixon put 4 of 8 punts inside the 20.
Yeah.
Only 1 touchback yesterday off the golden right foot of Riley Dixon.
Here's what stinks.
By the way, how many games in NFL history have you had 2 punters with the last name Dixon, different spellings?
Ever?
Maybe it was the first one ever. I don't know.
How did the other guys spell it?
Dixon.
The common spelling of everything?
Well, that's Riley, D-I-X-O-N.
Right.
Dixon is like his dad's name is Richard.
Sure.
Dixon.
And his son.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Well, there's a guy, Curtis Dixon, in the NLL that goes the same way. So, not D-I-X-O-N. Anyway.
Can't believe I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, you know now.
Yeah,
You'll be
I do.
excited to ask the Mammoth about it when we get to the season. Here's the thing. I would have been able to talk about how well the defensive line played because, frankly, in the first half, they were dominant. They were awesome. They had their ears pinned back. They were hemming up the Seattle running game. They were doing a lot of great stuff.
Zach Allen played well.
Zach Allen played
Jonathan
well.
Cooper had a couple of sacks yesterday.
But then, but then the second half happened. But who do you blame? See, here's the problem. When you don't run the ball, and we've known this forever, when you don't run the ball, not only does the offense suffer because you're throwing too much, but your defense suffers because you're not holding on to the ball. You've got to be able to hold on to the football and let them get some rest. And the first game of the year, guys are going to get gassed sooner than they normally would. We saw it in the Detroit-LA game last night. And, just no time of possession for the Broncos. Just none. None. So it is, I don't know. What else can I say that was positive? The uniforms look sharp.
They were.
Well, look, everybody that you can say
uniforms.
something positive is positive for a half. I thought Jaleel McLaughlin looked good for a half. I thought Javonte Williams looked good for a half. But then I'm with you. And then, that was so frustrating. The minute that Estime fumbled, you're like, well, we won't get to see him again.
I know. Give him the
It's
ball.
like, come on, dude.
It was explosive. He
Yes.
actually made a little bit of a play. Sure, he hurdled, but guy's trying to get some extra yardage, trying to be a playmaker out there. He coughed the ball up. As soon as he did, they pinned him to the bench. Also, real quick on the uniforms, it was, I thought, and I wonder if Greg Penner will bring this up in a meeting. It's the debut for the new Bronco uniforms, and they had to go up against those Seattle throwbacks.
Oh, they're classics.
It's such a good-looking uniform.
Did they even mention the uniform? I don't feel like the broadcast crew even mentioned Denver was in new unis.
Now that you mention it, I don't even know if it came in. Spiro is so good, by the way. Spiro Ditas, friend of the program. I thought he was all over it yesterday in that game. I thought he had a really good call. The guy, he's just a pro, and to his credit, a ton of our drinking game props they didn't even get to, which I appreciate Spiro for that. He didn't just go to the easy material.
You still got yourself a couple of House drinks, though.
No, you didn't.
We got the fish market. What else? Something else. What else kicked it off?
That was right there in the
Russell
B-roll.
Wilson trade. I think the Russell Wilson trade was the first one.
There was an early Russ mention.
Boy, you're
happened.
not kidding. That's a great point. They may not even go take fresh video of the market. They may just have been like, "Yeah, we've been here a million times."
Yeah, it was old stuff that they had. They had a seaplane on Puget Sound. That was a good shot
sweet.
right there.
Did you see those houses in the background? I was going, man, that must be a nice life. What did I not do in life to be able to live there?
You weren't in Pearl Jam, I think was the problem.
That was
right
part
there.
of it, or some sort of computer thing, something.
Was there anything else good?
I think we covered it.
Did we get it?
Will Lutz did all right. Will Lutz was okay.
Will Lutz made his kicks. Yes.
Hey, you know what else we can't even say is good? The dynamic kickoff. You want to bring those numbers out? Because as it turns out, it was not the Broncos-Seahawks game. It was all the NFL. The coaches simply said, we ain't got time for this. Kick it in the end zone.
Yeah, we had one kick return touchdown that did happen yesterday. It happened in that Bills-Cardinals game. DJ Dallas, 96 yards to the house. Bills still got the victory. Apparently, by the way, the update there, Josh Allen's okay with the left hand. We did get one tutty, but here we go. Tom Pelissero had the notes on the dynamic kickoff so far from week one. We got one game to go. 34% of kickoffs were returned, up from 20.5% in week one last year, so improvement. Still doesn't feel like all that much, does it?
No.
One kickoff was a tutty, as we said, after only 4 were returned for touchdowns in all of 2023. 3 kickoff returns of at least 40 yards in week one, up from an average of 1.3 such returns per week in 2023, totaling 24 for the entire season. Average drive start, 29.5 yard line, up from the 25 through week one a year ago. Quick aside, that's only going to encourage these coaches to kick it into the end zone. If the average drive start is 29.5, they're going to say, hey, that's the 30. What do I care? Scoring average 45.5 points per game, highest through week one since 48 in 2021. So Tom Pelissero, NFL employee, is trying to hype it up. I didn't see it.
No, and yet I bet you they don't change it back. You want to know why? They're not doing the long run and guys aren't getting hurt.
Right.
Which is part of the reason why they did this.
Yep.
And it looks the same. The only thing that's different is the touchback's going to the 30 instead of the 25. Clearly the coaches don't care. I bet you this thing stays and has no effect like we're talking about.
I got one other little statistical note to give you from yesterday. So Bo Nix threw for 138 yards yesterday via 26 completions. 26 completions got him to $138. Anthony Richardson threw for 212 on 9 completions.
Wow.
212 on 9 completions.
How about Anthony Richardson looking like everything everybody predicted there for a minute? I didn't see the whole game, but the highlights I saw, that kid was dealing.
3 completions that went at least 54 yards in that game yesterday. He only had 9 completions total. That throw to Alec Pierce, the 60-yard touchdown with a dude in his lap and
Pretty
just
good.
a flick of the wrist right there. I want this dude to stay healthy so much because he is such a cool football player. There's shades of Cam Newton. There's of good Cam Newton, prime MVP Cam Newton. There's shades of Josh Allen. Oh, man, that is an arm. I want him to stay healthy, and I want him to have a fun NFL career. We deserve to get to watch cool football players like Anthony Richardson. That guy kind of kicks ass. By the way, that was the weirdest point spread of the day. Was Texans 3-point favorite? I know that game was on the road at Indy, but if you would have thought about preseason discussion and the way that we viewed those teams, I looked at that and I was like, Houston's got to be like a 6-point favorite on Indianapolis, and they're laying 3. Something was fishy. I took the points with Indianapolis, and sure enough, they covered. So that was just the classic, week one, something's not right with this line. I'm going to go ahead and go in the opposite direction, and that one worked out for me. Weird one. C.J. Stroud, by the way, is still awesome. They also ran the ball for 159 yards in that game yesterday with Joe Mixon. And Houston was using a lot of tight formations, a lot of double tights. Like I know Diggs scored a couple of touchdowns. Nico Collins had good numbers. Joe Mixon was the biggest difference with that team right there. And they stuck to the run. They played power football yesterday, and they got a big victory on the road. I need the Broncos, and I know Bo Nix is nowhere close to what C.J. Stroud is, but just you have to get big and you have to run the ball, and you have to stick to the run, and it's the only chance that this team has to stay in games.
I watched, even though I didn't really want to, that Steeler-Atlanta game, and I thought to myself, the Broncos are going to have to accept you're going to have to play a game like that sooner or later. Turned out it should have been yesterday.
Yeah.
Steelers kicked 6 field goals.
Didn't score a touchdown.
6 field goals, got to win.
By the way, we had 2 teams win games yesterday without scoring offensive touchdowns.
Nice.
The Bears did it as well against Tennessee. They had a special teams tutty, and then they had a pick 6 on a play where Will Levis sat on his knees.
No idea what he was doing.
And watched his lineman try and chase that dude down.
Not sure.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, it did happen. Dak Prescott wasn't the only guy that got paid this weekend. To quote our friend Spiro Ditas, Jamal Murray. The extension is done. Now that it is inked and finished, what do we make about the timeline, about the deal itself? We're talking Nuggets. Jamal Murray extended. That's coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Underdog Fantasy. Guys, over 1 million fans across 33 states got in the game last year by competing on Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite players' stats, touchdowns, passing yards, and more. Monday Night Football tonight. This is my 3-leg pick'em. First off, I got 2 picks on the Niners. Brandon Ayuk higher than 49.5 receiving yards, and Kyle Juszczyk higher than 1.5 receiving yards. That's right. I think Kyle Juszczyk is going to have at least 2 receiving yards in this game tonight. And I'm going lower on Aaron Rodgers' passing yards tonight. That's my 3-leg pick'em at UnderdogFantasy.com. That's what I'm playing here on a Monday night. Guys, making picks on Underdog is straightforward. Signing up is even easier. You go over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Just sign up with promo code Kreckman. That's Kreckman. And Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. UnderdogFantasy.com, promo code Kreckman. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Must be 18 and up and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Oh, it's great to be out here at Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth here. Craigman and Lindahl. It's Mexican Mondays also. So stop by and see us here at Hofbrau. Monday Night Football tonight. Jets-Niners this evening. Game number 1. Second try for Aaron Rodgers in a Jets uniform. Andy, seriously, Aaron Rodgers, okay?
Yeah, our guy.
40 years old.
40. Well.
Coming back from a massive Achilles injury. Last time we saw him play, didn't look that awesome. Is this guy going to rediscover something? Is there an MVP form somewhere still in there for Aaron Rodgers?
I felt like he's Aaron Rodgers, it'll all be fine. Then I watched Kirk Cousins yesterday, and that didn't look awesome.
Ooh.
Coming off the same injury.
Yeah.
Now, and you know what I found out? What I thought was weird, because they kept pointing it out. I can't even remember who that crew was. No, it was Greg Olson, the defunct, the bump down to the next thing because of Brady guy.
The guy that's really good at his job who got demoted. Yeah.
Won an Emmy.
Right.
Yeah, he kept saying they're in the pistol. This is weird. This is. It was like the Manning thing.
Yeah.
They don't like the pistol. They don't like the shotgun.
Right.
They want you under center. So is that a sign that maybe we're rushing this too quick? Why are they so afraid to play Penix? You drafted the guy.
Why do you take a number 8 pick and draft a backup quarterback? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, because maybe they saw a little what we saw yesterday, and they were like, whoops, maybe we should have made this deal.
Did you notice Matthew Judon on the field yesterday? Me neither. Yeah. Well,
he had a play. So did Justin.
All right. Good. Play. Didn't exactly get it done for you. Whew.
Because the Steelers know what they are. Nate, you know what? Let's just bring it back to the Broncos for a second, okay?
Okay.
Seriously.
Okay.
And then we'll get into the Nuggets. The Steelers know what they are. The Broncos need to get to a point where they know what they are. Period. And
seems like Sean knows what they are. He'll just listen to him. He'll tell you. He'll tell you exactly what they are.
No. You need to know what you are, not what you want to be. Okay? I want to be living in that house on Puget Sound. I am not. I'm living in Littleton.
Sean seems pretty sure.
Okay, but
he seems rather confident.
The records and everything else don't seem to suggest to me that you're real sure about that.
Jamal Murray has agreed to a 4-year, $208 million maximum contract extension. This went down on Saturday. Jamal will not be a free agent after this upcoming season. He will be a Nugget for at least 5 years, and he will make $244 million. He's going to get $36 million this upcoming season, but up to 46.4. He will make 50, 54, and then 58 the final year of the deal, according to Bobby Marks of ESPN. Jamal Murray, the deal got done. Andy, Spring and I talked about this last week on Tuesday quite a bit, and it was like, okay, I got a pretty strong feeling this is going to go down relatively quickly here. They're not going to let this go to media day. They're not going to let this become a thing that Michael Malone and Nikola Jokic are going to have to actively answer to and deal with. And indeed, it wasn't. They got it done. Now it's on Jamal.
It is.
Now it's on Jamal because, and I've been saying this, there was no better option, okay? Their option was we can retain a championship-winning two-man game, or we can actively choose not to. And the Nuggets made, to me, the only decision you could make, which was to take a duo that has won an NBA championship, taking a dude who has a 30-point triple-double in the NBA Finals, and saying, we are going to trust in the far more good than bad that we have seen over the balance of your career. This is not to say that the concerns don't exist, because they do. But, Andy, the Nuggets, they had no other choice. This was the right choice and also the only choice.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't I hate to look at it that way when phrased that way, because he was a cornerstone of your championship run.
Yes.
You don't win it without him. You don't win a lot of things without him. Playoff runs have looked drastically different when he's not been in there.
Or not healthy.
But, boy, you really – whether it was just dumb luck, good teams, and I'm just thinking of the Patriots off the top of my head, but maybe you can point to some basketball examples. Good teams. This is why I think the Lakers can't win now, despite all their throwing monies at their problems. Good teams know when the run is over.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's because of health reasons, because the game. For me, I don't think Jamal's game's fallen off, but I don't. How can any of us sit here and say we don't have health concerns about him after last season and the seasons leading up?
I
hate to question it. I love his compete. I love his fire for the game, but I worry that you were not. You had a calf injury that you could not get over when the season meant the most.
Yep.
Stinks.
In the years where he's healthy, at the end of the year, he's dynamite, and they win an NBA championship. In the years when he's not, they don't. And that's just the cold, hard reality of it. The reason why I say they had no better option is because they really don't.
No, you're right.
In the NBA, guys don't go to free agency anymore. Okay? They just don't. They all sign before that, and then if they want to move, you have to do so via trade. Well, nobody in the world is going to trade for Jamal Murray right now. This is kind of the Nuggets' problem. Now, the Nuggets' problem can also be the Nuggets' benefit if he is healthy and in shape and motivated. This is where I go back to the part where I say it's now on Jamal Murray. All right? This is whatever this run turns into, the prime of Nikola Jokic, whatever his career becomes, it's now on him. Some of it's also on the organization. Have a clear understanding of, okay, what do we do to get this guy to April at a place where he can maximize what he is physically? It's also on the organization, but also some of it's just on Jamal.
Yeah, don't you
Flat
have to
out,
have
it's
the
on him.
conversation, bro? I know you don't like to hear this. Outside chance you never make an all-star game because we've got to game manage you.
Right.
We've got to season manage you.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter now because he's signed.
Yeah, you're paid.
It's inked. It's done, okay? You don't get the Supermax.
Let's make up for in your all-star appearances with rings on the finger.
Yeah, you'll have to settle for making $58 million the last year of the deal. You going to be okay?
Sorry about that.
You going to be all right with that? Go out and overachieve on this whole thing. It had to be done. It's now on him. You know, exactly on the surface. Is Jamal Murray, is he a max contract NBA player? The guy that we saw in the postseason last year, no. The guy that we saw in the postseason 2 years ago, hell yeah. It's up to him to get back to that place and to prove it wrong. As for him getting the deal, well, there's no negotiating it. That's just his value was his value, and that's what it was, flat out, if the Nuggets were going to retain his services. And if they didn't, honestly, Andy, I think it would have torpedoed this upcoming season.
Yeah, you really don't need you really don't need to deal with that hanging over your season all the way. By the way, a quick update.
What was that UGH that I just heard from you?
Christian McCaffrey is out tonight in San Francisco for people like me that decided that'd be a great first overall pick in a draft. Sorry. Bummer.
Dang.
Too bad the whole rest of the weekend's been played.
Dang. Well, you know what? I'm playing Ayuk higher than 49.5 receiving yards on Underdog Fantasy tonight, and I'm feeling better about that. Did you see that, by the way? It was with Christian McCaffrey. It was calf.
Now it's
suddenly
calf
this
Achilles.
week it's Achilles. Well,
yeah, you're like, excuse me?
You hadn't said that before. That's a thing right there. Yeah, funny how that works out. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live at the Hofbrau. Yeah, it is hour number 3. It's time for football news. Week 1 Sunday is in the book, as well as Week 1 Thursday and Week 1 Friday. Tonight, we have Monday Night Football. We will not have Christian McCaffrey as Jordan Mason becomes RB1 tonight for the Niners. Christian McCaffrey has been ruled out, according to Kyle Shanahan and the Niners. He will not be able to go due to that Achilles injury. So a little bit of bad luck there. Niners and Jets this evening. Hofbrau, Colorado, is the perfect place to be watching the game. That's where we join you live from here today, and that's where we do the high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We go back to the shop. Mark Springer is there. What up, Spring?
Got an Aaron Rodgers note coming later in the high five. Big things in the work for Aaron. But before we get to that, we'll start with the Broncos. They lose 26-20 in Seattle yesterday. Bo Nix in his regular season debut, 26-42, a $138 passing, no touchdowns, 2 picks, 2 sacks. Sean Payton talked to the media today. What did he think about Bo after watching the tape?
Specifically to your question with Bo, I didn't see. Look, certainly, like I saw a 3-step and a hitch instead of a 5 and a hitch on a certain play. We'll get that cleaned up. But overall, when he's climbing a pocket or he's on the move, extending a play, there's times where the ball's going to get away from you. But my bigger concern today, number one, the first half provided, that game early was there a little bit for the taking. We didn't take advantage of the field position, the interception by Alex. We're sitting there in a perfect position to really go up, and we don't take advantage of the field position there. Our red zone offense, wasn't nearly as good as it needed to be. And, we did have some drops early on, but I think when I watch this tape offensively, we need to be better around him, and we will be.
Better around him, not Bo's fault. Sean Payton throwing everyone else under the bus, laying down himself on the tracks in defense of his rookie quarterback. Andy, what do you make of this tact here by Sean Payton? There is such a thing as trying to elevate, trying to hold up, trying to cradle a rookie quarterback. Is this going to play well with the rest of the locker room?
I don't know that I think it's going to. Now, Jeff Legwold said that everybody, behind closed doors, Sean has gone after Bo a bit.
Okay.
So, all right, that's fine. End of the year, we'll see how this is playing.
Yeah.
End of the year, middle of the year, let's get to Halloween. Let's see how this is playing. We all know the minute they win a game, everyone's not going to be so worried about it. Look, according to what Jeff told us, yeah, the offensive line does need to play better. Jeff had him for 2 drops. This is how
I would agree with that, by the way.
Right.
I thought Lil Jordan had a definite drop in that game. After that, I would have been curious to see which the other one that he charted was.
Sure.
Because a lot of those, there was not a lot of separation.
And they were behind guys.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to hit him in stride, but whatever. Hey, look, you're protecting the young guy right now. This is the direction you decided to go. You decided to start the year with him. I think you do have to protect him. He's going to try to keep the public from coming down on him or the media or whatever. There's never really going to be any doing that in this town.
I mean, Andy, one of the tricky parts though is you can defend Nix publicly.
Sure.
You can trash his teammates, and then behind closed doors, you can get after Nix, and that's fine. But the public part, every dude's wife, every dude's dad, every dude's family, all of the fans, everybody they run into in the world, they hear the stuff on the outside, and then the players have to deal with all of that. This is the social media age, man. There's a lot of voices in these guys' ears. It isn't so much as just you can close ranks and put dudes in a bubble inside the building. It's not 2006 anymore.
I think you can play this card maybe a couple more times.
Yeah.
This is like Michael Malone when he has his once or twice a year he says we were soft and we got blown out there.
Yeah.
Can't do this every week.
Yeah. He's taking a swing at it after week 1. We'll see how often that's going to work for Sean Payton. But, yes, getting after the offensive line, getting after the receivers. Let's be honest, Bo Nix Throwing the ball more than 10 yards down the field, hit more Seattle hands than he did Denver hands yesterday. You can't play this card forever. Spring.
High five.
Let's go ahead and talk about the Cleveland Browns. They got blown out at home. Final score wasn't indicative of the blowout. 33-17 at home. They lose to the Cowboys. Some Browns notes. They have signed Kadarius Toney to their practice squad. That will certainly help. I'm sure of it. David Njoku, their tight end, is week to week with an ankle injury coming out of that game. And then there is their quarterback, Deshaun Watson, 24 of 45, 169 yards passing, one touchdown to Jerry Jeudy. Let's go. 2 interceptions.
Dude, he got lit up, by the way. Did you see him get lit up near the end of the half?
Ooh.
I was like, he may not be catching anymore for Deshaun after that. He got crushed. Anyway, sorry, Spring.
And now, today, Deshaun Watson is being sued in Houston for sexual assault and battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress. This comes from a quote-unquote date in 2020, October 10th, 2020. It is a sexual assault lawsuit, and Pro Football Talk writing that this maybe could help the Browns void that contract. We're not sure yet.
Did the Browns dig this up?
Yeah, you start to wonder, right?
Yeah.
Their own legal sleuths on the case. There was something else.
This is the worst contract in the history of sports.
Maybe it had to do with the injury. There was something else last year they were going to try to get out of this thing, I guess.
The worst.
The fans started booing. Did you hear the fans at the halftime of that game?
The worst contract in the history of sports. I know their offensive line stinks, and he was getting hit an awful lot. But, like, with the talent that they have on defense, that team should be able to be competitive this year. And Deshaun gave them no chance. He gave them no chance at all in that game. That dude is washed. And they gave him $230 million guaranteed.
Well, he's got no incentive to try to get better or get back to the level that he was at. All the money was guaranteed.
Yep. What does he care?
Yeah, that.
I mean, I would hope pride would come into it. Competitive spirit would come into it, wouldn't you?
No, I guess it would. Yeah, I would hope. It hasn't. Dude. By the way, how long was the first half of that game that we watched yesterday? You realize, you know how I know what was going on at the half of the Cowboys-Browns game? Because by the time we went to half and I decided to want to watch the halftime show, I went to their game and they were just going to the half. They started 25 minutes later than the Broncos did.
The Cowboys, by the way, one thing we got to remember about the Cowboys is, like, yes, they're dramatic, and every contract negotiation they ever have is idiotic the way that it's handled. Yeah, but I feel like sometimes with all of the noise, you forget that, like, their top players are really friggin' good. I mean, Micah Parsons is a beast.
But he's the one without a contract.
Diggs is a beast. CeeDee Lamb rules. Dak was a second-team All-Pro last year. He got a $60 million. That dude is still pretty damn good. That offensive line is still pretty damn good. That team needs to be a playoff team and absolutely should be a playoff team in the NFC. I feel like sometimes we downgrade the Cowboys because we're so sick of their nonsense, but they really do have, like, real high-end talent on that team.
Well, you know it's about winning in the playoffs, and that doesn't happen.
I know it. I
actually was okay with what Jerry was doing. I would have signed Micah Parsons because I'm with you.
Yeah.
I would have tried to play a little more poker with Dak. But look, if Dak would have went off for another Pro Bowl season,
in the end, though, he got exactly the deal we all knew he was going to get.
No, I know, but the only guy not signed is Micah Parsons. Do you have Micah Parsons money? You better make sure you got Micah Parsons money.
It's just we knew he was going to get that deal.
Or they're going to be like, what'd you say? They're going to be a team with, like, what's the bare minimum NFL roster you can have? That's what you're going to have.
The Broncos? Go ahead, Spring.
No, I mean 50 guys.
High five.
55 guys.
And the other Ohio NFL team, the Cincinnati Bengals, were the victim to the biggest upset yesterday. They lost at home 16-10 to the New England Patriots. Joe Burrow falls to 1-8 in weeks 1 and 2
Isn't that
in
crazy?
his NFL career. He'll be in Kansas City to face the Chiefs next week to try to improve to 2-8. Joe Burrow says that it is not accurate to say that Jamar Chase not practicing much with the Bengals in recent weeks while he was holding out was the reason the offense did not click yesterday. Jamar Chase was targeted only 6 times in the loss. He did catch all 6 targets that were thrown his way for 62 yards. Jamar was asked this after the game.
It didn't look like you were targeted much down the field. Is that an indication of you just not being in training camp and able to get that in the game plan, or you weren't able to, or was that just...
I don't know. You got to ask Zach on that. I don't know.
Ooh, it's already getting to that point, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the deal. You play for Mike Brown, okay? The players are walking across the street to get to practice. Like, you know how the buff players got to walk down the hill to go to their practice field? That's a college, all right?
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals, billion-dollar professional franchise, makes their guys in their cleats walk across the street to their practice field.
Right.
Like, it's an actual street. Cars are driving on the street.
Also, if Tanner Hudson holds onto the ball and goes into the end zone, the Bengals win yesterday.
Right, but look,
fumbling at the goal
here's
line.
my thing. Mike Brown wants to mess around. You've got T. Higgins, you've got Jamar Chase, you've got a bunch of really good players.
Yeah.
This should be the new golden era of Bengal football. I love that team. I love watching that team. And yet you're going to still, like, again, Jamar Chase came back to practice thinking they were going to get a contract done. They didn't get the contract done. It just is, there's always a distraction. There's always something going on with those guys at the beginning of the season. And you know what happens? You can blow it off. They'll get it going. They'll probably get it cranked up because they always seem to. But inevitably, you're chasing too much like last year because you go and you're going to choke a couple of these games away. And instead of getting Kansas City, the damn team I can't watch in the postseason, I don't want to watch it anymore. You're the team that actually has knocked them out and can do it again. Quit screwing up these early season games. It costs you a chance to get them to come to your building.
Yeah.
Because all this screwing around is going to make you go to their building. And if it's not them, it's Buffalo or it's Miami. Or it's whatever.
Sorry to everybody that took Cincinnati in week 1 of your Circa Survivor pool. Oh, well. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day.
Dude, the Patriots were not favored. Are they still, like, not favored in any game this year? Remember that stat from earlier?
I don't think they're going to be.
They were not. Early returns are going to be not favored in any game.
The Broncos will be favored in the Carolina game, right?
After yesterday, it could go. That might be double digits.
I think that's the one they got going for them. We'll take a break. When we come back, Mark Springer's Show Open reappears coming up to bring us back into the next segment. You'll want to hear it because, well, it's a recognition of the day that Bo Nix had. We'll put it that way. We'll play that for you next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
terrific play by Jerome Baker, who again didn't play in the preseason, missed all the camp with that hamstring injury. Get his first live snaps in this defense. Nix off his back foot towards the end zone. And it is picked. Julian Love with a snatch for Seattle.
It's excellent safety play. Number one by Julian Love, the sixth-year safety. Just reading the eyes. Bo Nix on third down, staring it down, staring it down, staring it down, staring it down.
Denver playing with all 3 timeouts. 5:35 left. They're down 13. Nix.
Oh, no.
Oh, no! Has all day, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Woolen.
Oh, no.
No! Second interception thrown by the rookie Nix.
He's just trying to do too much and hit the crossing route.
It feels like the very first time.
He did okay.
Game number 1 of the Bo Nix era. 26 of 42, $138. No touchdowns, 2 picks, a passer rating of 47.5, 3.3 yards per attempt. It's not good. Certainly not good. Andy, there's a lot to delve into the performance that we saw in game number 1 of Bo Nix. However, as the Poets and Foreigner reminded us during that open, it was the first time.
The very first time, if you didn't hear.
First time. Yeah, Bo Nix didn't push the ball down the field. 17 passes between 3 and 8 yards in the air beyond the line of scrimmage. That, by the way, a higher total of throws in that short range than any Broncos quarterback since 2022. So that's not great. It wasn't until his 34th pass attempt Sunday that Nix eclipsed the 100-yard passing mark. So that's not great either. And basically, it looked like a game where Sean Payton wanted to help Bo Nix make every layup humanly possible. He did hit a lot of them, and oftentimes that resulted in an offense that went 3 plays and then punted the ball 7 3-and-outs by the Broncos offense yesterday. On passes that traveled more than 10 yards in the air, Bo Nix, 2 of 12, 42 yards, and 2 interceptions. If you had any concern that the Broncos would simply try and win games by the dink and the dunk and the dink and the dunk, and that they wouldn't be able to push the ball downfield, basically, game number 1 of the Bo Nix era was a whole hell of a lot of confirmation bias for you.
Well, Rich Eisen tweeted out after the game that Seattle outlasts Denver, but there's a lot to like about Bo Nix. Ben Solak, who works for ESPN,
yep,
he says, he quote tweets it there.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix averaged 3.3 yards per attempt on 42 passes today.
Yep.
That's tied for 6th lowest yards per average in any game with at least 40 pass attempts since the merger.
Quarterbacks that throw 40 or more times and average fewer than 4 yards per attempt are 7 and 65 all time.
You had that stat beginning of the show.
It is not a winning formula.
Is why I was going to ask you, what about the merger stuff? Is some of the did we get some of the 7 wins before the merger? Post-merger, when they weren't quite sure if they wanted to use the forward. Like, remember, wasn't it Sid Luckman and the Chargers that kind of got the old passing game going? Wasn't he kind of the pioneer of actually throwing the football?
Little Air Coryell. I know that, like, okay, access is important in media. Rich Eisen probably is on the Sean Payton text chain.
Or he likes him. Maybe he just likes him, right?
Along
Sean
with
Payton seems to have a lot of folks that like
Pelissero
him.
and Colin Cowherd and Kay Adams, etc. Those people that are oftentimes friendly to Sean Payton in the national media. I get all of that. I struggle to find the lot to like about Bo Nix's first start.
Right.
I acknowledge it is a first start. I acknowledge that a first NFL start does not a career make, but also what was the lot to like?
Fortunately, I'm with you. He handled the huddle, like I said. What I thought he did do well, handled the huddle, handled the crowd.
Yeah.
Guys didn't seem to be, I'll give him this over Russell Wilson. Guys didn't seem to be confused what the play was, right?
I mean,
he
handled
seemed
the
in
crowd.
charge.
They get a turnover. They start a drive at the
Fair
9,
enough.
and he immediately gets a full start.
Nate, I'm trying, dude. I'm trying.
Sorry.
At the end of the day, my biggest concern is you have to drive the ball down the field to loosen up what the D's going to do. You can't say you didn't run the ball well when the defense is all packed into the box waiting for you to run the ball or swing the ball outside of the swing wide stuff was really no longer a viable option by late second quarter. They knew that's what he was comfortable with doing because guess what? You did some of that in the preseason to get him comfortable, so it was actually on tape. That's usually why a lot of teams don't show you some of the little things they're going to do in the preseason. They don't want you to see it. So, yeah, I mean, now look, to be fair, I'm trying to be as fair as possible because it is a first start. There's a whole season to go.
I think we are being fair.
What I look for, if people want to know, what did I want to see? I kept trying to say this politely last week. I want to see effectiveness between 20 and 25, 30 yards because you're going to have a few of those throws. I don't need the deep ball. I don't need a Franklin highlight with a 50-yard bomb. I know he's not Caleb Williams. I know he's not. I don't need him Patrick Mahomes in it on one leg and like underarm softball throwing it 90. I don't need any of those highlights.
You don't need a Matt Stafford no-looker.
You're right. Yes.
Real quick, how friggin' good is that guy? His offensive line is getting decimated. He loses Puka Nacua, and he had his team in that game the whole friggin' way. Matt Stafford is a baller, man.
Would have been nice to maybe go get him a couple years ago, right?
Yeah,
but look, my point is what I want to see is a guy that I know okay. It's like I would have been more okay if the physical was better and the mental. You can fix mental. You can fix, well, you hope, right?
Sure.
But to me, what scared me the most about what I saw yesterday, and you said it earlier, every pass over 10 yards had too many Seattle hands around it, okay? That's a problem. And look, I realize receivers got to make it's not unfair to ask receivers to make a play for their guys. Tyler Lockett made 2 or 3 plays for Geno Smith yesterday that were good balls, but he went ahead and made up for it.
Yeah.
You need 1 or 2 of those. But if guys are going to get killed, if you keep throwing balls that are going to come up a little bit short and a safety's going to come in and clock a dude like Josh Reynolds got drilled,
tough play.
They're going to start getting alligator arms and protecting themselves. You can't have that either.
Yeah.
You can't have that either. So the velocity in which the ball was getting to some of the mid-range receivers, that had me concerned. And I don't know how you coach that. And again, what's the problem here? This was the scouting report coming out of the combine.
Adam Archuleta, who was calling the game yesterday with Spiro Ditas, he said, Andy, a couple of different times, Bo Nix needs to start pushing the ball outside the numbers. And as he said that, I was like, how much Bo Nix film did Arch crunch before he did this broadcast? The exact scouting report on Bo Nix is he can't make those throws. And so, yes, he does need to be able to make them, okay? He did throw a back shoulder to Josh Reynolds yesterday.
Beautiful.
That was okay. That's good. An NFL quarterback needs to be able to make that throw. I guess that's something to like. He did have a touchdown run yesterday in that game, a 4-yard scramble. I would have liked to have seen him run a little bit more.
Right.
You know, the 23-yarder and then the touchdown on the final drive, okay, that could potentially loosen up a defense a little bit. By the way, drinking game this week, Bo Nix is more athletic than he looks. Make sure we get in there. Underrated athleticism from Bo Nix. No, the dude can move a little bit. He's going to have to do more of that out there, okay?
I will say also.
Don't take a bunch of Jaden Daniels-esque shots out there.
No, because guess what? Guess who missed practice today? If I had to tell you one quarterback missed practice from the weekend's results, who would you guess it would be?
Would have been Jaden Daniels.
Lamar Jackson.
Well, that too. Yeah,
right?
That's another guy.
Look, man.
A lot of hits.
This league will, I don't care how big, it crushed Cam Newton.
Yep.
And Cam Newton was a mammoth human being
yep.
at the quarterback position. It broke down Ben Roethlisberger sometimes. Bo Nix is not built like those guys. So, yes, use him on the run, but please use him smartly. Also, maybe don't bring up the underrated athleticism on the one play where he accidentally tripped. because everybody was slipping, but he had that one slip, and he's trying, I think, to get back upfield, get a little bit more on that first down, and his feet slip out from it. That's not the time to bring up the underrated athleticism.
Hey, good on Sean Payton, though, challenging the spot on that one. That
really
was
good.
Not the cleanest slide you'll ever see, but that's okay.
Can I tell you what else I learned yesterday? Because I didn't know, because I'd never seen such a sure safety. I did not know the ball needed to get fully out of the end zone.
Yes.
So I did not. It was basically the reverse. I always tell people the nose of the football can sniff the very start of the goal line, and that's a touchdown. Well, it turns out if it's still doing that on a safety, that's a safety. Not that it was even that close. They had that guy dead to rights. But I did not know that you needed the football fully out of the end zone, including over the white line, for it not to be a safety.
I believe that was the first two-safety quarter in the NFL since 2011. Last quarterback to pull that off, John Skelton, when he was quarterbacking the Arizona Cardinals.
Good old crazy red John Skelton.
At one point yesterday, that game was 5-3.
Yeah, and then it got even. What else did we? We have 9-8, I think, at one point, didn't we?
Then it was 8-3. Then it was 9-8.
Yeah,
yeah, and then it was 10-9 after yet another safety on a shotgun
and
handoff
the first
to Charbonnet.
Half took an hour and 45 stinking minutes.
A 13-9 game, and then Ken Walker almost got safetied again, bobbling that ball on the end zone. That game was silly yesterday. That
game was drunk.
Ridiculous football game, but that just Again,
how do you not win that, though?
It was his first NFL start.
I know.
All right? And he really, really struggled. I don't know how you watch that and come away being like, lot to like.
Right.
Again, I don't want to kill him too hard because it's his first NFL game. Like, it is so difficult, and it's a rebuild, and we know it's going to be tough. And the Broncos don't have a ton of offensive talent, and they don't have a ton of guys to get open and get separation. Like, I get all of that, but – again, for Rich Eisen to come out of that game and tweet "lot to like,"
right?
I can find a couple of things that I thought were okay, that were indicative that there is an NFL quarterback in there, but it was buried under a whole hell of a lot of inaccurate throws behind the line of scrimmage, and generally terrible decisions.
Yeah, it was. I would have went with, well, it's a first start, and he got through it, just like Caleb Williams got through his first start.
Who
that
also
said,
struggled mightily
yes.
in his first NFL game, who looked nervous as hell, who missed a bunch of throws.
But, man, here's my thing. You and I had asked multiple times since the preseason wrapped up, and I won't even put you on the hook. I'll say it. You're going to have to really show me more to prove to me the dink and dunk will work in the modern NFL, especially with Vic Fangio teaching the league drop back and go tackle good in the red zone.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what everybody does. And yesterday, that wasn't the game plan that won a lot of my confidence. What really made – I felt like there was a stretch there, I want to say early third, where they were trying to get things back on the rails, and it felt like not only did Bo Nix not want to throw it down the field, Sean Payton didn't want to call a throw down the field.
Nope.
So –
they took a delay of game yesterday as well.
Yeah,
Yeah. That
third down wasn't incredibly efficient either.
A 3rd and 14 delay of game.
That was one of those deals where you're just like, come on, man.
NFL's hard. I get that. He's got a long way to go. Again, a 2-interception first game in the NFL is not indicative of you are going to be a failure. That's not the case at all. But we have a long way to go. I mean, a really long way to go.
Yes, and it can look better.
Yes.
It needs to look better.
Mm-hmm.
But look, I've seen a lot of debuts here, and we'll just leave it. Look, we'll have another game to break down. All right, we're up at the Hofbrau. My buddy Ken. We always talk to Ken when we're at the Hofbrau. It's a tradition. Ken's trying to get the headset on. Ken, have you done this before? You've put a headset on before?
It's been a while. I'm out of practice.
Yeah, I know, because it's been a minute since we've seen it.
It's been a minute, yeah.
All right, we got the Monday Night Football going. Tell everybody what Mexican Monday is.
Well, we got specials on Coronas, Modelos, tacos.
You got a great burrito that I had
great
for
burrito
lunch.
that you had for lunch today, and we got fajitas. It's all good. It's great Mexican Mondays.
Look, if you need a place to watch, we always have fun on Mondays. You got the pool tables, you got the shuffleboard, you got live music. There's a huge place. Cougar Room still working back there?
Still cooking.
Yeah,
Still purring.
Stuffed
Still
cougar.
purring,
I
yeah.
got to show Nate the stuffed cougar.
Okay.
Live music starting Thursday. Who we got in this Thursday?
This week we got our house band, Guild of Ages. And then Friday and Saturday we've got That 80s Band, which is always a big event.
That 80s band draws a big crowd. How late are you open?
Till 2.
Okay. This is the same spot that everybody will always remember.
It is.
We've been here a long time. I've been doing shows with you. We were counted up 10 years as of today, this year.
Yep.
There's apartments around now, but it's the same bar you know and loved and has been here forever.
Yeah,
So,
they kind of blocked us in on some of the different viewing areas, but yeah, we're the same place we've always been, 92nd, between 91st and 92nd and Wadsworth.
by the hobby store.
By the Hobby Town, yep, by the Hobby Town.
Murdoch's, all that.
Murdoch's.
Come on in and see us.
Come
All
on
right,
in.
now see Nate's wandering away. I'm not allowed back at the golf course. You were telling me. Are you allowed to be? You were president when I
was
took
on the
up
board
the
of
largest
directors.
chunk
Yeah,
of grass
I was
ever.
on the board of directors. I'm not sure you're still allowed to drive through Wadsworth.
Yeah, there's a certain area of Wadsworth where you won't let me drive.
Right. There's still a plaque out there from where you.
Did you grow grass back though? Was grass grown back in the spot?
Well, they had to take a dump truck and fill it in first.
You had. Well, yeah, it could have been a sand. Why didn't you just make it a sand trail?
Well,
see, I don't think you're creative enough. I don't think it's my golf game. I think it's your lack of creativity.
Well, they're still talking about you. I know that. And
My picture I understand's in the clubhouse.
Yeah, with the big red line and circle the red line.
He's not
and
allowed to play
golf there anymore.
Well, Ken, look, man, it's great to be back here. We're excited for this. You got trivia tomorrow?
Trivia tomorrow. Yep, we got trivia tomorrow. And, again, rock and roll on Thursday, dance music on Friday and Saturday. We got brunch on Saturday and Sundays, NFL, college football.
You got all the packages.
Got all the well, yeah, and that's another thing.
Becoming a bigger deal.
Well, with DirecTV blocking out all the ESPN and stuff, we also have Comcast, where we're able to have the Monday Night Football games until DirecTV gets their act back together again.
So you're covered.
We're covered.
It's a place to be.
And then don't forget the big inch, 200-inch big screen TV.
Back in the Cougar room.
That's where Randy Gradishar was yesterday, watching the Broncos.
You have the Broncos quarterback club out here sometimes, so check for that. I know some of the alumni. But if you want to rent out the room for a watch party, you can do that, right?
You can do that, too. We do all sorts of parties back there. So we're glad to have you back. It's good to see you. You look great.
Man, it's all nostalgia, except I
Yeah.
can't go buy a costume at the now abandoned Builders Square anymore when it becomes a Spirit for 2 seconds.
Exactly.
All right,
But
Ken.
that's fine. Hey, it's good to have you guys. It's good to meet Nate.
Yeah, every Monday we'll be out here. The food's great. It's Hop Brown, 92nd and Wadsworth. Come join us every Monday. We're going to come back. So Nate and I, our hearts are hurt a little bit today because one of the voices of our childhood has passed. We'll have to figure out what you remember this famous actor for and also a great tribute put together. Mark Springer working the keys again. Stay tuned. The great James Earl Jones has passed. We pay tribute to him next.
Guys, if you are looking for a premium sports betting experience, then you need to download Sport Trade on your phone today. It's a brand new app in Colorado that is designed just for you. Sport Trade is it. It is Colorado's premium sports betting experience. We're talking about stellar prices, pretty high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. Sport Trade, they got personalized service. You sign up, and Sport Trade will text you immediately. The smartest bettors are always shopping for better prices. We know that with Sport Trade. You can call them, you can text them, you can ask your team for a better price in real time. SportTrade also has a feature that I've never seen on any other app. It's called the Tape. You can see every bet happening on the service in real time. SportTrade shows you all the action happening on the site. So follow the big bets, follow the smart money in real time. Check out the Tape. It's right there on the app at SportTrade. Guys, SportTrade is where the big bets happen. If you're stuck in a rut on your app, if you're frustrated with your live betting experience, check out SportTrade and get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. SportTrade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. SportTrade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, is a part of our past, Ray. It reminds us of all that once was good, and it could be again. Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
"93 years of age, passing away today. Andy, the voice of our childhood, the voice of a generation, the voice of multiple generations. Pour one out today as the great James Earl Jones has gone to the great dark side in the sky. Hanging it up
Hope not.
at the age of 93. Ooh.
Heck of a run.
People will come, Ray. Baseball. The sweet dulcet tones of James Earl Jones. Sad news that he passed away today. But, man, first off, 93, hell of a run. He was still voicing Darth Vader as recently as just a couple of years ago.
Right.
I think it was for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show just a couple of years ago. So the pipes were still with him. But he passes away today. When you hear the name James Earl Jones, what is the quintessential James Earl Jones role for you?
For me, it's going to be Vader, even though he was not in that suit. He
No.
just did the voiceover.
Turns out he was just a wrinkly old white guy in the end.
Yeah. That ain't James Earl Jones. So I am not as attached. I'm going to start some problems here. I am not as attached to Field of Dreams as many are. But, look, I left baseball to go play lacrosse. It's a great movie. I get that. It's about fathers and sons and baseball and the whole deal.
Want to have a catch, Dad?
Yeah. So I've seen it a time or two.
A little girl chokes on a hot dog because she got shoved by Timothy Busfield.
Yeah.
And then an old guy steps over a line and saves her life.
Right. I know.
It's beautiful.
It is. But I'm not as attached as the rest of you are. Now, but again, when you think of his career, you would think of Field of Dreams. One of the things that made me laugh it's so fun. So he does TV. It was probably the most recent thing I'd seen him in, to be honest with you. He was on an episode of Big Bang Theory because they're big Star Wars nerds.
Okay.
And one of the main characters, Sheldon, is trying to start his own Comic-Con, and he invites James Earl Jones to be a star of it. And he and James Earl Jones, he goes up to the table to approach him to get him to be in this Comic-Con. And James Earl Jones is like, "You like Star Wars, don't you?" And, he's all Mr. Nerd. And you're waiting for the explosion to get the hell out of here. Why are you guys always buying all this other? And instead he goes, "I like Star Wars too. Sit down. We're going to go have some fun." And they go James Earl Jones is in a steam room with the guy.
Yeah.
He's talking about going to tea. He goes, "We're going to go to a little town called Tijuana." I love it. And it was so funny. And it was so anti, the class and the prestige of every role that he played.
Over what he is, because he had so much gravitas.
Seeing it, man. He was so great. He was so dude. I didn't know he was in The Hunt for Red October. I didn't know he was in Strangelove. I'd forgotten he was in the Conan series at all. I mean,
he had great hair.
Gosh, you talk about a resume. And seriously, will there ever?
He was Mufasa in The Lion King.
With all due respect,
how does James Earl Jones, by the way, have a kid and it turns out to be Matthew Broderick? Isn't that problematic for anybody else?
We may need to recast that a little bit, but whatever. But seriously, he is the voice, right? With all due respect to Roach and Mark Johnson and all our buddies, he's the voice. Tell me there's a better. I mean, that is the voice, is it not?
To me, it's him and Morgan Freeman on a pedestal above all else. Morgan Freeman as buttery as it gets. James Earl Jones as booming and powerful as it gets. But those two, to me, on a level that nobody else can touch. That's as good as it gets right there. And we lose James Earl Jones today. He was King Joffrey Joffer in Coming to America, father of Eddie Murphy. He had a giant lion that he wore on his shoulder. James Earl Jones, not with us.
How many times did you do the Darth Vader breathing? I did. Try again. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there was that second part that's tough. I heard they used scuba gear or something.
Did they really?
Done, I guess,
to figure it out.
Is
Is that actually James Earl Jones breathing? It's got to be, right?
No, I think it's. Come on.
Did they get some other guy to do
How
it?
much?
They didn't pay him enough to do
Seriously,
the breathing?
If I need, if I'm paying up Mr. Ramos to handle my case, but there's a bunch of the little clerky stuff. I'm going to pay the clerky guy to get it done before I start paying the Ramos bill. You know what I'm saying? I'm not paying James Earl Jones to breathe through the scuba gear. The intern's doing that. I don't need the James Earl Jones baritone through the scuba gear.
Do we underrate in the Star Wars saga, okay, we know what Anakin looked like. They told us, okay?
Sure.
In movie number 1, it was a little wiener kid.
Yeah.
And then the next 2, it was Hayden Christensen.
Suddenly, it was teen puberty.
Let's not worry about the age difference between he and Natalie Portman any longer. That's suddenly okay.
Well, listen, this guy's got his George Lucas got some issues. He had his brother and sister kissing each other early, too.
Then episode 6 in Return of the Jedi, we get a look at his face, and he's just an old wrinkly white guy. Whatever the technology was that allowed Hayden Christensen or that old white guy to have that voice, that's a better invention than the Death Star itself.
Darth Vader was
that's cooler than a lightsaber.
Ruined when he wasn't James Earl Jones. Simply losing the voice from him to going, "You saved me, Luke." All right, well, now you suck. You were the baddest villain in cinema history, and now you're just your life alert guy.
Tell you,
now
sister.
You're in your bathroom. I can't get up.
You were
Help
right.
me, Luke. You're right. He's got a ridge cut out of the side of his head. Cripes. Where did you get that?
You took James Earl Jones and made him that?
He was so imposing. He was so scary. Think about it. All the guy had to do was a little inch side. It'd be insulting if a lady made the same little gesture to you. But he does that with the big James Earl Jones voice. He's terrifying. He's powerful.
Sandlot, he had the dog.
Sure.
He was blind, but he was in that movie. Good baseball speech in that one as well. Phenomenal career put together by the great James Earl Jones. I don't know if there will ever be another like him. Who else has those pipes? Who else has the gravitas of James Earl Jones?
So as I'm looking at some of the articles about it, MLB, of course, mentions Field of Dreams first. Variety mentions Darth Vader first.
Sure.
But in a way, I feel bad for James Earl Jones because Darth Vader was simply just his voice.
It was just his voice.
In Field of Dreams, he got to be whoever he was. He wasn't Ray.
He got to use the line "Peace, love, dope." Now get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
That scene where Costner goes to his apartment and fakes that he has the gun, and James Earl Jones basically threatens to kill him. All-time great movie scene right there. In fact, best scene of that entire movie.
Did you know he was in Judge Dredd?
No, I didn't. I mean, there is also a point where he's just a working actor and he needs to pull down a paycheck.
He appears to be. He's on the poster, I believe, of a movie called Claudine.
Okay. I mean, he's got a great career. It goes back to the 60s.
In the 82, he was in a movie called Blood Tide.
I mean, the guy was in Dr. Strangelove, right? Like, he goes way, way back. Hell of a career. I mean, an unbelievable. Really, by the time that he got to Star Wars, you could argue maybe he was already out of his